Hello everyone. Today we bring you part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. Feng Yixio, once mocked as a young boy, has grown and triumphed in the world of battle spirits through his own efforts and talent. Alongside his companions, Shinryu and Han Xiao, they support each other in facing challenges, consistently standing out in battles and evaluations, showcasing their extraordinary strength and potential, ultimately paving their way to becoming top-tier battle spirit masters. On Feng Yixio's 19th birthday, he was ridiculed and underestimated by his class leader, Li Kaiyuan, and others at school. Both Feng Yixio and Shinryu are orphans who grew up together in a welfare home, sharing a close bond. Feng Yixio unexpectedly awakened a powerful battle spirit bloodline and obtained a mysterious divine pet evolution system, successfully unlocking his battle spirit bloodline and qualifying for the martial exam. During the exam, he formed a team with Shinryu and Han Xiao, demonstrating incredible strength, defeating numerous opponents, and passing the assessment to enter Qingyun Academy. At Qingyun Academy, Feng Yixio and his friends faced more rigorous training and challenges. Under the guidance of their instructor, Jialan Ziyu, they continually enhanced their battle spirit abilities. With his talent and hard work, Feng Yixio gradually mastered the ability to communicate with his bloodline, significantly increasing his power. During a practical combat class, he worked seamlessly with Han Xiao and Shinryu to defeat a formidable opponent, earning the respect and recognition of his classmates. As the story progresses, Feng Yixio and his friends must venture into the wilderness to obtain evolution materials to upgrade their battle spirit levels. In the wilderness, they encounter various dangers, including powerful beasts and competitors from other academies. In a battle against a titan python, Feng Yixio cleverly employed strategy to defeat the powerful beast and acquired a valuable magic spirit card. However, their success attracted the covetous eyes of teacher Xiao and students from the Shinfeng Academy, leading to a fierce conflict. At a critical moment, Instructor Jialan Ziyu arrived just in time to help Feng Yixio and his friends avert the crisis. Ultimately, under the leadership of Instructor Jialan Ziyu, Feng Yixio and his friends safely returned to the academy. They prepared to use the materials obtained in the wilderness to evolve their battle spirits in anticipation of the upcoming class ranking competition. Filled with confidence for the future, Feng Yixio is determined to continue his efforts, constantly improving his strength to become a true battle spirit master. That wraps up the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you are interested in this story and are watching it for the first time, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's begin the storyline of part 2. The Blood Spirit Master finally realized the situation, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Is this your spiritual weapon's ability? The corners of Maoyo's lips curled into a cold smile. Just now figuring it out? You're too slow. The spiritual weapon in her hand, Black Edge, glimmered ominously. Every time my black edge strikes the same spot, it leaves a mark, and these marks stack. With each layer, the attack power doubles. A trace of pride flickered in her eyes. The first attack may seem light, but it's just to make you lower your guard. By the time the enemy notices, the black edge marks have usually stacked to a lethal level. She raised her middle finger adorned with sharp claws, the glow as chilling as a reaper's scythe. I've already hit 6 times. The next strike will have 128 times the attack power. Can you withstand it? The Blood Spirit Master's face turned pale, and the thought of facing an attack with 128 times the power left him in a panic. Don't kill me. I can give you everything. He pleaded while retreating, but suddenly turned 3 meters away from Feng Yixio, transforming his hand into a massive blood claw, aiming for the seemingly weakest Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio snorted, unimpressed. Think I'm an easy target? Thunder Bagua. 64 palms. A barrage of thunderous palm strikes accurately hit the acupoints around the Blood Spirit Master's body. Although they couldn't break through his armor, the internal energy left his body paralyzed. Black Edge, fatal strike. Maoyu seized the fleeting opportunity, launching a powerful strike aimed at the Blood Spirit Master's heart. The black beam pierced through his chest, and with its momentum, it penetrated 3 iron walls behind him. Feng Yixio watched the black beam pass by with a gulp. As the former captain of the Wind Division's 5th team, Maoyo's power was indeed terrifying. Having such a formidable fighter as a subordinate was no small pressure. The Blood Spirit Master collapsed to the ground, dying with eyes wide open. Maoyu approached the unconscious head of the Pang family and coldly inquired, "Captain, what should we do with this one?" A glint of coldness flashed in Feng Yixio's eyes. Anyone who dares to target Shinryu has only one path: death. Kill him. Before he finished speaking, Maoyo's black edge had already pierced through the Pang family head's throat, killing him instantly. Having chosen to be Feng Yixio's deputy, Maoyu understood the importance of respecting her superior's decisions, whether right or wrong. She quickly retrieved a key from the body of the Pang family head, which seemed to be the one that opened the innermost secret chamber. She handed the key to Feng Yixio. knowing that the missing people were likely imprisoned there. Feng Yixio searched the body of the black-clad blood spirit master, finding that he didn't even carry a single magic spirit card. Was this guy planning to get something for nothing? He cursed. Once we take down the Peng family estate, are we really going to worry about a lack of magic spirit cards? Mao Yu interjected unexpectedly. Really? Is the Feng department that open about things? Aren't the spoils of a mission supposed to be turned over? Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. I didn't realize you were so upright, Mao Yu joked, which was rare for her. You're overthinking it, Feng Yixio replied as he opened the final secret door. My brothers risked their lives for me. They deserve some perks. I understand these social niceties. That's right. Mao Yu helped push the door open. The Feng department always believes in the principle that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. We're not as rigid as the fire department. Each department has different responsibilities, and their guidelines differ accordingly. It doesn't mean they're wrong, Feng Yixio countered as he entered the secret chamber. As soon as they stepped inside, the sound of desperate cries filled the air, the voices of old and young alike, full of despair and helplessness. Feng Yixio quickly switched on the lights, and the scene before him made his pupils constrict. He could barely hold back the urge to lash out at the corpse of the Peng family head. The chamber was filled with cages, imprisoning hundreds of living people. All bore pale faces and bodies covered in numerous needle marks, evidence of repeated blood extractions. The sight reminded Feng Yixio of the gruesome practice of extracting bile from live bears, horrified that such atrocities were inflicted upon humans. Gazing at the faces etched with fear, Feng Yixio remained silent for a long time, shrouded in shadows. As he approached a porcelain doll-like little girl to rescue her, she instinctively recoiled, saying, Big brother, I had my blood drawn this morning. Can you skip me this time? A slightly older boy stepped in front of his sister, offering his arm covered with needle marks. Don't take my sister's blood. Take mine instead. Feng Yixio was taken aback, struggling to hold back tears as he forced a smile. Big brother is here to save you. You're free now. He gently caressed their pale cheeks and unlocked the low cage. The two children hesitantly stepped out of the cage, asking, Big brother, is it true? It's absolutely true, Feng Yixio assured them, patting their heads. He then loudly announced to everyone, You're all free now, and I'll arrange for you to be taken to a hospital. The entire chamber erupted in excitement. Feng Yixio and Mao Yu began unlocking the cages one by one, and the faces of those imprisoned lit up with the joy of newfound freedom. Among the crowd, they found Meteor and her family. Fortunately, apart from pale faces and some minor injuries, everyone was safe. Seeing these people who looked up to him as their savior, Feng Yixio felt a renewed sense of purpose. While he initially joined the Feng department to help Meteor seek revenge, this responsibility had now taken on a new meaning. Under the leadership of Feng Yixio and Mao Yu, everyone emerged from the dark, sunless underground chamber. Having been separated from the outside world for so long, they found it hard to contain their excitement upon stepping out. The patrolling guards quickly noticed them and surrounded Feng Yixio and his group. Who are you? Surrender immediately, demanded one of the captains. Feng Yixio, however, remained calm and casually waved his hand. Instantly, all the hidden members of the Feng unit revealed themselves. Hundreds of highly trained members of the elite secret force exuded an intimidating aura, causing the guards to lose their will to resist and surrender immediately. Like a swift autumn breeze sweeping away leaves, the entire Peng family estate was quickly brought under control under Feng Yixio's command. All relevant personnel were escorted to the Feng unit for trial. As Feng Yixio gazed at the brightly lit Peng estate, his anger grew. This place of evil has no reason to exist. It should disappear completely, he declared with a frown. Titan's crushing weight. Feng Yixio summoned Xiaobai Lu and unleashed his most powerful move. With a thunderous crash, the villas in the Peng family estate were reduced to rubble under the crushing force of the Titan's chariot. The hundreds of team members following Feng Yixio were stunned by this scene. Any previous doubts about Feng Yixio's leadership were erased. None dared to underestimate him now. This is insanely violent, they thought to themselves. As the largest family in Qingchuan City, the Peng family often had many journalists stationed there. The massive commotion quickly attracted the attention of numerous reporters who surrounded the Peng estate. Oh my god, the Peng family estate has fallen. What on earth happened? The reporters exclaimed. What are you waiting for? Start taking pictures. This is definitely going to be the front page headline in Qingchuan City today. Flashbulbs went off like raindrops, illuminating the dark night sky as more reporters arrived. Subsequently, all members of the Peng family were escorted out. Feng Yixio and Mao Yu, along with others, wore masks to protect their identities. Yet, all the spotlight was on Feng Yixio, whose mask bore a striking white dragon head emblem, boldly proclaiming his leadership status. Feng Yixio and his group boarded the special vehicles that had come to pick them up and departed swiftly. Mao Yu signaled to Feng Yixio, indicating that he would handle communications with the local Battle Spirit Alliance. Given that the Pang family was the largest in the area, their removal required coordination with local institutions and guidance of public opinion. Feng Yixio then swiftly vanished into the night. 2 hours later, Feng Yixio returned to the Huazhong Alliance base. Instead of reporting directly to Zhongli Mei, he headed straight to the military district's general hospital. The hospital corridor was quiet, with only faint voices coming from the nurse's station. Familiar with the place, he made his way to Mi Duoer's room, where he saw through the partially open door that the lights inside were still on. Entering the room, he found Mi Duoer and Long Fan huddled together, eyes glued to a phone screen, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement. On the screen was a sensational news story. The largest family in Qingchuan City, the Pang family, had been wiped out overnight. The news photo showed a mysterious figure wearing a jade dragon mask leading the Feng division members with an imposing presence. The Pang family has been uprooted, and all the victims have been rescued. Lung Fan exclaimed excitedly upon noticing Feng Yixio's arrival. Feng, look, this mysterious person is really cool. Mi Duoer, who had just learned from a phone call with her family that they were safe, was visibly relieved. Even though you can't see his face, someone who can do such a gratifying thing must be super cool. She gazed at the leader in the photo with admiration. Feng Yixio touched his nose, a bit embarrassed, and said, "Well, I'm not that cool. You talk as if this person is you." Mi Duoer laughed, covering her mouth. "The news says it might be the new captain of the Feng division, but the figure does look a lot like you." Lung Fan scrutinized the outfit of the figure in the photo, comparing it to Feng Yixio's attire. "Why is the captain wearing the same clothes as you, Feng? Have you ever considered that this person might actually be me?" Feng Yixio said calmly. "Impossible," they both exclaimed in unison. "That's the Feng division captain." In their minds, the captain was an extremely mysterious figure, at least at the level of a battle spirit king. Feng Yixio didn't say much more. He simply took out the jade dragon mask and put it on. Mi Duoer and Long Fan froze, staring in shock at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before them. You're really the mysterious captain from the news," they finally realized. Feng Yixio removed the mask, his expression serious. "The head of the Pang family has been personally dealt with by me, and all related personnel have been imprisoned in the Feng division's jail. You can rest easy now." Lung Fan and Mi Duoer were left speechless by the scene before them. They never imagined that Feng Yixio was the mysterious captain mentioned in the news. They thought Feng Yixio was just an ordinary team member behind this captain, but it turned out he had become a captain himself. An overwhelming sense of disbelief washed over them. "I am now the captain of Team 1, codenamed J-Dragon, Lung. From now on, we're comrades," Feng Yixio said with a steady tone, patting Lung Fan on the shoulder. Lung Fan responded with a wry smile. "I've been in the Union Corps for almost 10 years, and I'm still just a squad leader. Yet, you've become the captain of the Feng unit in a day, my superior. It's truly impressive." The Feng unit is akin to a special forces team within the Union Corps, holding a prestigious position. "Don't say that, Long. We're still good brothers," Feng Yixio replied with a smile. Just then, a team member wearing a black mask entered and saluted Feng Yixio. "Captain, the boss wants you to see her now," the team member said loudly. Feng Yixio nodded and calmly replied, "Understood. Let her know I'll be there shortly." After speaking, the team member left the hospital room and waited quietly outside. Lung Fan glanced at Mi Duoer and said softly, "Feng, Minister Zhong is looking for you, so you should go. I'll take care of Mi Duoer here." Feng Yixio glanced at Lung Fan and Mi Duoer, sensing a peculiar atmosphere, and smiled. "All right, I won't be the third wheel here. You two have a good chat." Mi Duoer's face turned red as she said in a clear voice, "Brother Feng, you're teasing me again. Don't be shy. I think you two make a great pair." "I'll take my leave now," Feng Yixio said before leaving the room. On the top floor of the Feng unit building, Zhongli Mei, while looking at her phone, laughed and said, "Old Chu, I told you I wouldn't misjudge. This kid didn't disappoint me. He was ruthless. He leveled the entire Pang estate. Is he a bulldozer, or what?" Old Chu glanced at the latest news, surprised, and said, "That's why I say Feng Yixio is better suited for our Feng unit. You should stop trying to recruit him." Zhong Limei glanced at Old Chu and, probing, said, "According to my investigation, besides Feng Yixio, there are 2 other perfectly evolved geniuses in his class, and they seem to have a good relationship." Old Chu nodded, looking serious. "I know they're not simple, but I'm not familiar with the battle spirits of those 2. One of them, the Flame Sparrow, is quite rare, and the official evolution method is only at the elite level, yet it achieved perfect evolution. The most suspicious is that Xian Shui Turtle, a battle spirit I've never heard of, and it's a dual attribute spirit. Do you know what that means?" "What are you trying to say?" Zhong Limei asked with a frown. Old Chu replied seriously, "I know their teacher is Jialan Ziyu. She used to be part of your Feng team. As far as I know, she's not particularly skilled in research. You can't possibly tell me all this is Jialan Ziyu's doing, can you?" Old Chu questioned, looking at Zhong Limei. Zhong Limei seemed to realize something. Her expression became serious as she continued to analyze. What Mr. Chu means is that Feng Yixio figured all of this out by himself. This kid is likely a research-oriented super genius. We can't rule out that he might have had guidance from a master, Mr. Chu said, stroking his chin with a puzzled look, but I can't think of anyone who could be of such a high level. Zhong Limei frowned slightly and tentatively asked, could it just be that he's particularly lucky? Mr. Chu chuckled softly at this, a wise glint in his eye. A perfect-grade jade lin snake might be luck, but he also managed to acquire perfect-grade flame spirit finch and Xian water turtle? If it were just luck, why haven't I had such fortune? He paused. It seems that Feng Yixio could indeed be a Ancient Millennium talent. If it's true, I have no objection to him joining the Lin department. The position of captain of Team 1 in the Feng department is still his. Zhong Limei immediately affirmed, her tone firm. I won't let go of such a talent. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for him, Mr. Chu said seriously. At worst, we can have him join both teams. At that moment, the elevator doors opened with a ding, and Feng Yixio stepped out. Seeing Zhong Limei and Mr. Chu, he quickly walked over and handed the spoils of this mission from his storage ring to Zhong Limei. Zhong Limei checked the ring and couldn't help but laugh. Good thing you're with the Feng department. If you were in the fire department, you'd probably get expelled for such a meager haul. The ring contained only a dozen bronze level and 4 silver level demon spirit cards, which were evidently scarce for a family as large as the Pang family, the biggest in Qingchuan City. Feng Yixio scratched his head awkwardly. I just became captain. I had to bring some gifts for the team. No need to explain. Zhong Limei waved her hand. Our Feng department isn't that rigid. Hee hee, I knew Minister Zhong was the most understanding. Feng Yixio laughed. Stop with the flattery. Zhong Limei chuckled, then shifted the topic. As for the key members of the Pang family, they'll be locked away in the dungeon, never to harm society again. Mr. Chu cleared his throat as a reminder of the setting. Zhong Limei then remembered to introduce. This is Minister Chu Ci of the Lin department. I'm sure you've met. Although Feng Yixio felt some resistance inside, he nodded politely. Hello, Mr. Chu. Feng Yixio, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. Mr. Chu said kindly. I hope you can answer truthfully. Despite his reservations towards Mr. Chu, Feng Yixio reluctantly agreed due to the other's status. Please go ahead, Mr. Chu. I'll answer everything I know. The first question. How did you manage to perfectly evolve the Yulin snake when the entire Battle Spirit Alliance has no method for it? Elder Chu's expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes fixed on Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio's face changed instantly. This was precisely why he had been avoiding Elder Chu, but he didn't expect him to confront him directly here at Minister Zhong's place. Realizing he couldn't escape, he took a deep breath and decided to face the situation head-on. What if I said it was just luck? Would you believe me? Feng Yixio replied, feigning nonchalance. Elder Chu's lips curled slightly as he stood up slowly, his gaze lingering on Feng Yixio for a long time. And the Xian Shui turtle and the Yinling sparrow, were those luck too? This question made Feng Yixio tense up. The intelligence network at the Huazhong base was indeed formidable, knowing even about Han Xiao and Shin Ruyu's battle spirits. Elder Chu, shouldn't you be asking my teacher this question? Feng Yixio attempted to change the subject, regretting his words as soon as they left his mouth. His teacher, Jialan Ziyu, was under Zhong Limei, making his excuse untenable. Predictably, Elder Chu immediately countered. Jialan Ziyu is a member of the Feng department, not the Lin department, and lacks research talent. That's a flimsy excuse. Feng Yixio began to stammer. Seeing his nervousness, Elder Chu softened his tone. You don't need to be nervous. Are you afraid I'll eat you? Who knows if you scientists will drag me off for some weird experiments? I don't want to end up as a specimen. Feng Yixio muttered under his breath. Elder Chu's mouth twitched noticeably, and he quickly reassured him. Rest assured, if you truly have this talent, we will fully support you in becoming a spirit researcher, and we definitely won't make you into a specimen. Hearing this promise, Feng Yixio's demeanor suddenly changed. In that case, I won't pretend anymore. I'll come clean. I'm that Ancient Millennium genius you've been looking for. He clasped his hands behind his back, striking a proud pose. Elder Chu and Zhong Limei exchanged looks of helplessness, and Elder Chu earnestly asked, So how can you prove you're a genius? If I prove it, what's in it for me? Feng Yixio asked eagerly. You can join the Lin department and become a great spirit researcher. A spirit researcher? What's that? Feng Yixio scratched his head in confusion. Zhong Limei quickly explained. A spirit researcher is a profession dedicated to studying the evolution routes and methods of battle spirits. They are special personnel that the country focuses on nurturing, with quite favorable treatment. Elder Chu added, if you develop a new evolution route for battle spirits, you can apply for a patent. In the future, anyone using this evolution route will have to pay a patent fee. It's like earning alliance currency while lying down. Feng Yixio looked at Old Chu in surprise, as if he had discovered a whole new world. If what Old Chu said was true, he might easily become the strongest spirit researcher with his system's abilities. In that case, he wouldn't have to work hard doing tasks to earn alliance coins. He could simply write a few spirit evolution methods and become wealthy. Why do you have that expression? You look as if you're about to become the world's richest person, Old Chu said, feeling a bit uneasy at Feng Yixio's money-hungry look. Ahem. I'm not that greedy. Earning a few 100,000 alliance coins would be enough for me? Just enough to get by, Feng Yixio replied with a humble wave of his hand. Old Chu and Zhongli Mei rolled their eyes in exasperation, realizing that this kid was a real money grubber. But if you want to earn alliance coins and military merits this way, you have to join the Lin department and become a spirit researcher. Otherwise, your status won't be officially recognized, and others won't risk using your evolution methods, Old Chu reminded. Huh, is it that complicated? How do I become a spirit researcher? Feng Yixio asked curiously. It's quite late now. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the Lin department building. After the necessary tests, you can register and officially become a spirit researcher, Old Chu said, pleased that Feng Yixio finally agreed. All right, I'll head to the Lin department building tomorrow then. Feng Yixio replied effortlessly, feeling secretly proud. With his system, he knew all the evolution paths and methods for spirit beasts and monsters, making becoming a spirit researcher a breeze for him. Do you know where the Lin department building is? Do you need me to pick you up? Old Chu asked with concern. No need. I'll have Lung Fan take me. I don't want to trouble you, Feng Yixio responded. Considering Old Chu's position as the Lin department minister and his busy schedule, asking him to pick him up seemed inappropriate. I'll be waiting for you at the Lin department building. I hope you become an excellent spirit researcher, Old Chu said with an appreciative glance at Feng Yixio. He then turned to Zhongli Mei and said, it's getting late, and my old bones are getting tired. I'll head back to rest now. With that, Old Chu headed towards the elevator. Old Chu, let me see you off, Zhongli Mei offered, escorting him to the elevator before returning. Boss Zhong, does the Lin department have that much power? It seems like Commander Shen Tui, and you are both wary of him, Feng Yixio remarked with a frown. What do you know, kid? The Lin department is the future of the entire spirit researcher world. They control all the resources. Offend them, and you won't survive here, Zhongli Mei replied, as if it was obvious. If I really become a spirit researcher, can I still be a team leader here? Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. No problem, as long as you have the skills. You could join 4 departments if you wanted, as long as you're capable. Zhongli Mei chuckled. Never mind, I might die of exhaustion. Joining 2 departments is enough for me. I definitely don't want to join the mountain department to guard the city walls. Feng Yixio shrugged casually. It's late. You should go back and rest. You have to get up early for the Lin department tomorrow. I won't keep you, Zhongli Mei said softly, closing his eyes slightly. Feng Yixio nodded, and then disappeared from the Feng department building. The next morning, under Feng Yixio's invitation, Long Fan entered his room. Feng, you said you're going to the Lin department? What are you going there for? Long Fan asked curiously. Well, it's nothing major. Old Chu invited me to the Lin department, said I should become a research spirit master. It seems like a lucrative gig, so I agreed. Feng Yixio replied nonchalantly. What? Minister Chu personally invited you to the Lin department? You're not joking, are you? Long Fan looked puzzled. That old man was waiting for me at Minister Zhong's place yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found me, Feng Yixio said helplessly. Oh my god. Minister Chu has never actively invited anyone to become a research spirit master. You must be the first, Long Fan said as he led Feng Yixio out of the room, speaking as they walked. Feng Yixio was a bit surprised. The way you say it, I should probably thank him then. I can't believe how your mind works. It's impressive enough that you're a captain of the Feng unit at such a young age, but to be personally invited by Minister Chu to become a research spirit master? That's incredible. Long Fan said admiringly. You sound like you're interested in becoming a research spirit master too. Why didn't you pursue it? Feng Yixio asked with a laugh, noticing the respect in Long Fan's eyes. Long Fan sighed, looking resigned. I tried at the time, but it's just too difficult. I guess my brain isn't cut out for becoming a research spirit master, he said. He had attempted it but gave up after several tries, eventually choosing to join the fire unit. Is it really that hard? I thought it would be pretty straightforward. Feng Yixio was surprised. He didn't know the difficulty of being a research spirit master and hadn't really thought about it. Since he already knew all the evolution paths and methods for battle spirits, it seemed like he had the answers and didn't need to consider the difficulty. If becoming a research spirit master were easy, it wouldn't be so revered, Long Fan said seriously. As they spoke, they arrived at a large building and looked up. This is the Lin department building. The building was grand and exuded a strong sense of technology, commanding respect. Everyone coming and going wore white lab coats and thick glasses, looking knowledgeable and intelligent. Feng Yixio led Long Fan inside, but they were stopped by a tall security guard. Stop. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in the Lin department building, the guard said coldly. I was invited by Minister Chu for the Research Spirit Master Test. Could you please let us through? Feng Yixio said politely. The guard glanced at Feng Yixio, feeling disdainful. Get lost, kid. Minister Chu wouldn't invite someone like you. Stop bragging and get out of here. Feng Yixio frowned but remained patient. I really was called here by Chu Ci. If you don't believe me, you can call to confirm. I'll wait here, he thought to himself, regretting not getting contact details from old Chu last time. Do you think you can just casually call Minister Chu by name, kid? The security guard glared impatiently at Feng Yixio and Long Fan. Get lost now, or I'll have to throw you out. At that moment, Feng Yixio caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from inside the building. He immediately shouted, Minister Chu, I'm over here. The security guard sneered dismissively. I've seen this trick 100 times. Trying to sneak in while I turn my head? Not happening. By this time, Minister Chu had already reached the security guard's side, his smile freezing as he took in the situation. Feng Yixio kindly suggested, I think you might want to look behind you. Minister Chu is really right there. Childish games. The security guard remained convinced he was seeing through a ruse. Suddenly, a firm hand clapped down on the guard's shoulder, and a deep voice spoke from behind him. Who told you to stop him? The guard shuddered, nearly collapsing in shock when he turned to see Minister Chu. Minister Chu, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, would you have chased away the guests I went to great lengths to invite? Minister Chu reprimanded sternly. Seeing the guard's fearful expression, Feng Yixio interjected to ease the tension. Minister Chu, don't be too hard on him. He's just doing his job. Minister Chu's tone softened. I'll let it go this time. But next time, use better judgment, or you won't be working here anymore. The guard nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll be more careful. At this point, Long Fan excused himself to deliver breakfast to Mi Duoer, and Feng Yixio did not try to stop him. Minister Chu warmly escorted Feng Yixio into the building, smiling as they walked. I said I would come to pick you up, but you wouldn't let me. Minister Chu, you're joking. How could I, a junior, let you do that? Feng Yixio waved his hand modestly. The two of them entered the building, exchanging light-hearted banter. Along the way, researchers greeted them respectfully. Seeing Minister Chu personally accompanying a young man, everyone looked on in disbelief, whispering among themselves. Who is that young guy? Minister Chu is personally showing him around. He looks like a student. Must be someone important. Let's follow and see. Soon, a curious group of researchers had formed a long line trailing behind them. Minister Chu, engrossed in conversation with Feng Yixio, remained oblivious to the commotion as he continued. Do you know the assessment process for researchers? I just found out about the profession of a spirit researcher yesterday. Do you think I would know about it? Feng Yixio shook his head and retorted. Minister Chu smiled awkwardly. Haha, that doesn't matter. If you can cultivate a super-perfect battle spirit like the Jade Lin Snake, these things are certainly not a problem for you. He then led Feng Yixio into a spacious hall. Various instruments were neatly arranged, with many spirit researchers focused on their work at the equipment. Feng Yixio immediately recognized some devices similar to evolution chambers, but the equipment here was clearly more advanced and larger than those at Qingyun Academy. There were also many mysterious instruments he had never seen before. This is the Spirit Research Hall, where our spirit researchers usually undergo their assessments, Minister Chu explained. Passing the test qualifies you to become a spirit researcher. How does the examination work? Feng Yixio asked. It generally involves a written test and practical operation, but I've waived the written part for you, Minister Chu clarified. You just need to successfully evolve a young spirit into a new mature battle spirit to pass. That's simple. Feng Yixio was surprised. Can I directly take the test for evolving a mature battle spirit from a growth stage spirit? Evolving a young spirit doesn't seem challenging. I think simulating it in advance would be beneficial for future evolutions. Minister Chu was taken aback. Are you saying you want to directly test for an intermediate spirit researcher? There are levels for spirit researchers? Feng Yixio was puzzled. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly echoed. Who is this arrogant person, treating spirit researchers like street performers? The crowd parted, and a stern-looking middle-aged man strode forward. The spirit researchers present fell silent, clearly indicating that this man held a significant position of authority. Minister Chu's face darkened. This young friend is here at my invitation. Do you have any objections? The man stood with his hands behind his back. Even though you're now the deputy minister of the Lin department, casually inviting a young lad into the department might not be proper, don't you think? It's not up to you to decide what's right or wrong, Minister Chu retorted coldly. Don't forget, I'm still the head of the Lin department. As long as I'm in charge, I call the shots here. Minister Chu, you're getting on in years. In 2 or 3 years, you'll retire, and then the Lin department will be under my control, the man sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. He had just learned that Minister Chu had brought a young man into the Lin department building, and the two seemed close. This made him anxious, as he had repeatedly tried to obtain a promise from Minister Chu but failed. If this young man was indeed Minister Chu's successor, he would face losing everything. He needed to nip this worst-case scenario in the bud. You. Minister Chu was so furious that his face turned red, unable to speak for a moment. Due to health reasons, he had entrusted most of the department's affairs to Gong Yangqi. However, bringing a young man to the Lin department had made Gong Yangqi restless, and Minister Chu realized he might have trusted the wrong person. Feng Yixio stood before Minister Chu, scrutinizing Gong Yangqi for a moment before speaking slowly. What a deputy minister you are. If I didn't know Minister Chu was the actual head, I would have thought you were the minister. You certainly carry yourself with quite the authority. Upon hearing this, the surrounding researchers began to murmur among themselves, speculating whether Gong Yangqi was trying to force Minister Chu out and seize power, which seemed rather blatant. Gong Yangqi's face flushed, and he quickly retorted, "You young brat, stop talking nonsense. You're not even a researcher. What right do you have to interfere in the Lin department's affairs?" "Oh, wasn't I just about to become a researcher? If you hadn't shown up, I might already be one by now." Feng Yixio remained calm, unaffected by Gong Yangqi's intimidation, and took 2 steps forward, staring him down. "Are you perhaps afraid I might threaten your position?" Gong Yangqi's face turned livid, avoiding Minister Chu's eyes, and he snapped in anger, "Nonsense. Afraid of you threatening my position? Who do you think you are? A nobody, not even a low-level researcher, daring to challenge me, a senior researcher." "Senior researcher? Is that impressive?" "Frankly, I think you're just trash," Feng Yixio said casually. Gong Yangqi's face turned pale, nearly losing his composure and wanting to strike Feng Yixio. However, seeing the researchers and Minister Chu's gaze, he calmed down. If he acted rashly, Minister Chu might use it against him to expel him from the Lin department. But if Feng Yixio was truly worthless, Gong Yangqi could accuse Minister Chu of abusing his power, leading to impeachment. This way, the position of head of the Lin department would naturally fall to Gong Yangqi. Gong Yangqi's eyes gleamed with cunning as an idea formed in his mind. Smiling, he said to old Chu, "This little guy is your recruit, right? Must be a genius. Otherwise you wouldn't be trying to sneak him into the Lin department." His words carried a taunting tone. "Speak up, don't beat around the bush." Old Chu's expression darkened, clearly displeased with Gong Yangqi's attitude. He had mentored Gong Yangqi himself, and now it seemed he had raised an ungrateful wolf. He had merely brought along a young man, and this brat's true colors were already showing. If Feng Yixio was truly a genius, it would be fine, but if he turned out to be incompetent, old Chu wouldn't hesitate to accuse him of abusing his power at headquarters. Gong Yangqi bluntly laid his cards on the table. He had just overheard Feng Yixio asking about the ranking of spirit researchers, indicating that he knew nothing about it. How could such a person be a genius spirit researcher? This was the perfect chance to take down old Chu. You're going too far." Old Chu was so angry that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had been confident that Feng Yixio was a genius, but when Feng Yixio asked him about the spirit researcher rankings, he began to doubt his judgment. What was really going on with this kid? Seeing old Chu's expression, Gong Yangqi felt even more confident. He provocatively looked at Feng Yixio and laughed. "I heard you say you want to take the intermediate spirit researcher test, right? If you don't pass, you and old Chu should both leave the Lin department." His words dripped with sarcasm. A primary spirit researcher helps a young spirit evolve to its growth stage, while an intermediate spirit researcher helps it evolve to its mature stage, and an advanced spirit researcher helps it reach its complete form. Any spirit researcher with one successful case at each level can be certified accordingly. Gong Yangqi had seized upon a loophole in Feng Yixio and old Chu's conversation, forcing Feng Yixio to skip the primary level and directly take the intermediate test. Even a super genius at Feng Yixio's age might become a primary spirit researcher, but becoming an intermediate one was impossible. Gong Yangqi was so brazen because he was certain Feng Yixio couldn't reach the intermediate level. The surrounding spirit researchers watched Gong Yangqi's treatment of the old minister with grim faces, feeling a growing disdain for him. However, given the uncertain situation, no one dared to speak out against Gong Yangqi. If he became the head minister, they would all have to work under him. Just as old Chu was about to react, Feng Yixio held him back and stepped directly in front of Gong Yangqi. Their eyes met, sparking an intense confrontation. "What's the matter? Are you chickening out? You still have time to concede and avoid public humiliation," Gong Yangqi said confidently. Feng Yixio did not back down, his gaze firm and excited as he responded, "Sorry, but the word coward isn't in my vocabulary. However, I think the intermediate test is too easy. I want to challenge you to a duel." His voice rang out, plunging the spirit hall into silence. Everyone was stunned by Feng Yixio's audacious words. Was he crazy? Gong Yangqi was an advanced spirit researcher. Old Chu was going to be dragged down by this kid. Was he a spy sent by Gong Yangqi? Challenging the deputy minister was beyond outrageous. Everyone agreed Feng Yixio was no match for Deputy Minister Gong Yangqi. Gong Yangqi burst into laughter, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He clutched his stomach as he looked at Feng Yixio with a mocking gaze. Are you serious, kid? You want to challenge me? Have you lost your mind? I'm absolutely serious, Feng Yixio replied with a determined look. If I lose, you won't need to impeach me. I'll hand over the minister position to you directly. Feng Yixio's eyes moved between Minister Chu and Gong Yangqi, his voice steady and resolute. Ha ha ha. Gong Yangqi laughed even harder, his anger turning into amusement. If a young punk like you can defeat me, then the position is yours. Feng Yixio quickly interrupted. You've all heard it. The vice minister himself said if he loses, he'll give up his position. Everyone here can be witnesses. Only then did Gong Yangqi realize he had fallen into a trap, and he roared, You sly brat. You're overreacting, vice minister. Feng Yixio sneered. Are you really afraid of losing to me? Gong Yangqi didn't respond directly but instead barked at his assistant. Bring me the latest list of advanced tasks. Feng Yixio quietly asked Elder Chu about the advanced task list. Elder Chu explained that these tasks were meant for advanced spirit researchers and required considerable skill to complete. Elder Chu was anxious, wondering how this young man, who seemed ignorant of basic facts, could have the confidence to take on such a challenge, especially when he had implicated himself. He urgently asked, Feng, are you sure you can handle this? Rest assured. Feng Yixio replied with a confident smile. I've got this covered. The assistant quickly returned with the task list. Gong Yangqi picked the most difficult one and began to read. Tunglong village is facing a plague of mid-level magical beasts known as the withered leaf locusts, numbering in the tens of thousands and having evolved flame resistance. They've ravaged crops and vegetation and have even begun attacking people. The task is to develop a fully evolved insectivore battle spirit clone capable of mass consumption to swiftly eliminate the locust plague. Everyone present grew serious, realizing the severity of the task. Well, kid? Gong Yangqi smirked at Feng Yixio. You can still surrender. Feng Yixio laughed dismissively. Are we going to compete or not? I could have finished the task while you were talking. You're just wasting time. With his divine pet evolution system, he knew every evolution path for battle spirits inside out, making this a non-issue for him. Gong Yangqi snorted angrily. Once I complete the evolution, you'll see my power. He then strode toward the battle spirit evolution simulator. This supercomputer couldn't guarantee the final outcome but was valuable for estimating the success rate of evolutions. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio waved his hand confidently. It's just evolving a battle spirit. Why bother with simulations? Let's get on with it. Elder Chu pulled Feng Yixio aside and warned him in a low voice. Don't act recklessly. You should use the battle spirit simulator first. Feng Yixio, however, waved his hand confidently. No need for a simulation. I've already figured out an evolution strategy. Trust me, it'll work. Standing nearby, Gong Yangqi glanced at Feng Yixio with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He didn't speak, but his contempt was evident. He focused on the battle spirit simulator, selecting a Qingming eagle as the mature stage battle spirit. Other spirit researchers gathered around, eager to learn an evolution strategy from this advanced spirit researcher. A Qingming eagle. That's probably the best battle spirit to counter the withered leaf locusts. No wonder he's an advanced spirit researcher. He came up with an evolution plan so quickly. It seems the deputy minister is fully confident. As they watched Gong Yangqi's seamless operation, everyone expressed their admiration. Despite his controversial reputation, his professional skills were undeniably impressive. Soon enough, Gong Yangqi completed all the steps and pressed the simulation evolution button. The screen displayed the evolution result. The Qingming eagle successfully evolved into a black lawn eagle, with a 10 normal evolution rate, a 50 elite evolution rate, a 40 perfect evolution rate, and a 0 super perfect evolution rate. Oh my! In just a few minutes, the deputy minister has developed a new complete battle spirit on a perfect evolutionary path. The crowd erupted in amazement. Gong Yangqi smirked, giving Feng Yixio a meaningful look. Kid, you've already lost. This evolution plan was something he had prepared in advance, after extensive research and numerous experiments and simulations for this high-level task. Feng Yixio, however, wore a dismissive expression. I thought the deputy minister was more impressive than that. A 40 perfect evolution rate? That's nothing special. Huh. You don't even dare to simulate battle spirit evolution. I guess you're just afraid of embarrassment. Gong Yangqi sneered. He assumed that Feng Yixio's reluctance to simulate was a sign of lacking confidence, unaware that Feng Yixio simply didn't see the need for simulation. At that moment, Elder Chu's assistant brought in the battle spirit replica Feng Yixio, had requested a fire-type toad named Flowing Cloud Fire Toad. Gong Yangqi nearly burst out laughing. Didn't you understand the task requirements? The withered leaf locusts have developed fire resistance, and you're using a fire-type battle spirit replica? You might as well admit defeat. Elder Chu's expression changed as he pulled Feng Yixio aside again, whispering, Young friend, Are you here to sabotage us on Gongyangqi's behalf? How is this going to deal with the withered leaf locusts? There are tens of thousands of them, and they have fire resistance. The Qingming eagle was chosen because it can fly and has an advantage in catching the locusts. Choosing the flowing cloud fire toad puts you at a disadvantage both with their fire resistance and because it's ground-based against airborne locusts. They'll just stay out of reach. Mr. Chu, have you ever heard of the gluttonous fire toad? Feng Yixio asked with a mysterious smile, lowering his voice. Gluttonous fire toad? Mr. Chu was puzzled and responded with confusion. Is that a new evolutionary path you've discovered? Feng Yixio nodded, reassuring Mr. Chu. Don't worry. This gluttonous fire toad is enough to handle hundreds of thousands of withered leaf locusts. The more Mr. Chu listened, the more skeptical he became, thinking to himself, that's hundreds of thousands of withered leaf locusts. Comparable to a disaster-level magical beast, can a single gluttonous toad really handle it? Soon after, Gongyangqi's battle spirit replica was delivered. The eagle, shimmering with a black metallic sheen like fine steel, exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. This battle spirit replica was cloned from the genes of an exceptional battle spirit, yet its lifespan was only about a week. Nonetheless, this cloning technology addressed the shortage of battle spirit warriors, especially for tackling challenging tasks that many warriors were reluctant to undertake. For instance, the locust plague this time, with swarms formed by hundreds of thousands of withered leaf locusts, was so powerful that even the battle spirit king was unwilling to go personally. At this moment, the replicas of outstanding battle spirits became crucial for completing such tasks, and this technology had epoch-making significance for the research on battle spirit evolution. Two evolution chambers opened simultaneously, with Feng Yixio and Gongyangqi each choosing one and entering with their respective battle spirit replicas. Inside the evolution chamber, a dazzling array of materials was neatly arranged on shelves, far more abundant than the preparations at Qingyun Academy. After all, this was the Lin Department's Spirit Research Institute, rich in resources and full of anticipation. Outside, everyone waited nervously for the results of the evolution. Mr. Chu anxiously watched the display screen outside Feng Yixio's chamber, closely monitoring the progress of the evolution. The screen showed the operation of the evolution device, with nothing hidden. No wonder he's a senior spirit researcher. His technique is truly skilled. The spirit researchers surrounding Gongyangqi couldn't help but praise. In comparison, Feng Yixio's technique seemed slightly inexperienced, but still smooth. He surprisingly chose a disaster-level Earth-type magical beast core as his first choice. This decision shocked everyone. Is this kid crazy, using an Earth-type magical beast core to evolve a Fire-type? That's a basic rule even beginners know. However, Mr. Chu remained calm, aware of the existence of the Xian Shui turtle, the first dual-attribute battle spirit. Could this kid be about to create another miracle? Feng Yixio continued meticulously, following the evolution path outlined in the Divine Pet evolution system. An hour later, the door of Gongyangqi's evolution chamber opened first, and beside him was a towering black giant eagle, exuding a terrifying aura. A perfect-grade black Luanming eagle. The vice president actually succeeded. Suddenly, the spirit researchers around Gongyangqi exclaimed in surprise, their attention captured by the majestic black Luanming eagle, leaving everyone astonished. At that moment, the five-dimensional data chart of the black Luan nether eagle appeared, revealing its perfect 3-level evolution, while the other two attributes were at a level for stamina and magic attack. Elder Chu gazed at the black Luan nether eagle for a while, deep in thought, realizing that this white-eyed wolf had clearly prepared in advance. He then turned his attention to Feng Yixio, who was still in the evolution chamber, nervously thinking to himself, Feng Yixio, don't let me down. Gongyangqi approached Elder Chu with a smug look, mocking, Elder Chu, why hasn't this kid come out yet? Could it be that he's too afraid to face me and is stalling for time? Elder Chu merely rolled his eyes and ignored him. Click! The door of the evolution chamber finally opened, and Feng Yixio was the first to emerge. Seeing Feng Yixio come out alone, Gongyangqi couldn't help but laugh loudly. Where's your evolved battle spirit, kid? Did you fail? Gongyangqi's delight was evident upon seeing Feng Yixio alone. Elder Chu, on the other hand, looked worried and quickly asked with concern, young friend Feng, where is your evolved battle spirit? Feng Yixio scratched his head a bit sheepishly and replied with a smile, could you please enlarge the evolution chamber door a bit more? My evolved battle spirit is a bit too large in size. The door of the evolution chamber began to expand automatically, and a terrifyingly large toad leaped out from within. Thud! A gigantic toad appeared before everyone, standing over 6 meters tall, nearly touching the ceiling of the Spirit Research Hall. The toad's body resembled a pool of lava, emitting an intense heat that was so high it melted holes in the steel floor, leaving everyone astonished by the temperature. My God, what kind of monster is this? Everyone wisely stepped 10 meters away from the gluttonous fire toad, yet even at that distance, They were almost scorched by the intense heat. Facing the gluttonous fire toad felt like confronting a living volcano, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Croak. The toad opened its massive mouth, and its scorching, enormous tongue wrapped around a steel desk, effortlessly melting it into molten metal and swallowing it without its belly even bulging. The gluttonous fire toad then set its sights on the trembling black Luan nether eagle nearby, preparing to open its mouth when Feng Yixio patted its head and sternly said, "Little Gua, don't be naughty. That thing is poisonous and can't be eaten." Croak, croak. The gluttonous fire toad obediently nodded. Battle spirits possess significant intelligence, and for these unowned battle spirit replicas, the spirit researchers who enable their evolution are practically considered their semi-masters. Gulp. Gongyang Qi swallowed hard as he looked at the terrifying gluttonous fire toad, feeling a foreboding sense that this battle spirit might be more than just a perfect level spirit. At that moment, the five-dimensional data chart for the gluttonous fire toad was revealed, capturing everyone's attention. How is this possible? They exclaimed, discovering it was a super perfect level battle spirit. It was incredibly powerful, with astonishing data at 3SS and 2S levels, explaining its overwhelming presence. Everyone was left stunned and speechless by the terrifying data of the gluttonous fire toad. The perfect level is just the best evolutionary quality for a growth stage battle spirit, far from the limit of a fully evolved one. Beyond perfect, there are super perfect and even higher monarch level qualities. No, impossible. How can it be a super perfect level battle spirit? Gongyang Qi's eyes widened as he stared at the data chart in disbelief, standing as if struck by lightning. He had been confident, believing that his thorough research would lead to developing a perfect evolutionary route in a short time, which he considered quite an achievement. But he never expected Feng Yixio's astonishing super-perfect result to completely overturn his supposedly secure position. Feng Yixio, calm and composed, looked at the ashen-faced Gongyang Qi and spoke evenly, "Deputy Minister, do you still stand by your words?" I haven't lost yet," Gongyang Qi shouted hysterically, as if clutching at straws. "We are competing to see who can complete the task, not whose battle spirit has a higher quality." The spirit researchers present exchanged looks of disdain. Just as old Chu was about to speak, Feng Yixio interjected, "Oh? Then I'll make sure you lose beyond a doubt. Let's see who can truly complete this advanced task." Gongyang Qi seemed to find a glimmer of hope and eagerly shouted, "Someone, prepare the Chinkoan instrument and let these two battle spirits enter the battlefield." He clutched the task document tightly, thinking that the resistance of the withered leaf locusts to fire might be his last chance to turn the tables. Old Chu whispered to Feng Yixio with confusion, "Young friend Feng, you've already won. Why engage further with him?" "I want to show this ingrate what despair truly means," Feng Yixio replied with a cold smile. Old Chu was taken aback, studying the young man before him with a serious expression. This was a move to crush his spirit, but against someone so ungrateful, it seemed a fitting lesson to ensure he never dared step into the lab again. Soon, a giant Chinkoan instrument was brought in. This spatial transmission device requires equipment at both ends to function. Fortunately, the main battlefield for the Locust disaster was already prepared. The Black Luan Dark Eagle was the first to enter, disappearing in a flash of dazzling light. The projector immediately began displaying live footage from the battlefield. Several ice-type spirit masters were struggling to fend off the locust swarm. The Black Luan Dark Eagle's appearance caused panic among the locusts, launching a massacre as if no one could stop it. Gongyang Qi boasted, "See? Now do you understand why I chose the Qingming Eagle?" Feng Yixio merely chuckled, "I don't know what you're so proud of. 10 minutes have passed, and your Black Luan Dark Eagle has only killed a few hundred withered leaf locusts, and it seems like it's already full." As expected, the belly of the Black Luan Dark Eagle swelled like a balloon, making it difficult to flap its wings, and it was forced to land for a rest. However, the moment it touched the ground, swarms of dead leaf locusts, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, launched a frenzied attack. In an instant, the locusts dispersed, leaving behind only a stark white skeleton, not a single drop of blood remaining. "My Black Luan Dark Eagle. How could this happen?" Gongyang Qi was completely stunned, filled with despair. The Black Luan Dark Eagle, which he had painstakingly nurtured, was devoured by the locust swarm just like that. Heh. I advise you to quit being a spirit researcher. You've ruined a perfectly good battle spirit replica. You've wasted precious beast cores and materials. What a waste of resources. Feng Yixio mocked mercilessly. Gongyang Qi glared at Feng Yixio in anger. "Don't get cocky, boy. I underestimated the locust swarm's power. Your fire-type toad would meet the same fate, so this is at worst a draw. I haven't lost." He hadn't expected to eliminate hundreds of thousands of locusts with just one Black Luan Dark Eagle. That was clearly a foolish dream. If this experiment succeeded, more battle spirit replicas could be manufactured for future battlefields. Feng Yixio smirked coldly and retorted, "You don't get to decide whether you've lost." With that, the heaven and earth instrument activated again, and the gluttonous fire toad glanced cutely at Feng Yixio before obediently jumping in. Boom. Shortly after, a massive figure appeared on the front lines of the locust disaster, its heavy body landing with a dull thud. The moment the gluttonous fire toad appeared, all the locusts fled as if they had seen a natural enemy, none daring to approach within 10 meters. Its agile tongue shot out like a spring, instantly capturing hundreds of locusts and sending them into its mouth. Within its mouth, the locusts were dissolved into blood by its magma-like digestive juices. Instantly, the remaining locusts prepared to flee in panic. Rumbling. At that moment, the magma on the gluttonous fire toad's back began to churn violently, and then columns of fire erupted like a volcanic explosion, splitting into countless fireballs that encompassed an area of several hundred meters. In the Spirit Research Hall, those watching the live projection were left gaping in shock. Gongyang Qi's expression darkened as he said coldly, "Foolish. Don't you know the locusts have evolved fire resistance?" Feng Yixio chuckled and replied easily, "You're the foolish one. It's true that the locusts have fire resistance, but even so, there's a limit. They can withstand ordinary fire, but can they withstand magma hot enough to melt steel? Fire resistance doesn't mean fire has no effect on them. If the fire is strong enough, it can break through. Now, the gluttonous fire toad's lava eruption is a severe heat that the locusts cannot resist." The spirit researchers in the hall nodded in agreement with Feng Yixio's perspective, and even Gongyang Qi's expression turned peculiar, with a growing sense of unease. Crash. Countless magma fireballs began to fall wildly, turning the entire battlefield into a hellish scene of terror. Within a 100-meter radius, dense fireballs wreaked havoc, reducing most of the locusts to ashes. Hundreds of thousands of dead leaf locusts were instantly reduced to just tens of thousands. But the voracious fire toad did not stop there. Its massive body began to swell dramatically and then unleashed its third war spirit skill, Devour the World. A terrifying hurricane arose out of nowhere. The surviving tens of thousands of locusts struggled for a brief moment in the fierce wind before being sucked into the abyss-like mouth of the voracious fire toad, as if drawn by a giant vacuum cleaner. Even more horrifying was that once inside its stomach, the locusts were immediately dissolved into blood by the high-temperature digestive fluids, disappearing without a trace. Burp. The voracious fire toad let out a loud belch, looking utterly satisfied. On the battlefield, the once menacing locust army had vanished, leaving only a few battle spirit masters trembling in terror from afar. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. One war spirit could annihilate hundreds of thousands of dead leaf locusts, completely overturning their understanding. Inside the Spirit Research Hall, silence reigned. Everyone stared at Feng Yixio with eyes as if they were looking at a monster. This young man had managed to evolve such a terrifying war spirit, truly a prodigy. The voracious fire toad seemed like the nemesis of locusts, not only possessing large-scale magma attack capabilities, but also having an astonishing devouring power, consuming tens of thousands of locusts as easily as snacks. Gongyang Qi sat on the ground, his eyes vacant, his spirit utterly broken. As someone extremely proud, being publicly humiliated by a junior was a blow worse than death for him. He knew he could no longer stand in the Spirit Research Institute. Old Chu looked at Feng Yixio with satisfaction and joy in his heart. His judgment was indeed correct. This young man was truly a rare genius. Gongyang Qi, you are dismissed. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Lin Department, and your position as deputy minister will be taken over by Feng Yixio. Old Chu announced sternly in front of Gongyang Qi. Gongyang Qi clenched his fists, jealousy and anger burning in his eyes. He was unwilling to hand over the fruits of his years of labor so easily. Suddenly, he stood up and sneered, "Old Chu, I can concede, but I absolutely cannot let this kid have the deputy minister position. He is not qualified. Is it up to you to decide whether I'm qualified?" Feng Yixio retorted. "Ha ha ha." Gongyang Qi laughed maniacally. "You might not know, but to be a deputy minister, you need at least a colonel rank. Do you have that qualification?" Feng Yixio turned to Old Chu for confirmation, and, seeing him nod, fell into deep thought. Military merits needed to be accumulated through completing alliance tasks, making it difficult to reach the colonel level in the short term. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. "Someone, bring me all the tasks from the Lin Department." Feng Yixio shouted loudly. All the spirit researchers in the room were baffled by Feng Yixio's words. Was he planning to complete spirit research tasks on the spot to boost his military rank? But surely there wasn't enough time. Gongyang Qi quickly caught on and stared at Feng Yixio, saying, "Kid, it's a bit late to be thinking about boosting your military rank now, isn't it?" Feng Yixio smiled faintly and replied casually, "Not too late at all. How much military merit does a colonel require?" Old Chu immediately responded, "A colonel requires 100,000 military merits." A high-level spirit research task yields at most around 1,000 merits, meaning you'd need to complete at least 100 high-level tasks. You hear that? A whole 100 high-level tasks. You might as well give up, kid, Gongyang Chi said maliciously. Is completing 100 high-level tasks really that difficult? Feng Yixio asked in return. For others, it might be as challenging as reaching the heavens, but for him, with the mythical pet evolution system, it was a piece of cake. Gongyang Chi sneered and mocked. Don't think that just because you completed one high-level task by chance, you're something special. Even the best high-level spirit researchers need at least a week of dedicated research to complete one task. A week for one high-level task? Feng Yixio shook his head and chuckled. Your efficiency is way too slow. Let me show you what real efficiency looks like. Oh, since you're so confident, then if you can't complete 100 high-level spirit research tasks within one day, don't blame me for not giving up the deputy minister position to you, Gongyang Chi said in a deep voice. Though he might not be able to keep his position, giving it to someone else was better than letting this kid Feng Yixio have it. One day, Feng Yixio raised an eyebrow and asked, What? Are you scared now, kid? You were acting all high and mighty just a moment ago. Gongyang Chi taunted. Feng Yixio laughed coldly and said calmly, You've misunderstood me. I think one day is too long. 1 hour is enough. Spending an entire day in the lab wasn't Feng Yixio's style, nor did he have the patience for it. One hour? The entire room of spirit researchers was stunned by Feng Yixio's words. Normally, when they completed a spirit research task, even if they worked without eating or drinking and spent every day in the research hall, it would take about a week. And even then, success wasn't guaranteed, as creating a brand new evolution route was extremely difficult and required a lot of experiments and simulations to have a chance at success. Feng Yixio, however, was claiming he could take on 100 tasks and complete them in an hour, which seemed utterly impossible. What an arrogant kid. I want to see how you complete 100 high-level spirit research tasks in 1 hour, Gongyang Chi said angrily. At this moment, Old Chu's assistant brought over all the high-level spirit research tasks. Old Chu accepted them with a serious expression and pulled Feng Yixio aside. Young friend Feng, I know you're a genius, but isn't completing 100 high-level spirit research tasks in 1 hour a bit rash? Old Chu advised earnestly. Old Chu, you're overthinking it. Since I dared to make such a bold claim, I naturally have absolute confidence. Just watch. Feng Yixio patted Old Chu's shoulder confidently and took the high-level task sheets from him. Feng Yixio placed the task sheet on his desk, his eyes quickly scanning the contents. His pen started moving swiftly across the paper. Each battle spirit's evolution path and plan took shape at an astonishing speed, with the pen's tip producing a soft scratching sound on the paper. The surrounding spirit researchers couldn't help but hold their breath. With a swift motion, he pushed the completed first task sheet aside and immediately began reading the second one. The onlooking researchers exchanged incredulous glances. Completing an advanced spirit research task in just 30 seconds? At this pace, finishing 100 tasks in an hour seemed entirely feasible. Even more shocking was that Feng Yixio skipped the usual experimental and simulation phases, diving straight into writing the plans. Gongyang Chi couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Don't pretend to be all mysterious. You think scribbling some random stuff completes the task? Feng Yixio raised his head at these words, looking at him calmly. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it on the Battle Spirit Evolution Simulator. Why waste words with me? Let's see about that. Gongyang Chi grabbed the task sheet Feng Yixio had just completed and input the evolution plan into the simulator. The plan involved using the purple gold pangolin as a mature stage battle spirit, aiming to evolve it into the Battle King Stoneling. When the simulation results appeared on the screen, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. An ultra-perfect evolution rate of 100. This meant that following this plan would guarantee an ultra-perfect complete battle spirit, with no chance of failure. Gongyang Chi couldn't believe his eyes and tried another simulator, but the result was still 100. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio had already completed over a dozen new advanced spirit research tasks. Other researchers quickly sprang into action, eager to verify Feng Yixio's plans. The ultra-perfect evolution success rate is 100. Same here. So far, not a single plan has shown any issues. All the simulators were running simultaneously, yet not a single flaw was found. Old Chu watched this scene, grinning from ear to ear, and exclaimed, What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and upload the spirit research plans to the system. Suddenly, all the spirit researchers began working frantically, yet even so, they couldn't keep up with Feng Yixio's pace in completing tasks. Feng Yixio was so efficient, it seemed as if he didn't need to think at all. In just half an hour, he had completed over 60 advanced spirit research tasks. Since joining the Wind Division, Feng Yixio had his own alliance card, identical to the one made of Jialan Purple Jade. The front displayed the emblem of the Central China Alliance, while the back showed the cardholder's rank. This intelligent card automatically updated the rank insignia as military achievements accumulated. In a mere half hour, Feng Yixio rapidly advanced from a lowly sergeant to a captain, with the insignia evolving from a single hook to a stripe with 3 stars, continuing to change. Gongyang Qi looked at Feng Yixio's alliance card, his face turning ashen. What kind of monster was this guy? Could he really accumulate in an hour what would take others decades to achieve? As Feng Yixio completed his 100th advanced task, the back of his card transformed into 2 stripes with 3 stars, denoting the rank of colonel. Feng Yixio had leapt from a private to a colonel in under an hour. Even the most outstanding individuals might need decades to reach such heights, while Feng Yixio achieved in an hour what others might never attain in a lifetime. Yet, Feng Yixio remained immersed in the sea of tasks, his mind rapidly searching for all spirit research solutions matching the tasks, barely noticing his rank had already met the minimum requirement for a deputy minister. Old Chu watched with a pounding heart, swearing he'd never been so startled in his life, and promptly stepped in to stop Feng Yixio. Feng, that's enough. If you keep going, you'll surpass me. At this rate, Feng Yixio's military achievements might soon catch up to his own. Being the current head of the Lin division, it would be embarrassing if a deputy minister outranked him. Only then did Feng Yixio put down his pen, stretching with a hint of reluctance, saying, already at 100,000 military achievements? I was just getting into the groove. Everyone was left speechless, thunderstruck by Feng Yixio's casual remark. Those who joined the Lin division were all top-tier geniuses and academic prodigies, naturally proud of themselves. However, after meeting this prodigy Feng Yixio, all the spirit researchers hung their heads in shame. What is a genius? This is a true genius. Compared to such a prodigious talent, they could only consider themselves ordinary. Gongyang Qi took a deep breath and said solemnly, I concede. Wholeheartedly, being defeated by such a prodigious talent didn't feel disgraceful. Rather than being dismissed by Old Chu, he decided to gracefully pass the deputy minister position to Feng Yixio. With a heavy heart, Gongyang Qi removed the silver badge from his chest, the symbol of the Lin division deputy minister. He handed the silver badge to Feng Yixio with a serious tone. From now on, you're the deputy minister of the Lin division. May the Central China Alliance's Lin division thrive under your leadership. With that, Gongyang Qi prepared to leave the Spirit Research Hall, feeling utterly dejected, too embarrassed to remain in the Lin division any longer. Elder Chu personally pinned the Lin department badge onto Feng Yixio's sleeve and announced loudly, I hereby appoint Feng Yixio as the deputy minister of the Lin department. Does anyone have any objections? No? No objections. All the spiritual researchers shook their heads vigorously. Even Gongyang Qi, such a brilliant individual, was convinced by Feng Yixio's abilities, so how could these ordinary researchers dare to voice any dissent? Since there are no objections, it's settled then. Elder Chu decisively concluded. Greetings, Minister Feng. All the researchers in the hall shouted in unison, their voices echoing loudly. Feng Yixio, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the attention, quickly gestured for them to calm down and said loudly, I'm still quite young, possibly the youngest in the entire Lin department. I hope you can all take care of me in the future. Elder Chu looked at Feng Yixio with admiration, silently praising him. Such talent at a young age, and yet so humble, truly remarkable. Everyone, return to your stations. I have some matters to discuss with the deputy minister, Elder Chu said, clearing his throat gently. With that, the researchers dispersed, leaving only Feng Yixio and Elder Chu in the hall. Elder Chu, why did you ask me to stay? Feng Yixio asked curiously. I heard your second spirit absorbed a silver level 1. Could I have a look? Elder Chu asked with a cheerful smile. Feng Yixio immediately summoned his spirit codex and handed it to Elder Chu. As Elder Chu opened the first page, he exclaimed, Wow, what a beautiful jade Lin snake. A perfectly evolved battle spirit indeed. Turning to the second page, he saw Feng Yixio's first tamed spirit and remarked, the steel porcupine sword armor is perfect for your jade Lin snake, offering both offense and defense. When he turned to the third page, his eyes lit up with amazement, as if seeing a long-lost love. Oh my! A silver-level titan, devouring python. You are incredibly lucky. The Titan family's spirit cards are extremely rare, with beasts like the Titan devouring python and Titan giant ape being powerful enough to challenge higher levels. Feng Yixio, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head with a smile and said, Just lucky. Just lucky? Elder Chu's expression became intriguing, and he chuckled. Young friend Feng, could I take a picture of your spirit codex? I'd like to show those who once mocked me what it means to have the last laugh. Feng Yixio thought for a moment and replied, It's not a problem, but I prefer to stay low-key, so please don't mention my name. Elder Chu, with a reassuring look, promised, Do I look like someone unreliable? I won't reveal your information. I just want to let those old scholars see who's right and who's wrong. All right then, feel free. Feng Yixio agreed. Elder Chu, delighted like a child, excitedly picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Elder Chu. What brings you to call me? An elderly voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Chu cleared his throat and said calmly, "Can't I call you without a reason? How have you been doing in the East China Alliance lately?" The voice on the other end sounded a bit impatient. Same old, same old. If you don't have anything to say, I'm hanging up. I have a lot to do. Mr. Chu's heart tightened, and he quickly raised his voice. Don't rush. Do you remember that book I wrote, The Ultimate Guide? There was a burst of hearty laughter from the other end. How could I forget? You've been mocked for most of your life because of that book. Mr. Chu snorted coldly and said, but maybe you won't be laughing now. A genius has appeared in our Central China Alliance. The second magic spirit absorbed a silver-level magic spirit. Now, I ask you, do you believe it? The laughter on the other end grew louder. Ha ha. Mr. Chu, are you losing your mind? I'm very busy and don't have time to listen to your tall tales. Let's talk another day. The call ended with a beep. Mr. Chu wasn't angry. Instead, he took a few photos of Feng Yixio's magic spirit compendium and sent them to that person's phone. Just 3 seconds after the message was sent, Mr. Chu's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was the same person he had just spoken to. So, he calmly set the phone aside, not intending to answer. Feng Yixio was a bit puzzled and asked, Mr. Chu, aren't you going to answer the call? Mr. Chu smiled, feeling a sense of vindication, and said loudly, Heh, they used to ignore me, but now they can't reach me even if they try. Feng Yixio was speechless, thinking Mr. Chu had a strong sense of retribution. He couldn't help but be curious. What have you been through all these years? Mr. Chu's phone rang for a good 10 minutes before he picked it up leisurely and said, Hello? I was busy earlier. What do you want? The voice on the other end sounded anxious. Mr. Chu, are these pictures real? What's with the perfect gray jade lin snake? And the silver-level second magic spirit? It's actually a titan devouring python? Mr. Chu felt a sense of pride and replied, You have a lot of questions. I told you before, my ultimate guide is definitely correct. No one could do it before because there wasn't a true genius. Now you see how capable I am. The tone on the other end changed drastically. I knew Mr. Chu's work was correct. I bet your status in the spiritual research world will soar. Mr. Chu responded with a smile. Naturally. The caller tentatively asked, Could I inquire who the owner of this magic spirit compendium is? Mr. Chu immediately became alert. Why? Planning to poach them? No way. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. Mr. Chu's phone didn't stay quiet for a minute before it started ringing again, this time from a different number. Mr. Chu answered all the calls, each one starting with congratulations, followed by inquiries about the owner of the magic spirit compendium. Mr. Chu, who was calling you? Feng Yixio asked once Mr. Chu's phone finally stopped ringing. A hint of pride appeared on Mr. Chu's face. Those were my old friends, now working at the Seven Alliances. They used to mock my book, The Ultimate Guide. But now the tables have turned, and it's my time to shine. Congratulations, Mr. Chu. Feng Yixio sincerely congratulated him. He felt grateful, as it was Mr. Chu's guide that gave him the courage to absorb a silver-level spirit. No need to be so formal, Mr. Chu said, patting Feng Yixio on the shoulder. If anyone should be thanking someone, it's me thanking you. Feng Yixio suddenly remembered an important question. Mr. Chu, your guide mentions that a third-level spirit master can evolve their spirit to a 5th-level perfect spirit. Is that true? That's correct, Mr. Chu replied seriously. But you must first achieve a 4S1A level perfect evolution. I'm exactly at 4S1A level. Feng Yixio exclaimed excitedly. Does that mean I have a chance to reach a 5S perfect evolution? Mr. Chu shook his head in amazement. You really are extraordinary, with both talent and exceptional spirits. He thought to himself that this young man seemed born to prove the ideals in his book, meeting all the conditions perfectly. So, what do we do now? Feng Yixio asked eagerly. Mr. Chu gestured for him to follow. Come with me. He led Feng Yixio to a mysterious room labeled Gene Repair Room. What is this place? Feng Yixio asked curiously. Mr. Chu explained. This room can repair genetic flaws in your spirit, but the effect is limited. It can only improve one of the 5 attributes by 1 level. That's all it does? Feng Yixio was a bit disappointed. Ordinary spirit masters wouldn't choose this low-cost effectiveness method, Mr. Chu said, looking at Feng Yixio meaningfully. But you're different. If your 4S1A perfect spirit can break through to a 5S level, it might undergo unprecedented changes and become the first 5th level perfect spirit in its growth phase. Then what are we waiting for? Feng Yixio said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The thought of the Yulin snake evolving again to become the first truly mature perfect battle spirit filled him with uncontrollable excitement. Mr. Chu calmly extended his right hand, a meaningful smile on his face. What? Feng Yixio looked at him, puzzled. Of course, it's time to pay up. Didn't I already tell you? Mr. Chu patiently explained. Gene repair technology isn't cheap. Evolving from level to a level costs 5,000 alliance coins, and from a level to level, it's 50,000 alliance coins. 50,000 alliance coins? Feng Yixio gasped. That's daylight robbery. He finally understood why most battle spirit masters preferred to use more expensive materials for initial evolution rather than opting for gene repair later. The cost effectiveness was just too low. I won't argue with others who say it's expensive, but don't pretend to be poor in front of me. Mr. Chu raised an eyebrow, wearing a knowing expression. What do you mean? Where would I get alliance coins from? Feng Yixio was even more confused. He had given all his previous savings to Xinqingzi, and the remaining 5,000 or so alliance coins were earned from completing 2 alliance tasks, far from the 50,000 needed. Mr. Chu's lips curled into a slight smile. Have you forgotten you just completed 100 advanced spirit research tasks? If I calculated correctly, there should be at least 500,000 alliance coins in your guild card now. 500,000 alliance coins? Feng Yixio was so excited he could barely speak. He had been so focused on gaining military merit that he had completely overlooked how much each advanced spirit research task paid. Overnight, he had indeed become wealthy. And that's just a conservative estimate, Mr. Chu continued, with a hint of envy in his voice. Don't forget, the Lin department will patent each of your spirit research schemes. As long as someone uses your scheme to evolve their battle spirit, you'll earn patent fees. From now on, you can make money lying down. Making money lying down? Such a good deal. Feng Yixio was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. So don't haggle with me over this mere 50,000 alliance coins. Hand over your guild card. Mr. Chu extended his hand again. Feng Yixio paused for a moment, then pulled out the black gold guild card from his pocket and handed it over. Wow! Mr. Chu exclaimed, examining the card. A black gold level? Impressive, young man. Hee. It was given to me by someone else, Feng Yixio said, scratching his head in embarrassment. A black gold guild card isn't something just anyone can have, but given your current status, it suits you, Mr. Chu said as he placed the card on the sensor of the gene repair device. The Black Gold Association card offers a 10 discount. After spending 45,000 alliance coins, Feng Yixio's account still holds 472,500 alliance coins. It seems someone is already using his spirit evolution plan to advance their battle spirits. After using the black gold card, Mr. Chu handed it back to Feng Yixio. As Feng Yixio took the card, he stared at the unbelievable balance of alliance coins, filled with emotion. No wonder spirit researchers are so respected. This profession is indeed lucrative. What are you standing there for? Quickly summon your battle spirit. Mr. Chu's loud reminder snapped Feng Yixio out of his daze. He hurriedly summoned the Jade Lin snake and carefully placed it into the gene repair device. The device started up, emitting crisp notification sounds. Ding. Repair target detected. Scanning gene flaws in Jade Lin snake. As the device operated, Feng Yixio's anxiety grew. Ding. Defense flaw detected. Initiating repair. Xiaobai Lu seemed to be in great pain, writhing continuously during the gene repair process. Feng Yixio watched it with concern and asked Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu, why does Xiaobai Lu seem so uncomfortable? Is something wrong? Mr. Chu, calm and composed, replied, this is normal. Gene repair itself defies natural laws, so it's not going to be comfortable. But this technology is quite mature. There's no risk. Don't worry. Feng Yixio calmed down a bit and suddenly asked, can't this gene repair technology be applied to humans? Mr. Chu shook his head. Humans, as advanced beings, have incredibly complex gene chains. We're nowhere near that level yet. But for battle spirits in their growth and maturity stages, repair isn't that difficult. Feng Yixio asked again, why can gene flaws only be repaired once? Can it be modified multiple times? Mr. Chu's expression turned serious. Do you think a gene chain is like an iron chain? Modifying it once is already the maximum extent it can withstand. If modified multiple times, the battle spirit might die on the spot. Feng Yixio shivered, realizing he had oversimplified the matter. No wonder no one has managed to achieve a 5S level battle spirit during its growth stage. The conditions are too stringent. Ding. Target battle spirit repair successful. Defense upgraded from A to S level. At that moment, the device emitted a new notification sound. Shortly after, ding. Detected gene mutation in battle spirit, exhibiting ancestral bloodline reversion. Spirit researcher, please check. Mr. Chu and Feng Yixio were both stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Ancestral bloodline reversion? Gene mutation? They exclaimed in unison. Inside the gene repair device, the Jade Lin snake underwent a remarkable transformation. Its body grew slightly larger, and its scales remained as white as jade but now emitted a translucent luster. The surrounding white light refracted off its scales, radiating a spectrum of colors, resembling a beautiful piece of rainbow glass. The Jade Lin snake now glowed with 7 colors. Even its vertical pupils shone with a strange, multicolored brilliance, and its entire body exuded an aura that was both desolate and profound. Could it be the seven-colored jade lin snake? Mr. Chu's pupils contracted sharply, looking at Feng Yixio's battle spirit in disbelief. What is a rainbow jade lin snake? Feng Yixio was filled with confusion. Old Chu quickly retrieved a book from his storage ring, with Sacred Spirit Compendium written on the cover. This book meticulously documented all sacred spirits and their evolutionary paths. Old Chu vaguely remembered seeing the snake that emitted a rainbow glow throughout its body in the book. He found it. The rainbow jade lin snake, your battle spirit, is evolving in a promising direction. This was the battle spirit of the first sacred spirit king during its growth phase. Old Chu's hands trembled with excitement as he held the compendium, astonished beyond words. The first sacred spirit king? Who is that? Feng Yixio was even more puzzled. He had heard Han Xiao mention the four guardians, and now there was talk of a first sacred spirit king, which left him bewildered. Han Xiao had said that over 300 years ago, humanity struggled under the oppression of magical beasts. Eventually, saviors sacrificed themselves to seal a powerful dominator-level beast, allowing humanity to revive. These four guardians also left behind their bloodlines to continue protecting Huaxia. The first sacred spirit king, a legendary figure closely tied to humanity's rise. Old Chu's eyes were filled with reverence. Aren't the four guardians the saviors of humanity? Feng Yixio asked in confusion. Old Chu smiled mysteriously and said, actually, the first to awaken the battle spirit bloodline was not one of the four guardians, but the first sacred spirit king. He could be considered the mentor of the four guardians, but he was humble and few knew his name, leaving only a few precious pictorial records, so not many are familiar with him. The mentor of the four guardians? That must mean he was incredibly powerful. Is he still alive? Feng Yixio asked eagerly, his blood boiling with excitement. Old Chu continued, after that cataclysmic battle, the four guardians sacrificed themselves to seal the powerful beast, and the first sacred spirit king also disappeared. It's said that he too made the ultimate sacrifice. Feng Yixio took the book from Old Chu and carefully flipped through it. The information about the first sacred spirit king was extremely scarce, with even his face being indistinct. The only somewhat clear image was of his stern back, with long silver hair blowing in the wind and a silver-white spear strapped to his back, exuding majesty. The presence of his sacred spirit beside him was overwhelmingly oppressive. Feng Yixio continued to turn the pages, seeing the evolutionary stages of the first sacred spirit depicted only with images and names, without any descriptions. The introduction to the first sacred spirit king occupied just 2 pages, while the rest of the book detailed other sacred spirit kings. He specifically looked through a few pages, finding the introduction to the four guardians particularly intriguing, with each guardian's life and appearance detailed thoroughly, including descriptions of their spiritual weapons and battle spirits. It's no wonder that the first-generation Holy Spirit King is scarcely known, and many young spirit warriors are unaware of such a mysterious figure above the four guardians. The first Holy Spirit King kept a low profile, leaving behind little information, making it difficult to understand him. Due to this lack of information, many experts and scholars even suggested that the first Holy Spirit King never existed, believing him to be a mythical figure imagined by suppressed ancestors. Chu Lao seemed lost in distant memories as he looked at Feng Yixio and said softly, "Your appearance now is likely to strongly challenge those experts and scholars." Many experts and scholars originally believed the first Holy Spirit King was fictional, citing various reasons, one being the battle spirit of the first Holy Spirit King, the seven-colored Jade Lin snake. In the entire battle spirit world, all Jade Lin snake spirits were invariably considered useless, unable to achieve elite evolution, and there had never been a seven-colored Jade Lin snake capable of emitting multicolored light as described in the Holy Spirit records. Thus, they concluded the first Holy Spirit King was merely a legend or a character fabricated to intimidate other nations. Xiao Bailu slowly awakened, leisurely emerging from the instrument and affectionately rubbed against Feng Yixio's face. Even after leaving the intense light, Xiao Bailu remained white, but more crystalline and exquisite, like a beautifully crafted sculpture. At the moment Xiao Bailu touched Feng Yixio, a new attribute panel of the battle spirit appeared in Feng Yixio's mind. Battle spirit name: seven-colored Jade Lin snake. Battle spirit attribute: thunder. Battle spirit rank: growth stage. Battle spirit quality: perfect extreme spirit. Battle spirit level: level 3, stage 3. Battle spirit skills: death constriction, thunder wrath, serpent spirit shadow. Evolution requirements for maturity. Feng Yixio carefully scanned the changes in the battle spirit's name, feeling immense joy. It seemed that Chu Lao's words were true. A growth stage battle spirit like the seven-colored Jade Lin snake indeed existed, which also meant the first Holy Spirit King was definitely real. At this moment, Chu Lao's expression suddenly turned somber as he sighed. "I don't know whether it's a good or bad thing that your Jade Lin snake mutated into a seven-colored Jade Lin snake. The future evolution plan is truly a blank slate. The Holy Spirit records only introduce the Holy Spirits, but do not provide evolution methods. Perhaps the inheritor families of the four guardians possess the evolution methods, but they usually choose to keep them secret. They would never sell a Holy Spirit's evolution route for a few alliance coins, and the nation would not allow it. No one can guarantee these evolution methods won't be stolen by evil organizations or enemy countries, which would truly be nurturing a threat. As a result, publicly available Holy Spirit evolution methods are almost non-existent, and even the evolution methods for ultimate battle spirits are extremely rare and demanding. Feng Yixio casually waved his hand and said, even if it's not a seven-colored jade lin snake, the evolution path after maturity won't be a complete mystery. Chu Lao chuckled, you're right, that's indeed the case. This kid, Feng Yixio, managed to perfectly evolve a jade lin snake, so after mutating into a seven-colored jade lin snake, it surely won't be any less impressive. This kid can't be judged by common standards. As the two were lost in their own thoughts, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Oh my gosh, what are you doing? You scared me. Feng Yixio jumped back in fright, but relaxed once he realized it was Mao Yu. I knocked on the door earlier. You just didn't hear it, Mao Yu said with no expression. Chu Lao frowned, his tone icy. It's you, Mao Yu. Did Minister Zhong send you? Mao Yu nodded slightly. Yes, according to your agreement with the boss, Feng Yixio belongs to the Lin department during the day, but he must return to the Feng department at night. Chu Lao glanced out the window at the setting sun, a bit surprised. Time flies today. All right, you can take him. Wait a minute. Feng Yixio looked bewildered. When was this bizarre rule set? Daytime for Lin department, nighttime for Feng department? I'm not a commodity to be traded. When did you decide this without telling me? No one responded to his protest. Mao Yu bowed slightly to Chu Lao. Thank you, Chu Lao. I'll take him now. Go on, go on. Chu Lao waved his hand. Remember to bring him back tomorrow morning. Our Lin department is swamped with his spirit refinement plan. We need his help. Hey, I'm talking to you. Feng Yixio's voice was almost tearful. Can someone acknowledge me here? Without further ado, Mao Yu grabbed Feng Yixio's wrist and dragged him toward the door. Along the way, spirit refinement masters they passed greeted them with lowered heads. Deputy Minister, where are you going? Can't you see I'm being kidnapped? Help me. Feng Yixio pleaded for help. Unfortunately, Mao Yu's cold glance sent a chill through them, causing them to scatter in fear. Deputy, you'd better fend for yourself. By the time they reached the small grove outside, it was completely dark. Captain, don't blame me. These are the boss's orders. I have no choice. Mao Yu's tone softened slightly. Feng Yixio dusted off his pants and stood up, looking aggrieved. Your boss sold me out behind my back. Do I have any rights left? No one dares to offend the Lin department. It's a last resort. Mao Yu sighed, then curiously asked, Captain, why did those spirit refinement masters call you deputy minister? Did they mistake you for someone else? Feng Yixio rolled his eyes at her. Can't you think better of me for once? You? You mean you've become the deputy minister? The usually stoic cat showed a rare expression of surprise. Feng Yixio smiled slightly, gesturing modestly in response. Cat gave a cold smile, eyes filled with skepticism, as if saying, you're kidding, right? Feng Yixio immediately felt displeased and loudly questioned. What do you mean by that look? Are you doubting me? Cat shook his head, turned around and said, let's go. The boss is waiting for us. Feng Yixio hurried after him, and soon arrived at the top floor of the Feng department building. Upon reaching the top floor and seeing Zhongli Mei, Feng Yixio's anger surged, and he charged at her back. Zhongli Mei turned slowly, speaking softly, Yulong, you're here. Come over. Feng Yixio's steps slowed as he cautiously asked, you? Speak properly. As the saying goes, there's a reason for everything unusual. I just heard you were appointed as deputy minister by old Chu? Zhongli Mei stood up with a sweet smile and walked towards Feng Yixio. That's right. The former deputy minister was just a traitor, and I couldn't stand him, so I pushed him out. Feng Yixio replied honestly. Oh? From what I know, Lin Department's deputy minister Gong Yangqi is a senior spiritualist. You managed to push him out? Zhongli Mei looked at Feng Yixio with disbelief, eyes wide with surprise. Feng Yixio thought to himself, this expression is similar to Cat's earlier look. He couldn't help but feel like showing off, though he tried to remain humble. He quickly took out the Lin Department's deputy minister badge and pinned it to his chest, saying lightly, so, do you believe me now? Both Cat and Zhongli Mei were stunned. Lin Department actually appointed a young guy as deputy minister? Zhongli Mei had thought promoting Feng Yixio to team leader was already wild enough, but old Chu was even crazier. Her expression turned subtle as she walked closer to Feng Yixio, saying crisply, since you're now the deputy minister of Lin Department, shouldn't you look after us at Feng Department? Feng Yixio was so startled he backed away repeatedly, until he had nowhere else to go. Trembling, he said, of course, I'll apply to old Chu tomorrow. Zhongli Mei showed a satisfied smile, lightly lifting Feng Yixio's chin, and said in a deep voice, I'm getting more and more curious about you. Holding both the roles of Feng Department's team leader and Lin Department's deputy minister, you're the first. You'll be busy from now on. Feng Yixio felt a sudden tightness in his chest, sensing something ominous. I still have to go back to classes in a couple of days. Zhongli Mei smiled slightly, casually saying, do you think you have any other choice now? You might not know, but as a team leader, your minimum rank is a colonel. You have to complete alliance missions and earn military merits. Feng Yixio gave a cold smile, slowly taking out his alliance card and slapping it on the table. It clearly displayed 2 bars and 3 stars, the insignia of a colonel. Zhongli Mei and Kat were filled with questions, puzzled. What on earth is going on? It seems like he just got the alliance card less than a day ago. How did this kid manage that? They were so shocked they nearly bit their tongues. Zhongli Mei cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness and said calmly, the rank doesn't matter. As a member of the Wind Division, you are required to complete 10 missions annually. For a team leader, the minimum requirement is a level mission. No exceptions. Feng Yixio was ready to hand over the Yulong mask and the Lin Division badge without hesitation, declaring firmly, I don't care who takes it. I refuse to be tied down by these titles. He hadn't come here voluntarily, and he saw no reason to bind himself with these ranks. Besides, Shinryu and Han Shao were still at Qingyun Academy. How heartbroken they would be if they found out he abandoned them for power. Zhongli Mei was taken aback by Feng Yixio's decisiveness. She thought to herself how many battle spirit masters had fought over the positions of Lin Division Deputy Minister and Wind Division Team Leader. Yet this young man was ready to give up these powerful roles without a second thought. Hey, Jialan Ziyu, can you have a word with your student? Zhongli Mei suddenly pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Feng Yixio stopped in his tracks, startled, and turned back in despair. Zhongli Mei, with a smug smile, handed the phone to Feng Yixio and said casually, your teacher wants to have a word with you. Feng Yixio, I don't know why you're at the Wind Division, but since you're there, cherish this rare opportunity. You'll learn things you can't at the academy. I hope you won't turn out like me and become a deserter, but that's just my personal advice. I respect your decision. As soon as the words were spoken, the call ended, leaving Feng Yixio standing there, thinking, great, now I'm completely cornered. Zhongli Mei's got me all figured out. So, have you made up your mind? Zhongli Mei asked with a smile. Feng Yixio tossed the phone back to Zhongli Mei and said coldly, since Teacher Jialan says so, I'll stay. But once I complete the obligatory missions, I'm returning to Qingyun Academy, and you better not stop me. After a moment's thought, Zhongli Mei replied, we can make an exception for you. You have that privilege. So it's settled. Hand me the mission list, and I'll get it done early to return to the academy sooner. This mission involves investigating an important official, but the Wind Division's intelligence unit is still gathering information. The actual operation won't start until tomorrow, so there's no rush today, Zhongli Mei explained. The intelligence unit is responsible for gathering information within the Wind Division. Once they complete their task, I'll assign the mission to the 5th team, Zhongli Mei added. Then what's the rush? Why call me here? I'm going back to sleep, Feng Yixio said as he turned to leave. Zhongli Mei's brow twitched slightly, and an invisible aura emanated from her, spreading outwards. Feng Yixio felt a chill down his spine, as if something terrifying loomed behind him, and his spiritual power flow slowed dramatically. An indescribable coldness seeped into his bones, and he mustered all his strength to turn around. Before him loomed a colossal figure, towering hundreds of feet high, while he felt as insignificant as an ant at her feet. The ground beneath the giant's feet was a mountain of bones, and Feng Yixio felt a fear unlike anything he had ever experienced. This intense fear nearly made his knees buckle, almost causing him to collapse. However, just as he was about to lose his balance, the sun mark on his chest suddenly emitted a blinding flash of lightning, jolting him back from the illusion. When he regained his senses, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. The cat beside him was in slightly better shape, but its forehead was also beaded with sweat. Zhongli Mei's aura diminished rapidly, and although Feng Yixio couldn't see it, he could clearly feel the oppressive presence recede like a tide. A second-tier source warrior can withstand my killing intent field? Is your mental strength over 100? Zhongli Mei asked in surprise. Catching his breath, Feng Yixio replied, my mental strength is currently 119. What kind of sorcery was that? I felt like I fell into an illusion and nearly lost my mind. If it weren't for my strong mental power and the sun mark awakening in time, I might have collapsed. Zhongli Mei's lips twitched slightly as she thought to herself, isn't the limit for second-tier mental strength 100? How is this kid at 119? It seems Feng Yixio not only unlocked his genetic potential early, but also has strength far beyond the ordinary. She had intended to intimidate him with her killing intent, but he managed to break free from it. This is a way to utilize killing intent, which I call the killing intent field. Do you want to learn it? Zhongli Mei asked with a smile, sitting casually in the boss chair with her legs crossed. Feng Yixio looked skeptical. Killing intent field? Does such a thing really exist? But the recent experience made him hesitant to dismiss it outright. There are many things you don't know. Before becoming a source warrior, could you imagine people mastering natural elements like fire and lightning? Zhongli Mei smiled faintly. Feng Yixio nodded in agreement. That's true. If I hadn't actually entered this field, I might never have imagined it. In fact, killing intent isn't as complicated as you think. You can simply understand it as a kind of aura. This aura needs to be honed over time. For example, those in high positions of power, despite being frail and sickly, can still project a strong oppressive presence. Zhongli Mei explained patiently. That makes a bit more sense, but how can one acquire this killing intent field? Feng Yixio asked curiously. Having personally experienced its power, he realized its potential. Although it couldn't inflict real damage, it could instill temporary fear in enemies, possibly determining the outcome of a battle. The killing intent field is similar, but there are no shortcuts in training. It must be honed bit by bit through blood and slaughter. Like butchers, no matter how fierce a wild dog is, it wouldn't dare challenge them. This is a weak form of the killing intent field. Our Wind Division has developed it further, but it's not as mystical as you might think. Zhongli Mei continued to explain. Feng Yixio frowned and asked, so you're saying I have to engage in killing to train my killing aura field? That's correct, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to kill people. Defeating magical beasts can also help you train your killing aura. Generally, defeating stronger opponents allows for faster training of the killing aura field, and this is also related to a source warrior's talent. Zhongli Mei replied. Talent? What kind of talent are you referring to? Feng Yixio inquired curiously. Zhongli Mei shook her head slowly and said, it's hard to explain. Generally, people with higher mental strength accumulate it faster, but that's not absolute. For those who don't even dare to step on an ant, they'll never possess a killing aura. So, are people with higher mental strength better at resisting this killing aura field? Feng Yixio asked back. Exactly, that's why you were able to escape my killing aura field earlier. If you want to learn, I can teach you the method to concentrate your killing aura. This way, during missions, you can better temper your killing aura, Zhongli Mei said calmly. Feng Yixio nodded, feeling the power of the killing aura field, and naturally wanted another way to defend himself. Hearing this, Nikomata was about to leave the top floor of the Feng department building on her own. Unexpectedly, Zhongli Mei called her back and said slowly, Nikomata, you should stay and learn with us too. Me? Really? Nikomata felt a bit flattered and asked in surprise. Feng Yixio immediately pulled Nikomata over and said with a grin, since the minister said so, you should stay and learn with me. The method to concentrate the killing aura requires a heart inclined towards killing, and the eyes are the best channel for releasing this aura. Zhongli Mei began teaching Feng Yixio and Nikomata the training method for the killing aura field. However, while a teacher can guide you to the door, the practice relies on individual effort, and how well one trains ultimately depends on personal insight. Time flew by, and Feng Yixio spent over half a year at the Alliance base. Compared to his days at Qingyun Academy, this period was more fulfilling. During the day, he followed Lin Buqiu Lao to study battle spirits, learning some basic knowledge. Previously, Feng Yixio relied entirely on the divine pet evolution system to evolve his battle spirits, but now he could at least explain the basis and theoretical foundation for evolution. Moreover, Feng Yixio obtained many first-level origin potions from Linbu, completely resolving his inability to evolve ordinary people into first-level source warriors. Over these 6 months, he had already completed the Alliance's tasks, but continued to undertake missions to temper his killing aura. The rich experience from these missions made him more mature and composed, and his aura became increasingly sharp. Feng Yixio also advanced from a third-level, third-tier battle spirit to a third-level, 8th-tier battle spirit master, and his killing aura field had begun to take shape. On this particular night, he carried out his 52nd mission for the Feng department, targeting a village not far from Hanchuan City. Captain, the mission is successfully completed. Please advise. A Feng department member wearing a black mask approached Feng Yixio and knelt on one knee. Over the past 6 months, Feng Yixio had firmly established himself in the Feng department. With Nikomata's support and his own tremendous potential, almost all team members were convinced of his capabilities. Feng Yixio was notably generous with his team, always thinking of them whenever there were benefits to be shared. Feng Yixio lounged casually on his motorcycle, waving nonchalantly to his team members. Great job, everyone. You know the drill. This meant they could take the materials and magic spirit cards they needed for their evolution from the spoils. One of the team members in black immediately bowed with excitement. Thank you, Captain. Mao Yu walked slowly over to Feng Yixio, glanced at the departing team member, and whispered, Captain, aren't you being too lenient with them? They'll get spoiled at this rate. Not at all, Feng Yixio replied as he pulled out his phone and turned it on. The cultivation resources are crucial for them. I can't let my brothers struggle to afford even the basic materials they need for evolution. Besides, his tone suddenly turned stern. If anyone dares to embezzle resources they don't need, I'll personally kick them out of Feng's team. This was the leadership skill taught by Zhong Li Mei, balancing kindness and authority with integrity. As soon as the phone powered on, several missed call notifications popped up. Seeing that they were from Shen Ruyu, Feng Yixio broke out in a cold sweat. Even though he had been at the Alliance base for the past 6 months, he always found time to stay in touch with Shen Ruyu, keeping her informed about his situation and gaining her understanding and support. Oh no, I'm in trouble now. Feng Yixio hurriedly called back. Mao Yu, rarely amused, smirked. What's the matter? Is your girlfriend checking up on you? Feng Yixio blushed. It's not checking up. It's called maintaining a relationship, okay? On the other end of the line, Shinryu's icy voice came through. Brother Feng? I think I heard a woman's voice. Feng Yixio was sweating bullets, quickly explaining as he walked towards a deserted grove. No, it's just my teammate, the one I mentioned who came back from Africa. This annoyed Mao Yu, who was still standing nearby. What do you mean came back from Africa? It's called a healthy tan. Westerners envy my skin tone. She silently followed Feng Yixio, teasingly altering her voice. Brother Feng, it's a lovely tan. Startled, Feng Yixio dropped his phone, which shattered on the ground. Ignoring his frustration, he furrowed his brow and said, You just mentioned someone is causing trouble for Class A and wants me to return quickly. It looks like it's time to head back to the academy. Is it urgent? Did I delay you? Mao Yu asked, her tone apologetic. Feng Yixio shook his head. It's fine. I should be able to make it back in time. Please tell Boss Zhong I'll visit you all during the holidays. Do you want me to go with you first? Reporting the mission can wait, Mao Yu asked in a deep voice, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. No need, just arrange a helicopter to take me. Feng Yixio waved his hand, looking toward the brightening horizon. It's almost dawn. I should just about make it in time. Besides, both the captain and vice-captain can't be absent from the team simultaneously. Mao Yu nodded in agreement, a trace of disappointment in his eyes, but he quickly arranged for a military helicopter. After bidding a brief farewell to his comrades from the team, Feng Yixio boarded the waiting helicopter. Captain, we'll miss you. The team members on the ground shouted in unison, waving their arms. Feng Yixio watched his comrades fade into the distance and murmured softly, I'll miss you all too. The scene shifts to the martial arts arena at Qingyun Academy. The arena is packed, with almost all the faculty and students gathered to watch this sophomore class challenge. According to the Academy's rules, each class has one chance at the start of the new school year to challenge any other class in the same grade, and the winner can take the place of the challenged class. This matchup is particularly dramatic. The former Class 1A, now Class 2B, against the former Class 1D, now Class 2A. The host's magnetic voice echoed throughout the venue. Former rivals meet again. But this time, Class A has lost their captain. Can they hold their ground? Let's wait and see. The audience buzzed with chatter, especially the many new faces, the freshmen this year. Most were drawn by the legends of Qingyun Academy, the precedent of Class D's rise over Class A, the emergence of 3 elemental spirits, and the mysterious prowess of Feng Yixio. Captains, please step forward for the handshake, the host announced again. Han Xiao, temporarily taking on the role of captain, walked solemnly into the arena. Opposite him, Li Xiuhua, skilled fighter, who deliberately repeated the year to avenge past defeats, approached with a mocking smile. Without that kid Feng Yixio, your Class A is like a toothless kitten, Li Xiu taunted before he even got close. Are you sure you don't want to concede? You think you can win with just words, but you lost last time, and you will lose again. Han Xiao stood in front of Li Xiu, his gaze sharp as lightning, extending his right hand. Li Xiu gave a cold smile and extended his hand in return. Instantly, a powerful, electric-like pain surged through Han Xiao's arm, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. A source warrior. Han Xiao was shocked internally. This guy has awakened his bloodline power too. Li Xiu's face twisted into a crazed grin. I've never forgotten the humiliation of that day. I nearly lost my life trying to defeat that guy, just to unlock my genetic potential. Too bad your captain ran away, or I would have made him pay. Han Xiao jerked his hand back and sneered. You said the same thing last time we saw our captain, and how did that end? You lost miserably. Li Xiu's face flushed with anger, his eyes shifting past Han Xiao to Shen Ruyu standing behind him. He leered. No matter, none of you will escape. That's Shen Ruyu, Feng Yixio's girlfriend, isn't she? What are you planning? Han Xiao immediately stepped in front of Shen Ruyu. Tisk, SK. Such a beautiful woman, and that guy just leaves her behind. If he doesn't appreciate her, I won't hesitate to take my chance. Li Xiu's voice was twisted with malicious pleasure. Ever since his defeat by Feng Yixio, he had endured endless ridicule, and his hatred had reached its peak. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed from the sky. The massive shadow of a military helicopter cast over the entire training ground. A loud voice boomed from above. This is the first time I've heard such a pathetic request, so I'll gladly oblige. A white figure leaped down from 100 meters high, dazzling like lightning. The audience held their breath, some even covering their eyes in fear, leaving only a slit to peek through. Boom! The young man in white landed heavily on the training ground, the impact creating spiderweb-like cracks. Feng Yixio. The leaders and teachers on the platform stood up in shock. Principal Zhou's expression was serious. This kid fell from 100 meters without a scratch. Could he have unlocked the second-tier genetic potential? Jialan Ziyu looked at Feng Yixio's figure, her face clearing of worry, and whispered, "You're finally back." The members of Class B were visibly shocked when Feng Yixio appeared, especially Li Xiao and Bai Tang, who stared at him with red eyes, as if trying to bore holes into him with their gaze. "Feng Yixio, you finally decided to show up? I thought you were scared of us," Li Xiao said through gritted teeth. Feng Yixio turned to Li Xiao, pretended to think for a moment, and then said casually, "And you are?" This question hit Li Xiao like a hammer, leaving him stunned. He had always considered Feng Yixio his lifelong rival, yet Feng couldn't even remember his name? It was clear he wasn't taken seriously at all. Unbelievable. Li Xiao fumed. "I'll make sure you remember the name Li Xiao, and it will haunt you." Li Xiao? Feng Yixio feigned realization. "Oh right. Aren't you the shameless senior who bullies the juniors? Weren't you supposed to be in senior year by now? Or did you flunk and get held back? TSK. How unfortunate." This remark caused Han Xiao, Shen Ruyu, and others to chuckle. The tense atmosphere was instantly shattered, and the audience erupted into laughter, discussing Li Xiao's glorious deeds. Li Xiao nearly lost control and rushed forward, but Bai Tang managed to hold him back. "Don't be impulsive. He's trying to provoke you on purpose. Don't fall for it." Even though he was stopped, Li Xiao's expression remained extremely sour. At that moment, the new homeroom teacher for Class B stood up. Teacher Yuan, dressed in a light blue uniform, was a newly hired, outstanding educator at the academy. Previously, she had taught the top class at another Battle Spirit Academy in Jiangshui City. Hearing about Jialan Ziyu's legendary teaching, she had resigned to join Qingyun Academy, determined to prove she was just as good. "Teacher Jialan, if I'm not mistaken, hasn't the match already started?" Teacher Yuan glanced at Jialan Ziyu. Jialan Ziyu remained seated, unfazed. "Teacher Yuan, speak plainly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Both sides have already fielded 3 students. What's the deal with your student Feng Yixio entering now? I don't recall any rules allowing mid-match substitutions." Director Li Chang'an immediately looked troubled, his gaze drifting to Principal Zhou. Principal Zhou erupted. "Why are you looking at me? Rules are rules. Handle it as it should be handled." Only then did Director Li Chang'an relax, regaining some of his authority. According to the Academy's challenge rules, mid-match substitutions are possible, but only with the opponent's consent. Jialan Ziyu frowned slightly, thinking to herself that Teacher Yuan was obviously hostile towards her, intending to take her place. Why would he agree to change team members? However, Teacher Yuan displayed a strange smile and slowly said, "I don't mind if you want to change team members, but if Feng Yixio goes on, then Shinryu and Han Xiao, these perfect-level battle spirits, can't go." Her tone carried a hint of provocation, clearly indicating she had studied Feng Yixio's abilities. Although Feng Yixio fought like a beast, she knew well that Shinryu and Han Xiao's support was indispensable. Earlier, without Feng Yixio, she wasn't entirely confident about defeating the combination of Shinryu, Han Xiao, and Hualing, especially since Hualing also possessed a perfectly evolved battle spirit, making her a formidable opponent. "You're being a bit unreasonable," Jialan Ziyu retorted with a frown. Either option put Class A at a disadvantage, and Feng Yixio facing 2 elite evolved opponents alone seemed even less likely to succeed. "Oh, so you're disagreeing?" Teacher Yuan smirked, as if she had anticipated this outcome. No matter what the other side chose, their winning odds were the greatest. She felt a secret delight, determined to topple Jialan Ziyu from her pedestal. Jialan Ziyu was silent for a moment, ready to compromise. "All right, then let Feng Yixio." Before she could finish, Feng Yixio suddenly interrupted loudly. He had heard every word of the conversation. Since unlocking the second-level gene lock and undergoing specialized training with the Wind Department, his hearing had become extremely acute, capturing sounds within 100 meters. All eyes instantly focused on Feng Yixio. "I agree with Teacher Yuan's suggestion," he suddenly declared loudly. Teacher Yuan's expression darkened as she asked coldly, "Do you even know what you're saying?" "Of course, I know what I'm saying." Feng Yixio replied calmly, then shifted the topic. "However, I have a suggestion of my own." Teacher Yuan smiled slightly, seemingly thinking Feng Yixio had backed down, and asked, "What suggestion? Let's hear it. I think this clash challenge is too boring. I am enough on my own." Feng Yixio's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he glanced disdainfully at Li Xiao and the others, full of contempt. The Qingyun martial arts arena fell into a brief silence, and 5 seconds later, a wave of discussion erupted. Feng Yixio. Is this the legendary Feng Yixio? He's so arrogant, someone exclaimed, amazed at his strength but shocked at his audacity to take on 3 opponents alone. Even though I admire Senior Feng, how can one person possibly defeat 3, especially when all 3 have perfectly evolved battle spirits? The crowd buzzed with conversation, and the entire Qingyun martial arts arena was in an uproar. No one understood why Feng Yixio would make such a reckless decision. It seemed like an impossible task with minuscule odds of success. The 3 members of Class B were utterly shocked by Feng Yixio's words, momentarily doubting their own hearing. They exchanged glances and, after confirming with each other, realized that Feng Yixio's audacious statement was indeed no figment of their imagination. Bai Tang was so enraged that she burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as she laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Feng Yixio, did something happen to you in the past 6 months outside? Did you lose your mind? Han Xiao urgently leaned in close to Feng Yixio's ear and whispered, Bro, are you serious? Feng Yixio smiled, patting Han Xiao's shoulder while glancing at Shen Ruyu, who remained calm behind him. Han, have you ever seen me take on something I'm not confident about? Why don't you learn from you? See how composed she is. Han Xiao nodded thoughtfully, recalling Feng Yixio's knack for creating miracles, though this particular miracle seemed too extraordinary to believe. Ignoring the mockery from Bai Tang and the others, Feng Yixio directed his gaze towards the Class B homeroom teacher on the podium, the person who could truly make the final decision. Mr. Yuan, have you made up your mind? He asked loudly, crossing his arms. Young man, I advise you to show some restraint, Mr. Yuan replied sternly. What's youth without a bit of recklessness? Feng Yixio smirked. Or are you scared of me? Ridiculous. Mr. Yuan slammed the table and turned to look at Jialan Ziyu. Teacher Jialan, are you afraid? Jialan Ziyu looked into Feng Yixio's eyes, which shone with unprecedented confidence and a hint of chilling determination. I respect all my students' decisions. Host, since both sides have agreed, let's clear the field, Mr. Yuan said as he sat back leisurely. The professional host and referee, although having witnessed thousands of matches, encountered a 1-against-3 scenario for the first time. But since neither mentor objected, he quickly adjusted and raised the microphone to announce, would Shenruyu, Han Xiao, and Hualing please leave the field? Go Feng, I believe in you. Hualing stepped forward to encourage Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio returned her a reassuring look, watching as the 3 exited. On the field remained only Class B's 3 members and Feng Yixio from Class A. This was an unprecedented special duel, the miracle child of Qingyun Academy against 3 perfectly evolved geniuses. Both teams, please return to your respective safe zones. The host directed towards the ends of the arena. Feng Yixio and the others took their positions. Despite the distance between them, the air was thick with tension. The host ascended in their floating device, slowly rising into the sky as a thick protective shield enveloped the entire arena. Both sides prepared for the match to begin. With the host's enthusiastic announcement, the competition officially started. Instantly, all members of Class B summoned their battle spirits, aware of the formidable opponent they faced in Feng Yixio. Despite being outnumbered, they remained vigilant. 3 perfectly evolved battle spirits emerged in the center of the arena. Bai Tang's Holy Light Lion, Lin Shui's Swallowtail Ice Sparrow, and Li Xiu's Jade Dragon Beast. After half a year of hard work, the 3 had become 3rd-level battle spirit masters, with Li Xiu reaching the highest level at 3rd level, 8th rank, matching Feng Yixio's level. Bai Tang was a 3rd level, 5th rank battle spirit master, while Lin Shui had the lowest rank at 3rd level, 4th rank. As their levels increased, their battle spirits had undergone significant transformations, growing at least a quarter larger in size. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of Class B, Class A seemed strangely calm. Feng Yixio casually rotated his neck and wrists without summoning his battle spirit, strolling toward the 3 battle spirits as if he were taking a leisurely walk in the park. Before long, he crossed the safety zone's boundary, moving closer to the battle spirits. The audience was bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. Was he just taking a walk? Didn't he know that stepping out of the safety zone allowed battle spirits to attack him? They thought he must have lost his mind, as this was tantamount to courting disaster. Everyone was dumbfounded, knowing that maintaining a safe distance was a fundamental rule in battle spirit combat. Feng Yixio not only left the safety zone, but also didn't summon his battle spirit for protection, which seemed utterly reckless. The audience was not alone in their confusion. Even the teachers and leaders on the podium exchanged bewildered looks. Teacher Yuan shook his head with a smile and said quietly to Jialan Ziyu, "Is this the student you're so proud of, a fool?" Jialan was also taken aback, not expecting Feng Yixio to be this confident. Everyone could see that Feng Yixio seemed to be courting disaster, and if he ended up injured, they couldn't blame the students. It was his own doing. Feeling certain of victory, Teacher Yuan began contemplating the aftermath of their triumph. At that moment, Feng Yixio's figure suddenly became ethereal and vanished from sight. His silhouette flickered like a phantom, rapidly accelerating as multiple illusions of Feng Yixio appeared across the Qingyun arena. This was the result of mastering the wind-controlling dragon's technique, which allowed him to create dozens of lifelike illusionary clones by synchronizing his bodily movements and speed with electric frequencies. Mr. Yuan paused mid-sentence, staring in bewilderment at the strange phenomenon unfolding in the training arena. What kind of movement technique is this? It even includes clones? Despite his extensive knowledge, Mr. Yuan couldn't identify it. Meanwhile, Jialan Ziyu was thrilled, silently marveling that Minister Zhong had taught Feng Yixio the art of riding the wind and roaming the dragon. It seemed Feng Yixio held a significant position in the wind department. In just 6 months, he had mastered this advanced technique and, by integrating his own thunder elements, created his own unique martial skill. This left Jialan Ziyu in awe. The 3 members of Class B were stunned until all the clones surrounded the 3 battle spirits, and they finally reacted. Li Xiao was the first to recover, immediately issuing commands. Don't panic. It's just a trick. Attack together. That kid can't possibly stand against 3 perfect-level battle spirits. Roar. The Holy Light Lion and Jade Dragon Beast let out furious roars, charging at the illusionary clones. However, the clones were too dispersed, and the 2 battle spirits had already been separated, while the Swallowtail Ice Sparrow in the sky was still gathering strength. Feng Yixio smiled slightly, secretly pleased that his plan had worked. His goal was to separate the 2 battle spirits and defeat them one by one. Feng Yixio's true form suddenly appeared beside the Jade Dragon Beast, deciding to first take down the strongest opponent. Thunder 8 Trigram's Palm. A powerful thunderous palm strike hit the Jade Dragon Beast's abdomen. Although it was the beast's blind spot, it was clearly visible to the 3 people in the safe zone. Li Xiao immediately noticed that one clone's movement was different from the others and yelled, Jade Dragon Beast, watch your right, use Thunder Sweep. The Jade Dragon Beast quickly reacted, swinging a thunderous sweep towards Feng Yixio. Feeling the immense pressure, Feng Yixio didn't dare be careless, concentrating all his thunder force into his right palm. A sharp, snakehead-shaped thunder blade formed over his hand. After half a year of training, Feng Yixio had become proficient in elemental manipulation, no longer as slow as 6 months ago and not limited to a single form. Thunder 8 Trigram's Palm. Serpent Blade. His palm struck like a knife, with the force of a thunderstorm. Compared to Feng Yixio's White Thunder, the thunder surrounding the Jade Dragon Beast's tail was like butter being sliced by a knife, easily breaking through its thunder force and severing the tail completely. Roar. The Jade Dragon Beast roared in fury, turning to bite Feng Yixio's arm with its sharp teeth. Too slow. Feng Yixio's figure vanished again, blending into the illusionary clones, leaving the enraged Jade Dragon Beast helpless. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Xiao's mouth, his eyes turning blood red as he fell into a frenzy. Feng Yixio, come out, you coward, come out. Tyrannosaurus Berserk Armament. Thunder Beast Thunder Armament. Li Xiao immediately threw out a bronze-level magic spirit card, ready to fight Feng Yixio to the death. Instantly, the Jade Dragon Beast's thunder power intensified, rampaging like a mad bull, shattering Feng Yixio's illusions one after another. Feng Yixio was like an elegant matador, deftly dodging the frenzied charges of the Jade Dragon Beast. Despite the beast and Li Xiao being furious, they couldn't even touch a hair on Feng Yixio. This is too weak. Let's end this. Thunder Strike. Feng Yixio concentrated all his thunder power into his shoulder, unleashing a formidable force in an instant. Like an unbridled stallion, he charged fiercely at the exhausted Jade Dragon Beast. Boom. To everyone's astonishment, the massive creature was directly knocked into the air by Feng Yixio, as if struck by 1,000 raging bulls, shooting like an arrow towards the Holy Light Lion that was still busy attacking the clones, emitting a heavy thud. Gulp. The arena fell silent, and Qingyun martial arts field was as quiet as a cicada in winter, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Is he even human? That's insanely powerful. No one ever imagined that a battle spirit master could knock a battle spirit into the air. Just how strong is he? That's the Jade Dragon Beast, after all. Once the audience snapped out of their shock, they erupted in excitement. Feng Yixio had undoubtedly redefined their perception of a battle spirit master. Traditionally, battle spirits fought on the front lines while the masters commanded from behind, at least until they became spirit kings and gained spirit weapons. However, Feng Yixio's terrifying strength made people question if the traditional fighting style of battle spirit masters had been wrong all along. On the podium, the teachers and leaders pondered deeper issues. Principal Zhou exclaimed in surprise, Feng Yixio has indeed unlocked the second-level gene lock and become a second-level source warrior, but to knock the Jade Dragon Beast so far, that's just too exaggerated. Teacher Yuan, who was confident of victory, now felt deep regret and said gravely, a second-level source warrior. And he's mastered at least 2 ancient martial arts to perfection. Is he still a student? Many teachers probably don't have this level of combat ability. Jialan Ziyu smiled slightly, feeling gratified. That kid sure knows how to surprise people. But this time it might be more of a shock. Meanwhile, the only ones with fighting strength left were Bai Tang and Lin Shuer, who quickly reacted. Unicorn Armament. Ice Elf Extreme Ice Enchantment. They both played their strongest cards, each having a bronze-level magic spirit card. A sharp jade horn grew on the Holy Light Lion's head, and the icy power covering the Swallowtail Ice Sparrow was even more terrifying. Holy Light Thrust. The Holy Light Lion's speed suddenly increased, its figure rapidly closing in on Feng Yixio like a beam of light. Just as Feng Yixio was about to use Thunder Step to evade, a sparrow's cry suddenly echoed from the sky. Trying to escape? No way. Ice Seal. Lin Shuer, noticing Feng Yixio's intention, immediately unleashed her strongest battle spirit skill. With a cry from the Swallowtail Ice Sparrow, the ground beneath Feng Yixio's feet instantly froze, thick ice quickly encasing his legs and almost reaching his thighs. Feng Yixio's expression turned cold, emanating an invisible aura that filled Lin Shuer with fear, causing her legs to go weak as she fell to her knees. At this moment, Lin Shuer saw Feng Yixio transformed into a giant, exuding a bone-chilling coldness and a sharp killing aura that instantly submerged her in fear. She felt as though she was being swallowed by a sea of blood, the suffocating fear temporarily freezing her spiritual power. The killing aura domain. Jialan Ziyu and Principal Zhou Yin both stood up abruptly, their pupils contracting as they stared in disbelief at the menacing Feng Yixio, shock overwhelming their hearts. This was a powerful domain mastered only by the Minister of the Wind Department. That Feng Yixio could use it, though not as exaggerated as Minister Zhong, was terrifying enough. Killing aura domain? What is that? Teacher Yuan and the other teachers looked puzzled. They only saw Feng Yixio glare fiercely at Lin Shuer, and she collapsed to the ground as if drained of strength. After all, they had no experience with the Alliance Legion and naturally didn't understand the mysteries of using killing aura. Principal Zhou's expression was serious as he said coldly, "I think you wouldn't want to know." Although the other teachers were confused, they stopped asking questions, seeing the seriousness in Principal Zhou's eyes. Li Xiao and Bai Tang, as first-rank source martial artists, had mental strength far beyond ordinary people. After a brief moment of fear, they quickly overcame Feng Yixio's killing aura. However, Feng Yixio seized the opportunity to break the ice sealing his feet, swiftly conjuring a thunder spear in his hand and launching it without hesitation at the suddenly pausing Holy Light Lion. Feng Yixio could now instantly conjure thunder spears, with speed and precision much improved compared to 6 months ago. Whoosh! Bai Tang had just recovered from the fear when the thunder spear, emitting terrifying lightning, pierced through the Holy Light Lion's body. The Holy Light Lion didn't even get close to Feng Yixio before being shot through, turning into countless white spiritual lights that returned to Bai Tang's magic spirit tome. Ignoring Bai Tang's scream, Feng Yixio instantly conjured another thunder spear, directly killing the fallen Jade Dragon beast. Thud! Li Xiao spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, looking resentfully at the unharmed Feng Yixio. Too strong. Simply too strong. For the first time, he felt this helplessness and despair against someone of the same level, as if no matter how hard he tried to run, he could never catch up with his shadow. Beside him, Bai Tang channeled holy light energy into Lin Shuer to help dispel the intimidating killing aura. Lin Shuer regained consciousness in a daze, seeing Bai Tang and Li Xiao both pale and clearly injured. What happened to you? Where are your battle spirits? Lin Shuer asked in confusion. Wasn't Feng Yixio about to be defeated by their combo attack? What happened while she was unconscious? It seemed like the world had turned upside down. Don't ask, there's only one battle spirit left, but your battle spirit is a flying type. As long as you keep attacking from a distance, you can force him to use his battle spirit. Bai Tang said earnestly. At this point, his goal was no longer to defeat Feng Yixio, but to avoid losing 2 disgracefully. Being defeated 1 against 3 without Feng Yixio using his battle spirit was a huge humiliation. Lin Shuer nodded seriously, realizing the predicament they were in. The swallow-tailed ice sparrow soared high in the sky, maintaining a distance of 100 meters, as Lin Shuer decisively issued the attack command. Frosty ice shards rained down on the enemy like a storm. She chose this distance to avoid being struck by Feng Yixio's formidable thunder spear. Even with his strength, hitting her at this range would not be easy. The sharp ice shards formed in the air, resembling a celestial flower scattering its petals, covering most of the training ground in an instant. Feng Yixio could only rely on his elusive thunder step technique to dodge back and forth, but the widespread attack left him scrambling. Bai Tang sneered, Feng Yixio, looks like you're having a hard time. I suggest you summon your battle spirit. While dodging, Feng Yixio coldly replied, do you think I can't handle that little sparrow in the sky? Li Xiao arrogantly added, if you have the guts, don't use your battle spirit. Let's see who can outlast whom. Feng Yixio had already expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, and compared to Lin Shuer, His reserves were evidently lower. If he kept taking hits passively, he might be worn out. Seizing the brief pause between the ice shard attacks, Feng Yixio quickly diverted the power of thunder to his feet, thinking to himself, who says humans can't fly? I'll show them what it means to walk in the air. Thunder step. He stomped forcefully, causing the ground to sink, and the powerful burst propelled him over 10 meters into the air. As he began to tire, a thunder mark appeared beneath his feet, which he shattered with another stomp, leaping another dozen meters. In just a few seconds, Feng Yixio reached the same altitude as the swallow-tailed ice sparrow, which seemed bewildered, perhaps seeing a human in the sky for the first time. The audience in the stands and on the platform were already numbed by Feng Yixio's astonishing display, as if nothing he did could surprise them anymore. Swallow-tailed ice sparrow, dodge quickly, Lin Shuer urgently commanded. The ice sparrow desperately tried to flee, but to its dismay, Feng Yixio always managed to intercept its path. It was a high-speed chase, and although the ice sparrow was fast, it couldn't match the speed of a lightning elemental martial artist. The spectators craned their necks to witness the aerial pursuit, seeing only a trail of icy tail and the ever-ahead lightning. Feng Yixio sneered. How can an ice elemental battle spirit compete with my lightning speed? Naive. He stomped forcefully, landing directly on the ice sparrow, and the immense force was too much for it to bear. It plummeted like a meteor, crashing heavily into the training ground and leaving a sizable crater. The ice sparrow didn't even have time to cry out before it dissolved into a blue spirit light, returning to Lin Shuer's magical spirit tome. As Lin Shuer coughed up a mouthful of blood, the 3 members of Class B were completely defeated. This class challenge, watched by the entire academy, turned into a solo performance by Feng Yixio, who didn't even use his battle spirit. It was a merciless domination. Step by step, Feng Yixio descended from the sky as if walking down stairs, landing steadily in the center of the training ground. We lost again. Bai Tang fell to his knees, his shoulders trembling slightly with regret. He had thought that with Feng Yixio absent, he could reclaim the position for Class A, but unexpectedly, Feng Yixio returned just in time and single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. Even more astonishing was that he defeated the 3 of them effortlessly, without even using his battle spirit. Lin Shuer stared intently at Feng Yixio's retreating figure, her eyes filled with resentment. As the heiress of the Lin conglomerate, she was always the center of attention, but in front of Feng Yixio, all her glory seemed to fade. The stark contrast made the bitterness in her heart almost unbearable. Feng Yixio, I'll fight you to the end. Li Xiu, as if having lost his mind, charged out of the safe zone, heading straight for Feng Yixio. Without even turning his head, Feng Yixio's hands were already poised behind his back. Thunderous 8 trigrams palm. Break the void. A thunderous palm imprint shot out, sending Li Xiu flying over 10 meters. He skidded across the ground before coming to a stop, spitting out blood and falling unconscious. The host quickly descended from above, grabbing Feng Yixio's hand and announcing loudly, the winner of this class challenge is Class A. Congratulations to Class A for successfully defending their title. As soon as the words were spoken, brilliant fireworks erupted over the Qingyun martial arena. The entire venue burst into excitement, with cheers ringing out. This is true genius. Choosing Qingyun Academy was the right decision. Senior Feng is my lifelong idol. The resounding chants of Feng Yixio echoed throughout the academy. On the podium, Teacher Yuan seemed to awaken from a nightmare. Is this really a student of Jialanziyu? It's terrifying. Even without using spirit weapons and battle spirits, I wouldn't be sure of victory. Jialanziyu merely smiled serenely. Teacher Yuan, you have my respect. A loss is a loss. I am genuinely impressed by such an outstanding student. With that, she led her students away in silence. As the energy shield dissipated, Class A students swarmed forward. Shin Ruyu was the first to rush to Feng Yixio, burying her head in his chest. Brother Feng, I've missed you so much. Feng Yixio gently stroked her hair. Yuer, I've missed you too. Brother Feng, can't you see we're all here? You're making us lose our appetite with this public display of affection. Han Xiao teased as he approached. Brother Han, Hualing, and Yun Mo. It's been a while. Feng Yixio released Shinryu and greeted everyone. I'm doing great, brother. Han Xiao boasted, flexing his muscles. I've gotten much stronger over the past 6 months. Fenggo, where have you been for the past 6 months? Hualing asked with a bright, sunny smile. That's a long story, Feng Yixio replied thoughtfully. I went to a very special place, learned a lot of unique things, and met some extraordinary friends. Hold on. Han Xiao interrupted immediately. Are you speaking in riddles? You disappeared for half a year. If it weren't for third sister saying you're still alive, we would have gone out searching for you. Feng Yixio looked apologetic. I'm really sorry for making everyone worry. His time at the Huazhong Alliance base had indeed been busy, filled with missions and training, and he barely had 15 minutes to have a simple chat with Shinryu. At this moment, teachers other than Teacher Yuan and Director Li began stepping down from the podium. Zhou Yan approached with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Feng Yixio, you didn't let me down. That match was impressive. Jialan Ziyu simply nodded. Not bad, keep it up. Teachers from other classes also gathered around, eager to offer their compliments. Nie Yuan was the first to speak. Feng, you're truly outstanding. I could tell from the first glance that you're extraordinary. Come on, Feng Bing immediately retorted. Teacher Nie, haven't you always looked down on Feng? I have not. Nie Yuan denied, his face flushed. Feng Bing smirked, then switched to a warm expression. Unlike me, I've always admired Feng. Nonsense, I'm the one who admires him the most. Nie Yuan argued, lowering his voice to say to Feng Yixio, if there's ever a chance, please look out for me. These teachers were sharp. They had noticed that Feng Yixio arrived in a special helicopter from the Alliance's main base, and it was of high specification. This either meant he had strong backing at the base, or he was already being heavily relied upon. Either scenario was worth currying favor with, as who wouldn't want to join the strongest organization in Huazhong. Feng Yixio awkwardly scratched his nose. You're giving me too much credit, teachers. I'm just an ordinary student. Feng Bing and Nie Yuan exchanged a glance and let out a few awkward chuckles to cover their embarrassment. The students of Class A were speechless. Teachers vying to flatter a student was simply absurd. Teacher Jialan timely intervened. Feng Yixio, why don't you take them away for now? Since you're just back, I'll give you 3 days off to rest. Come back to class in 3 days. Feng Yixio promptly led his classmates out of the Qingyun martial arts field. Just outside the gate, they saw Bai Tang and Lin Shuer from Class B supporting each other as they limped forward. Feng Yixio merely glanced briefly, as if he hadn't noticed anything, and walked past them. Bai Tang's gaze, however, was somewhat unusual, flickering as he stole a glance at Shenryu beside Feng Yixio, then quickly looked away. He had always thought that at Qingyun Academy, he was the one most suited for Shenryu, but now he didn't even dare to look Feng Yixio in the eye. That sharp gaze radiated absolute confidence, like a dazzling light that made Bai Tang feel insignificant in Feng Yixio's presence. Bai Tang, you're looking at that woman again. Am I not as good as her? Lin Shuer sharply sensed Bai Tang's gaze and immediately questioned him. Feng Yixio stopped in his tracks, looking at Shinryu with confusion. Is she insulting you? Shinryu shook her head. Just ignore her. Han Xiao, standing nearby, chimed in. While you were away for 6 months, Bai Tang pursued our third sister, but she rejected him in public. Feng Yixio pulled Shinryu directly in front of Lin Shuer, his eyes icy and emitting a strong sense of threat, calmly saying, apologize to Yuer. Lin Shuer defiantly retorted, apologize? Why should I apologize? She's just a bick. Before she could finish, the crisp sound of a slap echoed, and Lin Shuer was knocked to the ground. Bai Tang immediately prepared to confront Feng Yixio. Do you have any objections? Feng Yixio's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and the intense aura made Bai Tang involuntarily step back 2 paces. He couldn't meet Feng Yixio's eyes and instead helped the fallen Lin Shuer up, asking with concern, Shuer, are you okay? Unexpectedly, Lin Shuer got up and angrily slapped Bai Tang across the face, shouting furiously, are you even a man? Didn't you see someone hit me? Bai Tang lowered his head in silence, his face darkening, until he finally exploded. Enough. Shut up. Lin Shuer looked at him incredulously. You dare to yell at me? If it weren't for the Lin family, would you have what you have today? With that, she prepared to slap him again, but he blocked her hand. Let's break up. I've had enough. Bai Tang said with a blank expression, as if discussing something entirely mundane. Upon saying this, a look of relief spread across his face, as though he had cast off some shackles. Lin Shuer shouted angrily, you dare to dump me? Your origin potion was bought by my father, and your magic spirit card was something I begged him to get for you. You're just a dog our Lin family raised, and you think you can dump me? Bai Tang wasn't angry. Instead, he sneered coldly, finally, you speak your mind. Good. He pulled out a business card and shoved it into Lin Shuer's hand, saying coldly, this is all my savings over the years, just enough to repay everything you gave me. I owe you nothing anymore. With that, Bai Tang turned away, full of desolation, and left resolutely, unmoved by Lin Shuer's pleas. Lin Shuer broke down completely, kneeling on the ground, clutching her head and crying bitterly. Suddenly, like someone possessed, she rushed towards Shinryu, screaming like a banshee, it's all your fault. It's all your fault, you bitch. Otherwise, Bai Tang wouldn't have left me. Before she could get close, Feng Yixio stepped in front of her and kicked Lin Shuer away. If I hear one more bad word about you, whether you said it or not, I'll hold you responsible. Feng Yixio glared down at Lin Shuer, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. It won't be as simple as today. I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Shuer curled up on the ground, trembling. The bone-chilling cold seemed to freeze her whole body, and any words of retort were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Let's go. Feng Yixio's gaze softened as he turned to Shinryu. Shinryu gave Lin Shuer one last deep look before leaving with Feng Yixio. Han Xiao followed closely behind, exclaiming with admiration, "That was so satisfying. What was with that look you gave her?" "It was terrifying. That's killing intent," Feng Yixio replied with a calm smile. "Kill enough people, and you'll have it too." "What?" Han Xiao was taken aback. "What have you been through these past 6 months?" "Guess." Feng Yixio made a playful face, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Lin Shuer watched them leave, seeing the smile on Shinryu's face, and the fire of jealousy burned fiercely in her heart. "Shinryu, Feng Yixio, I'll make you pay." She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms without her noticing. After seeing Shinryu back to her dorm, Feng Yixio and Han Xiao returned to their long-unseen student apartment. As they opened the door, the familiar living room came into view, with all the furniture and floors spotless. "Welcome home," Han Xiao said proudly. "How do you like it? I've kept it in good shape while you were away for 6 months, right?" Feng Yixio felt a warmth in his heart, but maintained a calm demeanor as he nodded. "Not bad. As a reward, I've got a gift for you." Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately wrapped an arm around Feng Yixio's shoulder. "What gift?" "I haven't decided yet." Feng Yixio hesitated for a moment, then took out a vial of first-tier origin serum and shook it. "Have you tried this?" "Origin serum?" Han Xiao snatched it eagerly. "How did you get this?" "You haven't tried it?" Han Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. "Don't even mention it. I tried to get my relatives at the Huazhong base to help me get this, but they refused no matter what. It's so frustrating." "No worries." Feng Yixio patted his shoulder and took out a bunch of origin serums, handing them to him. "It's just first-tier origin serum. There's plenty. Once you awaken your bloodline, I guarantee you'll break through to the second-tier gene lock immediately. These are all for you. Share them with anyone in the class you think has potential." Han Xiao stared at the serums in his arms, as if he were dreaming. These were all brought by Feng Yixio from the Lin division, and with his level of access, the cost of these items was almost negligible. "Brother, why does this coveted origin elixir in your hands seem as cheap as bottled water sold on the street?" Han Xiao asked, carefully holding the dozen or so vials of the elixir, his face full of confusion. Feng Yixio smiled slightly, waved his hand nonchalantly, and said, "It's not as precious as you think. It's just tightly controlled. It costs about 10,000 alliance credits per bottle. Not that expensive." 10,000 alliance credits. "And that's not expensive?" Han Xiao was nearly driven to madness with shock. Despite completing numerous alliance missions over the past 6 months, his savings amounted to only 30,000 alliance credits. Yet Feng Yixio casually tossed around tens of thousands, suggesting he give them away freely. How wealthy must one be to squander so effortlessly? "That's nothing. I'm giving it to you at cost. If someone else wanted to buy it, they'd probably have to pay at least 50,000. Feng Yixio frowned, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Han Xiao, speechless, stored the extra elixirs in his storage ring. "By the way, didn't I give Yura a bottle of origin elixir before? Has she awakened her bloodline?" Feng Yixio suddenly remembered. "She awakened unexpectedly during a recent mission and is now a first-tier source warrior." Han Xiao replied with a smile. At this point, both Feng Yixio and Shenryu had become first-tier source warriors, leaving Han Xiao still an ordinary spirit warrior. He couldn't help but feel a bit downcast and lowered his head. "You should drink this bottle of origin elixir now. I believe you'll awaken your bloodline," Feng Yixio encouraged with a smile. Han Xiao forced a smile and downed the elixir in one go. Yet nothing happened. First-tier origin elixirs only work under extreme danger or emotional stress. Drinking it now is like drinking water. Han Xiao worried silently. It's not guaranteed that drinking a first-tier origin elixir will awaken your bloodline. Some people never awaken despite drinking it. It depends on a spirit warrior's talent and luck, as some never encounter life-threatening situations, Feng Yixio explained. "I have a way for you to awaken quickly. Want to try?" Feng Yixio suddenly had an idea and said excitedly. Han Zhao's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "What way?" With a mischievous grin, Feng Yixio grabbed Han Xiao and headed upstairs. On the rooftop balcony of the student dormitory, Han Xiao stood trembling at the edge, his voice shaking. "Brother, is this your great idea?" Looking at the terrifying height below, fear gripped his heart, and he nearly fell to his knees. "How about it? Exciting, right? I think this will definitely unlock your first genetic lock," Feng Yixio said excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Han Xiao rolled his eyes helplessly, stepped back and said shakily, Maybe it's better to stay ordinary." "Ordinary, my foot. You're going down." Just as Han Xiao was about to give up, Feng Yixio suddenly kicked him off the edge. "Feng Yi Xiao!" Han Xiao shouted during his fall, his voice filled with resentment. Feng Yixio followed closely behind and jumped without hesitation, ready to save Han Xiao before he hit the ground. At that moment, Han Zhao's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the intense fear of death, feeling a violent surge of energy within him. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a faint sound of shackles breaking. Just as he was about to hit the ground, his heart nearly stopped beating. Feng Yixio used his thunderstorm step to accelerate quickly, catching up with the falling Han Xiao and decisively grabbing him before he hit the ground. Han Xiao, eyes shut tight in fear, opened them to find the ground just an inch from his nose. The thunder mark beneath Feng Yixio's feet couldn't bear the weight of both of them and shattered with a crack. Han Xiao painfully crashed to the ground, bruised and battered, stood up while holding his face, and cried out, "It hurts." Feng Yixio excitedly approached him, asking, "How about it? Did you manage to unlock the first genetic lock?" Han Xiao felt the power within him and replied despondently, "Almost, but not quite." Feng Yixio, surprised, asked, "Really? Even that didn't work?" Han Xiao hung his head, filled with disappointment. "Am I really that untalented, letting you down?" Seeing this, Feng Yixio immediately placed a hand on Han Zhao's shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay. If it didn't work this time, we can try again." Han Xiao was almost brought to tears, exclaiming, "Again?" Feng Yixio looked around and suddenly spotted a 100-meter-tall building, excitedly saying, "How about that one? It's tall enough, right?" Han Xiao looked at the towering structure, nearly wetting his pants in fear, and dashed towards the apartment entrance, shouting, "I think being an ordinary battle spirit master is just fine." Feng Yixio felt a bit troubled, realizing that awakening a bloodline connection was not an easy task, and the difficulty was evident. Back at the apartment, Feng Yixio saw Han Zhao's door tightly shut, gently knocked, and softly asked, "Han, are you asleep?" "Asleep." Han Zhao's voice trembled slightly, as if muffled under the covers. Feng Yixio returned to his room, realizing he had been too hasty. This forced approach seemed ineffective in awakening a bloodline connection and failed to ignite true determination. Lying in bed, Feng Yixio felt a long-lost comfort and drifted into a hazy sleep. For the past 6 months, he had been training by day and taking on missions by night, often getting only 4 hours of sleep, usually on a hard bed or outdoors. This soft mattress was a rare luxury. The following evening, in the VIP suite of Jiangshui City's largest restaurant, Qianyang Restaurant, Han Xiao pointed to the beautiful view of Qianyang Lake outside the window and cheerfully said, "I've long said I wanted to treat you to a meal here at Qianyang Restaurant. Isn't the view great?" Feng Yixio looked out at the shimmering lake, where various boats gently swayed on the water, colorful lanterns reflecting beautifully on Qianyang Lake, and the soothing music added to the enchanting atmosphere. Outside the window, a dragon boat glided by, catching Shan Ruyu's eye. Excitedly, she grabbed Feng Yixio's arm and exclaimed, "That dragon boat is so beautiful. Brother Feng, can we go for a boat ride on the lake later?" Feng Yixio affectionately ruffled her hair. Sure, we'll go after we finish eating." Opposite them, Han Xiao rubbed his temples and teased, "We haven't even finished the meal, and watching you two is already filling me up." Shinryu released Feng Yixio's arm and turned to Han Xiao, "Big brother, you're so popular at school and receive so many love letters. Isn't there anyone who makes your heart flutter?" Before Han Xiao could respond, Feng Yixio interjected, "Han's standards are high. Those ordinary girls don't stand a chance." Han Xiao laughed heartily. "You really get me, brother. I think," Shinryu said with a mischievous glint in her eye, "you already have someone in mind. Want me to play matchmaker?" Han Zhao's smile froze, and he replied seriously, "A woman's intuition is truly sharp. You've figured it out. Did you ever really guess right? Who is it?" Feng Yixio asked, intrigued. "Don't ask. It's not someone from our school," Han Xiao said quietly, looking down. Shinryu's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Is it someone from the Dongfang family? If I'm not mistaken, it's probably Dongfang Xiamo, the youngest daughter of the Dongfang patriarch." Han Zhao's head shot up, and he stammered in surprise, "How? How do you know?" Realizing her slip, Shunryu quickly covered her mouth. "Shunryu, Shin family." Han Zhao's eyes widened in shock. "Could it be that you are?" Shinryu swiftly grabbed a crab and stuffed it into his mouth. "Eat up." Feng Yixio, however, was enlightened and looked at Shinryu seriously. "Where? Are you from one of the 4 great families?" Seeing Feng Yixio's sincere gaze, Shinryu hesitated slightly, then nodded gently, "Brother Feng, I didn't mean to hide it from you." "It's okay," Feng Yixio said tenderly. "I like you for who you are, not your family background." "Brother Feng." Shinryu's eyes welled with tears as she hugged him tightly. Feng Yixio gently patted her back. "Whatever reason you had for leaving your family, I'll face it with you. Will you tell me why?" Shinryu released her embrace, a pained look from the past in her eyes. "I'm the youngest daughter of the Shun family. Although my parents love me dearly, children from big families don't have the freedom to choose their marriages. I was betrothed to the Long family from a young age. But after witnessing my sister's tragedy, I didn't want to follow in her footsteps, so I ran away with her. Your sister's tragedy? Who is your sister? Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. Shin Ryu replied solemnly, my sister, Shin Qingzi. You must have met her. Shun Qingzi is your sister? Feng Yixio was initially taken aback, then his eyes widened in shock. Shin Ryu nodded, a hint of pain in her eyes. That's right. She married the eldest son of the Long family at 20. That scoundrel cheated on her, and when she found out, he even raised his hand against her. Worse, he claimed she was just a tool for bearing children for the Long family. Bang! Feng Yixio, enraged by what he heard, slammed his teacup down, shattering it and spilling tea across the table. This is outrageous. Isn't there anyone to stand up for your sister? Shin Ryu shook her head with a bitter smile. The Long family is the foremost of the four great families. Even though my father was furious, all he could do was give a verbal warning. What era are we living in that arranged marriages still happen? Feng Yixio exclaimed, slamming the table. Han Xiao sighed, picking up the conversation. It's a long story. The four families didn't originally have marriage alliances, but ever since the first patriarch's sacrifice, the sacred spirit bloodline has weakened over generations. I'm an example of a diluted bloodline. Later, it was discovered that intermarriage among the four families could strengthen the bloodline and descendants, Shin Ryu added. So they established marriage alliances under the guise of protecting China. Han Zhao's face was full of helplessness. I grew up with Dongfang Xiama, but because of my impure bloodline, our engagement was called off, which is why I'm here now. Feng Yixio frowned, his voice filled with anger. Sacrificing personal happiness for so-called national interests? This is outdated feudal thinking. Even if it does strengthen the bloodline, it shouldn't be done this way. Brother Feng? Shin Ryu lowered her head in guilt. I wanted to tell you earlier, but my fiancé is the most outstanding genius the Long family has seen in a century. I was afraid of the pressure it would put on you. Feng Yixio gently pressed 2 fingers to her lips, his gaze steady. I won't let anyone take you away from me. Do you trust me? Shun Ryu gently moved his hand away and replied firmly, I trust you. Feng Yixio and Shun Ryu found themselves in an embrace, their eyes filled with unprecedented tenderness. In this moment, all barriers between them vanished, and their hearts truly came together. Han Xiao watched the two, tears welling up in his eyes, his voice choked with emotion. It's so great to see you like this. To hell with those arranged marriages. Let them all go to hell. But his mood quickly turned somber again. I just don't know when I'll see Xiaomo. I'm such a coward. Memories flooded back as the news of Dongfang Xiaomo being severely punished for defying the family head echoed in his mind. He couldn't even muster the courage to confront his father and had chosen to flee instead. At this moment, he deeply understood how vast the gap was between him and Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio frowned, his tone stern. You are indeed a coward. If you don't even have the courage to pursue love, how can you ever find true love? Han Xiao lowered his head even further, but inside, a fierce determination began to ignite. Become stronger. Feng Yixio's voice thundered. Strong enough that the four great families have to look up to you. Then who would dare belittle you? Exactly. Han Xiao clenched his fists, adrenaline surging through him. To hell with the four great families. Once I'm stronger, their rules will be nothing. Feng Yixio suddenly wore a mysterious smile. All right then, let's go find a 100-meter skyscraper and unlock your first genetic lock. All right, let's go. Han Xiao began to respond, only to realize what was being suggested, his face turning pale. What? Jump off a building again? I feel like I've been set up. Feng Yixio chuckled coldly. What? Are you scared? Despite the agony on his face, Han Xiao gritted his teeth. I'll jump. At worst, I'll die. With that, he dashed towards the window of the private room, moving faster than anyone could have anticipated. Fortunately, Feng Yixio reacted quickly, grabbing Han Xiao, who was already halfway out the window. This was, after all, the 33rd floor of the Qianyang Tower, 100 meters above the ground. Once Han Xiao was safely back in the room, Feng Yixio smiled with satisfaction. Having the determination is enough for now. There's no need to rush. He had merely intended to test Han Zhao's resolve, never expecting that this acrophobic friend would actually dare to jump. As long as it makes me stronger, I'm not afraid of death. Despite being drenched in cold sweat, Han Zhao's eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. Sensing the heaviness in the atmosphere, Shin Ryu raised her glass and declared loudly, from today on, let's forget those ridiculous family ties and live for ourselves. Han Xiao raised his glass and laughed heartily. Exactly. Live for yourself. Let's drink to our heart's content today. Feng Yixio looked at Shin Ryu in surprise. Didn't you say I shouldn't drink? Today I'm happy. It's the most relaxed I've felt in years. We have to celebrate. Shin Ryu beamed with a sincere and pure smile. Feng Yixio filled his glass, raised it high, and said, "Then let's not go home until we're drunk. Cheers." The three of them clinked glasses and drank them dry, then refilled their glasses as the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office at Shenyang Tower, a woman with disheveled hair, looking like a vengeful spirit, suddenly burst through the door, followed by a man in black with bandages wrapped around his chest. The general manager, who was looking at his computer, was furious at the intrusion. Who dares enter the general manager's office without knocking? Open your eyes and see who I am. The woman's face was dark with anger, her voice filled with rage. Through her messy hair, the general manager recognized the familiar facete was Lin Shuer, the precious daughter of the chairman of the Lin Consortium. As Ma Yuanfu, the general manager of Shenyang Tower under the Lin's umbrella, he couldn't possibly fail to recognize the young lady. "Miss Lin, I didn't realize it was you. Please don't take offense." Ma Yuanfu quickly stood up and said obsequiously. "Were there 3 students dining here just now, 2 males and 1 female?" Lin Shuer asked expressionlessly. "Yes, they are in the private room 101 on the 33rd floor," Ma Yuanfu immediately replied. As guests in the VIP room, he remembered them clearly. Lin Shuer noted this silently and said coldly, "This is none of your concern. Make sure you don't mention my visit to anyone." With that, she left with the menacing man in black. In the private room 102 on the 33rd floor, Lin Shuer glared coldly at the wall. "They're next door. Find a chance to kill that wretch Shen Ruyu, and let that guy taste the pain of losing a loved one." Shen Ruyu has already unlocked the first genetic lock. "It won't be easy." The man in black, Li Xiu, frowned. Lin Shuer took out a small bomb. "This is a fake bomb. Strap it on yourself, and they'll be afraid to act against you, leaving them at your mercy." Li Xiu took the bomb and laughed maniacally. "Heh, I'll make that guy pay for humiliating me." But upon closer inspection, he questioned, "Fake bombs are this realistic now? How else would you fool them?" Lin Shuer asked impatiently, "Are you going or not?" "Of course I'll go. But when will you give me the reward you promised?" Li Xiu frowned. Lin Shuer slowly took out a card from the Merchant Guild and said calmly, "This card has 100,000 alliance coins on it. Once you succeed, the money is yours. Then wait for my good news." Li Xiu said with a fierce look, silently vowing to himself. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from the adjacent room, followed by a conversation between Feng Yixio and Han Xiao. "I mean, brother, isn't it embarrassing that the 2 of us can't outdrink a girl?" Han Xiao said, leaning against the wall as he walked. Feng Yixio, his face flushed, looked puzzled. "I didn't expect you to have such a high tolerance. I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the restroom." Han Xiao quickly followed him. After they disappeared down the hallway, Li Xiu, wearing a black hat, emerged from room 102, thinking to himself, "Feng Yixio, I'll make sure you understand the consequences of crossing me." With a sinister expression, he rushed into room 101. At that moment, Shen Ruyu was resting her head on the table, her face slightly red and her consciousness hazy. When Li Xiu burst in, she didn't immediately see who it was. As a lightning elemental warrior, Li Xiu was incredibly fast and instantly appeared behind Shen Ruyu. He held a dagger glinting with cold light to her neck. The sharp blade left a faint trace of blood, the intense sense of danger rousing Shen Ruyu from her drunken state. Feeling the cold metal against her neck, she prepared to fight back, a red flame slowly rising in her palm. "Don't move, or we'll all go down together," Li Xiu threatened, revealing a mini bomb strapped to his waist. Shen Ruyu saw the bomb's lights blinking and her pupils contracted instantly, the flame in her hand extinguishing. Through the sharp dagger, she recognized the intruder. It was Li Xiu. "Li Xiu, what exactly do you want?" Shen Ruyu asked, frowning. Li Xiu let out a cold snort and said maniacally, "What do I want? I want your life, of course." Shen Ruyu's heart tightened, cold sweat dripping down her face. "Aren't you afraid my brother Feng will kill you for this?" she asked, fear gripping her heart. Li Xiu's eyes were wild and determined. "Afraid? Of course I am. But even if I die, I'll make sure he knows the price of offending me. I want to drag him to hell with my own hands." You're a complete lunatic." Shen Ruyu gritted her teeth. Li Xiu laughed eerily, leaning closer to her ear, inhaling her scent, and closing his eyes slightly. "The thought of such a beauty dying by my blade makes my blood sing with excitement." At that moment, the voices of Feng Yixio and Han Xiao came from outside the door. "I don't need your help. I can walk on my own," Han Xiao shouted, half drunk. "You can't even walk in a straight line. Stop pretending." Feng Yixio mocked mercilessly. Li Xiu was about to swing the dagger in his hand when a streak of scarlet light suddenly shot in from the window, precisely slicing across his wrist. The intense pain forced him to drop the dagger. The light finally embedded itself in the dining table before him, revealing its true form, a blazing red metallic feather. With a clear, sharp cry, Shen Ruyu's battle spirit, the flaming lark, flew in from the window. It was then that Li Xiu realized Shen Ruyu had been diverting his attention with conversation, while secretly summoning her battle spirit in the blind spot outside. Fire Phoenix Assault. In the nick of time, Shen Ruyu unleashed her most powerful battle spirit technique. The flaming lark's wings flapped vigorously, instantly transforming into a gigantic flaming phoenix that charged towards Li Xiu. The attack came so swiftly that Li Xiu had no chance to summon his battle spirit. With a loud boom, Li Xiu was engulfed in flames, letting out a piercing scream. At that moment, Feng Yixio rushed into the room, witnessing Li Xiu writhing in agony on the floor and a pale, trembling Shen Ruyu. Are you alright? Feng Yixio quickly supported her. Shen Ruyu weakly replied, Brother Feng, this man is Li Xiu. He was about to kill me. Han Xiao, who had followed them in, sobered up instantly and gritted his teeth. Is Li Xiu insane? Suddenly, the door slammed shut, followed by the sound of it locking. A bomb strapped to Li Xiu's waist began to count down. 10, 9, 8. The door was now sealed with a thick layer of ice. This is bad. The timed bomb has been activated. Feng Yixio frowned. Outside, a familiar female voice echoed. Ha ha ha. Feng Yixio, Shen Ruyu. You can be a pair of ill-fated lovers in the afterlife. Lin Shuer. The three exclaimed in unison, shocked by her cruelty. In this room 100 meters high, Feng Yixio could only save one person by jumping out of the window. He made a quick decision and charged towards Li Xiu, still rolling on the floor, using all his strength to kick him out the window. Just as the crisis seemed to be averted, a pair of burning hands clung desperately to the window ledge. A face, bloodied and unrecognizable, peered in, like a demon from hell, cackling with a sharp, grating voice, hee. I want you to accompany me to the grave. Oh no, time's running out. Han Xiao was about to summon the Xian Shui turtle, but decided against it as the immediate danger subsided. Now, trying to summon it again was too late. This is a common issue for battle spirit masters. Once a summoning is interrupted, trying again takes much longer. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the air, with a terrifying shockwave easily penetrating the reinforced concrete walls. Feng Yixio instinctively pulled Shen Ruyu into his arms, using his back to shield her from the searing impact. The flames drew closer to Han Xiao, the scorching heat nearly overwhelming his consciousness. In this life-or-death moment, an unprecedented will to survive erupted within him. In a daze, he saw Dongfang Xiama, with her charming tiger teeth, waving at him. No, I can't die. Han Xiao roared internally. I haven't apologized to Xiama yet. I can't die here. This intense survival instinct fully unleashed Han Xiao's potential, a tidal wave of power surging within him. With a crack, the already loose gene lock shattered, and the dormant elemental force awoke with a roar. Han Xiao slammed his fists into the ground, instantly summoning the Earth Demon Shield. Under his heavy blow, the solid ground transformed into rock, forming an impenetrable circular shield that securely protected the three of them. As the explosion subsided, fine cracks appeared on the Earth Demon Shield, which then shattered. Han Xiao's spiritual energy was exhausted, his face as pale as paper. After confirming his companions were safe, he collapsed. Han bro. Feng Yixio and Shen Ruyu hurriedly supported him. Han Xiao coughed weakly but managed a joking remark. I didn't let you down, did I, buddy? Just then, the previously frozen door was kicked open. A team of uniformed personnel poured in, surrounding the trio. A portly man swaggered in, issuing orders. These people are suspected of murdering a battle spirit master. Take them all to the disciplinary team for questioning. What murder? Someone's trying to harm us. Han Xiao shouted furiously. Ha ha ha. If I say it's murder, it's murder. Get ready to spend the rest of your lives in prison, the man sneered. At this moment, a disheveled woman leisurely walked to the man's side, looking at the three with satisfaction. Shen Ruyu immediately recognized Lin Shuer, her anger flaring. It's you. You're the one framing us, aren't you? Lin Shuer smiled slightly. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. You killed your classmate yourselves. What's that got to do with me? Han Xiao clenched his fists tightly, ready to step forward in anger. Feng Yixio stopped him with a calm gesture and approached the portly man. Tell me, what did Lin Shuer offer you? Feng Yixio asked in an even tone. The chubby captain's face flushed, a flicker of panic in his eyes, but he quickly glared at Feng Yixio in embarrassment and anger. What benefits? I don't know what you're talking about. Li Xiu was killed by you, and there's no denying it. Interesting, Feng Yixio sneered. The body was blown to pieces, yet you claim to know it was Li Xiu. Your eyesight is quite impressive, Captain. The chubby captain broke into a cold sweat, but maintained his facade. I heard it from this kind-hearted witness. Is there a problem with that? Feng Yixio had already seen through everything. This captain must have taken favors from Lin Shuer, and more importantly, he wanted to curry favor with her father, Lin Hai, a powerful business magnate. You can arrest me, but let my friends go, Feng Yishio offered, extending his hands peacefully. Humph. Who do you think you are? The captain scoffed. In a flash, a lightning spear materialized in Feng Yishio's hand, its sharp tip poised at the captain's throat. If you don't let them leave, no one will be leaving today. Arrest them all, the captain barked, trying to maintain his composure. Swallowing hard, the captain finally relented under the threat of death. Fine, fine. I'll let them go, but you must come with me. After weighing his options, Feng Yishio retracted the spear. He knew that resorting to violence would only complicate matters further. Soon, a dozen enforcers moved in, roughly handcuffing him and escorting him away. Brother Feng, I'll find someone to rescue you, Shinryu called out anxiously. Don't worry. They'll send me back soon, Feng Yishio reassured her with a backward glance. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Shuer smirked triumphantly and taunted Shinryu. Take a good look while you can. You won't get another chance. Lin Shuer was determined to make Shinryu experience the helplessness of watching a loved one being taken away. Feng Yishio was forcibly put into a white patrol car, surrounded by armed officers. Lin Shuer and the plump captain sat in another white sedan. Before getting into the car, Lin Shuer glanced back at the detained Feng Yishio with a triumphant smile on her face. Han Xiao and Shinryu could only watch as Feng Yishio was taken away in a grand display, feeling anxious and helpless. Soon, the convoy of patrol cars roared away, disappearing from sight. What do we do now? What should we do? Han Xiao asked anxiously, stomping his foot. Shinryu, though heavy-hearted, tried to remain calm and said, Don't panic. Let's go find Teacher Jialan and Principal Zhou. They might know how to save Brother Feng. Realizing the urgency, Han Xiao quickly got into his sports car and waved to Shinryu, saying, What are we waiting for? Let's go. With a roar, they sped towards Qingyun Academy, the sound of the engine echoing through the streets. In the interrogation room of the patrol team, Feng Yishio was confined in a small, cramped room, shackled hand and foot with heavy chains that suppressed his spiritual power. The glaring lights made it almost impossible to keep his eyes open, yet Feng Yishio appeared somewhat drowsy, unfazed by the intimidating atmosphere. As one of the captains of the Feng department, he was very familiar with interrogation rooms and felt no fear towards such basic interrogation tactics, even feeling a bit like taking a nap. The plump captain sat opposite Feng Yishio with a stern face, while Lin Shuer sneered, Boy, if you beg for mercy now, maybe I can make things a bit easier for you. Uninterested, Feng Yishio responded casually, Show me what you've got. I'm curious to see the skill level of Jiangshui City's patrol team. The patrol team is a subordinate institution of the Feng department under the Central China Alliance, specifically overseeing the conduct of spiritual warriors. While ordinary crimes are handled by security agencies, the power of spiritual warriors is beyond their control, prompting the Feng department to establish patrol teams in each district to deal with such cases. Bang! The plump captain slammed the table in anger, shouting, You're still putting on airs at this point? Someone, come here and beat him. Immediately, several patrol officers approached, metal batons tapping ominously against their palms as they closed in on Feng Yishio. His expression darkened, and he glared fiercely at the approaching officers, commanding coldly, Get lost. The sudden surge of killing intent made the officers recoil in fear, unwilling to come any closer. Useless. He's all tied up, and you still can't handle it? Let me do it. The plump captain, seething with rage, grabbed a long baton and swung it hard at Feng Yishio, landing a heavy blow on his body with a dull thud. Feng Yishio winced slightly from the pain, glaring at the captain and demanding coldly, Is this how your patrol team handles cases? The captain raised the baton again, striking Feng Yishio's back with force. Smack! The heavy baton landed forcefully on Feng Yishio, causing his blood to surge and his one straight back to involuntarily bend. The blow not only brought immense pain but also caused 2 items to slip from his pocket, a military green card and a white jade token. The chubby captain put down the baton and bent over to pick up the items. As he scrutinized them, his pupils suddenly contracted, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The military green card was unmistakably an alliance card with a 2-stripe, 3-star insignia, indicating a rank of colonel. The white jade token had the character Feng on one side and 1 on the other. The Feng division captain's token. This can't be. The chubby captain's hand visibly trembled, his voice filled with shock and doubt. How could a 16-year-old boy be the captain of the Feng division? This thought quickly led him to his own conclusion. Ha ha ha. The chubby captain suddenly burst into laughter. Who would have thought you'd dare to impersonate a high-ranking alliance officer? You can't even make a decent fake ID. With that, he casually tossed the evidence to the ground and deliberately stomped on them. Feng Yishio watched this scene, a mocking smile playing at his lips. Minister of the Lin division? I wouldn't dare, but I could manage as the deputy minister. Want to see what's in my left pocket? Provoked by these words, the chubby captain reached into Feng Yixio's other pocket and pulled out a silver badge, the badge of the Lin Division Deputy Minister. This discovery made him laugh even more uncontrollably. Really interesting. A full set of fake IDs? Are they on sale? I'm not sure about the penalty for forgery, Feng Yixio said coldly, but I am well aware of the consequences for assaulting a senior officer of the headquarters. This statement thoroughly enraged the chubby captain. He swung the baton again, striking Feng Yixio across the face. Do you believe I could kill you and no one would know? Feng Yixio spat out a mouthful of blood, his fists clenched, eyes blazing with anger. Nearby, Lin Shuer laughed so hard she could barely stand. Feng Yixio, this is what you get for crossing me. Miss Lin, what should we do with this kid? The chubby captain asked obsequiously. Lin Shuer snorted coldly, a hint of madness flashing in her eyes. Break his legs and throw him in jail. I want to make him suffer. Ugh. Feng Yixio spat out the metallic taste of blood, his eyes ablaze with uncontrollable fury. He glared coldly at Lin Shuer and the fat captain, his anger nearly boiling over. The actions of the Jiangshui City Inspection Team had completely shattered his perception. This was no law enforcement agency, but a malignant tumor. Just as Lin Shuer was about to raise her hand, a deafening explosion suddenly reverberated through the space. The walls of the interrogation room collapsed with a crash, and the ceiling was blown off entirely. The scene was instantly swallowed by a whirlwind of chaos. The fat captain and Lin Shuer stood frozen in place, the sight before them chilling them to the bone. Dozens of armed helicopters hovered above, their mounted heavy machine guns all trained in their direction. Even more suffocating was the sight of hundreds of armed personnel wearing black masks tightly surrounding them, each exuding an intimidating aura of menace. Don't move. Amidst the unified shout, the fat captain, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, raised his hands, with suspicious liquid seeping from his pant legs. Although Lin Shuer was equally pale with fear, she still clung to the hope that such a grand show of force couldn't possibly be aimed at them. A black armored vehicle roared into view, and from it emerged a woman wearing a black cat-faced mask, none other than Maoyu. Xin Ruyu followed closely behind, her expression anxious. When Maoyu saw Feng Yixio in shackles, she visibly paused. She quickly approached and saluted Feng Yixio with a crisp military salute. Captain, I'm sorry. We're late. The surrounding figures in black echoed in unison. Captain, we're sorry for your hardship. This scene utterly shattered the fat captain's psychological defenses. He looked in disbelief at the young man, barely 16 or 17, yet dared not meet his gaze. Trembling, he sidled up to Maoyu with a fawning smile. Honored member of the Feng unit. Surely there's a mistake? He's just a suspect, and he's forged high-level credentials. Please, don't let him deceive you. The cat's sharp gaze swept over the captain's badge and the alliance card scattered on the ground, and her brow instantly furrowed. Without hesitation, she spun around and slapped the fat captain hard across the face. You have some nerve, daring to plot against Captain Feng. It seems you don't value your head. Her voice was filled with suppressed anger. The fat captain was stunned by this sudden turn of events and quickly pulled out an identity verification device from his pocket. He hurriedly picked up the wallet he had carelessly tossed on the ground earlier, trembling as he retrieved Feng Yixio's ID card and inserted it into the device. When the screen only displayed the words, top secret, his face turned deathly pale. How can this be? With a thud, the fat captain fell to his knees. As the captain of the inspection team, he knew all too well the power of this device. Even personnel from the Alliance headquarters should at least have basic personal information displayed. But the fact that this individual's data was classified as top secret dared not dwell on its implications. His eyes fell on the scattered credentials on the ground. A senior colonel-level alliance card, a captain's badge from the Feng division, and a deputy minister's emblem from the Lin division. Each item was painfully real, piercing his eyes. The fat captain, as if clutching at a lifeline, crawled on all fours to Feng Yixio's feet, ignoring the blood seeping from his forehead, and kowtowed frantically. Master Feng, I was blind and foolish to offend you. Please, be magnanimous and spare me. His voice was filled with fear and pleading. Feng Yixio slowly rose, casting an indifferent glance at the fat captain begging for mercy on the ground. Nikomata, hasn't the inspection team always been under our Feng division's management? Yes, Captain. Nikomata nodded in response. Although due to the many districts in Huazhong Bay City, management isn't very thorough. Disband the Jiangshui City inspection team, Feng Yixio sneered, his tone leaving no room for doubt. And this inspection team, Captain? Nikomata cautiously probed. Framing and assaulting a member of the Alliance headquarters, and accepting bribes. What does the Alliance regulation say about such offenses? Feng Yixio asked lightly, his hands clasped behind his back. 2 crimes combined. Sentenced to the 18th level of the abyssal prison. Life imprisonment. Nikomata answered firmly. Good, let's proceed with that. Feng Yixio waved his hand dismissively. The fat captain felt as if struck by lightning. 10 years of hard work gone, and now he was to be thrown into a hell even demons couldn't endure, the 18th level of the abyssal prison. He looked desperately at Lin Shuer on the side, rage boiling in his heart. If it weren't for that cursed woman, how would he have provoked this formidable figure? Lin Shuer, you crazy woman. If you want to get yourself killed, fine, but dragging me into it too? The chubby captain, seething with anger, picked up a baton and strode towards Lin Shuer, exuding a menacing aura. His position wasn't only due to flattery and skills, his strength was formidable too. Now a level 4 battle spirit master and a first-tier source warrior, he was not to be underestimated. Seeing the captain approach, Lin Shuer backed away in fear, suddenly tripping over something. Supporting herself with her elbows, she struggled to crawl backward. She cursed angrily, "It's all your fault, you bitch. How dare you provoke the Wind Division's lord and drag me into this?" The captain cursed back, lashing out at Lin Shuer with brutal force. Her cries of pain were incessant, but she continued to defiantly curse Feng Yixio. "Feng Yixio, you bastard! Do you know who my father is? If you dare touch me, he won't let you off." At that moment, Lin Shuer's phone rang. Feng Yixio gestured for the captain to stop, and he immediately complied, crouching like a submissive dog. Lin Shuer glanced at the caller ID and saw it was her father, her face lighting up with excitement as she glared at Feng Yixio. "You're finished. My dad's calling me. None of you will escape." She answered the call, but her father's first words left her utterly stunned. "You ungrateful wretch. I told you not to provoke Feng Yixio, but you wouldn't listen. Now the Lin Corporation is being investigated for tax evasion and hoarding magic spirit cards, and it's all your fault. Are you happy now?" The voice on the other end was frantic and desperate. "You better get on your knees and apologize to Master Feng, beg for his forgiveness, or we'll all spend the rest of our lives behind bars." Lin Shuer's phone slipped from her hand, her face a mask of despair and disbelief. Her father had always seemed invincible to her, his name capable of quelling any storm. But this time, why was it different? To Feng Yixio, Lin Shuer was like a naive antelope, bound to face consequences eventually. Little did she know, her first stumble might cost her everything. Lin Shuer looked at Feng Yixio and Shinryu with a mix of resentment and anger, which grew until she burst into hysterical laughter. Feng Yixio watched her, sprawled on the ground and losing her sanity, shaking his head without a hint of sympathy. She had brought this upon herself. Those who are pitiful often have only themselves to blame. "I'd rather die and drag you to hell with me." Lin Shuer glared at Feng Yixio with eyes full of rage and despair. Her actions were swift and unexpected as she aimed a handgun directly at Shinryu. "Yuer, watch out." Feng Yixio instinctively lunged forward, shielding Shinryu in his arms. At the same time, a dozen team members rushed towards Feng Yixio like arrows released from a bow. From a distance, some team members quickly raised their firearms, while others began summoning defensive battle spirits. As the former leader of the 5th team, Mayu reacted the fastest, her sharp eyes accurately tracking the bullet's trajectory. She spread her fingers, and a wisp of smoke flowed from her fingertips. As a third-tier source warrior, her skin was as tough as steel, impervious to ordinary bullets. Attempting to assassinate the Wind Unit captain is a capital offense. The bullet in Maoyo's hand whistled out, moving even faster than a gunshot. With a light sound, a bloody hole appeared in Lin Shuer's forehead, marking the fall of the Lin family heiress. Almost simultaneously, the diving team members formed a human pile, heavily pressing Feng Yixio and Shinryu to the ground. Amid the chaos, Feng Yixio's lips accidentally brushed against Shinryu's, and the continuous impact made it difficult for him to pull away immediately. Shinryu's eyes widened as she felt his rapid breathing, her mind going blank. Both thought the same thing. This wasn't the romantic first kiss they had imagined. Shinryu finally snapped back to reality and began struggling to push Feng Yixio away. Realizing the kiss had lasted too long, he quickly propped himself up to create some space. "Hey, enough already. Get off me." The team members finally got up, their faces bearing knowing smiles. "Yuer, are you okay?" Feng Yixio asked, helping Shinryu to her feet. Shinryu's face was flushed, her voice trembling. "Huh? I'm fine." Suddenly, the team members shouted in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." The shout made Shinryu's face turn even redder. "What are you guys yelling about? Who's your sister-in-law? Are you itching for a beating? You've made your sister-in-law blush." Feng Yixio pretended to be stern, but secretly gave the team members a thumbs up, feeling delighted. Shinryu stomped her foot in frustration and ran over to Maoyu, asking with concern, "Sister Maoyu, is your hand okay?" The cat demon spread her palm and smiled at Yuer, saying, "These are just ordinary bullets. They can't hurt me." Feng Yixio walked over with a grin. "Cat demon, it's a good thing you arrived in time." The cat demon glanced at Shinryu and replied calmly, "You should thank Yuer. If she hadn't found the Jialan amethyst right away, I might not have known you were captured by the patrol team. Feng Yishio asked curiously. Weren't you back at the Alliance headquarters? How did you get here so quickly? The cat demon frowned. The boss informed me that someone is investigating your information using very advanced methods. Even she couldn't find out who it was, so she sent me to assist you. I didn't expect to run into this situation. Someone's investigating me? Shin Ryu's expression turned serious. Feng Yishio also frowned, worried. Wasn't your file already made confidential? Your information is indeed under high-level confidentiality, but that doesn't mean no one can access it. For example, our boss, Elder Chu, even people at the Alliance headquarters, or the 4 major families could access it. The cat demon's expression grew more serious. Are you saying someone might be targeting me? Feng Yishio felt a tightness in his chest, realizing the gravity of the situation. He wasn't strong enough yet to ignore such potential threats. Even a handgun could pose a threat if he wasn't aware of it. If he could reach the level of a War Spirit King and unlock the 3rd gene lock, he wouldn't fear a mere handgun. As War Spirit Masters grow, the threat of firearms diminishes, eventually becoming almost ineffective. We can't be certain yet, but it's clear that whoever or whatever is investigating you is very powerful and working in the shadows, which is extremely disadvantageous for you, the cat demon said coldly. Feng Yishio took a deep breath and said firmly, instead of worrying about potential enemies, I'd better focus on becoming stronger. The cat demon nodded, agreeing with Feng Yishio's mindset, increasingly confident in her choice of captain. Captain, don't worry too much. The boss has already assigned me to work in Jiangshui City, and the surrounding patrol teams need reorganization anyway, so I can ensure your safety as well, the cat demon said softly. Minister Zhong actually approved your transfer from headquarters? Feng Yishio asked in surprise. Usually, the Feng Division troops are stationed at headquarters, rarely venturing out except for missions, and the procedures are extremely complicated. Now, Minister Zhong has directly assigned the entire team to Jiangshui City, ostensibly to reorganize the patrol team, but in reality, to protect him. That's right. Minister Zhong suggested it herself. You should know she holds you in high regard. The cat demon nodded and said seriously. Feng Yishio's brow furrowed. Even Minister Zhong taking it so seriously indicated the formidable nature of the threat. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Shin Ryu suddenly interjected, Brother Feng, could the cat demon sister be the friend from Africa you often mention? Feng Yishio glanced nervously at the cat demon and scratched his head. Heh, that's her. Brother Feng, what are you talking about? Cat demon sister's skin is so beautiful. It's probably very popular in Europe and America, right? Shin Ryu looked at the cat demon with eyes full of admiration. Mao Yu swiftly removed her mask, revealing a radiant smile. You really have an eye for beauty. I went through a lot to get this tan. Her face beamed with joy, finally meeting someone who appreciated her beauty. Shin Ryu instantly transformed into a little fan, circling around Mao Yu with shining eyes. Sister, you're so beautiful. Teach me how to get a tan like yours. As Mao Yu walked towards the armored vehicle, she enthusiastically explained, getting a sun-kissed look takes technique. The most important thing is not to burn your skin. Don't tan like that. It's too ugly. Don't be impulsive. Feng Yishio anxiously shouted. Shut up. Shin Ryu and Mao Yu turned back simultaneously, glaring at him angrily, then exchanged a smile and got into the armored vehicle together. Feng Yishio stood there, bewildered, watching the vehicle drive away. What's going on? Is the friendship between women really this mysterious? Just then, a sports car sped over, and Han Xiao and Principal Zhou Yin hurriedly got out. Seeing Feng Yishio unharmed, they visibly relaxed. Brother, I'm so glad you're okay. Han Xiao exclaimed, giving Feng Yishio a hug, his eyes red with emotion. Feng Yishio patted Han Xiao's back, then turned to Principal Zhou. Principal Zhou, sorry for worrying you. I'm fine now. Zhou Yin noticed someone handling the scene, particularly the body being loaded into a vehicle. Is that Lin Shuer's body? Yes, Feng Yishio explained. She tried to shoot Yuer, but Deputy Captain Mao Yu executed her on the spot. Isn't Mao Yu the captain of the 5th squad of the Feng department? Why did she help you? Zhou Yin was even more puzzled. I'm her superior now. I'm the captain of the 1st squad, and she's the deputy captain. Feng Yishio calmly replied, then turned to the team members present. This is my Uncle Zhou. Say hello. Hello, Uncle Zhou. The team members chorused in unison. Zhou Yin was taken aback by the display and quickly responded, Hello, everyone. I need to get back to school to handle some matters. Take care, Uncle Zhou. Would you like me to arrange a ride for you? No need. I'll just take a taxi. Zhou Yin waved goodbye with a smile, feeling a surge of emotions. The young man who once needed his protection had now grown into someone he held in awe. Walking through the chilly wind, Zhou Yin muttered to himself, Father, it seems Feng Yishio no longer needs my protection. He's already grown up. Wow, brother. You've become the captain of the wind unit. I was worried for nothing. Han Xiao chuckled as he playfully patted Feng Yixio's chest, his tone carrying a hint of mock grievance. Feng Yixio smiled slightly and replied, "Sorry for making you worry, Brother Han." At that moment, a member of the wind unit stepped forward, stood straight, and reported loudly, "Captain, the scene has been handled. How should we deal with the former inspection captain?" Feng Yixio glanced coldly at the plump captain being held by several people and said calmly, "Just follow the Alliance's regulations and handle it impartially." The team member immediately straightened up, ready to escort the inspection captain away. Feng Yixio suddenly stopped him and asked, "How's the situation with the Lin Corporation?" The team member turned back to continue his report. The Lin Corporation is suspected of tax evasion and has illegally hoarded a large number of spirit cards. During the arrest, the mayor of Jiangshui City tried to intervene, but he quickly left once he learned of our identity. Now, Chairman Lin Hai and the core members of the family corporation have been taken to the wind unit for trial. Feng Yixio mused to himself, "The mayor of Jiangshui City? It seems the waters run deep there." He then instructed, "All right, you may go." The team member promptly escorted the plump captain into the vehicle. Watching the commanding presence of Feng Yixio, Han Xiao quietly remarked once the others dispersed, "Brother, you're impressive. I think you carry yourself better than our principal." Feng Yixio gave a sheepish smile and said, "Huh, Brother Han, stop teasing me. Where's our third sister?" Han Xiao glanced around, and Feng Yixio shook his head helplessly. "Ah, don't mention it. She's probably off learning how to sunbathe with my deputy captain, Cat. I hope Ewer doesn't pick it up." "Sunbathing? Do you even need to learn that?" Han Xiao looked puzzled, then headed towards his sports car, saying casually, "Hop in, brother. I'm exhausted and need to rest." Feng Yixio opened the car door and sat inside, smiling. "Congratulations on unlocking the first level gene lock. How does it feel?" Han Xiao maneuvered the steering wheel and replied, "Haha, awakening the bloodline feels amazing. I feel like a superhero now." Feng Yixio teased, "You're already getting cocky as a first-level source martial artist? What will happen when you unlock the second-level gene lock? Will you take off?" Han Xiao grimaced, "Not really. With a monster like you living with me, how could I get arrogant? I'll be relieved as long as I don't end up depressed." In Feng Yixio's bedroom, he reflected, "I never expected Shen Qingzi to be your sister. I really didn't see that coming." When he first met Shen Qingzi, he noticed some resemblance between them but didn't think much of it, considering Shen Ruyu grew up with him in the orphanage. Looking back, he realized how oblivious he was and should have guessed it earlier. Feng Yixio had promised Shen Qingzi a gold-level card, and now he could finally make one. He opened the system's fusion interface, took out a Golden Leaf Cicada spirit card, and muttered to himself, "Golden Leaf Cicada, a lower-tier card of the six-winged Golden Cicada. The bronze level requires 2 fusions." Feng Yixio placed the Golden Leaf Cicada in the main card slot and a cheap bronze-level spirit card in the other slot. After 30 minutes, he successfully fused the 2 bronze cards into a silver-level spirit card. With each level he attained, Feng Yixio noticed the time required to fuse cards gradually decreasing, bringing a sense of joy to his heart. After a brief rest and a full recovery of his spiritual energy, he placed the newly fused silver-level magic spirit card into the main card slot. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yixio silently hoped, "Let it succeed." He activated the fusion system. This time, the fusion process was not as effortless as with the bronze-level magic spirit cards. His spiritual energy was rapidly drained, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. 2 hours later, with his spiritual energy completely exhausted, the main card slot emitted a golden glow. Success! Feng Yixio excitedly extracted the freshly fused magic spirit card. This was his first time fusing a gold-level magic spirit card, and while he felt a bit anxious, the successful outcome filled him with excitement. The six-winged Golden Cicada Lu E, a gold-level magic spirit card, was indeed powerful. In his hand, the gold-level magic spirit card revealed the form of the six-winged Golden Cicada, radiating a golden glow with an overwhelming aura. The cicada's body seemed to be forged from gold, and its 3 pairs of wings, as thin as cicada wings, were exquisite, resembling delicate gold foil. Feng Yixio pondered, "Can I use this gold-level magic spirit card now? Why not give it a try?" He immediately summoned Xiao Bailu. At this point, Xiao Bailu had grown significantly larger, making the bedroom feel cramped. As soon as Xiao Bailu appeared, it affectionately wrapped around Feng Yixio, licking his face with a warm tongue and letting out excited hisses. Feng Yixio laughed. "Xiao Bailu, stop it, I missed you too." Yet he wondered why Xiao Bailu seemed to have some warmth. Weren't snakes cold-blooded? The temperature was much warmer than before. "Xiao Bailu, come closer. I want to test the gold-level 6-wing armament on you, and see if you can use this magic spirit card." Obediently, Xiao Bailu moved to the center of the room, slightly retracting its body. Feng Yixio infused a large amount of spiritual energy into the gold magic spirit card, then tossed it. Instantly, The card transformed into a golden light and merged into the seven-colored jade-scaled snake. Xiao Bailu's back slowly sprouted 3 pairs of golden wings, as delicate as cicada wings, resembling intricate golden art pieces. However, the 6-wing armament seemed a bit mismatched for Xiao Bailu. The wings were slightly small and not quite suitable. It appeared that the White Knight Griffin would be a better match for Xiao Bailu, so upgrading the White Knight Griffin to a gold level was the next step. Carefully, Feng Yixio retrieved the 6-winged golden cicada and then took out the White Knight Griffin. With the experience of the previous success, this fusion proceeded smoothly. The upgraded White Knight Griffin magic spirit had an evidently larger form, its feathers transforming from a metallic texture to a jade-like luster, making it appear exceptionally beautiful. Feng Yixio immediately applied the fused White Knight Griffin magic spirit card to Xiao Bailu, and instantly, a pair of massive wings, 5 to 6 meters long, appeared on Xiao Bailu's back. The golden White Knight Griffin, named by E, is clearly the most suitable magic spirit card for Xiao Bailu. Feng Yixio examined it closely and nodded with satisfaction before asking Xiao Bailu for his opinion. After all, the best way to determine if a magic spirit card is a good fit is to consult the battle spirit itself. Xiao Bailu nodded excitedly, seemingly expressing his approval of the new magic spirit armament. Feng Yixio smiled and said, "As long as you like it." The White Knight Griffin is a top-tier flying magic spirit card, extremely fast, and just right for you. He thought to himself that his Titan's heavy pressure relies on its massive body and gravity to crush opponents. If it could descend faster, its power would surely be enhanced significantly. "It's getting late, Xiao Bailu. You should get some rest," Feng Yixio said as he retracted the magic spirit and lay down on the bed, exhausted. As the night deepened, he soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the first thing Feng Yixio did after getting up was to head to the Alliance Chamber of Commerce to find Vice President Shan Qingzi and hand over the 6-winged golden cicada magic spirit card to her. The chamber was quiet in the early morning, with only a few customers coming and going. The staff greeted Feng Yixio warmly. "Hello, Master Feng." Since his last impressive performance at the chamber, virtually all the staff respected him, aware of his close relationship with President Shan. Feng Yixio nodded in response and smiled. "I'm here to see President Shan. Is she in?" The staff immediately replied. "Vice President Shin arrived early. She's in her office now. Would you like me to take you up?" Feng Yixio waved them off, saying, "No need. I just have a small matter to discuss with President Shan. I can go up myself." With that, he walked up to the second floor of the chamber, heading confidently toward President Shan's office. As he approached, he could faintly hear the sounds of an intense argument coming from inside. The voices stopped abruptly as he got closer, seemingly aware of his approach. Feng Yixio furrowed his brow slightly and knocked gently on the door, calling out, "President Shen, are you okay?" I'm fine. Why are you here suddenly?" "It's not convenient today, you should leave." Shin Qingxi's voice came through the door, and Feng Yixio detected a hint of nervousness. "Is someone in your office, President Shin?" Feng Yixio asked coldly. No, you're overthinking it. Just go quickly." Shin Qingxi's voice sounded much calmer than before. Feng Yixio felt puzzled but didn't dwell on it. He said softly, "President Shun, thank you for your help before. Here's the 6-winged golden cicada magic spirit card I promised you. I'm putting it in." He took out the magic spirit card and slipped it through the door crack, then heard the sound of high heels approaching. "I've got it. If there's nothing else, you should leave. I'll come by to thank you another day," Shin Qingxi said loudly. Feng Yixio touched his forehead in confusion, unable to understand why Shin Qingxi was acting so strangely. In Jiangshui City, who could possibly make her so fearful? He turned and said, "Then I'll be going. Let's arrange to have dinner with Yuer another day." Before he finished speaking, the office door behind him suddenly burst open. An invisible force pulled the unsuspecting Feng Yixio inside, and he landed heavily on a chair by the desk. The door slammed shut with a thud. Once he regained his senses, he noticed a mysterious woman in a red qipao sitting beside him. Her eyes were slightly closed, and even just sitting there, she exuded a commanding and oppressive presence. Clearly, the invisible force was her doing. Shin Qingxi sat across from him, her face dark with anger. "Idiot! I told you to leave, but you just had to say more." Feng Yixio defended himself, feeling wronged. "What did I say wrong?" The mysterious woman suddenly opened her eyes, staring straight ahead, and asked coldly, "Are you Feng Yixio? May I know who you are?" Feng Yixio frowned slightly. "It's best if you don't ask who I am. Knowing won't do you any good," the mysterious woman replied with a cold smile. Feng Yixio was about to stand up. "If you won't tell me, then I'll take my leave." "Who said you could leave?" "Sit down," the mysterious woman commanded sharply, casting a piercing glance his way. A powerful pressure enveloped Feng Yixio, as if a massive weight was pressing down on him. He immediately recognized this as the aura domain Zhongli Mei had mentioned, a dominating force only those in high positions could wield. Feng Yixio steadied his mind, and released his own formidable aura to counter hers. The two forces clashed intensely, causing the teacup on the table to shatter, the tea turning into mist. Despite his efforts, his strength was still no match for hers. The mysterious woman frowned, surprised. To grasp the aura domain at such a young age, as expected of her disciple, she thought, though her face remained indifferent. Is this all you have, daring to show off in front of me? Just as Feng Yixio was about to falter, Shen Qingzi intervened to break up the confrontation. The mysterious woman turned her gaze to Shen Qingzi, glaring. So, you think you're bold enough to challenge me now? Shen Qingzi immediately lowered her head but still unwillingly argued. Mom, isn't it a bit too much for a battle spirit king to bully a level 3 battle spirit master? Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Yixio's mind exploded. Did he just hear Shen Qingzi call this woman mom? And since Shen Qingzi is Shen Ruyu's elder sister, this means that this mysterious woman is Shen Ruyu's mother and could potentially become his mother-in-law. Could it be that the person Minister Zhong mentioned investigating him secretly is indeed Shen Ruyu's own mother? Feng Yixio wished he could slap himself twice. He had offended this woman right from the start. What was he to do now? As Feng Yixio pondered how to make up for his previous mistake, the mysterious woman suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Don't call me mom. From the moment you secretly took Yuer and ran away, you ceased to be my daughter." Her voice was thunderous, revealing immense fury. This mysterious woman was indeed Shan Qingzi and Shen Ruyu's mother, named Yuya. Shen Qingzi, scolded into submission, didn't dare to argue back, only lowered her head silently as tears fell uncontrollably. Feng Yixio was shocked to see such a vulnerable side of Shan Qingzi for the first time. In front of her mother, she seemed like a gentle kitten, pitiful and delicate. However, Yuya did not soften in the face of Shen Qingzi's tears. Instead, she reprimanded even more passionately, "Don't think that by acting pitiful I will forgive you. Do you know how much ridicule and scorn your father and I have endured over the years?" Feng Yixio couldn't bear to watch any longer and interjected, "You shouldn't have married Qingzi off to the Long family in the first place. Don't you have any responsibility for this?" Yuya shot him a cold glance and retorted sharply, "What does the Shen family's business have to do with an outsider like you? Do you really think you're part of the Shen family?" Feng Yixio frowned and replied coldly, "I never thought of it that way. I just can't stand your actions." "Oomph. You can't stand it? Do the rules of the four great families need a young brat like you to criticize? Who do you think you are?" Yuya was infuriated by Feng Yixio's words, pointing at him angrily. Feng Yixio, unfazed, crossed his arms and chuckled coldly. "The four great families? Is that so impressive? Aren't you just relying on the little bit of sacred spirit bloodline from your ancestors to throw your weight around? Now that the bloodline is thinning, you're starting to arrange laughable marriages. Are you trying to revert to feudal times?" Yuya was rendered speechless, her face reddening with shame. For a brief moment, she felt that Feng Yixio was right, but her rationality quickly pulled her back. Feng Yixio smiled slightly and continued, "Instead of striving for progress, you expect the younger generation to sacrifice their happiness to maintain the family's glory. Is this the four great families you're so proud of? How are you different from parents who don't work hard but expect their children to succeed? I think such a ridiculous family should just disband already." Yuya was left speechless, her face a mix of anger and embarrassment. Though unwilling to admit it, she found herself unable to refute Feng Yixio's words, despite the arrogance he displayed. Yuya gave a cold smile and stopped discussing the topic of the four major families. She knew that continuing to use her family's status as leverage would backfire, so she turned her focus directly to Feng Yixio's background. "Even if you talk a good game, so what? As far as I know, you're just an orphan without any support. So what if I'm an orphan? Does that mean an orphan doesn't have the right to pursue happiness?" Feng Yixio immediately retorted. Yuya adopted a more persuasive tone. "That's not what I meant. You know, my daughter has been pampered since childhood. The hardship she's experienced in the past year or two is just a novelty to her. Over time, she won't be able to bear it." She paused. "You wouldn't want Yuer to suffer with you, would you? I know your financial situation is tough, and I'm not here to make things difficult for you." With that, she took out a black and gold magic card from her bag and gently pushed it in front of Feng Yixio. "As long as you leave my daughter, consider this card as compensation." Feng Yixio frowned deeply. He had only seen such money-driven coercion in melodramas, but experiencing it firsthand, the sense of humiliation was unbearable. "Compensation? How much are you talking about?" Feng Yixio's gaze was icy. Yuya extended a finger and said calmly, 1,000,000 alliance coins. 1 million? Shen Qingzi, who was beside them, was stunned. That was the total income of the Jiangshui City Alliance Chamber of Commerce for half a month. Feng Yixio sneered disdainfully. 1 million? How about I give you 2 million? With that, he took out his own alliance card and placed it directly in front of Yuya. "You want to flaunt wealth in front of me? Let me show you what a true hidden tycoon looks like. His fingerprint pressed on the card's sensor area, and the balance instantly displayed 2,321,826 alliance coins. Yuya stared in shock at the string of numbers. You're only 16. How can you possibly have so much in savings? Aren't you an orphan? Just because I can't be a second-generation rich, doesn't mean I can't be a first-generation one. Feng Yixio mimicked her actions, pushing the card towards her. As long as you don't take Yuer away, consider this 2 million as your compensation. Yuya's face turned pale, and she was speechless for a long time. She had thought that bringing 1 million would be enough to intimidate this troublesome boy, but she hadn't expected him to casually pull out 2 million to counter her offer. Shin Qingzi felt a pang of anxiety and gently nudged Feng Yixio's arm, whispering, "Hey, that's Yuer's mother. Isn't this a bit too much?" Feng Yixio replied indifferently, "Someone slapped me in the face. I can't just smile and let it go. Kid, I was hoping to resolve this peacefully, but since you refuse to take the easy way, don't blame me for being rude." Yuya finally lost her temper, her fury sweeping in like a hurricane. Feng Yixio, undaunted, sneered, "Are you getting angry because you're embarrassed? Can't handle it softly, so you resort to force?" Yuya crossed her arms, looking at him disdainfully. "Do you, a mere level 3 battle spirit master, think you can take me on? A level 5 battle spirit king bullying a level 3 battle spirit master? If word gets out, it won't look good for the Shin family's reputation, will it?" Feng Yixio countered sternly. Yuya smiled slightly, threatening. "As long as you're dead, who would know it was me?" Seeing the situation deteriorate, Shin Qingzi quickly interjected. "Mom, you don't actually plan to kill Feng Yixio, do you?" Yuya glared at her, snapping, "Shut up. If I hear you speak for him again, do you believe I won't kill him right now?" Shin Qingzi was so frightened that she dared not speak again, standing aside with a face full of worry, knowing her mother's fury had already been ignited. "Oh, kill me? Trying to kill me in Huazhong base, and expect to walk away unscathed might be a bit challenging." Feng Yixio chuckled coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. Yuya snorted. "You underestimate the power of the 4 great families. Even if you were the captain of the first team of the Feng division, do you really think Zhongli Mei would turn against the Shin family for a mere captain? You're overestimating yourself." "Maybe not." Feng Yixio smiled slightly, speaking nonchalantly. Just then, Yuya's phone rang. She glanced at the caller, immediately frowning. It was Zhongli Mei, the head of the Feng division. Reluctantly, Yuya answered the call and walked towards the window. "Mrs. Shin, long time no see." Zhongli Mei's voice was serious and commanding. Yuya frowned. "Minister Zhong calling me? Is it about Feng Yixio?" Zhongli Mei got straight to the point. "Since Mrs. Shan is being direct, I won't beat around the bush. I have no intention of interfering in your family matters, but Feng Yixio is an important member of the Huazhong Alliance headquarters. You cannot harm him. What if I insist?" Yuya's face darkened, responding defiantly. Zhongli Mei chuckled softly, then, "Go ahead and try. See if you can safely walk out of Huazhong base." Yuya froze, her heart tightening. "Are you threatening me? For a mere subordinate, you'd oppose the Shin family? A mere subordinate? He's not just any subordinate. He's the hope of our Huazhong base. I've said all I need to. You do as you see fit." With that, Zhongli Mei ended the call. Yuya stood there, stunned, placing her phone down and glaring at Feng Yixio in the distance, shocked. The esteemed minister of Huazhong base headquarters was willing to risk offending the 4 great families for this young man, something she never anticipated. Ring, ring. Yuya had just put down her phone when another call came in. She quickly answered. "Hello? Mr. Chu, how do you have time to call me? I was planning to visit you personally." Yuya preemptively said. "Cut the nonsense. I heard you're planning to take action against my teacher." Mr. Chu's tone was stern, laced with a hint of anger. During his time in the Lin department, Mr. Chu often consulted Feng Yixio about spiritual research issues, which were always perfectly resolved, so he privately referred to Feng Yixio as his teacher. Now, to protect Feng Yixio, he spoke out bluntly without hesitation. "Your teacher? What teacher?" Yuya was completely baffled, having no idea who he was referring to. "Stop playing dumb. It's Feng Yixio, of course." Mr. Chu was furious, his voice rising sharply. Yuya was stunned, filled with confusion. A master in spiritual research referring to Feng Yixio as a teacher? Has Mr. Chu lost his mind? How could someone under 18 be called a teacher? "Don't think you can just stay silent and let this go. I provided the complete evolution plan for your husband Shinzhong back in the day, and you still owe me a favor." Mr. Chu was so angry that his beard bristled as he scolded her. I didn't mean it like that. We certainly haven't forgotten your help to my husband. It's just..." Yuya was on the verge of tears, her voice cautious. "Just what? If you dare to touch Feng Yixio, then the Shun family is ungrateful." Mr. Chu cut her off before she could finish and hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Yoya bewilderedly took the phone away from her ear, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Feng Yixio's status at the central China base was unexpectedly high. Ring, ring. Just as Yoya was still feeling frustrated, the phone rang again. To her surprise, it was from Shuntu Yijian, the minister of the fire department. She didn't hesitate to ignore the call, but immediately received two text messages, one from Shuntu Yijian and the other from Yuan Shan of the mountain department. Both messages were similar, warning her not to harm Feng Yixio, or else she would never step out of the Steel City walls. At this moment, Yoya's mind went blank. Had she stirred up a hornet's nest at the central China base? A mere 16-year-old had the four major ministers of Feng, Lin, Fire, and Mountain simultaneously exerting pressure on her. Clearly, Feng Yixio's influence at the central China base was far beyond what she had ever imagined. Smash! Yoya angrily crushed her phone, the immense pressure making her abandon any murderous intent towards Feng Yixio. However, her anger only grew stronger. If she couldn't act against Feng Yixio, could she still prevent herself from taking her daughter back? Feng Yixio, you've got some nerve. Yoya fumed, her eyes blazing as she glared at Feng Yixio, furiously shouting. Feng Yixio waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, Mrs. Shen, you're flattering me, it's nothing special. I may not be able to act against you at the central China base, but can you stop me from taking Shinryu back? You can't take Yuer, I won't allow it. Feng Yixio said, frowning with tension. I may not be able to kill you, but you can't stop me. Yoya sneered, her voice icy. Mom, are you really going to take my sister back? Do you want her to follow in my footsteps? Shin Qingzi suddenly spoke up, her tone filled with discontent. Yuya glared at her fiercely and snapped. Shut up. I haven't even settled things with you yet. Settle things with Qingzi? You forced a perfectly good daughter to run away from home, and you haven't even reflected on that? Feng Yixio questioned, his voice full of skepticism. Reflect? What did we do wrong? Everything we did was to protect Huaxia. Yuya responded defiantly. Protect Huaxia? What a grandiose excuse. I think you're just trying to prolong the life of your declining family. Feng Yixio retorted mercilessly. You? Don't push me to take action against you. Yuya was flushed with anger, fuming. Although she couldn't kill Feng Yixio, knocking him out was not a problem. As long as she took Shinryu away before Feng Yixio woke up, he would be powerless. Mom, if you want to take action against Feng Yixio, you'll have to get through me first. Shin Qingzi, moved by Feng Yixio's words, resolutely stood in front of him. Fine. Very well. Yuya laughed in anger and continued. Spirit weapon bestowal, windfall sword. A fierce wind rose, and countless wind elements converged wildly in her hand, instantly forming a silver long sword. Yuya slung the windfall sword on her back, her aura soaring, surrounded by countless wind blades with astonishing power. Mom, do we really have to be at each other's throats? Shin Qingxi's heart was in turmoil. Stop calling me mom. No matter what, I'm taking Yuer away today. Yuya shouted angrily, then waved her hand, unleashing a storm of wind blades that howled through the air, heading straight for Shan Qingxi. Shin Qingxi was shocked and immediately shouted, Spirit weapon bestowal, twin red lotus. Intense flames bloomed in her hands, and two fire lotus flowers slowly took shape, one golden and one crimson. As the fire lotuses bloomed, Shin Qingxi grasped two revolvers, one gold and one crimson. Red lotus storm. The twin red lotus in Shan Qingxi's hands spewed flames furiously, creating a terrifying storm of fiery bullets. The wind blades and fiery bullets collided continuously in midair, sparks flying intensely. Feng Yixio watched the battle between the two spirit warriors, unable to intervene, secretly marveling. Qingxi, you've indeed grown much stronger, but it's still not enough. Yuya said lightly. The windfall sword in her hand suddenly dropped, yet it didn't hit the ground, instead hovering in the air. Swift wind sword control. Yuya stood still, her body unmoving, as the windfall sword transformed into a silver streak of light. Gale's pinnacle. Tornado, she shouted. The silver sword light was surrounded by an increasing number of wind blades, forming a tornado sword domain of immense power. The fiery bullet storm barely held on for 2 breaths against the terrifying tornado sword domain. Shin Qingxi realized the danger, feeling overwhelmed, when suddenly a black shadow appeared in front of her. It was the battle spirit, Phantom Nightcat, belonging to Mao Yu. Miao. Yu's nether claw. Though small, the Phantom Nightcat was a perfectly matured battle spirit, with its physical and magical attacks reaching a terrifying SS level. The seemingly delicate cat paw moved with such astonishing speed that it created a sonic boom, distorting the space around it. 5 dark strikes, like claws from the depths of hell, suddenly attacked the tornado sword domain. Boom. The massive impact forced everyone present to step back involuntarily, barely managing to steady themselves. The once tidy vice president's office was now in complete disarray, with paper scraps and wood splinters swirling through the air. The Phantom Knight Shadow Cat was blasted away by the powerful force, landing heavily in the arms of Nikoyasha. In comparison, Yuya fared slightly better, but a crack appeared on her windfall sword, and the range of the wind blades was significantly reduced. You, a dignified war spirit king, are bullying a level 3 war spirit master. That won't sound good if it gets out, Nikoyasha said coldly, gently stroking the injured Phantom Knight Shadow Cat in her arms. Yuya, with beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, thought to herself, I didn't expect the captain of the 5th team of the Wind Department, Nikoyasha, to show up here. Facing either Nikoyasha or Shan Qingzi alone, she was confident of victory, but against both, she was not entirely sure. I am now the vice-captain of the 1st team and a subordinate of Feng Yixio, so don't get it wrong, Nikoyasha said sternly. Nikoyasha is a subordinate of Feng Yixio? For a captain to willingly submit to him, what kind of power does this guy have to make such strong individuals follow him so willingly? You think I'm afraid of you two teaming up? Nikoyasha, your spirit weapon is indeed formidable, but getting close to me won't be that easy. Yuya replied confidently. I am aware of your strength, and we certainly won't engage in a heathen fight with you, but… Nikoyasha took out a platinum-level magic spirit card and said lightly, if we want to engage in a war of attrition, you might not stand a chance. In her hand was a card flashing with the image of a 3-tailed cat, causing Yuya to tense up and think, damn, how did she get her hands on such a troublesome magic spirit card? The 3-tailed cat doesn't provide any special combat enhancement. Its sole function is resurrection, restoring 50% of its maximum spirit power. The 3-tailed cat's armament gives the Phantom Knight Shadow Cat 3 extra lives, making it an extremely difficult magic spirit card to deal with. The holder can often defeat opponents through a war of attrition, and even those with higher combat power are reluctant to face a strong war spirit that has 3 lives. Do you still want to fight us? Nikoyasha stood vigilantly beside Shan Qingzi, her eyes fixed on Yuya. Yuya furrowed her brows, calculating her next move. As the matriarch of the Shin family, she couldn't act recklessly. It was now clear that forcibly taking Shinryu was no longer an option. She decided to find another breakthrough, while also investigating what was so special about Feng Yixio that made her daughter and the strong members of the Wind Department so loyal to him. Feng Yixio, are you only capable of hiding behind women? Aren't you ashamed? Yuya said coolly. Feng Yixio stepped forward, unfazed, and replied, you, a war spirit king, are bullying me, a level 3 war spirit master, and you have the nerve to talk about shame? Are you saying I'm bullying you? Yuya retorted with a cold smile. Isn't it obvious? Feng Yixio responded loudly. Alright then, how about a bet? I won't use my war spirit. If you can defeat me, I won't take you anywhere with me, Yuya said, making a slight concession given the circumstances. Feng Yixio's pupils suddenly contracted, and an uncontrollable excitement appeared on his face. Are you serious? I always keep my word. I'm just afraid you won't dare to accept the challenge. Yuya's voice was filled with provocation. What do I have to be afraid of? I accept. Feng Yixio blurted out. Standing beside him, Shan Qingzi immediately grabbed his arm and whispered a warning in his ear. Don't fall for it. Mom is using reverse psychology. She didn't say she wouldn't use her spirit weapon. You can't possibly be her match. Seeing this, Yuya smirked with disdain and muttered under her breath, traitor, then raised her voice, are you scared, boy? I can't believe Yuer has fallen for a coward like you. I'm really disappointed. Feng Yixio shook off Shan Qingzi's hand and stepped forward resolutely. I know you're trying to provoke me, but for Yuer, I'm willing to take this risk. I want you to know I am worthy of Yuer. Good. You've got guts. A hint of approval flashed in Yuya's eyes as she effortlessly flew out the window, her voice echoing in the air. This place isn't suitable for a fight. Follow me. Feng Yixio, are you really confident? Shan Qingzi asked worriedly. My mom is a level 7, stage 5 battle spirit king and a stage 3 source martial artist. I have no confidence, Feng Yixio said gravely, but for Yuer, I have no choice. Thunder burst step. Before he finished speaking, a thunder mark appeared beneath his feet, and he shot out of the window like an arrow. Shan Qingzi and Nikomata had no choice but to follow closely behind. A large crowd had already gathered near the Alliance chamber, drawn by the earlier commotion. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the office, no one dared to approach. It wasn't until they saw the group fly out of the window that whispers began to spread, speculating about the situation. Around, the spectacled man gazed at the distant figures and murmured, Madam Shen? How did she end up fighting Shan Qingzi? The alluring woman standing next to him chuckled. President, it seems the rumors are true. Shan Qingzi has likely severed ties with the Shun family. Oh, that's interesting. The chubby president smiled knowingly. In the desolate outskirts of Jiangshui City, dark clouds gathered, and a light rain began to fall. Yuya was surrounded by an invisible wall of wind, keeping the raindrops at bay. Nikomata and Shun Qingzi shared an umbrella, watching the impending confrontation with tense expressions. Kid, I really admire your courage. I hope you're not just ignorant and fearless. Yuya swung her windfall sword, stirring up fierce gusts. I've said it before, for Yuer, even if it's a trap, I'll jump in without hesitation. Feng Yixio replied firmly. I always keep my promises. Yuya cast a cold glance at Maoyu and Shen Qingzi, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. Even if I die today, you must not intervene, or I will never forgive you. Feng Yixio watched them intently, responding solemnly. Maoyu and Shun Qingzi remained silent for a moment before nodding almost simultaneously, indicating they would not step in. Yuya felt a sense of triumph, as if victory was assured. She abandoned her advantage of long-range attacks, surrounded by wind blades, and charged straight at Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio, not daring to be careless, quickly summoned his Jade Lin snake. So it really is the Jade Lin snake? I want to see how a useless battle spirit can stand against me. Yuya's speed suddenly increased as she launched an assault on Feng Yixio. She had thought Feng Yixio's profile was false, but now, seeing him summon such a powerful battle spirit, her doubts deepened. Steel Hedgehog Sword Armor Armed. Death Roll. Feng Yixio swiftly pulled out a bronze-level magical spirit card, and Xiaobai Lu transformed into a sword-armored war chariot, rolling rapidly towards Yuya. The surrounding wind blades fiercely cut into the sword-armored chariot, sparking wildly. However, Yuya's wind blades were not as tough as the sword armor. Her expression darkened as she slashed down, leaving a deep sword mark on the chariot and sending several blades flying. What incredible power! Feng Yixio was shocked. No wonder the Battle Spirit King is seen as a watershed for battle spirit masters. The assistance of spirit arms is indeed immense. Yuya's windfall sword relentlessly attacked the Titan chariot. Seeing this, Feng Yixio's face turned grim, couldn't just sit back and do nothing. In an instant, he conjured a thunder spear and charged at Yuya. If your spirit can't do it, you step in yourself? You're still no match for me. Yuya slashed the sword-armored chariot aside and advanced straight towards Feng Yixio. Winds extreme. Tornado. Her windfall sword spun violently, forming a terrifying tornado sword domain, with sand and wind sweeping in, growing increasingly powerful. Thunder spear. Feng Yixio dared not be careless. Before the tornado sword domain could fully form, he threw the thunder spear with all his might. Clang. With a crisp metallic sound, the thunder spear shattered, forcing Yuya to step back 2 paces. The moment her hand touched the windfall sword, the violent thunder power erupted, and the intense tingling sensation made her instinctively release the sword. Feng Yixio smirked coldly, shouting, "Thunder step!" In an instant, a white figure vanished, landing a palm strike on the hilt of the windfall sword, sending it flying away. With a swift motion, the Feng Yun sword pierced the ground, emitting a low hum. Yuya reached out, attempting to regain control of the spiritual weapon. However, Feng Yixio was already upon her, his powerful palm aimed directly at her shoulder. Yuya smiled faintly, saying softly, "Even without a spiritual weapon, you're no match for me." Her wrist moved with boneless grace, deftly avoiding Feng Yixio's Thunder 8 trigrams palm, and coiled around his arm. In a series of explosive sounds, the fabric on Feng Yixio's arm was torn by violent wind blades. His palm strike failed to land, as a powerful internal force completely unraveled him. Fengji Binding Hand. Yuya's mastery of ancient martial arts had reached an advanced level, causing Shun Qingzi, who was watching, to look on with a heavy gaze and sweaty palms. 3 years ago, Yuya's Fengji Binding Hand was only at the perfect unity stage, yet she had broken through to such a level in the years since. Mao Yu's face was cold as she worriedly remarked, "I didn't expect Lady Shun's close combat skills to be so formidable. It seems the captain is in danger." Ignoring the torn skin on his right arm, Feng Yixio suddenly struck Yuya's shoulder with a palm, but his thunderous power had already been mostly dissipated. Yuya was pushed back 2 steps and said calmly, "The shape intent 8 trigrams palm is not that impressive." Feng Yixio's right hand was bleeding and trembling slightly. He coldly retorted, "The mastery of Fengji Binding Hand is indeed domineering, but you'd better look behind you." A chill ran down Yuya's neck, followed by a low growl. A jade-scaled serpent with a gaping maw slithered toward her. An illusionary clone? That was Yuya's first thought, as a growing spirit couldn't possibly have a tangible clone skill. She didn't dodge but instead pinched her fingers delicately, compressing terrifying wind elements at her fingertips. Fengji Calamity Finger. With a gentle flick, an invisible gust faster than a bullet sliced through the air. Feng Yixio was taken aback, unleashing a full-force palm strike. Thunder 8 trigrams palm. Skybreaker. A thunderous palm print met the invisible gust, only to be shattered mercilessly. So strong. So fast. Feng Yixio had no place to hide and could only avoid vital areas, his right shoulder bursting into a mist of blood. He spat blood, glaring viciously at Yuya, and said coldly, "Zyabela, use death coil." Zyabela swiftly wrapped around Yuya, and feeling the tangible grip, Yuya exclaimed, "Impossible! It's actually real." She hadn't defended earlier, confident that what was behind her was merely an illusionary clone, only to fall into Feng Yixio's trap. Feng Yixio wiped the blood from his mouth and said coolly, "There are many things you didn't anticipate." Thunder's fury. Crackling, countless silver lightning serpents erupted from the jade-scaled serpent's body, forming a terrifying lightning prison. And shrank magic attack. Damn it. Yuya's body was temporarily paralyzed. Seizing the brief opportunity, Feng Yixio shouted, "Iron Hedgehog Sword Armor Armament." Iron Prison. A prison of steel, bristling with swords, tightly bound Yuya. However, Feng Yixio was frustrated to find that his steel blades couldn't penetrate Yuya's skin. "Humph. You underestimate the defensive power of a level 3 Source Warrior." Eye of the Storm. Yuya sneered as a violent tornado erupted from her body, forcefully repelling the Jade Lin snake. Windfall Sword. With a casual wave of her hand, the sword planted in the ground flew back into her grip. "If that's all you've got, I suggest you surrender now to avoid further pain." Yuya twirled her sword with disdain, her eyes full of contempt. She didn't consider Feng Yixio a threat at all, as she had already unleashed the Battle Spirit King of a Tier 3 Source Warrior, and Feng Yixio stood no chance of winning. Feng Yixio frowned, his voice cold. "Madam Shun, I told you, even if it means death, I will not give up." As soon as he finished speaking, his Magic Spirit Codex began to move on its own, and a Silverdeer Magic Spirit card flew into his hand. Titan Devouring Python Titan Armament. Feng Yixio threw the card, and a pale yellow light instantly merged into the Jade Lin snake's body, causing it to undergo a stunning transformation. 5 meters, 10 meters, 25 meters. In just a few breaths, the Jade Lin snake grew from over 5 meters to 25 meters. Even more terrifying, 2 Jade Lin snakes appeared, surrounding Yuya on both sides. The immense pressure from their size was suffocating, and the Jade Lin snakes glared down at Yuya with fierce eyes. Titan Devouring Python. You actually have a magic spirit card from the Titan clan. Yuya's pupils contracted in disbelief. The magical beasts of the Titan clan are extremely rare and are known for their ability to challenge higher levels. Feng Yixio, without any family backing, actually possessed a Titan Devouring Python card. Titan Giant Hammer. Feng Yixio commanded decisively. The left Jade Lin snake's massive tail was instantly armored with sword scales, and the terrifying thunderous tail hammer smashed towards Yuya. Yuya sensed danger and quickly raised her windfall sword to counter the attack. Ultimate Wind Great Tornado. The sword moved like a dragon, stirring up a storm of sand and wind. A storm dragon, no less imposing than the Jade Lin snake, enveloped the windfall sword and met the Titan Giant Hammer Hedon. Clang. The clash sent shockwaves in all directions. Not far away, Nikomata and Shun Qingzi were pushed back several steps before regaining their balance. The violent, thunderous hammer and the formidable storm dragon clashed fiercely, with neither side gaining an advantage. In just half a year, Feng Yixio has become this strong. Shin Qingzi watched Feng Yixio in shock, utterly astonished. What was expected to be a one-sided battle turned out to be evenly matched. What an opportunity! Feng Yixio saw Yuya being restrained by one of the Jade Lin snakes and immediately took out a gold-tier magic spirit card. Yuya's face changed when she saw the card in Feng Yixio's hand, inwardly realizing the danger. This kid's Silverdeer magic spirit card wasn't his strongest card. Could it be that his second magic spirit absorbed a gold-tier magic spirit? While Yuya was still reeling from surprise, Feng Yixio had already thrown the gold-tier magic spirit card, which turned into specks of golden light and merged into the Jade Lin snake's body. White Knight Griffin White Wing Armament. Feng Yixio shouted fiercely. The jade-scaled serpent he controlled suddenly unfurled a pair of massive wings behind it. Enhanced by the Titan armament, these white wings appeared even more majestic, casting a shadow over the land. With a thunderous roar, the jade-scaled serpent shot up into the sky, quickly ascending to a height of 100 meters. Its enormous wings cast a large shadow on the ground below. In the next moment, it transformed into a white comet, diving at incredible speed toward Yuya, who was being restrained by another jade-scaled serpent. Yuya glanced up and saw the rapidly approaching white light, her heart pounding. In this critical moment, she held nothing back, channeling all her spiritual power into the Feng Yun sword. "Get back!" she shouted fiercely, as the storm dragon instantly tore apart the Titan's giant hammer sword armor, sending it flying. Just as Yuya was about to escape the attack range, Feng Yixio suddenly activated Thunder Shadow Step, creating a dozen lightning shadow clones that encircled her. Yuya furrowed her brow, finding it difficult to distinguish the real body among them. Thunder 8 Trigrams Palm Luo Tian. The clones simultaneously struck, their palm shadows layering and attacking. Yuya had no time to think. Wind Blade Sky Assault. She unleashed a fan-shaped wind blade, scattering all the clones. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Yuya's mind, and at that moment, Feng Yixio's triumphant voice came from behind. Sorry, it seems your luck isn't so good. Unexpectedly, Feng Yixio attacked not from behind, but from the front. 64 precise strikes hit Yuya's acupoints, blocking her energy and paralyzing her. Feng Yixio seized the opportunity to close in, using soft techniques to lock her waist securely, ensuring she couldn't escape the jade-scaled serpent's attack range in the sky. You brat! Let me go! Yuya shouted in both anger and embarrassment, struggling fiercely. Unless you admit defeat, I won't let go, even if it kills me. Feng Yixio gritted his teeth and held on. Fine, then I'll beat you to death. Yuya retorted furiously, Wind Extreme Calamity Finger. Her fingers flicked rapidly, and a mist of blood burst from Feng Yixio's left chest. Despite coughing up blood, Feng Yixio refused to release his grip. Yuya attacked with 3 more fingers, the Wind Extreme Calamity Finger piercing through Feng Yixio's right chest, left shoulder, and abdomen like bullets, leaving 3 shocking blood holes on his body. Let go of me now, or next time it won't just be your heart that gets blown up. Yuya's fingertip pressed against Feng Yixio's heart from behind. Feng Yixio, his mouth full of blood, mumbled, I won't give up unless you kill me. Nearby, Shinqingzi and the cat spirit were moved by his determination and wanted to help Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio shouted, Stay back. Everyone stay back. Shinqingzi and the cat spirit slowly halted, gripping the umbrella handle tightly, their eyes welling up with tears. Yuya's finger, aimed at Feng Yixio's heart, gradually relaxed, her expression turning serious. Could this guy really be unafraid of death? Willing to die for his daughter? Who else in the world could do the same? Yuya's moment of hesitation cost her the best chance to attack. Feng Yixio immediately unleashed the Titan armament on the rapidly accelerating Jade Lin snake in the sky. Suddenly, the enormous Jade Lin snake curled into a sphere, covered in countless sword-like scales. Its terrifying speed caused the tips of the scales to glow red-hot, and the white lightning snake illuminated much of the darkened sky. Yuya suddenly felt a scorching wind pressure approaching her, a strong sense of unease making her slowly look up, her heart nearly stopping. Like a massive comet descending, the oppressive force was overwhelming. Titan Starquake. The Jade Lin snake began to spin rapidly, the immense wind pressure pushing the ground beneath Yuya and Feng Yixio down by half a meter. Yuya could no longer pay attention to anything else, and the windfall sword in her hand hummed, as wind elements in the world frantically gathered at the sword's tip. The colorless and formless wind elements compressed under the windfall sword, forming a white vortex of wind, whistling like the divine wind from the heavens. Winds extreme. Fall of destruction. Yuya's forehead was covered in sweat as she thrust the long sword straight out. Boom. The moment the windfall sword met the Titan Starquake, a violent shockwave erupted. The cat spirit and Shinqingzi were blown back over 10 meters by the terrifying shockwave, barely managing to cling to a large rock to stay upright. The wind vortex exploded upon contact with the Titan Starquake, forming a massive storm vortex of equal size. Sparks flew everywhere as the Titan Starquake spun wildly, colliding with the violently rotating wind vortex. Countless broken steel blades scattered, and the wind elements burst continuously, emitting a deep rumble. It was actually blocked. Feng Yixio was a bit surprised. He knew the power of the Titan Starquake, and Yuya being able to directly block it was unexpected. However, Yuya was even more astonished. During her fight with Feng Yixio, she gradually forgot that he was just a level 3 battle spirit master. As a battle spirit king of the 3rd rank source warrior, to be evenly matched with a level 3 battle spirit master was a fact so unbelievable that no one would likely believe it if told. Yuya slowly regained her composure and said calmly, You have indeed exceeded my expectations, but you're still not quite there if you want to defeat me. The wind elements around them began to gather wildly. Although the explosive power of wind elements couldn't match that of thunder elements, their persistence was unparalleled. The spinning speed of the Titan Starquake gradually slowed, while the whirlwind grew larger. Feng Yixio's gaze turned grim as he released Yuya and retreated several steps. At this point, Yuya was completely restrained by the Titan Starquake, and he no longer needed to restrict her movements. Nearby, the Yulin snake, which had been knocked away by Yuya, suddenly spread its massive white wings, and Feng Yixio stood steadily atop its head. The Yulin snake, carrying Feng Yixio, soared into the sky, quickly vanishing into the thunderclouds. Boom! Lightning continuously exploded within the thunderclouds, occasionally lighting up the dark clouds, revealing glimpses of the enormous silhouette of the Yulin snake as it swam through them. As it moved, it emitted terrifying thunderbolts, and Feng Yixio continuously released thunder power, drawing all the thunder elements within the clouds together. Yuya watched in terror as the Yulin snake darted around within the clouds, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. What is this guy trying to do? Boom. As all the thunder elements in the clouds converged, Yuya saw a terrifying dragon head, akin to a thunder dragon, emerge. The Yulin snake burst out of the clouds, now transformed into a gigantic thunder dragon, wrapped in lightning. Staring at the dragon charging toward her, Yuya exclaimed in shock. Is this guy crazy? He's trying to harness the power of natural lightning. Isn't he afraid of being struck to death? To borrow the power of lightning, one must at least reach the level of a third-year source martial artist. Yet Feng Yixio dares to take such a risk. The sun mark on Feng Yixio's chest emitted a dazzling white lightning glow, which seemed to intimidate the natural lightning, causing it to cling only to the surface, not daring to penetrate deeper. Roar! The Yulin snake flapped its wings vigorously, accelerating through the air. Utilizing the power of the natural thunder dragon, its speed at least doubled. Before Yuya could completely break free from the Titan Starquake, the Yulin snake, under Feng Yixio's control, descended like a divine dragon from the heavens, unstoppable. Thunder Dragon Chariot. Feng Yixio stomped forcefully, flying through the air. A small white building slowly condensed into a sphere, and his sword armor reassembled. A gigantic thunder dragon head enveloped the entire Yulin snake, instantly illuminating the entire sky. Not enough. Still not enough. Thunderstorm step. Feng Yixio formed a thunder mark beneath his feet, this time twice as large as before. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder marks in the sky were continuously shattered by Feng Yixio's steps, and his speed increased rapidly. He propelled the thunder dragon chariot like a rocket booster, accelerating it further, the sound of breaking through the air echoing like a dragon's roar across the sky. Double shock. Explosion. Feng Yixio slammed his palm onto the thunder dragon chariot, causing its speed to surge once more. At this moment, the thunder dragon chariot's entire metallic body glowed red-hot, crashing violently into the Titan Starquake. Boom! The impact unleashed a terrifying force, akin to a comet striking the Earth, illuminating the space within a mile radius. Crack! With a sharp sound, Yuya's windfall sword finally succumbed to the strain and shattered. As the mystical weapon broke, a mouthful of blood spewed from her lips. She braced her hands against the ground, barely managing to steady her trembling body. The storm vortex created by the windfall sword dispersed instantly, and the fierce thunder dragon tore through the Titan Starquake, exploding with a thunderous roar in front of Yuya. Entangled in electric light, her entire body became paralyzed, unable to move. The Titan Starquake loomed closer, its destructive power leaving her with the certainty of death. No matter how resilient her body was, she couldn't withstand such a terrifying impact. Yuya looked up at Feng Yixio, who was shrouded in lightning in the sky, and a mysterious smile appeared on her lips as her eyelids began to droop. Just as she was about to close her eyes, a gentle force pushed against her shoulder. It was Feng Yixio's precisely controlled Thunder 8 trigrams palm. Void Break. This palm strike propelled her out of the range of the Titan Starquake's attack. Boom! The Titan Starquake crashed heavily into the spot where she had just stood. The ground within a mile radius cracked instantly, forming a massive crater with a diameter of 100 meters. On the moist earth, white lightning serpents darted around, crackling loudly. Yuya landed at the edge of the crater and swallowed hard as she looked at the shocking scene before her. If she had been struck directly by the Titan Starquake, she doubted she would have left a whole body behind. The clouds began to disperse, and a ray of sunlight fell on the two jade-scaled serpents in the center of the crater. The snake scales refracted the sunlight, creating a dazzling rainbow-like brilliance. Yuya's pupils dilated in shock as she gasped. The rainbow jade-scaled serpent. The legendary first-generation battle spirit. Shin Qingzi hurriedly stepped forward to support her staggering mother. Although Yuya didn't push her away, she only glanced at her with an expressionless look. Feng Yixio, you have won, Yuya announced loudly. Feng Yixio immediately retracted his battle spirit and, with a few steps in the air, landed in front of Yuya. He respectfully said, Madam Shun, thank you for holding back. He knew that if not for Yuya's mercy, the wind extreme finger would have pierced his heart. Yuya smiled and nodded. And thank you for saving me at the end. Does what you said still hold true? Feng Yixio asked eagerly. What I said naturally holds true, Yuya replied with a reassuring smile. However, Yuya hesitated and sighed softly. Feng Yixio felt a pang of concern and asked urgently, however, what? He knew he could help her keep it a secret for now, but he couldn't hide it forever. Yuya answered truthfully, the Long family will come to the Shin family to arrange the engagement in a year, and by then, we won't be able to refuse even if we want to. A year from now? What should we do? Feng Yixio's voice was filled with anxiety. Seeing his concern, Yuya was touched and said earnestly, don't worry just yet. Since I'm willing to help you keep this secret, it means I'm on your side. Our four great families always respect strength. As long as you can prove yourself to be on par with the Long family's young prodigy, I believe Yuer's father will support you. How can I prove myself? Feng Yixio asked, frowning. Should I go and defeat that Long family prodigy directly? That prodigy is named Long Chun, and he's 2 years older than you. He's already surpassed the Battle Spirit King level, and even I might not be his match right now. Yuya shook her head in denial. Even you're not a match for him? Is Long Chun really that powerful? Feng Yixio asked in surprise. He had always thought of Yuya as incredibly strong, but Long Chun was even stronger. Moreover, he had reached the Battle Spirit King level at just 18, an astonishing cultivation speed. I've mentioned before, he's the most gifted prodigy of the Long family, almost unbeatable among his peers. Although he's somewhat arrogant, my husband is very pleased with this prospective son-in-law. If you want to change his opinion, you must prove yourself to be even more exceptional. Yuya told Feng Yixio seriously. Feng Yixio clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. How should I prove myself then? The team led by Long Chun won the North China Intermediate League Championship. If you want to prove you're better than him, you must win the Central China League Championship earlier than he did. Do you understand what I mean? Yuya's voice was clear and firm. Feng Yixio nodded in response. I understand. I will definitely win the Central China Intermediate League Championship. Yuya nodded appreciatively and continued. Very well. Yuer's father, Shunzhong, is a reasonable man. If he knows you're such an outstanding young man, he won't oppose you. Then, rejecting the Long family will be justified. I understand everything you said, but among your four great families, why does it seem like the Shin family is somewhat afraid of the Long family? Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. He thought the four families should be equals, but it seemed the Long family's status was slightly higher than the Shin family's. Yuya sighed. Since the founding of our four great families, there's been a saying, without the Dragon King, the Azure Dragon reigns supreme. So, the Long family has always been the leader among our four great families, and indeed, the Long family has proven to be stronger than the other three. Feng Yixio nodded thoughtfully, silently repeating the phrase, without the Dragon King, the Azure Dragon reigns supreme. The founding patriarchs of the four great families were all holy spirits, and their holy spirits were the guardians of China Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Thus, it was only natural that the Long family's founding patriarch, being the master of the Azure Dragon Holy Spirit, held the foremost position. Yi looked earnestly at Feng Yixio in front of her and said, even though you are now the deputy director of the Lin department and the captain of the first team at the Huazhong base headquarters, these positions are just titles. What our four great families value most is strength. If you can win the Huazhong Intermediate League Championship at 17, even the Long family will have nothing to say. Her gaze carried a mother-in-law's affection for a son-in-law, clearly increasingly satisfied with Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio immediately straightened his posture, responding with determination, Mrs. Shen, rest assured, I won't disappoint you or Yuer. At that moment, Yi suddenly reached out her hand and changed her tone. By the way, didn't you say you'd compensate me with 2 million alliance coins if you didn't take Yuer with you? You can pay up now. Feng Yixio was momentarily stunned, not expecting this topic to come up. He hesitantly asked, can I say I was joking? Joking? Yuya raised an eyebrow. Do you think 2 million alliance coins is too much? No, that's not what I meant. Feng Yixio quickly took out his black gold alliance card. Yuya swiftly took the card, also taking out her own card to initiate the transfer. Here, use your fingerprint, Yuya said with a smile, handing the card back to Feng Yixio. As Feng Yixio nervously pressed his fingerprint to complete the transfer, he looked at the card displaying a big 0 in shock. His future mother-in-law's tactics were indeed impressive, leaving him with nothing. After handling the transfer, Yuya turned her attention to Shin Qingzi nearby. Qingzi, stop making a fuss and come back to the Shin family with me. Shin Qingzi instinctively stepped back 2 paces, her eyes evasive. Mom, I don't want to go back to the Shin family. I'm doing well outside. Yuya's face turned pale with anger. Aren't you ashamed enough of us? I said I'm not going back. I don't want to be controlled by you anymore. Shin Qingzi's stance was firm. Seeing the mother and daughter at an impasse, Feng Yixio could only try to mediate. Please, both of you, calm down. Yuya sighed deeply. Fine. Since you've grown wings, I can't control you anymore. With that, she summoned the spiritual weapon, the windfall sword, and elegantly stepped onto it. Before leaving, she gave Feng Yixio a meaningful look. Remember our agreement. You have 1 year. If you fail, don't blame the Shin family for being ruthless. Before the words fully settled, she had already soared away on her sword, quickly disappearing into the sky. Feng Yixio and Shin Qingzi gazed at the silver light in the sky, each lost in their thoughts. Cat Yu approached quickly, concern evident in her eyes. Captain, how are your injuries? Feng Yixio finally turned his gaze from the horizon. offering a relaxed smile. I'm almost fully recovered. No need to worry. Shin Qingxi turned around, examining Feng Yixio's body closely. The wounds inflicted by the Feng Jijia had nearly healed, and she exclaimed in surprise, "The speed of your recovery is incredible. How did you do it?" Katyu leaned in to observe the wounds, analyzing in a serious tone. It must be Feng Yixio's unique way of using lightning, which accelerates healing. Exactly, Feng Yixio replied with a shy smile. I call it self-electrotherapy, using lightning to stimulate cell activity. Who knew lightning could be used this way? Shun Qingxi's eyes sparkled with amazement. It's truly unheard of. Feng Yixio scratched his head and laughed. I discovered it by accident, but it works quite well. It seems that the one investigating you is Madame Shun, Katyu sighed in relief. Fortunately, it's not Lord Shunzhong, or the consequences would be dire. Is Shunzhong that powerful? Feng Yixio asked, frowning. Of course. Shin Qingxi rolled her eyes. As the head of the Shin family, my father's strength is extraordinary. Katyu added, if Shunzhong were to act, the three of us together wouldn't be able to withstand even a single strike. Feng Yixio looked troubled. He's that formidable. The powerful figures of the four great families should not be underestimated, Katyu warned. Especially the Long family, which is full of talent. Feng Yixio's expression grew serious. It seems the situation is indeed grim. Shin Qingxi suddenly took out a golden magic spirit card and smiled. I didn't expect you to actually find the six-winged golden cicada. I was just speaking casually at the time. For something Qingxi wants, I'd go through fire and water to find it. Feng Yixio replied with a smile. No wonder Yura likes you so much. Shin Qingxi teased with a raised eyebrow. You really know how to sweet talk. I'm only speaking the truth. Feng Yixio quickly explained, waving his hands. Shin Qingxi chuckled softly. All right, I'll stop teasing you. The Alliance Chamber of Commerce must be in chaos right now. I should head back. With that, she summoned the fire-eyed golden lion, activated her six-winged armor, and vanished into the sky as a golden flame. By evening, in the pavilion behind Qingyun Academy. Brother Feng, what made you think of looking for me? Shinryu asked softly, leaning against Feng Yixio's shoulder. Feng Yixio turned to look at her resting on his shoulder and replied gently, I haven't seen you in a while. Don't you miss me? Shinryu seemed to sense something unusual about Feng Yixio. She suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp and piercing, and asked, Are you hiding something from me? Feng Yixio was momentarily flustered but quickly denied it. No. No. Why would I hide anything from you? You're overthinking it. He tried to steady himself, but Shanryu's gaze became more intense. Finally, she said slowly, even though I know you're lying, if you don't want to tell me, it must be for my own good. I won't ask. Feng Yixio finally breathed a sigh of relief, gently offering her his shoulder, while secretly thinking he couldn't meet her eyes. He decided to bear this burden alone. After all, Yue had sacrificed and endured so much for him over the years. As a man, he had to be responsible. Feng Yixio suddenly asked softly, Yue, do you remember the first time we met? Shinryu's eyes reflected a flicker of memory. Of course I do. Back then, I had just arrived at the orphanage and was being bullied by some older kids. I was even forced into the lake. If you hadn't shown up and saved me in time, I might not be here today. She chuckled, her eyes full of gratitude. And those times we built snowmen and caught sparrows in the yard during the winter. Feng Yixio listened quietly, warmth filling his heart with memories. Despite the hardships of those times, they were the most cherished moments of their lives. Feng Yixio suddenly asked, What if one day your family doesn't allow you to be with me? Shinryu replied without hesitation, How could that be? Brother Feng, you're so outstanding. My family would definitely like you. I'm talking about if... Feng Yixio continued to probe. Shinryu became serious, looking straight into his eyes. If that really happens, I'll leave the family like my sister did. If that doesn't work, then I might as well die, because I... Her words were firm and resolute. Feng Yixio was taken aback, immediately silencing her with a gentle touch, saying softly, Silly, I won't let you say such things. Don't worry. I won't let that happen. Ma'am, I trust you. Shinryu's eyes were like crescent moons in the sky, her face glowing with a joyful smile as she leaned gently on Feng Yixio's shoulder. Looking at her beautiful smile, Feng Yixio felt a strong resolve rising within him. No matter what, he must win the Central China Intermediate League Championship within a year. The next afternoon, at Qingyun Martial Arts Arena, Feng Yixio participated in the A-class combat training course for the first time in half a year. The class had moved from the third training hall on the first floor to the first training hall on the second floor. His appearance immediately caused a stir among the class, with everyone rushing to take photos with him. Not only were his second-year classmates eager, but even many first-year admirers climbed to the second floor, all vying for Feng Yixio's autograph. Han Xiao looked on enviously at the bustling Feng Yixio, commenting with a hint of jealousy, I say, brother, You're way too popular. Feng Yixio scratched his head helplessly. You think I want this? My hand is about to cramp from all the signing. Meanwhile, Shinryu stood vigilantly by his side, casting a cold gaze at the female fans, her eyes exuding a hint of menace. Many of the female fans were too intimidated by her threatening look to approach Feng Yixio. Han Xiao couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Shinryu, teasing her, "Third sister, why do you look adorably fierce?" Shinryu shot him a cold glance, and with a flick of her fingers, a flame appeared, precisely igniting the corner of Han Xiao's clothes. This is real fierceness. It's so hot. Han Xiao yelped, jumping toward a nearby pool and plunging in with a splash. Feng Yixio was laughing hysterically at the scene, and as Han Xiao climbed out of the water, dripping and embarrassed, Feng Yixio couldn't resist teasing, "Han, you've got guts, daring to provoke my Yuer." At that moment, a clear cough broke the lively atmosphere. Teacher Jialan Ziyu was suddenly at the door, causing the enthusiastic crowd to disperse swiftly. Han Xiao quickly wiped the water from his face and hurried back to the line, standing at attention. Jialan Ziyu, with a serious expression, walked to the front of the group and cleared his throat. Feng Yixio, step forward. Feng Yixio stepped out, puzzled. Jialan Ziyu then announced, "Everyone, welcome Feng Yixio back." Applause filled the hall. Over the past 6 months, without Feng Yixio, Class A had felt like it had lost its backbone, often having to tolerate provocations from Class B. His return was a powerful morale boost, exciting all the students in Class A. Jialan Ziyu gestured for silence and continued. Feng Yixio has made significant progress at the Huazhong Alliance headquarters over the past 6 months. His mastery of Xingyi Baguazhang and Jiu-Jitsu has reached a level of perfection, comparable to mine. From now on, aside from basic training and theoretical classes, he can arrange his own training schedule. The students of Class A erupted in astonishment and applause once more. Although they didn't fully grasp the specifics, they were proud of Feng Yixio's achievements. Feng Yixio raised his hand to speak, finally voicing his main concern. "Teacher Jialan, I want to participate in the Huazhong League now." Jialan Ziyu responded nonchalantly, "Of course, you'll be participating in the Huazhong League. That's what Qingyun Academy trains you for." "Teacher Jialan, you've misunderstood." Feng Yixio frowned, clarifying, I want to sign up for the Huazhong League now." Mr. Jialan's face suddenly darkened, and disbelief flashed in his eyes as he looked directly at Feng Yixio. "Do you know what you're saying?" "Mr. Jialan, I know exactly what I'm saying," Feng Yixio replied with determination and a steady voice. "Even though I'm still young, I must participate in the Central China League and I must take first place." He understood that this was his only option to prevent the Shin family from forcibly taking Shinryu away. He had to win the league. Jialan Ziyu gazed at Feng Yixio for a long time before finally sighing. "I don't know why you insist on entering the Central China League a year early, but I will report your request to the principal. Only if the principal agrees can you represent Qingyun Academy." As a teacher, she always thought of Feng Yixio as a steady student, so there must be a hidden reason behind this sudden request. "Thank you for understanding, Mr. Jialan." Feng Yixio bowed respectfully. "Don't thank me just yet," Mr. Jialan said calmly. "I'm just going to try. Success is not guaranteed." With that, she turned and walked towards the door of the training hall. "Mr. Jialan, are you going to see the principal now?" "I'll go with you." Feng Yixio quickly followed. "We'll go too." Several familiar voices suddenly chimed in. Shinryu, Han Xiao, Hualing, and Yunimo stepped forward from the group. Seeing these companions stepping up, Feng Yixio felt a warmth in his heart. "Thank you all." Han Xiao stepped up and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, don't mention it." Shinryu came to Feng Yixio's side and said softly, "Brother Feng, no matter why you're doing this, I'll support you unconditionally." "Brother Feng, I may not be strong, but I want to do my part too," Hualing said quietly. "And me," Yunimo, usually quiet, suddenly spoke up. "Yun, you finally spoke. That's rare." Han Xiao looked at Yunimo in surprise. With the support of his friends, Feng Yixio felt the weight on his shoulders lighten. "Thank you, everyone. Let's go together." When they arrived at the principal's office, Principal Wang's reaction was unexpected. "Ridiculous." Principal Wang slammed his hand on the desk and stood up. "Qingyun Academy invests so many resources in you. Not for you to fool around." As principal, he hoped to turn Qingyun Academy into a top 10 school before retiring. With the current strength of the second-year class, entering the top 10 in the Central China League was entirely possible, maybe even the top 3. But now these students wanted to compete a year early. Mr. Jialan tried to ease the tension. "Principal Wang, please don't be angry." "How can I not be angry?" Principal Wang interrupted. "Second-year students wanting to join the Central China League, do you think this is a game?" "I absolutely do not agree." Before meeting Principal Wang, Jialan Ziyu first greeted Principal Zhou and invited him along. Vice Principal Zhou Yin immediately stepped forward with a friendly smile, gently helping the emotionally charged Principal Wang back into his seat. "Principal Wang, I understand how you feel. Zhou Yin said sincerely. But have you considered that if Feng Yixio and his team actually win the championship, it would be the first time in the history of the Huazhong League that a team has won by skipping a level? Qingyun Academy would become a star institution in the spotlight. Principal Wang snorted, his gaze stern. They're young and reckless. I can forgive that. But you're not young anymore, so why are you being just as naive? Zhou Yin awkwardly rubbed his nose, then carefully placed a brand new document from his briefcase in front of Principal Wang. This is the latest personal profile of Feng Yixio. Please take a look. No need to persuade me. I won't agree to it no matter what. Principal Wang turned away, refusing to look at the documents. Persistently, Zhou Yin placed the file in Principal Wang's hand. Principal Wang, I know you've worked hard for most of your life, hoping to make Qingyun a top-tier school before you retire. This is a rare opportunity. You might regret not looking at it. Even if I look, it won't change my decision. Principal Wang impatiently glanced at the document, but his pupils suddenly contracted as he read its contents. This can't be. Every piece of data shocked Principal Wang. A perfect 5s-level battle spirit, a second-tier source martial artist, mastery of 2 ancient martial arts to the perfect level, and most unbelievably, Feng Yixio's second magic spirit card was actually at the silver level. Principal Wang trembled, his mind blank. He knew Feng Yixio was extraordinarily talented, but the progress over the past 6 months was astonishing, breaking several league records. Taking a deep breath, Principal Wang placed the document back on the table and looked seriously at Feng Yixio. Your growth is indeed impressive, but the Huazhong League is a team competition. Your individual excellence isn't enough. How about gaining more experience for another year before participating? As soon as he finished speaking, Shenruyu was the first to step forward. Principal Wang, I may not be as gifted as Brother Feng, but I also have a perfect 4th-level battle spirit and have awakened as a first-tier source martial artist. Next, Han Xiao gathered his courage. I also have a dual attribute 3s perfect battle spirit and have unlocked a first-tier gene lock. I'm a perfect level battle spirit user too, and I've taken the first-tier origin potion. I can be a substitute and won't hold the team back. Hua Ling declared firmly. Same here. Unimo stood straight, his voice loud and clear. Looking at this passionate group of young people, Principal Wang saw a reflection of his younger self. He never expected that not only was Class 2A full of talent, but they also exhibited a rare cohesion, all centered around Feng Yixio. Principal Wang's firm resolve showed a slight crack in that moment. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. All right, do as you please. Zhou Yin, noticing the principal's concession, excitedly asked, Principal Wang, does this mean you agree? Looking around at his classmates, he thought to himself that if they didn't agree, they might just refuse to leave. Principal Wang chuckled lightly and responded, Feng Yixio, aren't you going to thank the principal? Zhou Yin nudged Feng Yixio beside him, urging him on. Feng Yixio finally realized and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Principal Wang. We won't let you down. Seeing this, Shenruyu, Han Xiao, and others also bowed to show their thanks. Principal Wang waved his hand, his expression turning serious. Each year, only one team from our academy can participate in the Central China Intermediate League. If I announce your participation now, it wouldn't be fair to the senior students, and they wouldn't accept it. So, what do you mean, Principal Wang? Zhou Yin asked tentatively. Principal Wang replied coldly. My point is simple. Your class will have a fair competition with the senior class, and the winner will earn the qualification to participate in this year's Central China League. All right, I accept your suggestion, Principal Wang. Let's have a fair competition with the senior class. Feng Yixio's eyes were bright with confidence. Principal Wang chuckled softly, stood up slowly, and smiled. Don't get too excited. I'm not undermining you, but the gap of a year isn't that easy to bridge, especially with the current senior class. What do you mean, Principal Wang? Jialan Ziyu asked, confused. She knew that the current senior class wasn't weak, but Feng Yixio and Shenruyu shouldn't underestimate them, as their chances of winning were still significant. Principal Wang continued, the current senior class isn't the same as before. Recently, several top students from key intermediate spirit academies in nearby cities have sent me transfer applications. Naturally, I agreed to all of them to achieve better results this year. He suddenly took out several spirit masters' profiles and gently placed them on the table. Jialan Ziyu picked up the profiles, her expression turning serious as her pupils contracted sharply. 2 level 4 spirit masters, and both have perfectly evolved mature spirit beasts. She couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou Yin also looked solemn, saying, this is tricky. How did our academy suddenly attract so many outstanding students? Principal Wang smiled mysteriously, looked at Feng Yixio, and said lightly, we have Feng Yixio to thank for this. I had his battle videos edited into a promotional clip for our academy, and several nearby schools came after watching it. The promotional effect was surprisingly good. Feng Yixio was speechless, realizing that Principal Wang had turned him into a poster boy for attracting top students. The key issue was that he should have at least asked for his consent first. But Feng Yixio didn't have the courage to say this out loud and could only shake his head ruefully, looking helpless. In a week, your class will have a qualification battle against the senior class. If you lose, don't come back here causing trouble. Principal Wang waved his hand, indicating they could leave. Principal Wang secretly hoped that Feng Yixio and his team wouldn't win the competition. After all, if he waited another year, the current sophomore class A would undoubtedly be the favorites to win the championship. Zhou Yin hurriedly led Feng Yixio and the others out of the principal's office. Feng Yixio frowned and said, Principal Zhou, why do I feel like Principal Wang doesn't really want us to participate in the Central China League? Zhou Yin responded helplessly, Of course, our academy has worked so hard to cultivate such an outstanding group of talents like you. And now you're all skipping grades to compete? It's enough to drive him crazy. Feng Yixio lowered his head, feeling a bit guilty, and softly said, Am I letting you all down? Teacher Jialan, noticing Feng Yixio's dejected expression, gently comforted him. I know you're a child with your own ideas. Since you've made this decision, there must be an undeniable reason. I believe in you. That's right. We all believe in you. Han Xiao and the others chimed in to comfort him. Feeling the unconditional trust from everyone, Feng Yixio's heart warmed as if bathed in sunlight. I won't let you down. We're going to win the Central China League Championship, he said confidently. After leaving the principal's office, Jialan Ziyu returned to the Qingyun training ground to continue teaching. Although she no longer pressured Feng Yixio, he still followed the team, doubling his efforts in all the basic training. Seeing Feng Yixio's determination, Shinryu and Han Xiao were also inspired to train and cultivate even harder. After the combat training session, teacher Jialan kept Feng Yixio, Shinryu, and Han Xiao behind. Do you know why I've kept you here? She asked, her hands clasped behind her back. Feng Yixio thought for a moment and replied, I guess, teacher, you want to teach Ware and Brother Han ancient martial arts, right? Jialan Ziyu smiled slightly and nodded. That's right. Now that Han Xiao and Shinryu have become first-level source martial artists, training in ancient martial arts is meaningful. But didn't you say you wouldn't mind me anymore? Why did you keep me here? Feng Yixio asked in confusion. Jialan Ziyu seriously explained, Indeed, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. But if you do, Shinryu and Han Zhao's progress in learning ancient martial arts might be much slower. Feng Yixio suddenly understood. Teacher Jialan wants me to be their sparring partner? What? You don't want to? Jialan Ziyu raised an eyebrow. Of course I do. I've been worried about not having anyone to spar with every day. Feng Yixio nodded excitedly. That's good. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and ancient martial arts are no exception. You must practice diligently. Jialan Ziyu nodded with satisfaction and continued, Next, I'll demonstrate several sets of ancient martial arts. Shinryu and Han Xiao can choose which ones they want to learn. As soon as she finished speaking, Jialan Ziyu began demonstrating various ancient martial arts sets, leaving everyone in awe. Feng Yixio, Shinryu, and Han Xiao couldn't help but express their amazement, not expecting teacher Jialan Ziyu to have mastered so many ancient martial arts, each at such a high level. Teacher Jialan, I want to learn the first set of ancient martial arts. Shinryu said eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jialan Ziyu smiled slightly. Shinryu, are you interested in learning Tai Chi? Is this Tai Chi? Shinryu's eyes shone brightly. I just think this martial art looks so beautiful, combining softness and strength. It seems really powerful. It suits you well. Jialan Ziyu nodded in approval. It's an excellent ancient martial art that balances offense and defense. Since you like it, let's start with this. Teacher Jialan, Han Xiao raised his hand impatiently. I want to learn the third set of ancient martial arts, the one that looks really fierce. Bajiquan, Jialan Ziyu explained, is indeed a formidable style, perfect for an earth element martial artist like you. You've got a good eye. Han Xiao excitedly raised his hand again. The 8th and 9th sets are also impressive. Could you teach them all together? Jialan Ziyu's expression turned serious. Remember, mastering one is better than knowing 10 superficially. The essence of martial arts lies in depth, not breadth. But teacher, Han Xiao asked in confusion, aren't you skilled in more than a dozen ancient martial arts? And you're amazing at all of them. Jialan Ziyu gave him a stern look. Never follow my example, she said with a hint of regret. If I had focused on one or two, I would have reached perfection by now. She briefly recounted her experience in the Wind Division, where she was known as the martial arts maniac, and the lesson she learned about spreading herself too thin. These words made Han Xiao lower his head, and the eager Shinryu also fell silent. Just then, Feng Yixio cautiously raised his hand. Teacher, then why are you teaching me two ancient martial arts? Minister Zhong also taught me a movement technique. You're an exception, not a standard. Jialan Ziyu interrupted impatiently. Don't speak. Feng Yixio felt aggrieved, but could only endure it silently, playing the role of a sparring partner during training. However, Through practice with Han Xiao and Shinryu, his skills in ancient martial arts steadily improved. That's all for today, Jialan Ziyu announced. There will be special training every night from now on, so be prepared. With that, she gracefully leapt out the window, disappearing into the night sky. Wow! Han Xiao gazed enviously at teacher Jialan's retreating figure. When will I be able to fly on Xiaoba? Feng Yixio patted his shoulder, teasing, have you tried? But with Xiaoba's weight, flying might be a bit of a stretch. How am I supposed to try it out? Flying magic spirit cards are so rare. I can't afford them. Han Xiao stood there with a troubled expression. Here, try my White Knight Griffin card. Feng Yixio said without hesitation, pulling out a shimmering golden magic spirit card. Han Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, you've got a gold-level magic spirit card? And it's a top-tier flying one too. That's amazing. Feng Yixio touched his nose and replied casually, it's just a gold-level magic spirit card. If you want one, I'll get you all one next time. Really? You can just choose gold-level cards like that? Han Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Shinryu chuckled and interrupted their conversation. Han, maybe you should first see if you can even use a gold-level magic spirit card. Han Xiao nodded and summoned his Xian Shui turtle. It had noticeably grown larger over the past 6 months and seemed a bit cumbersome. He then infused his spiritual power into the gold-level magic spirit card, only to find it was like pouring water into a bottomless pit. Most of his energy was drained with no response. The spirit within the card seemed to completely ignore him. What's going on? Han Xiao tried again but failed. Seeing this, Shinryu quickly explained, Han, don't waste your energy. The reason Feng can use a gold-level magic spirit card at level 3 is that he absorbed a silver-level spirit when he broke through level 2. Our second spirits only absorbed bronze level, so at most, we can use silver level. Ah, I see. Han Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. You're truly a genius at theoretical knowledge. This is basic knowledge. You should pay more attention in class. Shinryu scolded without mercy. Feng Yixio retrieved the card, puzzled. Is using a gold-level magic spirit card really that hard? I thought it was pretty simple. Shinryu playfully tapped his head and laughed. You're like a little fairy who doesn't understand the troubles of the world. She then explained the optimal combination rule for magic spirit cards. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple gold, black gold, diamond, and epic, emphasizing how rare such a perfect combination is. After the explanation, Feng Yixio realized, no wonder everyone was so surprised we could absorb silver-level spirits. I guess Feng broke through to a second-stage source warrior at level 2. So he could absorb silver-level spirits so early, Shinryu smiled. Then I'll give Han a silver-level flying magic spirit card to try. Feng Yixio offered, pulling out a new card green wingbat. Han Xiao took the silver-level magic spirit card from Feng Yixio's hand, furrowing his brow with a puzzled look at Feng Yixio. He said lightly, brother, are you Doraemon or something? How do you keep pulling out magic spirit cards? This card in your hand feels oddly cheap. It's a precious silver-level magic spirit card, but when I take it from you, it feels like a toy card. If you keep complaining, I'll take it back. Feng Yixio pretended to retrieve the magic spirit card. Okay, I'll try it now. Han Xiao quickly said, then channeled his spiritual power into the silver-level magic spirit card. The shell on Xiaoba's back began to sprout a pair of large blue wings, complementing its blue turtle shell. Xiaoba flapped its large wings vigorously, but its body could only hover about half a meter above the ground before it could go no higher. No matter how hard Xiaoba tried, its body felt as if it were filled with lead, unable to take flight. Come on, Xiaoba, you can do it. Han Xiao encouraged anxiously from the side. With a thud, Xiaoba managed to fly 1 meter before it couldn't hold on any longer and fell heavily back to the ground with a dull thump. The mysterious water turtle, exhausted, stuck out its tongue and sneaked a glance at Han Xiao's expression. Seeing his displeasure, it retracted its head. Sigh. It seems my dream of flying won't be realized in this lifetime, Han Xiao said, holding his forehead in frustration and feeling disheartened. Seeing this, Feng Yixio thoughtfully said, Han, don't be upset. Maybe the flying-type magic spirit card doesn't match well with your battle spirit. Let's try a different magic spirit card. Exactly. If Xiaoba can't fly, then let's play to its strengths and make it an excellent battle spirit. Shinryu chimed in to comfort him. Don't comfort me. I'm not that fragile. Han Xiao was still a bit down. At this moment, Feng Yixio suddenly had an idea and picked up his phone to make a video call to Elder Chu. Elder Chu was the minister of the Lin department, and although not as adept at battle spirit evolution as Feng Yixio, his understanding of battle spirits was far deeper. If he could get Elder Chu's advice, they could avoid many detours. Hey, I thought you'd forgotten about me. Elder Chu said with a hint of resentment on the other end of the call. Feng Yixio felt a bit guilty, scratching his head and smiling as he replied, Elder Chu, how could I forget you? You always wanted to see the mysterious water turtle, so I'm showing it to you now. The mysterious water turtle? Where is it? Let me see. Elder Chu excitedly put on his reading glasses. Feng Yixio pointed the camera at the mysterious water turtle, and Xiaoba curiously poked its head out, staring at Elder Chu in the phone. So this is the dual attribute mysterious water turtle. Elder Chu's eyes sparkled with satisfaction upon seeing it. Elder Chu, the mysterious water turtle doesn't seem suitable for flying. What silver magic spirit card do you think would be best for it? Feng Yixio asked humbly. You tried to make the mysterious water turtle fly? That would expose its soft belly. Even if it could fly, it would be very slow, making it an easy target in the sky. Elder Chu criticized sternly. Han Xiao felt even more discouraged upon hearing this, muttering to himself, sigh. Is my mysterious water turtle really that bad? I'm such a loser. Elder Chu seemed to hear Han Zhao's words, and his tone became stern. Young man, don't belittle yourself. Your mysterious water turtle is a dual attribute battle spirit with limitless potential. Weight can be a disadvantage, but it can also be an advantage, depending on how you use it. What do you mean, Elder Chu? Han Xiao asked excitedly. Young man, have you heard of a silver-level magic spirit card, the Mountain Crab Mountain? Elder Chu adjusted his glasses and smiled. Mountain-moving crab mountain? Shin Ruyu suddenly spoke, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm for the magic spirit card. I know that silver-level magic spirit card. The mountain-moving crab has the divine power to move mountains and shift ridges. The mountain armor can burden the battle spirit with heavy mountains, greatly increasing its weight. Her voice was clear and firm, showing she knew a lot about the topic. Old Chu smiled slightly, his eyes showing appreciation. You must be Shinryu. Feng Yixio often mentions you to me. Hello, Grandpa Chu. Shinryu nodded obediently, her cheeks slightly red, looking a bit shy. This little girl is really pretty. No wonder Feng Yixio can't stop talking about you. Old Chu said with a loving look in his eyes. At this moment, Feng Yixio also blushed a little and quickly interjected. Old Chu, do you think the Xian Shui turtle is suitable for absorbing the mountain-moving crab mountain? Why? Old Chu's expression became serious as he earnestly replied. I've told you before, a battle spirit must not blindly absorb magic spirit cards. You must understand your positioning. First, tell me, which magic spirit cards has your Xian Shui turtle absorbed before? My first magic spirit card was the bronze-level sacred beetle sacred armor, and the second was the bronze-level green water turtle water cannon. Han Xiao immediately answered. Old Chu nodded in approval. Very good. These two card choices are excellent. One strengthens the longboard, the other compensates for the shortboard. With a long-range attack method, I suggest you let the Xian Shui turtle absorb the mountain-moving crab magic spirit card next. This way, it can become a heavy fortress as stable as a mountain. Huh. I think my Xian Shui turtle is already very heavy. Why add more weight? Han Xiao was puzzled, as his Xian Shui turtle was already unique and hard to knock down. Your Xian Shui turtle is indeed heavy, but not yet as heavy as a mountain. Even Feng Yixio might be able to move it. You can try if you don't believe me, Old Chu patiently explained. Really? Han Xiao hesitated, then summoned the Xian Shui turtle. It looked incredibly heavy, intimidating, and showed no desire to attack. Brother, give it a try. See if you can move my Xian Shui turtle with all your might, Han Xiao said to Feng Yixio. Curious, Feng Yixio stepped forward, never having tried to lift the Xian Shui turtle before. He stood beside it, rolled up his sleeves, gripped the edges tightly, and planted his feet firmly. Feng Yixio exerted all his strength and actually managed to move the Xian Shui turtle. Though it took a great effort, he began to tip it over, and with a loud thud, he pushed it onto its side. The Xian Shui turtle exposed its soft white belly and struggled to right itself, finally succeeding after several attempts, clearly having used up a lot of energy. Han Xiao and Shinryu exchanged glances, a look of amazement flashing in their eyes. Elder Chu had hit the nail on the head, pointing out the most fatal weakness of the Xian Shui turtle once flipped over in battle. It almost certainly meant death. Grandpa Chu, you're incredible, Han Xiao said with admiration all over his face. You saw through the Xian Shui turtle's weakness at a glance. Can that silver-grade spirit card really compensate for this flaw? Of course. Elder Chu replied confidently. The mountain armament can burden the Xian Shui turtle with the weight of a mountain, significantly increasing its weight without affecting its speed, and it has a high compatibility with your battle spirit. Han Xiao nodded thoughtfully, as if he had just experienced a moment of enlightenment. Minister Lin truly lives up to his reputation, Elder Chu continued to explain. The mountain armament is the most suitable card for the Xian Shui turtle at the moment. The weight can be converted into attack power. Although it's not fast, it can compensate with its weight. Can you imagine the impact of being lightly hit by a mountain? Han Zhao's eyes shone with excitement, but Elder Chu quickly poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Don't get too excited. The mountain crab card mountain armament has long been discontinued. Getting one now is as hard as reaching the heavens. What? Grandpa Chu, you must be joking. Han Xiao was nearly in tears. Feng Yixio hurriedly asked, Elder Chu, the silver grade is discontinued. Is there a bronze grade substitute? After a moment of thought, Elder Chu nodded and said, the bronze grade sinking mountain crab mountain armament is pricey, but not particularly rare. Feng Yixio had just sighed in relief when Han Xiao clung to his leg. Brother, you must help me. Brother Han, let go first. Elder Chu is still watching. Feng Yixio smiled awkwardly at the screen. I won't let go. I know you can find a way. Han Xiao pleaded, looking up pitifully. All right, I promise to help you. Now get up. Feng Yixio agreed helplessly. Han Xiao beamed with joy. Becoming friends with you is the best decision I've ever made. Feng Yixio pushed Han Xiao away in mock disgust and pulled Shinryu to the screen. Elder Chu, Yuer's Flame Spirit Sparrow has already absorbed 2 bronze grade cards, the Red Flame of the Red Flame Sparrow and the Fire Feather of the Fire Feather Eagle. What do you think the third one should be? Although Feng Yixio was unmatched in battle spirit evolution, he decided to consult Elder Chu about the vast array of spirit card options to avoid future regrets. Little Shin has chosen an extremely aggressive path. Elder Chu said seriously. This suits your battle spirit well. However, for long-range attack spirits, accuracy is most important since long-range attacks are the easiest to dodge. Mr. Chu, can the third magic spirit card be a silver magic spirit card that improves accuracy? Shinryu asked humbly. Mr. Chu straightened his posture, his expression serious. The best choice is a top-tier silver magic spirit card, green-eyed golden eagle, Eagle Eye. It's an incredibly powerful armament. Eagle Eye armament? Shinryu's eyes lit up. I remember now. Teacher Jialan mentioned that it's one of the strongest magic spirit cards for long-range attack spirits. Mr. Chu nodded with satisfaction, stroking his beard. Exactly. The unique feature of the green-eyed golden eagle, Eagle Eye, is that it gives long-range attacks a built-in navigation function. Built-in navigation? Does that mean 100% accuracy? Han Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Precisely, Mr. Chu explained. Because its effect is so powerful, this card, like the mountain-crushing crab, mountain, is extremely rare. While not entirely extinct, it's become a collector's silver magic spirit card. Feng Yixio nodded thoughtfully, considering. Powerful magic spirit cards are naturally in high demand, so their rarity is inevitable. Mr. Chu, does the green-eyed golden eagle also have? Feng Yixio began, but was interrupted. You want to know about the lower-tier card, don't you? Mr. Chu waved his hand dismissively. There is one. But the bronze-level lower-tier card is pretty useless, only enhancing eyesight, not much else. Don't think you can use it as a substitute? Feng Yixio smirked slightly, murmuring to himself. As long as there's a lower-tier magic spirit card, that's good enough. Is there anything else? If not, I need to get back to my spirit research tasks, Mr. Chu said, scratching his head with a look of urgency. Mr. Chu, I'm about to absorb my third magic spirit card. Can you recommend? Stop right there. Mr. Chu quickly waved his hands. Your battle spirit is too unique. I couldn't understand the cards you absorbed before, yet they're so strong. I can't advise you on this. You'll have to figure it out yourself. With that, Mr. Chu hurriedly ended the video call. Feng Yixio put down his phone in frustration, muttering to himself. What do you mean my battle spirit defies common sense? I don't believe you. You crafty old man. Hee hee. That old man sure has a quirky temper, always buried in work, but he's incredibly skilled, Feng Yixio said with a chuckle, scratching his head. Mr. Chu truly lives up to his reputation as the minister of the Lin department and a renowned spirit master. It's our good fortune to receive his advice, thanks to you, Brother Feng, Shinryu said excitedly. Han Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes shining with hope. That's right, even though I didn't understand much, I feel hopeful again. My Xian Shui turtle finally has a goal to strive for. As Feng Yixio murmured softly, seems like it's time to visit the Alliance Chamber of Commerce. 3 unfamiliar figures strode into the training hall with an air of provocation. One of them, a man in black, kicked over a trash can at the entrance. Huh. I thought Xingyan Academy was something special, but it seems pretty average. The man in black sneered, spitting on the ground in disdain. The trio walked straight up to Feng Yixio and his friends. The leader, a man in white with a sharp and stern face, coldly looked Feng Yixio up and down. Are you Feng Yixio? Feng Yixio stepped forward, his tone calm. I am. What do you want with me? I'm Bai Li Hui, the class president of the Senior 3 Class A, and these are my brother Yin Haonan and my sister Bai Li Mei, the man in white introduced briefly. Not interested in your names. Just get to the point, Feng Yixio responded without backing down. The muscular man in black, Yin Haonan, was about to step forward when Bai Li Hui stopped him with a hand. Your reputation echoes through our academy, but I wonder if it's just an empty name? Bai Li Hui's eyes turned icy. Big brother. Why waste words on this kid? Yin Haonan, hot-tempered, immediately summoned his battle spirit, 3 Turtle King Kong. its muscles like iron, exuding a terrifying aura. Information about this battle spirit flashed in Feng Yixio's mind. Battle spirit name, Mighty King Kong. Battle spirit attribute, metal. Battle spirit stage, mature. Battle spirit level, level 4, stage 1. Battle spirit quality, perfect. Battle spirit skills, mighty throw, powerful hammer, King Kong roar, King Kong mountain breaker. So these are the excellent senior students Principal Wang mentioned? The pressure from a perfect level mature stage battle spirit is indeed formidable. Feng Yixio thought to himself. Kid, you said you want to replace us in the Central China League, right? Let's see if you're qualified. In Haonan shouted, pointing at Feng Yixio. Mighty King Kong, teach them a lesson. Roar. The mighty Kong's bellow reverberated through the surroundings as it pounded its chest, producing a metallic clang that showcased its formidable strength. Just as Feng Yixio was about to make his move, Shinryu quickly grabbed his arm and whispered in his ear, don't reveal your battle spirit easily. They're provoking us on purpose. Don't fall into their trap. Hearing this, Feng Yixio calmed down, and the summoning circle that had formed at his feet slowly dissipated. The mighty Kong let out an earth-shattering roar, each step resonating like a sledgehammer as it charged towards Feng Yixio. Seeing this, Han Zhao's expression darkened, and he immediately summoned his battle spirit, casting a mystic water shield to envelop everyone. Crack! The mighty Kong's punch landed on the mystic water shield, causing a web of fine cracks to appear. This unprecedented scene startled Han Zhao. Never before had a battle spirit managed to crack the shield with a single blow. Scarab Holy Armor. Han Zhao acted decisively, unleashing a bronze-level magic spirit card. The mystic water turtle shell and protective barrier were instantly coated with a layer of golden plating, deflecting the mighty Kong's relentless attacks into metallic clinks, leaving only slight marks. Oomph! Let's see how long you can hide, cowardly turtle. In Haonan sneered, pulling out a bronze-level magic spirit card. Giant Ant Mighty Armor. With the infusion of spirit energy, the mighty Kong's arms doubled in size, each clash sparking brilliantly. It leaped into the air, executing the mighty hammer, its fists crashing down on the mystic water shield like iron hammers. With a crisp crack, the once impenetrable mystic water shield shattered. Startled, Han Zhao quickly reacted, retrieving another bronze-level magic spirit card. Aqua Turtle Water Cannon. Xiaoba blasted. The steel water cannon on the mystic water turtle's back locked onto the target, firing rapid water projectiles that pummeled the airborne mighty Kong into the nearby pool. That cowardly turtle's attacks can't hurt my mighty Kong. In Haonan deployed a silver-level magic spirit card. Iron Wall Ape Steel Armor. A steel behemoth emerged from the pool, its entire body gleaming with metallic luster, landing heavily in front of the mystic water turtle. It pounded its chest, producing a deafening metallic clash. As the mystic water turtle attempted to adjust its cannon, the mighty Kong had already lifted it high into the air. Han Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. He finally understood the flaw in his own battle spirit that old Chu had mentioned. Against a powerful force-type battle spirit, his seemingly heavy Xian Shui turtle shell proved to be so fragile. Bang! The mighty King Kong fiercely slammed the Xian Shui turtle to the ground, flipping it over and exposing its soft underbelly. The turtle's belly was unprotected by its sacred armor, far less hard than its shell. Mighty King Kong, crush that cowardly turtle for me. In Haonan seized the opportunity and roared. The mighty King Kong clenched its fists tightly, forming a massive iron hammer, and smashed it straight towards the turtle's vulnerable belly. Seeing this, Shinryu, anxious and worried, quickly summoned her own battle spirit and swiftly threw out 2 bronze-level magic spirit cards. Fire! Use Flaming Phoenix Assault, she commanded. Although reluctant to reveal her trump card, she had no choice in such a situation. With a piercing cry, a massive flaming phoenix charged towards the mighty King Kong, and the intense heat immediately exerted enormous pressure on everyone. Faced with such terrifying flames, the mighty King Kong dared not underestimate them and quickly crossed its arms in front of it. In an instant, the area around the mighty King Kong turned into a sea of fire, forcing it to leap into the nearby pool. When it emerged again, a layer of its metal had melted and become soft. Seeing this, In Haonan's face darkened as he thought to himself, fire is always the nemesis of metal, and it's astonishing that a battle spirit still in its growth phase could wield such terrifying power. Bailey Hui raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled faintly. Is this what you rely on to challenge us? I don't see much to it, Feng Yixio said coldly. Is this what a mature battle spirit looks like? I don't see much to it either. In Haonan, seeing this, prepared to teach Feng Yixio a lesson, but was stopped by Bailey Hui. Feng Yixio, if this is the extent of your strength, I advise you to wait for the next Central China League. Leave this one to us, after all. You're too weak. Bailey Hui said softly, stepping in front of Feng Yixio before turning to leave the training hall with a flourish. Ha ha ha. A bunch of cowards. 2 against 1, and it's still a draw. Pathetic. Yin Haonan laughed loudly, ready to follow Bailey Hui out. Oh, I thought Feng Yixio was stronger. Seems like the ads really are misleading. Bailey Mei, who had remained silent, glanced at Feng Yixio with disdain before turning to leave. Feng Yixio had been suppressing his anger, but that last disdainful look pushed him over the edge. Hold on, did I say you could leave? Feng Yixio slowly summoned his battle spirit. Yin Haonan was the first to turn around, and when he saw the Jade Lin snake beside Feng Yixio, he burst into laughter, doubling over. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. No wonder this guy didn't want to use his battle spirit, it's a useless one. They had only seen Feng Yixio's promotional video where he single-handedly took on 3 perfect-level battle spirits without using his own. Now, seeing that his battle spirit was just a Jade Lin snake, everyone felt utterly disappointed. Without a word, Feng Yixio tossed out 2 magic spirit cards, and the Jade Lin snake rapidly expanded before their eyes. In just a few breaths, the Jade Lin snake had transformed into a colossal figure, 25 meters tall, its massive form exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. Titan Hammer. The Jade Lin snake's tail hammer shot towards the mighty King Kong like a meteor. Despite the mighty King Kong's full defensive efforts, it was still sent flying, crashing hard against the training hall wall, unable to be pried off. Yin Haonan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly seriously injured. The powerful Vajra that had been driven into the wall slowly transformed into particles of spiritual light, returning to Yin Haonan's magic spirit compendium. Bailey Mei quickly approached, supporting him and asked with concern, Haonan, are you alright? Yin Haonan slowly raised his head, his gaze locked onto Feng Yixio, and said through gritted teeth, as expected, you're really strong. Bailey Huey's face was somber, but he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems we didn't come to Qingyan Academy in vain. You truly have the qualification to challenge us. Feng Yixio responded with a cold smile. Whether I'm qualified to challenge you isn't for you to decide. Show me what you've got. With a roar of anger, the Jade Lin serpent let out a ferocious hiss, forcing Bailey Hui and the others to take several steps back. However, Bailey Hui wasn't angry. Instead, he softly said, Haonan and Mayor, let's go. With that, he turned to leave without looking back. Brother, are we just going to let them go like this? Yin Haonan asked, clearly unwilling. Bailey Hui gave him a fierce glare and snapped, I won't say it again, let's go. Yin Haonan snorted and prepared to follow Bailey Huey's lead. Do you think this place is somewhere you can come and go as you please? Feng Yixio's fingers cracked with anger. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, charging directly at Bailey Hui, launching a thunderous 8-trigram palm. Bailey Hui didn't dare be careless, and a white light suddenly appeared in his hand as he punched straight at Feng Yixio. Boom! The terrifying thunderous power and the dazzling white light intertwined fiercely, making it hard to determine the victor in an instant. Feng Yixio was shocked, not expecting Bailey Hui to be a second-tier Yuan martial artist master, whose Hong Fist had reached a state of perfection. At this moment, their side's battle spirit information had been fully exposed to the opponent, while the opponent had only revealed 1 battle spirit, clearly putting them at a disadvantage. Xiao Bailu. Show them what it means to be overwhelmed. Feng Yixio immediately had the Jade Lin serpent transform into the Titan chariot. With a thunderous rumble, the massive Titan chariot, wrapped in lightning like a silver serpent, charged directly at Bailey Mei and Yin Haonan. Despite its enormous size, the Titan chariot was incredibly agile, moving at an astonishing speed, as the Jade Lin serpent's lightning attribute made speed its forte. Bailey Mei and Yin Haonan stood frozen in fear as the giant shadow rushed towards them. Bailey Hui was anxious and in desperation. He could no longer hold back, shouting, Star Racing Battle Tiger, stop it for me. A giant striped tiger, over 5 meters tall, appeared instantly, letting out a terrifying roar that matched the Jade Lin serpent's. Bailey Hui, feeling uneasy, pulled out a golden-level magic spirit card, ready to go all out. Suddenly, the golden magic card turned into specks of light and merged into the body of the Xing Qi battle tiger. The tiger's form underwent a dramatic transformation, appearing almost ethereal as if enveloped by a terrifying cosmic power. Star Roar Break. Bailey Hui decisively commanded. The Xing Qi battle tiger began to gather starlight in its mouth, resembling a charged laser cannon, with an increasingly piercing sound. Feng Yixio observed the Xing Qi battle tiger, sensing something amiss. The threat it posed was entirely different from that of the mighty King Kong. The data on the Xing Qi battle tiger that flashed in his mind was astonishing. Battle spirit name Xing Qi battle tiger, attribute light, rank mature, level stage 4, second tier, quality super perfect, skills annihilation / tiger roar in the forest, tiger tail sweep, star roar break. requirements for full evolution. This was a super perfect grade battle spirit, and clearly, Bai Li Hui had not reported the information truthfully. Xiao Bai Lu, use Thunder's Wrath. Thunder Chariot, Feng Yixio shouted. Xiao Bai Lu began to spin violently, surrounding the entire Titan chariot with a powerful thunder force. The speed of the Thunder Chariot increased sharply, reaching the Xing Qi Battle Tiger before it could complete its charge. Bai Li Hui's eyes narrowed sharply, and he yelled, "You stupid tiger, stop charging! Blast it now!" Roar. The terrifying energy cannon in the Xing Qi Battle Tiger's mouth suddenly erupted, with blinding light engulfing the entire hall, forcing everyone to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the Xing Qi Battle Tiger's 2 claws had been shattered. The Thunder Chariot's sword armor was completely melted, and the Jade Lin snake had lost most of its scales due to the terrifying power. Both Feng Yixio and Bai Li Hui suffered backlash from their battle spirits, retreating over a dozen steps to steady themselves. "Brother, are you okay?" Bai Li Mei quickly supported Bai Li Hui, asking softly. "Bah." Bai Li Hui spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Feng Yixio and coldly said, "Feng Yixio, I admit you're strong, but you've lost this battle." Bai Li Mei then summoned her own battle spirit, a Linglong rabbit, a mature auxiliary type spirit. Linglong Light Heal. A green light covered the Xing Qi Battle Tiger, and its broken claws rapidly healed before their eyes. Feng Yixio smirked and pointed upwards, saying in a deep voice, "I advise you not to be overly optimistic. Look above you." Bai Li Hui and the others skeptically looked up to see a massive Jade Lin snake hovering in the air, its enormous wings casting a shadow over them, watching them intently. The immense presence enveloped the 3 of them, causing cold sweat to drip down their backs. "Why is there another Jade Lin snake?" Yin Haonan glanced at the wounded Jade Lin snake on the ground, then at the one flapping its wings in the sky, utterly bewildered. "It seems to be a physical duplication," Bai Li Mei said with a grave expression, surprised. They had just managed to severely injure a Jade Lin snake, rendering it powerless, only to see another one appear. It must have been during that moment of blinding white light when Feng Yixio had the Jade Lin snake duplicate and ambushed them from above. A White Knight Griffin White Wings. It's a gold-level magic card. Bai Li Hui recognized the wings behind the Jade Lin snake, his voice trembling with shock. Feng Yixio is only a level 3 battle spirit master and can use a gold-level magic card. There's only one explanation. His second magic spirit must have absorbed a silver-level magic card. "You two, get out of the way." Bai Li Hui reacted immediately. Just as Bai Li Mei and Yin Haonan were about to move, the Jade Lin snake in the air flapped its wings violently, and the immense wind pressure made it impossible for them to move. They felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on them, slowing their movements significantly. "If you think you can outrun my Jade Lin snake, feel free to try," Feng Yixio said with a slight smile, nonchalantly. Gulp. Bai Li Hui's face darkened, nervously swallowing. In such a cramped training hall, there was indeed no place to run, let alone against a gold-level magic card, the White Knight Griffin, which is a top-tier speed magic spirit. He might be able to escape, but Yin Haonan and his sister, only level 1 source warriors, had no chance of outrunning the Jade Lin snake. "Don't move." Bai Li Hui immediately made a judgment, scaring the 2 into stillness. "Seems you have some self-awareness." Feng Yixio smiled. "What exactly do you want?" Bai Li Hui frowned and asked. "I want nothing. Tell your brother to tidy up the trash cans knocked over at the door, and then get out." Feng Yixio pointed to the scattered trash cans by the door, speaking coldly. "I'll fight you." Yin Haonan, red with anger, tried to summon his battle spirit but failed, spitting out blood. Bai Li Hui immediately stopped him, speaking in a low voice, "Go tidy up the trash cans at the door." Brother Yin Haonan looked defiant. "I told you to tidy up the trash cans at the door. Don't make me repeat myself." Bai Li Hui roared. "Sigh." Yin Haonan sighed deeply, reluctantly running to the pile of trash by the door. First, he righted the trash cans, then pinching his nose against the stench, began tossing the garbage back into the cans, gagging several times. Nonetheless, he persevered and put all the trash back, restoring the scene to its original state. "Are you satisfied now?" Yin Haonan glared at Feng Yixio with resentment, shouting, "You're no good at fighting, but you sure are a pro at picking up trash. I suggest a career change." Han Xiao, standing nearby with his hands on his hips, chuckled. "You've gone too far." Yin Haonan's face turned pale with anger. "Let's go." Bai Li Hui sharply flicked his sleeve, decisively turning to leave the training hall. Seeing this, Yin Haonan and Bai Li Mei followed their elder brother, looking aggrieved, as they left the hall. As Bai Li Hui reached the doorway, he turned slightly, saying coldly, "Feng Yixio, you are indeed frighteningly strong, but what good is strength? Your 2 teammates are no match for mine. When it's 3 against 1, you stand no chance of winning." With that, he quickly disappeared from Feng Yixio and the other's sight. "Oomph." That Bai Lihui is so arrogant, acting like he won after just running away, Han Xiao said with a face full of indignation. The moment Bai Lihui and his companions disappeared, Feng Yixio felt a surge of energy within him, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Not far away, the severely injured Jade Lin snake slowly transformed into beams of spiritual light, dissipating as it returned to Feng Yixio's demon spirit codex. Suddenly, Feng Yixio felt a wave of dizziness, his body swaying as he nearly fainted. Shinryu quickly rushed forward to support him, asking with concern, "Brother Feng, are you okay?" Feng Yixio waved his hand with a wry smile. It's no wonder that a super-perfect level battle spirit in its maturity stage is so formidable. The starry sky howl wasn't even fully charged, yet its power was overwhelming. It shattered the sword armor with just one strike, truly terrifying. Moments ago, he had forced himself to hold back the blood, but now that the trio had left, he could no longer suppress it, feeling utterly drained. Seeing this, Han Xiao hurried over, full of guilt. "It's all my fault, brother. I was too weak and couldn't help." Feng Yixio shook his head with a faint smile. They were all mature battle spirits. "You did well enough, especially since you don't have suitable silver-level demon spirit cards. It's not your fault. Besides, Bai Lihui was more injured than I was. Now, it's clear we must get our hands on the Mountain Crab and Jaded Golden Eagle demon spirit cards. Otherwise, next week's battle will be tough." Shinryu, watching Feng Yixio's pale face, couldn't hold back her tears any longer and sobbed, "Brother Feng, can we skip this competition? Let's join the next one instead?" Feng Yixio gently wiped away her tears, saying tenderly, "Silly girl, don't worry. I'll get those 2 demon spirit cards for us. We won't lose." But, Shinryu cried. Feng Yixio smiled. "Don't cry. You look prettier when you smile. Give me a smile, okay?" Shinryu forced a smile through her tears, but couldn't stop sobbing. Feng Yixio pinched her cheek gently, teasing, "Your smile looks worse than your crying. Let me make you laugh." With that, he pulled a silly face, making Shinryu burst into laughter. Seeing her so upset, Feng Yixio's heart ached. I'll never let you shed another tear for me." Feng Yixio rested in the dormitory for the entire day, with many support-type battle spirit masters coming to heal him. The next morning, fully recovered, he headed straight to the Alliance Merchant Guild. "Hey, good morning." Feng Yixio greeted the guards as usual. However, the 2 guards seemed to ignore him, not saying a word. Feng Yixio even noticed a hint of hostility in their eyes, as if they weren't too welcoming. He felt puzzled, wondering if he had somehow offended the Alliance Merchant Guild. Deciding to ignore the guards at the entrance, he walked straight into the guild. However, inside, people treated him like he was invisible, their attitude even colder than the guards outside. Feng Yixio asked with trepidation, "I'm here to see Vice President Shun. Is she here?" One of the spokespersons gave him a disdainful look and replied sarcastically, "Sorry, there's no Vice President Xian in our Chamber of Commerce, only Vice President Huanao." Feng Yixio frowned, realizing that things might be more complicated. He was about to rush upstairs to find Shen Qingzi, but was stopped by several security guards. Glaring at them, he shouted furiously, "Get out of my way!" His intense aura of anger frightened them, and they scattered, allowing Feng Yixio to run upstairs. Feng Yixio hurried to Shan Qingxi's office, barging in without hesitation. The office was still in disarray, with no one helping her clean up. Shen Qingxi was forlornly sorting through her belongings amidst the mess when she saw Feng Yixio burst in and was momentarily stunned. "President Shen? What are you doing?" Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. Shen Qingxi gave a bitter smile and replied, "Don't call me President Shen anymore. I've been expelled from the Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and they gave me a day to move out." "What? What on earth happened?" Feng Yixio asked incredulously, stopping Shen Qingxi from packing and grabbing her wrist. Shen Qingxi shook off his hand and said coldly, "As soon as my mother returned to the family, she announced that I was no longer part of it. I've been officially cast out. When our chamber president heard the news, he immediately kicked me out of the chamber." Feng Yixio clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. How could they do this? He'll go and confront them. Shen Qingxi stopped him and said firmly, "It's useless. It's just kicking someone when they're down. I'm used to it. Without my family background, it seems I'm nothing." The confidence that once shone in Shen Qingxi's eyes was gone, replaced by defeat and self-doubt. Feng Yixio, angered by the look in Shen Qingxi's eyes, stormed up to her, holding her shoulders and exclaimed, "It's just a measly vice president position. Is it worth giving up on yourself?" Shen Qingxi gave a bitter smile and said, "You wouldn't understand. I've been trying so hard to prove I can make it on my own without my family's influence, but it seems I overestimated myself." She had run away from her family to prove she could succeed on her own, but harsh reality had left her utterly hopeless. After 3 years of hard work to become vice president, A single family announcement had brought her crashing down. Can you wake up already? You're Yuer's elder sister, and I don't want her to look down on you. Feng Yixio shouted. At the mention of Yuer, Shin Qingzi seemed to be jolted awake, a flicker of life returning to her, and she whispered, "But what can I do?" Feng Yixio replied solemnly, "It's just a lousy alliance chamber of commerce. We can create our own alliance chamber of commerce, and you can be the president. Who cares about that vice president position? Starting our own alliance chamber of commerce? Easier said than done. Do you think it's child's play?" Shin Qingzi replied with a sarcastic smile, shaking her head. Feng Yixio stared intently into Shan Qingzi's eyes, speaking with unwavering determination. "When have I ever joked with you? Do you trust me?" Shin Qingzi met Feng Yixio's gaze, momentarily lost in the fiery determination that seemed to burn in his eyes, sparking a flicker of hope deep within her. She mused to herself that despite his tendency to boast, his grand claims always seemed to come true. Even though this promise seemed far-fetched, it still offered her a glimmer of hope. "I trust you," Shin Qingzi said seriously. "What's your plan?" Seeing the return of Shan Qingzi's former sharpness, Feng Yixio excitedly replied, "That's the Qingzi I know. Time is of the essence. We'll bring them down within a week and get the magic spirit cards I need." A week? Shin Qingzi stammered in shock at the timeline. "Are you serious?" "Of course," Feng Yixio replied nonchalantly. "It's just the Jiangshui City Alliance Chamber of Commerce. What's the big deal? By the way, do you have a magic spirit card trading license?" "I do." Shin Qingzi nodded blankly. It had taken her years to earn that license, without which legal trading of magic spirit cards would be impossible. "Then there's no problem. We'll just find a good location and start our business," Feng Yixio said confidently. "Wait," Shin Qingzi said, puzzled. "What about the supply? Why would customers choose a newly opened chamber of commerce?" She remembered that Jiangshui City once had several alliance chambers, but fierce competition had left only one. This involved supply, pricing, and even covert power struggles. Feng Yixio replied casually, "Don't worry about the supply. Just help me gather more rare gray, iron-level magic spirit cards. As for customers, they're not foolish. They'll naturally choose the place with the best goods at the best prices." Seeing Feng Yixio's confidence, Shan Qingzi recalled the time he had given her a limited edition card and a gold-level magic spirit card, suspecting that he must be hiding some secret. "Fine, I'll trust you this time." Shin Qingzi glanced at Feng Yixio. "But starting a chamber of commerce requires startup capital." Feng Yixio quickly averted his gaze, a bit embarrassed. "You know where all my alliance coins went, right? I can contribute as a technical partner." He only had a few thousand alliance coins left, earned from patent fees, which was hardly enough. Shin Qingzi chuckled. "Trying to show off in front of my mother, and now you're cleaned out." Feng Yixio sheepishly rubbed his nose. "Stop teasing me. I was too impulsive back then." "How about this?" Shin Qingzi suggested. "I'll provide the startup capital, I'll be the president, and you'll be the vice president. We'll each hold 50% of the shares. How does that sound?" "Whatever." Feng Yixio waved his hand nonchalantly. "I'm not that interested in money. As long as you're happy." Shin Qingzi rolled her eyes and asked casually, "How come you have time to visit the Alliance Commerce Guild today? You're not here just to see me, are you?" Feng Yixio replied in a deep voice. "I'm here to get a couple of silver-level magic spirit cards, and thought I'd drop by to see you." Shin Qingzi retorted. "What kind of magic spirit cards? Let me see if I have them in stock." Feng Yixio said, "A mountain-moving crab mountain spirit card, and an emerald-dyed golden eagle eye. Do you have them?" Shin Qingzi's eyebrows twitched noticeably, and she replied irritably, "Are you kidding? Those two magic spirit cards are practically out of print. Where am I supposed to find them for you now? Actually, I don't need silver-level magic spirit cards. Bronze-level ones will do," Feng Yixio said nonchalantly, touching his nose. Suddenly, Shin Qingzi produced a bronze-level magic spirit card and handed it to Feng Yixio, saying, "Here, this is a sinking mountain crab mountain spirit, but I don't have the lower tier card for the emerald-eyed golden eagle eye right now. However, I remember the Alliance Commerce Guild recently received a batch of bronze-level magic spirit cards, which includes the emerald-eyed emerald eye, its lower tier card." As Feng Yixio reached out to take it, Shin Qingzi suddenly pulled it back and warned, "You're not thinking of using the sinking mountain crab mountain spirit as a substitute for the mountain-moving crab mountain spirit, are you? I'm telling you, they're worlds apart." Feng Yixio snatched the magic spirit card with a bit of annoyance, and then looked at Shin Qingzi seriously, asking, "Can I completely trust you?" Seeing that Feng Yixio wasn't joking, Shin Qingzi replied with equal seriousness, "If you trust my sister, then you should trust me." "All right, just don't scream in surprise later," Feng Yixio whispered as a reminder. He then carefully locked the vice president's office door and drew the curtains. Shin Qingzi asked warily, "What are you up to?" Feng Yixio rolled his eyes and said casually, "I can't beat you anyway. What are you afraid of?" Shin Qingzi realized this and replied, "True. What am I afraid of?" Remember what I said, don't scream. Feng Yixio reminded again. Shun Qingzi chuckled dismissively, patting his chest in assurance. I wouldn't be surprised even if the sky fell. Feng Yixio nodded in satisfaction and opened his magic spirit card fusion interface. However, he noticed Shen Qingzi had no significant reaction and asked in confusion, aren't you surprised? Shen Qingzi looked puzzled and replied, is something wrong with you or with me? There's nothing to be surprised about. Feng Yixio was shocked to discover that the magic spirit card fusion interface was visible only to him. Why had he always been so nervous when fusing cards? This was indeed odd. He placed the Sinking Mountain Crab Mountain Spirit in the main card slot and a cheap bronze-level magic spirit card in the secondary slot. Shen Qingzi asked, puzzled, where did the magic spirit card go? The magic spirit card disappeared completely the moment it was placed in the slot. Ignoring Shen Qingzi's confusion, Feng Yixio continued the fusion process methodically. 10 minutes later, amid a dazzling silver light, a brand new silver-level magic spirit card emerged. Feng Yixio reached out and grabbed a brand new silver-level magic spirit card, Mountain Shifting Crab Mountain, which appeared in his hand, the silvery light gradually fading. Shen Qingzi stood frozen in place, unable to react for a good 10 seconds. It's haunted, she exclaimed in shock. Feng Yixio quickly covered her mouth with his hand, lowering his voice, Qingzi, calm down. If someone hears, they might think I've done something outrageous. Shen Qingzi nodded repeatedly to show she understood, prompting Feng Yixio to release his hand. I only shared this secret with you, so you must keep it to yourself, he urged seriously. Now I understand where your confidence comes from, Shen Qingzi said, still in disbelief. This is incredible. Heh, I told you that taking down the Jiangshui City Alliance Chamber of Commerce wouldn't be hard, Feng Yixio said, scratching his head with a smile. You aren't performing magic tricks, are you? Shen Qingzi remained a bit skeptical. Even for magic tricks, you'd need a magic spirit card. The Mountain Shifting Crab Mountain has long been out of print, Feng Yixio explained helplessly. True. Shen Qingzi nodded, then asked, what's the highest level you can fuse now? The highest I can manage at the moment is gold level. Once I reach the 4th level of Battle Spirit Master, I'll be able to fuse platinum level, Feng Yixio replied earnestly. Shen Qingzi's eyes lit up, as if she had spotted a walking money tree. You're practically a human money tree. Qingzi, the urgent task now is to gather more iron and bronze level cards. I also need to get my hands on that green-eyed eagle green eye, Feng Yixio reminded her. Okay, who cares about that lousy president? Shen Qingzi said excitedly. I'm going to become the president of the largest alliance chamber of commerce in the entire central China base. Seeing Shen Qingzi's elated demeanor, Feng Yixio shook his head helplessly and turned to leave the office. Shen Qingzi immediately followed, calling out, Money Tree, don't run away. The new nickname gave Feng Yixio goosebumps, and he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the 1st floor, all the salespeople deliberately avoided them. This infuriated Shen Qingzi. Hey, are you all blind? Can't you see someone wants to buy magic spirit cards? She was extremely dissatisfied with their snobbish attitude, recalling the times when she was surrounded by attention as the vice president, which now felt particularly jarring. Just then, a flamboyant woman in a floral dress sauntered over, wearing a peculiar smile. Well, who do we have here making a fuss on my turf? Turns out it's just the stray dog kicked out by the Shen family. Hua Fengfei, don't push it too far. Shen Qingzi said coldly. So what if I'm pushing it too far? Do you still think you're the eldest daughter of the Shen family? You're completely clueless. Hua Fengfei sneered with disdain. You. Feng Yixio was burning with anger, ready to charge forward. Shen Qingzi quickly stopped him, whispering a reminder, she's the new vice president, used to be the president's secretary, and she's a master of the Battle Spirit King. Don't act rashly. Hua Fengfei glanced at Feng Yixio indifferently and said, oh, it's the little genius from Qingyun Academy. I advise you not to get too close to Shen Qingzi, or you might end up in unnecessary trouble. Feng Yixio smirked. Are you threatening me? Hua Fengfei chuckled dismissively and said charmingly, why would I threaten a young man like you? Just a friendly reminder. Feng Yixio spoke seriously. As a battle spirit master, there's no problem with me buying some magical spirit cards, right? Of course not, little brother. What magical spirit cards do you want to buy? Hua Fengfei responded with feigned enthusiasm. Feng Yixio said softly, I need a bronze-level green-eyed hawk card. Hua Fengfei replied without hesitation, sorry, little brother. All our green-eyed hawk cards have been sold out. Feng Yixio glanced coldly at the display and questioned, do you think I'm blind? What are those 3 magical spirit cards? Hua Fengfei covered her face with a folding fan and said lightly, sorry, these 3 green-eyed hawk cards have been reserved. Someone, take these 3 cards away. She waved her hand gently, instructing someone to remove the cards. Feng Yixio's expression darkened, realizing that she was deliberately making things difficult for him and Shen Qingzi, with no intention of selling him the cards. Is this how you do business? he asked with a frown. Hua Fengfei smiled slightly, but her tone was indifferent. Don't misunderstand me, young man. These cards have indeed been reserved. How about you take a look at the gray iron level cards? She pointed to the area with gray iron level cards. She knew Feng Yixio was a level 3 battle spirit master, who should ideally need silver or bronze level cards, making gray iron level cards practically useless for him. Alright, I might as well buy some gray iron level cards. Show me around, Feng Yixio said, hands behind his back, as he headed straight to the gray iron level card area. Hua Fengfei was momentarily stunned, puzzled by his reaction. She expected him to be furious, but instead, he genuinely wanted to see the gray iron level cards. What's this kid up to? Despite her doubts, Hua Fengfei kept her smile and followed Feng Yixio to the gray iron level card area. How many gray iron level magical spirit cards are there? Feng Yixio asked casually, glancing around. About 1,000 or so, Hua Fengfei replied coldly. 1,000 or so? I'll take them all. Feng Yixio smiled slightly and declared loudly. Hua Fengfei and the sales assistant were both stunned. It was the first time they'd seen someone buy gray iron level cards like this. You want all of them? That's over 1,000 cards. President Hua's voice trembled slightly. Although the production of cast iron grade magic spirit cards is the highest, they are also the hardest to sell. Most people wouldn't even consider using cards of this level. Yet this young man wanted over 1,000. That's right. Pack them all up for me. Just calculate the total cost. Feng Yixio waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. President Hua stared blankly at Feng Yixio, then at Shen Qingzi for a long time, wondering if something had affected them mentally. Even if they had money, they shouldn't be spending it like this. Ahem. Someone, come and pack all the cast iron grade magic spirit cards and give them to Mr. Feng here. In the end, President Hua agreed. She had just become vice president and needed a significant performance to prove herself. Feng Yixio and Shen Qingzi were practically handing her an opportunity she couldn't refuse. Soon, President Hua held a delicate storage ring, filled with 1,032 cast iron grade magic spirit cards. That will be 80,000 alliance coins, she said, lightly weighing the storage ring in her hand with a smile. Shen Qingxi's face darkened, and she said angrily, 80,000 alliance coins? They should only be worth 50,000 at most. You're asking for an outrageous price. The price range for cast iron grade magic spirit cards is between 10 to 100 alliance coins. These cards are worth, at most, 50,000. Besides, buying in bulk should get us a discount. She hadn't expected Hua Fengfei to not only skip the discount, but nearly double the price. Take it or leave it. I won't force you. President Hua chuckled softly, speaking nonchalantly. Compared to making money, she enjoyed seeing Shen Qingxi's embarrassment more. Shen Qingxi's eyes flickered with golden flames, seeming about to explode, but Feng Yixio quickly grabbed her wrist just in time. She realized it wasn't the time to act rashly. Even if it cost 80,000 alliance coins, what did it matter? When these cards were fused into silver or even gold magic spirit cards, this small loss would be insignificant. Without hesitation, Shen Qingzi pulled out her alliance card and said calmly, 80,000 it is. Swipe the card. A pleasure doing business. President Hua swiftly completed the transaction, tossing the storage ring to Feng Yixio. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way, Feng Yixio said, turning towards the door. President Hua suddenly asked softly, may I ask, Mr. Feng, what do you plan to do with so many junk cards? Feng Yixio smiled faintly, replying in a steady voice, nothing major, just planning to bring down your Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Instantly, the once bustling Alliance Chamber of Commerce fell silent, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Did I hear that right? Did this kid just say he plans to do what? Bring down the Chamber of Commerce? With 1,000 cast iron grade magic spirit cards? Has he lost his mind? The onlookers and the chamber's staff burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me die of laughter? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. President Hua laughed heartily, completely disregarding her image. Feng Yixio turned slightly and asked calmly, oh, is it that funny? I hope you can still laugh a week from now. With that, he turned and left, with Shen Qingzi following closely behind, leaving Hua Fengfei with a mysterious smile as they quickly disappeared from the entrance of the Alliance Chamber of Commerce. President Hua, don't worry about them. Currently, all the card hunters in Jiangshui City only cooperate with us. They won't be able to obtain high-level magic spirit cards, so they're probably just trying to scare you, the lobby manager quickly reassured. Humph. 2 clowns. Do they think they can scare me like this? Ridiculous. President Hua snorted coldly, feeling indignant. However, there was a trace of unease in her heart, and she ordered, spread the word that anyone who dares to cooperate with Shen Qingzi will no longer be able to work with our Alliance Chamber of Commerce in the future. Yes, the lobby manager responded. Shen Qingzi, do you think you can turn the tables with a young boy's help? Dream on. I'll drag you into the abyss. President Hua clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. In truth, Hua Fengfei had sacrificed a lot to become the vice president of the alliance. The president had long considered promoting her, but hesitated due to Shan Qingxi's family background. Thus, Hua Fengfei harbored deep resentment towards Shan Qingxi. This opportunity for revenge was something she would not pass up, determined to crush her once and for all. In a three-story Chinese-style building not far from the Alliance Chamber of Commerce, which had previously been another alliance but had since been defeated and left vacant, Shan Qingxi excitedly exclaimed, I bought it for 50,000 alliance coins. Seems like you've saved quite a bit. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Feng Yixio asked with a smile. With you as my money tree, it's hard to lose money. Shan Qingxi replied cheerfully. However, we still need to cover our tracks. I'll handle the fusion of magic spirit cards in the background, while you approach the card hunters openly, offering prices 10% higher than the alliances. This way, I won't be exposed, Feng Yixio said seriously. Shan Qingxi nodded blankly, looking seriously at Feng Yixio, and suddenly said aloud, I didn't expect it. You have quite the business acumen, knowing how to mislead and protect yourself. Feng Yixio gave a slight smile and said calmly, I'm from the Feng department. Having some defensive awareness is just a basic skill. All right then. I'll go contact the card hunters now. They're only interested in money, and don't care who they work with. Shan Qingxi suddenly stood up and headed towards the door. After Shan Qingxi left, Feng Yixio began the work of fusing magic spirit cards. He first categorized the gray iron magic spirit cards, setting aside the rare ones for upgrades, and using the common ones as material cards. Ding ding ding. The card fusion interface continued to work, producing one fresh bronze-level magic spirit card after another. 2 days later, Feng Yixio had upgraded all his gray iron-level spirit cards to bronze-level ones. Phew. The process of fusing spirit cards is even more exhausting than cultivation. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Feng Yixio glanced at the 500-plus bronze-level spirit cards, feeling a surge of accomplishment. However, this method of fusing spirit cards also greatly benefits cultivation. He felt on the verge of breaking through to a level 3 stage 9 battle spirit master, filling him with excitement. Constantly depleting spiritual power, and then restoring it through meditative spirit cultivation proved to be an efficient training method. Next, his goal was to fuse the bronze-level spirit cards into silver-level ones. Feng Yixio felt a new wave of determination. In just one day, he had increased the value of these spirit cards by more than 10-fold. If he could upgrade the bronze-level cards to silver, his capital would increase by 100-fold. And if he could transform all the spirit cards into gold-level ones, wouldn't that be a 1,000-fold increase? The calculation even startled Feng Yixio himself. Spirit cards bought for 50,000 alliance coins could potentially earn him 50 million. Now a level 3 battle spirit master, he could only imagine the possibilities when he reached level 4 and could fuse platinum-level cards. The profit margins were beyond comprehension. Unfortunately, time seemed to be against him, and he felt a tinge of regret that he could only upgrade the most valuable silver-level cards to gold. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Is it Sister Qingxi? Come in. Feng Yixio said calmly. Shan Qingxi walked in gracefully, a joyful smile on her face and eyes shining with excitement. Money tree, how's your progress? She asked, her gaze sweeping over the floor covered with bronze-level spirit cards, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Your speed is impressive. Feng Yixio smiled back. Sister Qingxi, you seem so happy. Do you have good news? Shan Qingxi smiled mysteriously and replied, Indeed. I spread the word that we're buying spirit cards at a price 10% higher than the rival Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and we received a large number of silver-level cards. Didn't they react? Feng Yixio asked curiously, continuing his fusion work, his fingers deftly moving over the cards, his heart filled with anticipation. At first, they didn't pay much attention, but then they panicked. We went back and forth twice, and finally, I withdrew. Now their price for buying spirit cards is at a loss. Shan Qingxi said with a chuckle. The trade tax on spirit cards is extremely high, so the buyback price is usually low. Now, to undermine Shan Qingxi, the rival chamber is buying at a loss, which will undoubtedly cause major issues in their cash flow over time. It seems you're the true business genius here. Feng Yixio praised. Shan Qingxi replied confidently, of course. How else do you think our chamber stood out among so many alliance chambers? Now, I want to show them my prowess. I've already upgraded all the gray iron level cards to bronze. Our chamber can open for business now, keeping our prices consistently 10% lower than theirs. Feng Yixio suggested. Great. No matter what, we won't lose. With you as our money tree, I want to see how they plan to compete with us. Shan Qingxi clenched her fists, full of confidence. I brought you a gift. Shan Qingxi said mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Feng Yixio looked at her expressionlessly. Sister Qingxi, stop keeping me in suspense. What kind of gift is it? Xin Qingzi pulled out a glowing bronze-level magical spirit card from her pocket and waved it in front of Feng Yixio with a grin. It's just what you need. Look at this. Green-eyed eagle emerald eyes. Feng Yixio's eyes lit up as he took a closer look. That's right. Haven't you been searching for this magical spirit card? I went out of my way to hire a card hunter to get it for a high price. That's wonderful. Viewer will be thrilled. Feng Yixio eagerly took the card and examined it lovingly. The higher tier card of the green-eyed eagle is the golden eagle hawkeye, which is indeed the best choice for your sister, Xin Qingzi said with a wave of her hand. Since you need it so much, I'll give it to you for free. Wow, you're such a money grubber. Hee. Well, I'll leave you to it. You better hurry up. Our association is waiting for you to open up. With that, Xin Qingzi quietly left the room, closing the door behind her. 5 days later, Feng Yixio finally completed the fusion work on all the cards. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and collapsed on the floor. Phew, I'm exhausted. Scattered around him were numerous magical spirit cards, including rare and limited edition gold-level cards, shining with dazzling golden light. After organizing all the cards, Feng Yixio immediately called Xin Qingzi. As soon as she entered, she was stunned by the sight of the glittering cards all over the floor, so excited she could barely walk straight. Wow, your efficiency is incredible. Sister Qingzi, is this enough? More than enough. Together with what I've collected before, it's definitely sufficient. With so many rare and limited edition cards, there'll be more demand than supply. After agreeing to sell at a 10 discount, they immediately started preparing for the opening. The newly hired sales assistants and security personnel busied themselves with setting up the venue, hanging banners, and launching fireworks. Xin Qingzi personally wrote a list of the limited edition cards and posted it outside, quickly attracting a large crowd of spirit warriors. Is this for real? Do they really have so many limited edition cards? With a 10 discount, how are they making any money? Isn't that the former Vice President Shan who got kicked out? Now she's starting her own association? The crowd buzzed with speculation and skepticism. For a moment, everyone was talking at once. Seeing this, Feng Yixio quickly stepped forward. He clasped his hands warmly and said, "Welcome, fellow spirit warriors, to our trading house. I am the Vice President of Qingfeng Trading House, and I assure you that all the spirit cards listed here are available for sale." The name Qingfeng Trading House was jointly decided by Feng Yixio and Xin Qingzi, taking a character from each of their names, symbolizing deep meaning. As soon as he finished speaking, many were intrigued and echoed, "This young man doesn't seem like a liar. It won't hurt to take a look, right?" Laughter rippled through the crowd. However, at that moment, a burly man, accompanied by a seductive woman, approached with loud laughter and an imposing presence. The crowd parted, making way for the large man to swagger up to Feng Yixio. Xin Qingzi's expression darkened, her brow furrowing as she whispered to Feng Yixio, "That's my Yuan Fu, the president of the rival trading house across the street. And you can guess who the woman is?" Feng Yixio smiled slightly and responded loudly, "Ah, President Ma. I'm surprised my little trading house's opening could catch your attention." President Ma forced a smile, his voice cold. "Of course, your shabby trading house's opening doesn't concern me, but spreading false information for unfair competition isn't right, is it?" Feng Yixio feigned confusion and asked in return, "False information? Unfair competition? What do you mean by that?" "Ha ha ha. You know exactly how many spirit cards Xin Qingzi has collected, don't you? And you still dare to open a trading house, what a joke." President Ma laughed heartily and continued, "Don't think that by writing some false advertisements outside, you can fool people into coming in. Spirit warriors aren't 3-year-old children." Xin Qingzi smiled faintly and said calmly, "Ma fatty, aren't you taking yourself too seriously? Do you think buying back spirit cards at a loss will suppress us? Sorry to disappoint you." Seeing Xin Qingzi and Feng Yixio so composed, President Ma felt a pang of doubt and cautiously asked Hua Fengfei beside him, "Xiaohua, are you sure Xin Qingzi hasn't received many spirit cards?" President Hua nodded confidently, "I'm sure. I've spoken to all the card hunters in the city. We've spent a lot to cut off their supply and have people monitoring this area. There hasn't been anything unusual." Only then did President Ma relax, nodding and declaring loudly, "I will personally expose your scam and ruin your trading house's reputation." In reality, many new trading houses rely on exaggerated advertising to attract customers. Once people visit, it naturally increases foot traffic. Generally, no one bothers to expose such commercial falsehoods, but if someone does, it could be catastrophic for a budding new trading house. Feng Yixio stood aside at the entrance, gesturing invitingly, "President Ma, you're welcome to come in if you're interested. Fellow spirit warriors, you're also invited to take a look if you wish." Suddenly, the onlookers crowded around, and outside Qingfeng Trading House, a massive gathering of spirit warriors formed. Originally, Qingfeng Trading House was a newly opened business that didn't attract much attention from spirit warriors, but President Ma's antics instantly caused a huge stir. President Ma walked confidently into the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce and stopped beside Shan Qingzi, speaking in a low voice. Qingzi, I've always said that if you follow me, the position of vice president is yours. Why let it come to this? Feng Yixio heard this and frowned, sneering. You're like a toad lusting after a swan. Take a look at yourself and give up on this idea. President Ma shot a cold glance at Feng Yixio and continued speaking to Shen Qingzi. I'm giving you one last chance. Once I step through this door, your new chamber will be ruined, and all your efforts will go to waste. Think carefully. Shen Qingzi covered her mouth with a smile and responded calmly, ruined? I'd like to see how you plan to ruin me. President Ma's face turned red with anger, and he gritted his teeth. Fine, fine. I gave you a chance. Now just wait for your doors to close. With that, he stood with his hands behind his back and stormed towards the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce. The battle spirit masters gathered outside were also filled with curiosity and followed him to see what would happen. However, the moment President Ma approached the exhibition hall, he was stunned by the dazzling array of magic spirit cards. Various magic spirit cards were neatly displayed in the showcases, each one brand new, especially the rare ones, including the Longutov-print golden magic spirit cards. All the battle spirit masters who entered the Qingyun Chamber's hall were astonished. Cards they had only read about in books were now right in front of them, looking fantastic and priced at just 90% of the market value. President Shun, I want that golden armored toad golden armor. Wrap it up for me now. One quick reacting battle spirit master rushed to a silver showcase, excitedly pointing at a silver-level magic spirit card. The other battle spirit masters quickly caught on, and soon surrounded all the displays. These magic spirit cards were out of print and would only appreciate in value, making them a surefire profitable investment. Suddenly, the battle spirit masters went wild, frantically buying magic spirit cards, worried they might miss out. I saw this card first. What are you grabbing at? Nonsense. I touched it first, so it's mine. Let go or I'll bite your hand. Oh no. You actually bit me. I'm going to fight you. In no time, all the battle spirit masters rushed to the counter, scrambling to buy the magic spirit cards. They didn't care if they needed the cards or not. Out-of-print and rare cards at a discount were too good an opportunity to pass up. In just half an hour, hundreds of magic spirit cards were sold out, far exceeding Feng Yixio and Shen Qingzi's expectations. President Ma cast a resentful glance at Hua Fengfei beside him, burning with anger. Is this what you meant by no problem? Is this how you handle things? With that, he slapped Hua Fengfei's face with a loud smack. Hua Fengfei looked bewildered, lowering her head in grievance as she gently touched the bright red slap mark on her face, her mind filled with confusion. She had been closely monitoring every move Shen Qingzi made, even going so far as to spend a fortune to cut off all her supply lines. Logically, Shen Qingzi shouldn't have had any opportunity to acquire so many magic spirit cards, let alone those rare editions. However, she never expected the problem to stem from the over 1,000 gray iron-grade magic spirit cards she sold to Feng Yixio. Do you think you can topple our guild like this? You really underestimate me. Chairman Ma snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. It's just a price cut. Who can't do that? You slash your prices by 10%, I'll slash mine by 20. Can your new guild outlast me? I'll drag you down. Feng Yixio and Shan Qingzi listened, their faces somber, without responding to Chairman Ma's words for a long time. If the wealthy Chairman Ma insisted on a price war, they wouldn't be able to hold out. Ha ha ha. Are you scared now? When I was hustling in the marketplace, you were still wearing diapers. Competing with me financially is truly overestimating yourself. Chairman Ma proudly patted his big belly, full of arrogance. Ahem. Feng Yixio cleared his throat, his voice loud and clear. Thank you all for your support of the Qingfeng Guild. To give back to your support, we have specially prepared a batch of koi cards. As long as you agree to one requirement from our shop, you will have priority in purchasing all rare edition magic spirit cards and the privilege to order magic spirit cards every month. President Feng? Not just one request, I'd agree to 10. Tell us quickly. Many spirit warriors who hadn't managed to grab rare edition magic spirit cards were anxious, eagerly inquiring. It's actually quite simple. As long as you promise to buy magic spirit cards only from our shop, you have a chance to receive a koi card from us. Every month, we will randomly select 30 spirit warriors who meet the criteria to distribute koi cards. If anyone breaks the rules, you can report each other, and we will supervise. Feng Yixio announced loudly. President Feng, can we order any type of magic spirit card? Even the rare editions? A spirit warrior raised his hand to ask. Of course, as long as it's a regular magic spirit card, the rare editions are naturally included. Feng Yixio firmly assured. Immediately, all the spirit warriors began to discuss fervently, the atmosphere lively. Someone raised their hand, excitedly saying, I promise I'll never go to that shabby guild across the street again. Even if they pay me, I won't go. Me too. Another spirit warrior quickly followed. If I ever set foot in that broken shop again, feel free to report me. Me too. Me too. President Feng, please give me a koi card too. I've been wanting a rare golden magic spirit card for so long. The allure of rare edition magic spirit cards surpassed the temptation of small profits for the spirit warriors. Everyone understood that the value of rare edition magic spirit cards was immeasurable by money, often being priceless and unavailable. All right, the first 10 people who spoke up can go collect their koi cards later. From now on, you'll have priority in purchasing rare edition magic spirit cards every month. Feng Yixio announced loudly. Instantly, all the spirit warriors were in an uproar, pledging their allegiance to Feng Yixio and vowing never to return to the guild across the street. Ugh! Chairman Ma watched the enthusiastic scene, his face turning pale with anger, and in a fit of rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chairman Ma, are you all right? Hua Fengfei rushed forward to support him. However, Chairman Ma, consumed with anger, fiercely pushed her away and glared at Feng Yixio with eyes like daggers. You little brat. I never thought that after decades of dominating the business world, I, Ma Yuanfu, would be defeated by a greenhorn like you, he roared. At this moment, Feng Yixio's move had completely cut off Chairman Ma's path to survival. Even if he sold his products at a loss, it wouldn't change the dire situation. From now on, no customers would want to visit his business association, which he had painstakingly managed for over 10 years, now facing closure. Feng Yixio chuckled coldly and said calmly, I suggest you leave Jiangshui City. There's no place for you here. Chairman Ma's expression darkened, and he suddenly spoke softly. Instead of working with Shan Qingxi, why not collaborate with me? No matter how many shares she offers you, I'm willing to give you an additional 20. Feng Yixio frowned and replied angrily, even if you worked for me for free, I wouldn't want you. Now, get out of my sight. He snorted and continued, I guess you don't know Shan Qingxi's background, do you? She was kicked out by the Shin family. Aren't you afraid of angering them? Chairman Ma sneered coldly, threatening him. Feng Yixio burst into laughter. Ha ha, I don't even fear the Long family, so why would I fear the Shin family? I told you to leave, can't you hear me? Chairman Ma looked incredulous, thinking to himself that he initially thought Feng Yixio was reckless, but it turned out that he not only knew about the Shin family but also the Long family. It seemed he was not ignorant but rather fearless. At this moment, Chairman Ma's fear of Feng Yixio deepened, realizing this young man was not simple. The surrounding battle spirit masters, seeing Chairman Ma still not leaving, began to urge him, President Feng told you to get lost, didn't you hear? Get out of here. Go back and shut down your lousy business association. You swindler. Selling things at the highest prices serves you right. Chairman Ma walked out of the association's door, head hung low and face full of desolation. Hua Fengfei stood there as if in a daze, her expression vacant. President Hua, Ma Fuyuan has already left. Aren't you going to chase after him? Shan Qingxi reminded coldly, then corrected herself. Oh no, I should call you Hua Fengfei now. You sacrificed so much to become the vice president, and now the association is gone. Exciting, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Hua Fengfei's expression was complex, caught between laughter and tears, as she seemed to walk out of the Qingfeng Association like a madwoman. She had given her soul and body for the vice president position, yet in less than half a month, the association had collapsed. At this moment, Feng Yixio's previous arrogant words echoed in her mind, and they had all become reality. At the time, she thought Feng Yixio was just a clown, but now it seemed she was the most laughable clown. But why could Shan Qingxi always get everything effortlessly, while she could only look up to her? The seeds of jealousy quietly took root in her heart. Ladies and gentlemen, please head back for now. Tomorrow, our association will continue to operate, and we welcome your visit. Every month, we will issue 30 limited edition magic spirit cards. First come, first served. Feng Yixio said loudly to the customers. As the customers gradually left the Qingfeng Association, the noisy hall finally returned to tranquility. Due to the magical spirit cards being completely sold out, Shan Qingxi decided to dismiss all the staff, leaving only Feng Yixio and herself in the hall. Once everyone had left, Shan Qingxi rubbed her hands together excitedly and exclaimed, We're rich. We're rich. Let me see how much we've earned in alliance coins. With that, she took out her trade guild card and stared at the number on it, momentarily stunned. 2. Over 20 million alliance coins. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with disbelief. This was the income after taxes, and the net profit was over 20 million. Their total investment was barely over 100,000 alliance coins. This was a windfall, an incredible windfall. Feng Yixio, though surprised, remained composed and calmly said, half each. Shan Qingxi nodded indulgently, albeit a bit reluctantly, transferring 10 million alliance coins to Feng Yixio's trade guild card. Feng Yixio looked at the long string of numbers on the card, feeling as if he were in a dream. Just days ago, He was a broke young man cleaned out by his future mother-in-law, and now, he had become a millionaire overnight. So, what are your plans for the future? Feng Yixio suddenly asked. Shin Qingzi answered without hesitation. Of course, I'll continue running this guild. I want to make Qingfeng Guild the largest in all of central China. Her face beamed with excitement, as if she had finally found her life's purpose. Feng Yixio nodded, saying, all right, I support your idea. However, I can only make 30 limited edition magical spirit cards for you each month. After all, I have my own things to do. While making money is important, cultivation is even more so. Shin Qingzi thought for a moment and nodded. No problem, 30 a month is more than enough. With our shop's unique limited edition magical spirit cards, no guild in the central China base can match us. 30 a month is perfect. Any more would make them seem cheap. Feng Yixio glanced at his watch, looking tense and said, almost forgot. I have to hurry back for the Central China League qualification battle this afternoon. At that moment, Shin Qingxi's phone rang. She said seriously, you go ahead. It's probably the card hunters from Jiangshui City contacting me. I'm going to be busy for a while. Feng Yixio quickly ran out the door. At Qingyun Martial Arts Arena, the spectator seats were still packed, but there was a stern-looking senior leader on the podium, Principal Wang. Watching the match about to begin, Principal Wang frowned. The match is starting in a few minutes, and Feng Yixio still isn't here. Could he be planning to forfeit? A man in a suit beside him said coldly, Mr. Zhou, the match hasn't started yet. Why are you in such a rush? Are you afraid? Jialan Ziyu retorted with a cold smile. Mr. Zhou scoffed. Ridiculous. My students are senior year upperclassmen. How could they be afraid of a few junior schoolmates? Just then, a massive figure appeared in the sky above Qingyun Martial Arts Arena. Everyone instinctively looked up to see Feng Yixio, riding atop the head of a jade lin snake, rapidly approaching. The jade-like scales shimmered with a rainbow glow under the sunlight, and its enormous body gracefully flapped its snow-white wings, exuding a regal presence. Principal Zhou watched Feng Yixio, majestic atop the jade lin snake, and sighed helplessly, holding his forehead. This kid always makes such a grand entrance. Can't he ever be normal? If Feng Yixio knew what Principal Zhou was thinking, he would probably protest, feeling wronged, as he was always rushing and barely making it to the matches, forced to summon his spirit for flying. Principal Wang gazed at the iridescent jade lin snake with a grave expression. A jade lin snake of 7 colors, he murmured in disbelief. Hearing this, Principal Zhou curiously asked in a low voice, a jade lin snake of 7 colors? What's that? It's nothing. Principal Wang waved dismissively to cover up. The legend of the jade lin snake of 7 colors is known only to experienced battle spirit masters. This first-generation battle spirit hasn't appeared for many years and has been removed from standard textbooks. Without specialized research into obscure materials, its existence is entirely unknown. Seeing this, Principal Zhou didn't press further and simply admired. Feng Yixio's jade lin snake is indeed beautiful, and it glows too. Principal Wang nodded reluctantly. It is quite a sight. What good is beauty? Teacher Zhou sneered. How can 3 developing battle spirits possibly defeat 3 mature ones? Jialan Ziyu smiled slightly, ignoring Teacher Zhou's mockery, and focused intently on the situation in the martial arts arena. At this moment, Feng Yixio swiftly flew to his team's preparation area. Seeing him, Shen Ruyu and the others finally relaxed their tense nerves. Brother Feng, you're finally here. Where have you been these days? We couldn't find you anywhere. Shen Ruyu complained. Sorry, I've been so busy lately, and my phone ran out of battery, Feng Yixio said sheepishly, scratching his head. Han Xiao approached with a smile. No worries, it's just good to have you back. We're waiting for you to plan the tactics. Feng Yixio nodded and suddenly produced 2 silver-level magic spirit cards from the air. This is Mountain-Crushing Crab Mountain. Han Xiao exclaimed excitedly, taking the card. Isn't this a limited edition? Where did you get it? Hee, don't ask. Feng Yixio handed the other card to Shinryu. I promised you guys I'd deliver. So, you've been busy finding magic spirit cards for us, Shinryu said, touched, as she accepted the card. No need to thank me. The match is about to start. Let's quickly discuss our strategy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the preparation area of Class 3A turned tense. Damn, that guy actually came back. In Haonan gritted his teeth. No matter how strong he is, he's just a level 3 battle spirit master with only developing battle spirits. He can't compare to my brother's supreme level battle spirits, Bailey May said coldly. My sister's right, Bailey Hui laughed. Besides Feng Yixio, the other 2 don't even have decent silver level magic spirit cards. They're no threat at all. That's right. If it wasn't for Feng Yixio stepping in, I could have easily taken care of Shinryu and Han Xiao by myself. This time, as long as you, big brother, can hold off Feng Yixio, Meyer and I will deal with those 2 useless ones, then we'll gang up on Feng Yixio together. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd have to admit defeat. Yin Haonan said with a sinister smile. All right, let's follow this strategy later and split the battlefield first. Bailey Hui agreed with Yin Haonan's plan and echoed his thoughts. Brother, with my support, we can definitely finish the fight in the quickest time. Bailey May patted her chest, full of confidence. Bailey Hui confidently extended his hand and said loudly, we must show them what we're made of. Yin Haonan and Bailey May placed their hands on top of his and shouted in unison, show them what we're made of. Victory is ours. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, the host stepped onto the stage on time, holding a golden microphone. It's time for the match. Now, will the captains from both teams please come forward for the handshake? The match is about to begin. Feng Yixio and Bailey Hui walked towards the center, and even before they got close, the tension in the air was palpable. Feng Yixio, I thought you were too scared to show up. Bailey Hui extended his hand politely. Scared? You don't even come close to making me afraid. Feng Yixio chuckled lightly, extending his hand. Oh, it seems I didn't beat you enough last time. Bailey Hui smiled, increasing the pressure in his grip. Do you have selective amnesia? If I recall, it was you who ran away with your tail between your legs. Feng Yixio retorted, his hands sparking with fierce lightning. Seeing the two captains trying to outdo each other even before the match began, the host quickly separated them, fearing they might start fighting right away. It looks like both captains are raring to go. Captains, please return to your respective safe zones. The match is about to start, the host said nervously. Bailey Hui snorted, turning and walking away while shouting, Feng Yixio, I'm going to show you that seniors deserve respect. Feng Yixio also turned and replied coldly, respect? Defeat me, and I'll give you the respect you think you deserve. At this moment, the screen displayed the profiles of the participating team members, clearly indicating that this was not going to be a fair match. The host pointed to the big screen and introduced, the spirit data of both teams' participants is now displayed for everyone. Immediately, the disparity in data between the two sides caused an uproar, with everyone starting to chatter. Oh my god, Class 3A has a super perfect level mature spirit. How are they supposed to fight that? An audience member exclaimed. The other two don't seem bad either. They both have perfect level mature spirits, another audience member added. Alas, it looks like Feng Yixio is in for a fall this time. I don't know why he insisted on challenging the seniors in Class 3. Although Senior Feng is strong, facing such a powerful team, he might be at a loss. Almost all the spectators doubted Feng Yixio's chances, given the overwhelming difference in strength. Jialan Ziyu looked at Bailey Hui's spirit data, frowning, clearly realizing that Bailey Hui had previously lied about his personal information. This battle was likely to be much more difficult than anticipated, especially since the overall spirit grade difference between the teams was a significant gap. Mr. Zhou noticed the change in Jialan Ziyu's expression and gave a slight smile. I thought Ms. Jialan was fearless. Are you afraid now? It's still not too late to admit defeat. Jialan Ziyu's expression was serious. I trust my students. Mr. Zhou, you shouldn't be too confident. Don't blame me if your students get hurt. Mr. Zhou replied coldly. As one of the teachers of the top classes at Qingyun Academy, they were always competitive with each other. Recently, Jialan Ziyu had won the annual Outstanding Teacher Award, which should have been rotated among the senior teachers, thanks to Feng Yixio's success, leaving Mr. Zhou feeling disgruntled. As the energy shield enveloped the entire Qingyun arena, the host announced the start of the match. Bai Li Hui quickly summoned his war spirits, the Star Tiger, the Mighty Vajra, and the Exquisite Rabbit, each a powerful and mature war spirit specializing in different combat roles. Stick to the plan and finish this quickly, Bai Li Hui commanded, and the Star Tiger immediately broke away to act independently. Don't worry, big brother. We'll wrap this up in 3 minutes. Mayor, let's go. Yin Haonan said confidently to Bai Li Mei. Bai Li Mei nodded, and the Exquisite Rabbit nimbly jumped onto the Mighty Vajra's shoulder, a strategy they often used. Feng Yixio also summoned his war spirits, unfazed by the opponent's strategy. Bai Li Hui taunted from a distance, Feng Yixio, if you have the guts, face me unknown. The arena is big enough for a proper showdown. Feng Yixio remained unmoved, with the Jade Serpent waiting on standby. Seeing this, Yin Haonan started mocking, Hey, Han Xiao, Shen Ruyu, are you still scared after being defeated by my Mighty Vajra last time? Darn it. Han Xiao, aware it was a taunt, struggled to keep his anger in check. Since they're so confident, why not turn their confidence against them? Shen Ruyu calmly suggested. You mean to take on Yin Haonan and Bai Li Mei? Feng Yixio asked gravely. Exactly. They think we're pushovers. But with the rare magic spirit card you gave us, we can catch them off guard. Shen Ruyu said confidently. Alright, I believe in you all. I'd like to face Bai Li Hui myself. Feng Yixio's eyes sparkled with determination as his battle spirit began to stir. The Jade Lin snake swiftly darted towards the side, aiming for the star-chasing battle tiger. Meanwhile, the flame sparrow and the black water turtle charged Hedon towards the mighty Vajra. Heh. These fools fell for it. Big brother, keep Feng Yixio busy while Meyer and I take out those two weakling battle spirits. In Haonan said excitedly upon seeing their opponents split their forces. Bai Li Hui nodded smugly, grinning as he said, finish them quickly. I won't give Feng Yixio a chance to interfere. I want him to watch helplessly as his comrades are carried off the field one by one. Holy Light, Tiger Holy Light Enchantment. Bai Li Hui unhesitatingly threw out a bronze-level magic spirit card. The holy light power on the star-chasing battle tiger instantly became even more dazzling. With a roar, a massive tiger phantom appeared, lunging directly at the Jade Lin snake. Light-type battle spirits are all show. Let me show you what true power is. Feng Yixio retorted, quickly tossing a silver-level magic spirit card and shouting, Titan Devourer Python Titan Armament. The Jade Lin snake rapidly expanded as it moved, reaching a terrifying length of 25 meters, causing the entire audience to erupt with excitement as they gazed at its formidable presence. With a soft snap, the tail of the Jade Lin snake effortlessly shattered the holy light phantom into shimmering particles that faded into the air. Bai Li Hui frowned but immediately pulled out another bronze-level magic spirit card, loudly declaring, Holy Light, Tiger Holy Light Enchantment. The star-chasing battle tiger's holy light power slowly solidified into a tangible form, a massive light phantom tiger enveloping the entire star-chasing battle tiger as it crouched and growled at the Jade Lin snake. How do you like my double holy light enchanted star-chasing battle tiger? Bai Li Hui glanced at Feng Yixio with satisfaction, speaking in a calm tone. Feng Yixio coldly responded, it's just so-so. I hope it's more than just for show. Steel Porcupine Sword Armor Armament. Feng Yixio swiftly threw out a bronze-level magic spirit card, and the tail of the Jade Lin snake transformed into a massive steel tail hammer, crashing towards the star-chasing battle tiger. Bai Li Hui, not daring to be careless, immediately commanded, Ahu, use Destruction Slash. The star-chasing battle tiger crossed its claws, striking midair, and two holy light tiger claw slashes shot rapidly towards the Jade Lin snake. So fast! Feng Yixio exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Bai Li Hui had held back in their previous battle. This person was truly a hidden talent, willing to endure humiliation rather than reveal his true strength. Xiao Bailu, don't confront it, Hedon. Dodge quickly. Feng Yixio immediately ordered. The Jade Lin snake agilely dodged, the two destruction slashes barely grazing past its tail hammer, missing their target. Clang. The two sharp blades on the Jade Lin snake's tail hammer were cleanly cut off, falling to the ground and slowly dissipating into a sparkle of light. Feng Yixio frowned deeply, realizing that this super-perfect level mature battle spirit was indeed a formidable opponent, and the gap in sheer power between them was hard to bridge. However, he had no intention of fighting Bai Li Hui to the death, confident that his teammates would soon deal with the other two opponents. White Knight Griffin White Wing Armament. Feng Yixio decisively threw out a golden magic spirit card. The enormous jade wings spread wide, and the Jade Lin snake soared into the sky, looking down on the star galloping tiger from above. Titan Meteor Hammer. The Titan hammer at the tail of the Jade Lin snake was launched, unexpectedly breaking free from the snake's control, transforming into a meteor hammer and smashing toward the star galloping tiger. Damn it! Bai Li Hui cursed internally, having assumed Feng Yixio's Jade Lin snake was a melee spirit, only to find it could execute such troublesome ranged attacks. The powerful Titan meteor hammer was something even he didn't dare to confront Hedon. The star galloping tiger scrambled around on the ground, trying to evade, but the Jade Lin snake's Titan meteor hammer was getting faster, frequently catching the tiger off guard. Feng Yixio, don't think you're the only one with flying magic spirit cards. Lightwing Sawtooth Dragon Light Wing Armament. Bai Li Hui tossed out a silver-level magic spirit card. Light wings slowly formed behind the star galloping tiger, then ascended swiftly into the air. The star galloping tiger charged at the Jade Lin snake, its thick tail combined with immense force to strike directly. This was the star galloping tiger's third battle spirit skill, Tiger Tail Whip. The heavy tiger tail moved with astonishing speed, creating sonic booms that echoed across the sky. Feng Yixio's expression darkened, immediately countering with the Titan hammer. Boom! A heavy impact resounded in the air, with layers of shockwaves sweeping across the field like ocean waves. The blinding white light and raging thunder were more dazzling than the sun in the sky, causing all spectators to shield their eyes. Today, they finally understood what a fierce battle truly was, leaving everyone breathless and afraid to exhale. When the light faded, the star galloping tiger and the Jade Lin snake retreated in unison, their tails hanging limp, clearly fractured. Bai Li Hui frowned and said in a deep voice, I never imagined a maturing battle spirit could match my star galloping tiger. You're indeed frighteningly strong. Feng Yixio waved a hand dismissively, saying lightly, "You're too kind. You're not bad yourself. However, the victory in this battle will ultimately be ours." Bailey Hui replied confidently, "Oh, I don't think so. Are you so sure your partners will win?" Feng Yixio retorted, Since we're at a stalemate, let's keep it that way. You won't be able to go down and help." Bailey Hui responded coldly, "Great minds think alike. I have the same idea, and you won't have the chance to go down either." Titan Meteor Hammer. Feng Yixio initiated the attack, determined to keep Bailey Hui's star Galloping Tiger engaged. The ground battle had reached a fever pitch. Under the influence of Linglong Rabbit's four-colored aura, the mighty Kong was growing increasingly powerful. The red berserk aura boosted its strength by 50%, the white lightness increased its speed by 50%, and the blue spirit restoration continuously replenished its energy. At this moment, mighty Kong was almost invincible, completely overpowering the flame spirit sparrow and the mystic water turtle. The proud sacred armor of the mystic water turtle was covered in cracks, and the flame spirit sparrow could only circle low in the sky, unable to find any opportunity to counterattack. "Give up, you have no chance of winning." In Haonan shouted triumphantly. "That's right, even without my support, you weren't a match." "Now, it's even more hopeless," Bai Li Mei chimed in. Han Xiao and Shen Ruyu exchanged a serious glance and then nodded resolutely. "Xiaoba, charge." Han Xiao ordered the mystic water turtle. The hefty mystic water turtle slowly began its assault on mighty Kong. In Haonan laughed at the sight. "Han Xiao, are you looking to get yourself killed? You think this clumsy turtle can knock down my mighty Kong?" The two gigantic creatures charged at each other, each step causing the ground of the martial arts arena to tremble and the gravel to bounce. Just as they were about to collide, Han Xiao swiftly pulled out a silver-grade magic spirit card, Mountain Crab Mountain Armor. Suddenly, a mountainous stone inscribed with the characters Mount Tai appeared on the back of the mystic water turtle. Although not large, it exuded a profound and heavy aura. Each step the turtle took felt like a mountain descending, causing the entire Qingyun martial arts arena to shake violently. Sensing danger, In Haonan urgently shouted, "Kong, get out of the way!" But it was too late. Mighty Kong could not stop its momentum. Boom! With a dull, resounding crash, Mighty Kong was sent flying like a cannonball. A clear sound of bone cracking echoed in the air, and its entire silver-white steel coating shattered to pieces. The mighty King Kong crashed into the protective shield, his right shoulder shattered and hanging limp. The metallic coating on his body turned to dust as he struggled to rise from the ground, finding it extremely difficult to stand. In Haonan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, eyes fixed on the Xian Shui turtle, shocked. That silver-level magic spirit card, it seems to be the Mountain Crab Mountain. He was stunned, thinking to himself, how could this be? Wasn't that magic spirit card discontinued long ago? Where did that kid get it from? Bai Li Mei's face also darkened as she frowned. You should worry about yourselves first." Shin Ryu seized the opportunity, swiftly throwing out a bronze-level magic spirit card, Flame Spirit Sparrow Crimson Flame Armament. She immediately followed with another bronze-level magic spirit card, the Fire Feather Eagle Fire Feather. The Flame Spirit Sparrow was surrounded by crimson flames, its feathers gleaming with a metallic luster, radiating terrifying heat like a small sun. With a loud bang, the Fire Phoenix attack lunged toward the already unstable King Kong. "May run. My battle spirit can't hold on." In Haonan said gravely, knowing King Kong's condition well, standing was already a miracle. Bai Li Mei decisively withdrew all auxiliary auras from King Kong, transferring them to the Linglong Rabbit. The Linglong Rabbit suddenly exerted force, leaping from King Kong's shoulder. Boom! The power of the Fire Phoenix attack reduced King Kong to ashes, its spirit slowly returning to the Magic Spirit Codex. In Haonan couldn't hold on any longer, his legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground, bloodless. "Haonan, are you okay?" Bai Li Mei asked with concern. Don't worry about me. Quickly get to Big Brother's side. With your support, maybe we still have a chance." In Haonan waved and shouted hoarsely. Bai Li Mei sighed, without hesitation, pulled out a silver-level magic spirit card, and roared, "Illusionary Rainbow Butterfly Wing Armament." Instantly, a pair of colorful butterfly wings sprouted from the Linglong Rabbit's back, enveloping it in colorful butterfly dust. The Linglong Rabbit kicked off vigorously, flying over 10 meters, its wings flapping rapidly, its speed astonishing. However, speed was not what concerned Shinryu and Han Xiao the most. What troubled them was the countless illusions left in the Linglong Rabbit's flight path, making it impossible to discern the real Linglong Rabbit. "War cry!" Han Xiao commanded immediately. The Xian Shui turtle let out a deafening roar, creating a powerful suction that drew everything within 20 meters towards it. The rapidly fleeing Linglong Rabbit felt the strong suction, its body abruptly pausing in midair. Bai Li Mei smirked coldly and said casually, "Do you think you can keep me like this?" She pulled out another silver-level magic spirit card and flicked it out with lightning speed. Soft Bone Rabbit Soft Bone Armor. Linglong Rabbit suddenly stopped flapping its wings, letting the powerful suction pull it towards the Xian Shui turtle. Perfect opportunity. Little 8. Smash it to death for me. Han Xiao exclaimed excitedly at the sight. The Xian Shui turtle charged towards the direction where Linglong Rabbit was being drawn, attempting to use the same ramming technique it used on the Dolly King Kong. Bailey May's lips curled into a smug smile, seemingly unconcerned about the incoming heavy blow that was as formidable as a mountain. Linglong Rabbit appeared bonelessly flexible as it suddenly stomped its feet and landed steadily on the Xian Shui turtle's back. What's going on? It feels like hitting cotton. There's no force at all. Han Xiao, in sync with the Xian Shui turtle, immediately sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, not only was Linglong Rabbit unharmed, but it also used the turtle's immense power to spring off like a coil. This time, Linglong Rabbit's speed was so fast it was almost invisible, leaving only a streak of rainbow in its wake. Furious, Han Xiao pounded the ground, quickly arming himself with the Bai Shui turtle water cannon, aiming to target Linglong Rabbit's trajectory. However, Linglong Rabbit was too fast, and its sharp turns in the air made it impossible for his water cannon to adjust in time. Your slow turtle might handle big targets, but it's no match for my Linglong Rabbit. Bailey May taunted. You're celebrating too soon. Don't forget I'm still up here. Shinryu said sternly. The flame spirit bird let out a piercing cry, gathering the light of the starlit fire into a massive net of flames, composed of 108 small fireballs, which descended upon Linglong Rabbit. Bailey May dared not be careless, immediately directing Linglong Rabbit to evade the starfire attack. Although the range and density of the starfire were overwhelming, the distance from Linglong Rabbit was too great, significantly reducing its effectiveness. Linglong Rabbit deftly dodged in the air, suffering only minor burns from stray sparks, and continued racing towards the Star Gallop War Tiger. Little sister, the power is impressive, but your aim needs work. I'm done playing with you. Bailey May glanced at the battle between Feng Yixio and Bailey Hui in the sky, speaking solemnly. Initially, she thought that although Feng Yixio was strong, he wouldn't be able to defeat her brother. However, it appeared they were evenly matched, unable to determine a victor in the short term. If she could reach the Star Gallop War Tiger quickly and use the support aura, the Star Gallop War Tiger would surely defeat the Jade Lin Snake swiftly. Trying to run now? Did I say you could leave? Shinryu silently drew a Silverdeer magic spirit card, tossing it face down. A flash of silvery white light passed, and the flame spirit bird's already sharp eyes became even more piercing, emitting a ghostly green glow. In an instant, Linglong Rabbit paused, and Bailey May felt as though a pair of sharp eagle eyes were fixed on her back, sending a chill down her spine. Could it be that nearly extinct magic spirit card? How is it possible? How could they always be so lucky? Bai Li Mei shook her head vigorously, dispelling all distracting thoughts from her mind. She urgently called out to Linglong Rabbit, "Speed up!" At that moment, the Star Tiger was only 200 meters away, and danger was imminent. Responding to her command, Linglong Rabbit accelerated again, moving unpredictably in the air, making it impossible for the enemy to track its path. As a support-type battle spirit master, Bai Li Mei had already demonstrated extraordinary abilities. Chirp! Yinling Ke let out a piercing cry, reminiscent of an eagle's screech, instilling fear in those who heard it. Its emerald eyes ignited with ghostly green flames, fixed intently on the flying Linglong Rabbit. At this moment, Linglong Rabbit seemed to move in slow motion in its eyes, every tiny strand of fur visible. Eagle Eye Lock, Linglong Rabbit. 1,000 illusion fire feathers. Shinryu calmly commanded. Instantly, Yinling Ke's feathers burst into crimson flames, its metallic feathers glowing red-hot. With a powerful flap of its wings, 33 fiery feathers shot towards Linglong Rabbit at incredible speed, their penetration power formidable, though their attack range was not as extensive as a wildfire. Linglong Rabbit's powerful legs kicked off forcefully, executing a series of sharp 90-degree turns in midair. Oomph! Haven't you learned yet? You can't hit my Linglong Rabbit like this. Just give up. Bai Li Mei sneered, dismissing the 33 fire feathers as inconsequential. Shinryu's lips curled into a slight smile, and she said calmly, "Can't hit? I wouldn't be so sure." Just as the fire feathers were about to miss Linglong Rabbit, a wisp of ghostly green flame suddenly entwined them. An eagle-eye mark inexplicably appeared on Linglong Rabbit, and the fire feathers made a sudden 180-degree turn, speeding straight towards Linglong Rabbit, accelerating as they went. Impossible. This, truly, is the emerald-eyed golden eagle eye. Bai Li Mei's pupils contracted sharply in shock. She had just speculated about the magic spirit card Shinryu used, but she had initially ruled out that nearly extinct card. To face a support-type battle spirit with no defensive or offensive power, this magic spirit card was nothing short of a nightmare. "Brother, help me," Bai Li Mei called out urgently. By now, the distance between Linglong Rabbit and Star Tiger had shrunk to just over 100 meters, while the 33,000 illusion fire feathers were closing in. Damn it! Bai Li Hui had also noticed the battle unfolding and was anxiously worried. Star Tiger flapped its wings fiercely, trying to rush over to save Linglong Rabbit. If it could disperse the locked-on attack of the fire feathers from behind, Linglong Rabbit would naturally be saved. Feng Yixio sneered. Do you think I don't exist? Xiao Bailing, stop him for me. The Jade Lin snake suddenly split into two, both using Titan Meteor Hammer, their fierce attacks like falling meteors, forcing Star Tiger to stop and confront the ferocious assault of the two Jade Lin snakes. Swish, swish, swish. The 33,000 illusion fire feathers, like a relentless curse, pierced through Linglong Rabbit no matter how it dodged, transforming into a series of crimson streaks that penetrated it completely. Sister! Bailey Hui exclaimed as she watched Bailey May collapse weakly. She rushed forward to catch her, her eyes blazing with anger as she glared at Feng Yixio and his team. Through gritted teeth, she declared, "Damn it! I'll make you pay for this." She pulled out a golden magic spirit card and flung it with force, shouting, "Nebula Rainbow Butterfly Nebula Armor." Instantly, the star-chasing battle tiger became ethereal, with countless stars flickering within it, brimming with terrifying explosive power. Previously, she hadn't used this golden magic spirit card because she believed her teammates could defeat the opposing team. The card's explosive power was immense, but it also consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Bailey Hui understood that Feng Yixio's battle spirit had the ability to create a shadow clone with its snake spirit. Even if she could kill one with full effort, the other might seize the chance to counterattack. Therefore, she had been in a stalemate with Feng Yixio in the sky, all the while holding on to the belief that her teammates would emerge victorious. However, the current situation was far beyond her expectations. Feng Yixio's team had emerged unscathed and easily defeated the powerful duo of Bailey May and Yin Haonan. Feng Yixio coldly stated, "You've already lost. Stop struggling in vain." But Bailey Hui responded frantically, "Even if I lose, I want you carried off the field." A narrow defeat and a crushing loss are both failures, but at least she could earn some respect. "Heh, you know you can't do that," Feng Yixio said confidently. Filled with rage, Bailey Hui shouted without hesitation, "Enough talk. Celestial Howl Break." The star-chasing battle tiger gathered the power of the stars in its mouth. The blinding white light forced the spectators in Qingyun Martial Arena to squint. The terrifying stellar power rapidly contracted from large to small, emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. Feng Yixio had witnessed the power of this move before, but at that time, the star-chasing battle tiger didn't have the double holy light enchantment. This strike would be even more powerful. At that moment, the two Jade Lin snakes gave the star-chasing battle tiger no chance to gather strength, swiftly flapping their massive white wings to pincer the tiger. Han Xiao immediately commanded the black water turtle to apply a thick shield. "Brother, I'll help you." Black water shield. Shen Ruyu was not to be outdone, coldly stating, "Eagle Eye Lock, star-chasing battle tiger." Fire Dance Whirlwind. The star-chasing battle tiger was marked with a ghostly green eagle eye symbol, and Shen Ruyu unhesitatingly unleashed a fire tornado, firmly trapping the tiger. The star-chasing battle tiger was bound by the immense suction of the fire tornado, unable to break free in the short term. The Titan Starquake formed by the two Jade Lin snakes collided violently, producing a dull metallic clang. The star-chasing battle tiger didn't even have the chance to scream before it was crushed into pieces. However, the celestial howl break finally completed its charge and erupted forcefully, sending Feng Yixio's two Jade Lin snakes flying. With a loud crash, the two Jade Lin snakes slammed into the energy barrier of the martial arena, causing two noticeable cracks to appear. The black water shield shattered on the spot, and the sword armor on Xiao Bailu was half destroyed, leaving it in a pitiful state. Yet, they didn't dissipate into spirit light and return to the magic spirit compendium. In this evenly matched battle, the victor was clearly Class 2A. Bailey Hui felt completely drained and collapsed to the ground in despair, unable to believe it. He had actually lost to opponents from the second-year class, with such a vast difference in strength between them. It was unbelievable that just 3 adolescent spirit warriors could defeat their 3 mature ones. Bailey May wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, stood up slowly, and said coldly, "We did our best. They were just too strong. I can't accept this." Yin Haonan angrily pounded the ground and roared. Because of his oversight, the tide of the match had turned. One mistake led to another. But what's the use of not accepting it? We've already lost. Bailey May replied through gritted teeth. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault," Yin Haonan said, full of self-blame. Bailey Hui slowly raised his head, glanced at Yin Haonan, and said calmly, "None of us are at fault. They really are stronger than us." At this moment, the host rushed in from the sidelines, raised Feng Yixio's wrist and loudly announced, "The winner of this Central China League qualifying match is Class 2A." The audience gradually came back to their senses from the tense match, each person filled with excitement. My God, is this really a battle between students? It felt like a fight between teachers. The audience discussed the battle that had just unfolded, particularly shocked by the performances of Shinryu and Han Xiao. Originally, they thought Feng Yixio was the only strong one in Class 2A, but now it seemed all three were incredibly powerful. Their teamwork was seamless. Feng Yixio's overwhelming Titan shockwave, Han Xiao's unyielding mountain-like stance, and Shinryu's eagle-eyed precision attack all left the crowd in awe. Not only were the spectators stunned, but the leaders and teachers on the podium were also in disbelief. Principal Wang stared blankly at the three surviving spirit warriors on the battlefield, his mind in a haze. He had thought he could justifiably have Feng Yixio give up participating in the Central China Intermediate League early, but they ended up winning so decisively. Oh, young people these days. I really can't understand them, Principal Wang sighed, feeling as if he had aged several years. Teacher Zhou, with a serious expression, said in a cold voice, "Principal Wang, it's not just you who can't understand. I can't either. What kind of monsters are these in Class 2A? Especially Feng Yixio, who managed to completely restrain a super-perfect star-speed battle tiger. It's terrifying." Teacher Jialan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Teacher Zhou, and said calmly, "Teacher Zhou, you win this time. A loss is a loss. I admit it wholeheartedly. You can have the best teacher award from now on. I have no objections." Teacher Zhou waved his hand with a smile and said loudly, "Enough talk. I need to go check on my students. Everyone, stand up. What's with the long faces?" Teacher Zhou sternly admonished. Bailey Hui and the others helped each other up, their heads hanging silently. Mr. Zhou's sharp gaze swept over the three of them. "Do you know why you lost today?" "I underestimated the opponent," Yin Haonan admitted quietly. Whack! Mr. Zhou knocked hard on Yin Haonan's head. "It's good that you know. Arrogance leads to defeat. If you hadn't underestimated Han Xiao, you wouldn't have ended up like this. But take this as a lesson. In the future, you need to humble yourselves, avoid arrogance and impatience, and train diligently." "Yes," the three of them replied in unison. Then they followed Mr. Zhou out of the Qingyun martial arts arena. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio led Han Xiao and Shinryu straight to the podium. He smiled at Principal Wang. "Principal Wang, does your promise still hold?" "Ahem." Principal Wang cleared his throat awkwardly. "Since you've defeated the top senior class, it proves you're indeed the strongest team at Qingyun Academy. What reason would I have to stop you from competing?" Feng Yixio beamed with gratitude. "Thank you, Principal Wang. I won't let you down." "I still don't quite understand," Principal Wang said gently. "With your talent and strength, wouldn't you have a better chance of winning if you competed as seniors?" "Principal Wang, I have a compelling reason to compete, and I must win the championship," Feng Yixio replied resolutely. Principal Wang and Vice Principal Zhou exchanged a knowing smile, then said seriously, "It's good for young people to have ambition. But to be honest, our school has always been mid to lower tier in the Central China League. The team you just faced is only mid-tier." "Such a strong team is only mid-tier?" Feng Yixio and his friends frowned, realizing they might have underestimated the strength of other intermediate academies. Teacher Jialan looked serious. "When the league starts in 6 months, the geniuses from key academies might have reached the War Spirit King level. With the support of spirit weapons, their combat power will see a qualitative leap. You need to be prepared for that." "Understood." Feng Yixio glanced at Shinryu. "But I won't give up on competing. I support Brother Feng." Shinryu chimed in. "I support my brother too." Han Xiao added. Jialan Ziyu smiled. "Great. Then I also want to be the first teacher to lead a team to win the championship across levels. Let's work hard together." Principal Wang shook his head helplessly. "Ah, you're all crazy," he said, leading the other teachers away. "You've worked hard today, so I'll give you a day off. But tomorrow, everyone except Feng Yixio must be on time for class, and I'll be increasing the training intensity," Teacher Jialan instructed. "What? More training?" Shinryu and Han Xiao exclaimed in unison. "Do you think winning the championship is easy?" Teacher Jialan shouted, causing the two to immediately lower their heads in silence. "What about me? Am I being left out again?" Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. "Zhong Lao just called, saying there's an urgent mission you need to complete. You have to leave early tomorrow morning," Jialan Ziyu explained. Feng Yixio then checked his phone and found dozens of missed calls, all missed during the silent mode for the competition. "An urgent mission? Why do they need me?" "I heard it's about a disaster-level beast, the Thunder Tyrant Dragon," Jialan Ziyu said deliberately. "What is a Thunder Tyrant Dragon?" Feng Yixio and the others asked in unison. This name was unfamiliar to them. The Thunder Tyrant Dragon, one of the most powerful draconic beasts, is renowned as the king among its kind. Jialan Ziyu explained with a serious expression. "The king among draconic beasts?" What kind of beast does it evolve from? Feng Yixio inquired, curious if there was a lower-tier magic card for this creature, which might make it easier for him to acquire such a powerful beast. Jialan Ziyu shook her head and said calmly, they are born kings, not evolved from other beasts. They come from an unknown realm known as the Dark Rift. The Dark Rift? Feng Yixio exclaimed. He had some knowledge about the Dark Rift. Legend has it that over 300 years ago, various dark rifts appeared worldwide, giving birth to powerful beasts. Due to the leakage of spiritual energy from these rifts, plants and animals began to mutate and evolve wildly, ushering in the Great Wilderness Era. But weren't the dark rifts said to have disappeared 300 years ago? Shinryu asked with a frown. Jialan Ziyu replied solemnly, the dark rifts never disappeared. They just appear less frequently nowadays and are mostly contained early on. The beast from this recent dark rift is highly likely to be a disaster-level beast, the Thunder Tyrant Dragon. It was born as a disaster-level beast? Just how strong is this Thunder Tyrant Dragon? Han Xiao shook his head in amazement. No beast that emerges from the dark rift is weak. The lowest level is disaster level. This Thunder Tyrant Dragon was previously spotted in the South China Quarantine Zone, where it led all the draconic beasts of the second quarantine zone to breach 2 steel walls. It was only stopped when the South China Fire Department's chief personally took it down. Jialan Ziyu said with a serious tone. It breached 2 steel walls? That's terrifying. Feng Yixio wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He couldn't imagine how such formidable walls were breached. Facing such a terrifying beast, wouldn't he be marching to his doom? Seeing through Feng Yixio's concerns, Jialan Ziyu reassured him, you don't need to worry too much. The Dark Rift's location was too hidden and wasn't discovered in time. By the time the Thunder Tyrant Dragon was found, it had already grown into a calamity-level beast, which is why it displayed such terrifying power. Feng Yixio finally breathed a sigh of relief and said lightly, that scared me. I thought I was being sent to my death. Anyway, I've said all I needed to. I should call Minister Lin now. I bet old Chu is worried sick. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Big Brother Zhong to call me. After Jialan Ziyu finished her explanation, she left Qingyun martial arts field. Feng Yixio immediately took out his phone to call back old Chu. As soon as the call connected, he heard old Chu's anxious voice. You brat, you didn't answer any of the dozens of calls. Are you trying to worry me to death? Old Chu shouted. Please don't be mad, old Chu. I was busy just now. Teacher Jialan has already told me everything. I'll set off tomorrow. Feng Yixio scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hey kid, aren't you curious why I'm sending you to hunt the Thunder Tyrant Dragon? Elder Chu asked with a mysterious smile, his eyes sharp as he looked at Feng Yixio. Why ask? If you're sending me, you must have your reasons, Elder Chu. Feng Yixio replied with a grin, trust shining in his eyes. Elder Chu let out a hearty laugh, then turned serious. Your flattery is getting better. But even if you don't ask, I need to explain. You're close to reaching level 3, stage 9, aren't you? Feng Yixio nodded earnestly. Yes, I'm about to break through to level 3, stage 9. Are you suggesting I use the Thunder Tyrant Dragon's magic spirit card to do so? Exactly. Elder Chu said in a hushed, mysterious tone. The Thunder Tyrant Dragon is full of treasures. Not only its magic spirit card, but even its magic beast core is a rare treasure. Feng Yixio frowned slightly. But even if I manage to defeat the Thunder Tyrant Dragon, who can guarantee it will drop a golden level magic spirit card? The drop rate is all about luck. Elder Chu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. That's what you don't know. All beasts emerging from the Dark Rift have a 100 chance of dropping magic spirit cards. This revelation hit like a thunderclap, leaving Feng Yixio stunned. Even Shinryu and Han Xiao, standing nearby, were wide-eyed, clearly shocked by this information that overturned their understanding of magic spirit cards. The knowledge about the Dark Rift is indeed a bit advanced for you. Elder Chu continued, stroking his beard. Normally, you would only use silver-level cards at this stage. But you're an exception, Feng Yixio. So there are things you need to know ahead of time. But Feng Yixio hesitated, scratching his nose. I was planning to absorb the White Knight Griffin. Elder Chu immediately looked exasperated. You're too short-sighted. Sure, you need a flying magic spirit card now, but what about the future? Once your Jade Lin Snake evolves, it can fly. By then, the White Knight Griffin will just waste a card slot. These words were a revelation to Feng Yixio, making him realize Elder Chu's thoughtful intentions. He bowed respectfully to Elder Chu. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Chu. No need to be so formal. Elder Chu waved his hand with a smile. You've helped me a lot with spirit evolution too. By the way, have you thought about your spirit's evolution plan? Do you need my help? That's not necessary. I already have a perfectly evolved plan. It's just the materials that are giving me a headache, Feng Yixio said with his trademark smile. True. Old Chu smiled with relief. I might worry about other things. But when it comes to the evolution of your battle spirit, I trust you completely. Just go with your instincts. Old Chu, I wanted to ask. Curiosity flickered in Feng Yixio's eyes. What's the use of the magic spirit card from the thunderous Tyrannosaurus? Old Chu pondered for a moment, his expression turning serious. Well, it's hard to say right now, but none of the magic spirit cards from the Dark Rift are weak. I estimate this one is from the thunderous Tyrannosaurus tyrant. Tyrant armament? Feng Yixio's eyes lit up, trying to glean more information. It sounds impressive. What's its specific function? Just as old Chu was about to speak, he was interrupted angrily. You haven't even defeated the thunderous Tyrannosaurus yet. Daydreaming already? I suggest you figure out how to handle that disaster-level beast first. Feng Yixio scratched his nose, grinning cheekily. Old Chu, I'm just saying if I happen to defeat that beast, its magic beast core should be usable, right? Of course. Old Chu replied grumpily. The thunderous Tyrannosaurus is a top-tier subdragon magical beast, and it's of the lightning element. There's no better choice for you. Why else do you think I call you so often? I knew you cared the most about me, Old Chu. Feng Yixio said in a playful, cooing voice. I still have a lot of work to do. Good luck. If you can't win, just run away. Don't push yourself too hard. I'll hang up now. Before he finished, the line went dead with a busy tone. Feng Yixio felt a warmth in his heart as he put down the phone. Even though Old Chu said he didn't care, he always thought of him first when something good happened. I can tell. Old Chu does care about you, Shinryu said with a smile. Han Xiao chimed in. Old Chu has a tough exterior but a soft heart. He really looks out for you. Feng Yixio nodded, suddenly remembering something important, and his expression turned serious. This trip to the second quarantine zone could take a while. Let me help you both break through to second-level source warriors first. You mean help us get a second-level origin potion? Han Xiao asked. Shunryu frowned. Even if we take the second-level origin potion, without experiencing life and death trials, we might not be able to unlock the second-level gene lock quickly. It's not that complicated, Feng Yixio said confidently, waving his hand. I'll have you both break through to second-level source warriors tonight. Seeing the skeptical looks on their faces, Feng Yixio laughed. What's with those expressions? When have I ever lied to you? Unlocking a second-level gene lock isn't that hard. He began carefully reviewing Shenryu's data panel. Source Warrior. Shenryu. Bloodline Attribute. Fire. Spiritual Power Level. Level 3. Stage 7. Gene Lock. Level 1. Source Martial Skill. Mastery of Tai Chi. Requirements for second-level Gene Lock. Lord-level Fire Element Magic Beast Core. 3 50-year-old Sky Flame Flowers. 10 50-year-old Earth Star Herbs. Feng Yixio silently memorized the second-tier origin potion formulas of Shinryu and Han Xiao. His gaze swept over Han Xiao, mentally noting his formula as well. Then, he took out a small notebook and began writing down their perfect formulas. Shinryu and Han Xiao curiously approached him from behind, eager to see what he was writing. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Shinryu asked with curiosity. This is your and Brother Han's second-tier origin potion formula. By following this formula, you can easily break through the second-tier gene lock. Feng Yixio finished his notes and gently closed the notebook. Aren't the origin potion formulas the same? Can they be customized for individuals? Han Xiao asked, puzzled. Of course, they're not the same. Those generic origin potions are for people who can't tailor them to individual needs. My formula is much more advanced. It can directly evolve, just like a battle spirit's evolution. Feng Yixio confidently explained. It's incredible. Shinryu exclaimed, though she quickly frowned. But the materials listed here are quite expensive. That top-tier Earth Element Lord-level Beast Core must cost tens of thousands. Han Xiao also looked troubled, as his savings were far from enough to purchase all the evolution materials. Seeing this, Shunryu's expression twitched, thinking the cost was beyond her reach. Feng Yixio waved his hand nonchalantly and said, It's just some materials. It won't cost much, and I'll cover it. Shinryu's face turned serious, and she said calmly, Brother Feng, you don't need to spend so much on us. At worst, we can save up ourselves. We can't burden you. Don't talk about burdens. This small amount of money is nothing to me. Alliance coins are just numbers to me, so don't be polite. Feng Yixio said with some irritation. Your alliance coins aren't just lying around. We can use slightly cheaper materials. It's fine. Han Xiao said firmly. Though he knew Feng Yixio was wealthy, he didn't think he was that wealthy. The combined cost of these two second-tier origin potions was at least 300,000, an astronomical figure for a student. Feng Yixio, growing impatient, repeated, I said, money is not an issue for me. He then pulled out a black gold merchant guild card, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and displayed his alliance coin balance. Han Xiao caught a glimpse and was immediately stunned by the long string of numbers, speechless for a moment. 10, 100, 1,000 million. Over 10 million alliance coins, he counted with his fingers, exclaiming in shock. Shinryu also felt dizzy and nervously asked, Brother Feng, you didn't rob a merchant guild, did you? Feng Yixio smiled mysteriously and said, I didn't rob a merchant guild, but I did bring one down. Now, I've started my own, called Qingfeng Merchant Guild. What? You started your own merchant guild? You're not joking, are you? Han Xiao was full of disbelief, feeling like he was hearing someone boast. Brother Feng, stop teasing us. Xin Ruyu crossed her arms, looking displeased. If you don't want to tell us where the alliance coins came from, that's fine, but why make up such a fantastical story? Seeing her upset, Feng Yixio quickly explained, I've never lied to you. This business isn't mine alone. You know my partner very well. The person I know best? Xin Ruyu pondered for a moment. Are you talking about my sister, Qingxi? Indeed, if anyone had both business experience and familiarity with Feng Yixio, it could only be her sister, Xin Qingxi. That's right. Feng Yixio nodded. It's a bit complicated, so why don't we talk while we walk? We're heading to Qingfeng Trade Association to help you find the materials for the origin potion. Only then did Shinryu relax a little and softly said, All right, I haven't visited my sister in a while, so it's a good opportunity to see her. The three of them left Qingyun Academy, chatting as they headed towards Qingfeng Trade Association. After Feng Yixio's repeated explanations, Shinryu and Han Xiao finally believed that the million alliance coins weren't stolen. They first had dinner at a restaurant, and when night fell, they arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng Trade Association. In front of them, Qingfeng Trade Association was resplendent and brightly lit, bustling with people. Han Xiao looked at the impressive new trade association and glanced at the closed old one across the street, too shocked to speak. My goodness! Qingfeng Trade Association is real, and business is booming. Brother Feng, is this really a business you and my sister started? Shinryu still found it hard to believe. The trade association is right in front of you. What is there to doubt? Feng Yixio said, a bit exasperated. But, the trade association just opened. How could it be so successful already? Shinryu questioned. Don't new stores usually go through a slow period? Well, I find it strange too. It seems your sister's business acumen is even sharper than I imagined. Feng Yixio scratched his head. He led them towards the trade association's entrance, but they were stopped by two security guards before reaching the stairs to the third floor. Hold it. You don't have permission to go to the third floor. Please explore the second floor, one of the guards stated formally. The first floor was for gray iron and bronze grade magic spirit cards, the second for silver grade, and the third for gold and platinum grades. With their level 3 war spirit master badges, they indeed weren't qualified to use gold grade cards. Han Xiao chuckled, whispering to Feng Yixio, Looks like you've been caught, buddy. If you were really the president, wouldn't the security recognize you? Feng Yixio was completely baffled. He looked at the unfamiliar security guards in front of him and asked in confusion, Hey guys, are you new here? However, the two guards stood like statues, blocking Feng Yixio and his companions without a word. Feeling anxious but unwilling to cause a scene in his own chamber of commerce, Feng Yixio said in a low voice, I'm the vice president of your chamber. I need to speak with President Shun. Finally, the two guards couldn't help but laugh coldly. I've never seen our president, but I've heard he's a prodigy. Even the president of the Horse Association lost to our vice president. How could you be him, a young kid? You better leave quickly. Feng Yixio was left speechless. Though they were complimenting him, he couldn't help but feel displeased. Just then, a security captain stormed over, angrily demanding, What's all this commotion? He glanced at Feng Yixio and was instantly struck speechless. President Feng, what brings you here? The security captain immediately showed utmost respect. It turns out this security captain was one of the first guards recruited by Shan Qingxi, and as the chamber grew, he was promoted to captain. President Feng, you're Lord Feng Yixio. The two guards stammered, terrified. Feng Yixio casually patted their shoulders and said calmly, You guys are really dedicated. The security captain quickly realized what had happened and furiously reprimanded the guards. How dare you block even the vice president? Do you want to keep your jobs? We're sorry. We didn't know it was you, President Feng. The two guards were practically shaking in their boots, unable to speak coherently. Feng Yixio interrupted them gently. It's all right. It seems Sister Qingxi's judgment is quite good. You've done well. Keep it up and I'll give you a raise. The guards bowed deeply, filled with admiration. Then, Feng Yixio led Shinryu and Han Xiao up the stairs to the third floor. Han Xiao patted Feng Yixio on the back, exclaiming, Wow, you really are the vice president here. Impressive, my friend. Shinryu, still in a bit of disbelief, said softly, Brother Feng. I'm sorry, I thought you were just saying that to reassure us. Feng Yixio waved his hand dismissively. When have I ever lied to you? Your sister's office is just ahead. She should be inside at this hour. He knocked on the door, and Shun Qingxi's tired voice came from within. Come in. Feng Yixio entered with Shinryu and Han Xiao, announcing loudly, In just one day, Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce is thriving under your leadership. Shun Qingxi slowly lifted her gaze from her book to Feng Yixio, but quickly shifted it to Shinryu behind him, standing up excitedly, Where What brings you here? Old lady, I'm here to see you. Shin Ryu smiled slightly, teasingly. Shin Qingxi's face immediately darkened, and she retorted angrily, Sister, I'm only in my 20s. How am I old? Shin Ryu looked up and replied defiantly, To me, any woman over 20 is old. Shin Qingxi shook her head helplessly. She wasn't truly upset. Instead, she walked over to Shin Ryu, gently pinched her cheek, and said softly, Little sister, you've grown so tall. You're almost catching up to me. At this moment, Shin Qingxi stood at 1.75 meters, while Shin Ryu was slightly shorter at about 1.72 meters. I'm almost 17. Stop treating me like a child, okay? Shin Ryu said. Hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out in dissatisfaction. Shin Qingxi couldn't help but laugh lightly and continued, You'll always be a child in my eyes. Shin Ryu turned her head, saying angrily, Humph, you hardly ever come to see me. I thought you'd forgotten about me. How could I forget you? I've just been too busy with work, Shin Qingxi explained gently. The most important thing is, I was worried someone might be watching me, and if your situation got exposed, it wouldn't be fun. She softly stroked Shin Ryu's hair to comfort her. What? Am I going to be exposed by coming to you now? Shin Ryu asked worriedly. Shin Qingxi casually replied, It's fine now anyway. Before she could finish, Feng Yixio quickly interjected. Qingxi, we came to see you because there's something urgent. He was concerned that Shen Qingxi might mention Yu Ya's visit to Shin Ryu, so he swiftly interrupted their conversation. Realizing she had almost said too much, Shin Qingxi quickly asked, Feng Yixio, what urgent matter do you have? I'm supposed to go to the second quarantine zone tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be back. I want Yuer and Brother Han to unlock the second gene lock, so they can better practice ancient martial arts. Feng Yixio immediately responded, Oh, I see. Then give me the formula for the origin potion. I can help you gather the ingredients right now. Shin Qingxi reached out to take it, and Feng Yixio tore the page with the formula from his notebook, saying seriously, This is the formula for Yuer and Brother Han's origin potion. It has to be the best quality. Money is not an issue. Shin Qingxi smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if you didn't say it, I would still get the best materials for my sister. After carefully examining the formula, she said seriously, These are all top-grade materials, quite expensive, but it's nothing for you. With that, Shin Qingxi dialed the Commerce Guild's manager. Just then, a woman in professional attire and gold-rimmed glasses knocked and entered. President Shun, what can I do for you? The woman asked with her head lowered. Shin Qingxi said seriously, Xinyue, follow this formula to gather the materials, then go to the Battle Spirit Alliance and have them refined into an evolution potion, and deliver it to me. Xinyue nodded in agreement. Yes, President. I'll handle it right away. With that, she quickly turned and left, executing her task efficiently. Wait a moment, let me introduce you. This is our guild's vice president, Feng Yixio. Shin Qingxi suddenly called out to Xinyue, pointing to Feng Yixio. Xinyue immediately turned around, politely bowed to Feng Yixio, and flashed a professional smile, appearing very competent. Hello, Vice President Feng. I've heard great things about you, Xinyue said with a look of admiration. Feng Yixio gently touched his nose and said casually, Famous for a long time? How long has it been? Xinyue paused slightly, almost stumbling, her natural smile instantly freezing, and she replied politely, President Feng, it's been a long time. That's all. Shin Ryu chuckled and quickly interjected, Sister Xinyue, don't be upset. He's just joking with you. You can go now. Xinyue couldn't wait to leave the president's office. Sister Qingxi, you have a keen eye. All the recruits are quite high quality. Feng Yixio praised. Whether it was the security personnel who had just maintained order or the heads of the Chamber of Commerce, Feng Yixio could tell that their quality far surpassed those of the old chamber. Even the female supervisor could take a joke without getting upset, indicating she had a good temper. Shin Qingxi rolled her eyes and said dryly, If I hadn't mentioned you were the vice president first, do you believe she would have hit you on the spot? Feng Yixio smiled, touching his nose and said cheerfully, Of course, I believe it. By the way, you said you're going to the second quarantine zone tomorrow? What are you going there for? With all the alliance coins you have, is there any magic spirit card you can't buy? Shin Qingxi was a bit puzzled. Do you have the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex Overlord, this magic spirit card? Feng Yixio asked with a smile. Shin Qingxi fell silent and shrugged. All right. You should have said there was a dark rift. That treasure can't be bought with money. Do you know about the dark rift, sister? Shin Ryu inquired. Shin Qingxi replied seriously, Of course, as a battle spirit king. It's only natural to know about the dark rift. The beasts in the dark rift are extremely powerful, especially the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, known as the king among dragon-type beasts. Do we have any magic spirit cards from these dark rifts for sale in our Chamber of Commerce? Feng Yixio asked curiously. Shin Qingxi rolled her eyes helplessly and said, Although our Chamber of Commerce is unique in Jiangshui City, It is still only a medium-sized chamber in the entire central China base. We only cooperate with some scattered card hunters and don't have channels to work with large hunting groups. Hunting groups? What are those? Han Xiao asked curiously. Shin Qingzi explained seriously. A hunting group is a special adventurous team that lives on the edge. They often roam the wild isolation zones, hunting beasts to acquire magic spirit cards and evolution materials. They usually cooperate with large chambers of commerce, selling magic spirit cards and materials for profit. Doesn't our chamber have the opportunity to cooperate with such hunting groups? Feng Yixio asked gravely. For Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce to grow, it can't rely solely on producing high-level magic spirit cards. After all, he has his own cultivation tasks. While the scale is small, it's manageable, but if it expands, it won't work even if he exhausts himself. When I was at the old chamber across the street, the chamber had a long-term cooperation with a second-tier hunting group, but it was always my Yuanfu handling the contact alone. And now I don't have those connections, Shin Qingzi sighed, feeling helpless. Second-tier hunting group? Are there levels for these hunting groups? Feng Yixio was a bit confused and asked. This secondary hunting group operates within the second isolation zone, its existence based on an evaluation of the group's overall strength, as capability determines the scope of their activities, explained Shen Qingzi with a smile. Feng Yixio pondered for a moment and said helplessly, relying on scattered card hunters isn't sustainable. If only we could regularly collaborate with a strong hunting group. This can't be rushed, Shen Qingzi reassured. With the advantage of our rare cards, I believe we'll grow stronger, and eventually, those hunting groups will come to us. Feng Yixio nodded, smiling in agreement. Let's hope so. How about we stop discussing this? Since we're together, I want to chat a bit. How did you and my sister meet? Shin Qingzi curiously looked at Shin Ruyu and Feng Yixio as they sat down. Shin Ruyu pouted. It's because you heartlessly left me at that small town's welfare center. Shin Qingzi felt a little guilty. I just didn't want you to suffer with me. Besides, if I hadn't placed you in the welfare center, you wouldn't have met your brother Feng, would you? Shin Ruyu lowered her head, blushing slightly and whispered, That's true. Shin Qingzi, dissatisfied, said, Don't just smile. Tell me about you too. I need to see if this rascal bullied you, and if he did, I'll teach him a lesson. Feng Yixio felt a chill and quickly explained, I wouldn't dare bully her. I'd be grateful if she didn't bully me. Shin Ryu immediately turned to him, seriously asking, Brother Feng, when did I bully you? Explain yourself. Feng Yixio waved his hands in panic, hurriedly explaining, That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Shin Qingzi and Shin Ryu stood up simultaneously, glaring at Feng Yixio. Sweat formed on Feng Yixio's forehead as he stood speechless, urgently seeking help from Han Xiao. Han Xiao, seeing Feng Yixio being cornered by two fierce women, covered his face and mourned, Brother, don't blame me for not helping. I wouldn't dare either. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Feng Yixio, as if escaping, quickly broke free from the two women's siege and said, It must be Manager Xinyue. I'll get the door. He opened the door to see Xinyue, holding two bottles of potion, who asked in confusion, President Feng, are you hot? Why are you sweating so much? The air conditioning might be acting up. Just give me the potions, Feng Yixio said, taking the two bottles and feeling relieved. Xinyue bowed respectfully. If there's nothing else, President Feng, I'll take my leave. Feng Yixio politely replied. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Exine. He then slowly closed the office door and carefully examined the two bottles of origin potion in his hand. The one in his left hand was red, radiating a warm temperature that only a source martial artist like him could hold directly. The other, a gray potion, felt unusually heavy despite its small size, creating a stark contrast. Feng Yixio handed a bottle of red origin potion to Shin Ryu, and casually tossed another bottle to Han Xiao. Shin Ryu took the potion, immediately feeling its heat and almost dropping it. Why does this feel different from a regular origin potion? It's so hot, she exclaimed. Han Xiao weighed the potion in his hand, frowning. Hey, are you sure this isn't just a bottle of sand and water? Why is it so heavy? Don't worry. The materials I used this time are even more advanced than the ones I used for myself before. There won't be any problems. Feng Yixio assured them with confidence. Meanwhile, Shin Qingzi carefully drew the curtains and said calmly, Feng Yixio's origin potions might be unusual, but they work wonders. I've witnessed it myself. Go ahead and drink it. But this isn't the place to break through the second genetic lock. We should head to the Qingxi tea house. Before he could finish, Shun Ryu eagerly unscrewed the cap and drank the potion in one gulp. Almost simultaneously, Han Xiao poured his potion into his mouth. Crack after drinking, their hearts raced, and the glass test tubes slipped from their hands, shattering on the floor. An indescribable sensation caused their blood to surge, and they seemed to hear the sound of genetic chains breaking in their ears. A violent flame force suddenly erupted from Shen Ryu, the intense heat threatening to ignite the entire office. At the same time, Han Zhao's situation deteriorated rapidly. His fists became encased in rock and earth, causing immense discomfort as he pounded the ground, shaking the entire building. Why are young people so impatient? Can't they just listen to the end? Shin Qingzi exclaimed, frustrated. Feng Yixio retorted, that's because you take forever to get to the point. Shin Qingzi snapped back, stop criticizing and help. I'll handle my sister's flames. You take care of your friend, or we'll both be responsible if the building collapses. Feng Yixio complained, how is this my fault? But he still grabbed Han Xiao, trying to prevent further damage to the office floor. The newly opened business couldn't afford to be demolished. Damn it, Han, why are you so strong? I can barely hold on to you. Feng Yixio struggled against Han Zhao's overwhelming strength. In agony, Han Xiao flung Feng Yixio aside, his rock-covered fists crashing towards him. Feng Yixio quickly shielded himself with his arms, getting knocked back but managing to stabilize himself using his thunderstorm step. However, Han Xiao had not regained his senses and continued to swing his massive fists at Feng Yixio. Seriously, you're still coming at me? Feng Yixio sighed, forced to defend himself. Thunderous 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Boom boom boom, a series of powerful punches collided in the air, each impact echoing with deafening noise. In contrast, Shinryu's situation was much better, as Shen Qingzi, a third-level source warrior, found it manageable to stabilize a second-level source warrior who was out of control. Despite the situation, beads of sweat appeared on Shen Qingzi's forehead. The heat radiating from Shenryu far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he was a third-year source warrior. Otherwise, controlling Shenryu would have been exceedingly difficult. After a full minute, Shenryu and Han Xiao gradually regained their senses and stopped their previous erratic behavior. At this moment, a red phoenix flame mark appeared on Shenryu's forehead, and even her pupils took on a reddish hue, enhancing her already ethereal beauty, making her look like a celestial being. On Han Zhao's hands, a brown diamond-shaped mark appeared, and his arms became more robust, making him look more reliable. Yue, are you alright? Shin Qingzi quickly supported the somewhat weakened Shinryu, asking with concern. Sister, what happened to me? Shinryu frowned, looking puzzled. Nothing serious. Congratulations on successfully breaking through the second-tier gene lock and becoming a second-tier fire source warrior. Shin Qingzi said softly. Han Xiao also groggily woke up, glanced around the disordered office, and saw Feng Yixio with slightly reddened fists, completely baffled. Hey brother, what happened here? Did someone beat you up? Why are your hands so red? Feng Yixio chuckled wryly and replied. Haha, my hands were hit by you. I almost got pounded to death. What? I hit you? You must be joking. I can't possibly match you. Han Xiao said incredulously, laughing. If you don't believe me, try it out. Feng Yixio said casually. Try it, I will. Han Xiao said, clenching his fists and striking the nearby wall. Boom. A huge hole appeared in the several-inch-thick wall. Han Xiao was stunned, turning back with a shocked expression at everyone, asking incredulously, did I do this? Am I this strong? Shin Qingzi's mouth twitched, angrily saying, Han Xiao, strong? You dared to damage my wall. Let me show you my strength. Han Xiao, frightened, quickly hid behind Feng Yixio, pleading, I didn't mean to, brother. Help me. Just then, Xin Yue shouted through the large hole, President Shun. The commotion just now almost scared everyone away. I spent ages calming them down, and just as I reported to you, there was an even louder noise. I fear everyone might be scared off now. What? This is unacceptable. Quickly, take me to see. Shin Qingzi said anxiously, hurriedly heading out. Then she suddenly turned back, glaring fiercely at Han Xiao hiding behind Feng Yixio, angrily saying, you better not run. Come back here so I can settle this with you. Feng Yixio felt Han Xiao trembling behind him with fear and quickly reassured him, we better run now. Otherwise, I really can't hold her back. After all, I can't beat her either. You're right, brother. Let's get out of here. Han Xiao said, heading towards the door. Feng Yixio quickly grabbed Han Xiao, sounding impatient. Han, are you crazy? If you go out, Qingzi will definitely catch you. You're right. So where should I go? Han Xiao scratched his head, looking puzzled. Feng Yixio pointed outside the window and then opened it. What? Jump out of the window again? Han Xiao instinctively took 2 steps back. Shinryu chuckled softly and said, brother, you're already a second-tier Yuan warrior. You won't die from a fall. Oh yeah, I'm a second-tier Yuan warrior now. What am I afraid of? Han Xiao finally realized, smiling. He confidently walked to the window, but as he looked at the daunting height, he hesitated and asked softly, bro, how do you fly in the sky? Teach me. Feng Yixio smiled faintly. It's simple. Just step your left foot on your right foot, then your right foot on your left foot, and you'll be flying. Huh. My grades weren't great. Don't lie to me. Han Xiao looked doubtful. Feng Yixio urged, Hurry up and get down. If you don't, Qingxi will come up and definitely kill you. With that, he kicked Han Xiao on the rear. Han Xiao let out a scream and, in a panic, tried stepping his left foot on his right and vice versa, only to find it was useless. Bro, you tricked me again. His screams faded away, ending with a dull thud. Feng Yixio covered his face in exasperation. I can't believe you fell for that. Then he turned to Shinryu, speaking gently, Yuer, let me carry you down. Shinryu blushed and nodded shyly. Feng Yixio effortlessly carried her in a princess hold, gracefully using his thunderstorm steps to descend as if walking down stairs. Han Xiao, covered in dust, climbed out of the human-shaped dent in the ground, glaring at Feng Yixio with resentment. You're putting romance over friendship? Feng Yixio awkwardly rubbed his nose. You're an earth element Yuan warrior, tough and sturdy. Falling doesn't hurt you. Yuer is a girl. I can't let her land like you. Han Xiao brushed off the dust and said seriously, that makes some sense, but how do you manage those steps in midair? It's a technique of elemental materialization, combined with explosive power and movement skills. But you're an earth element Yuan warrior, so you'll probably never achieve midair steps. Just give up on that dream, Feng Yixio said, crushing his hopes. What? So I'll never touch the sky in this life? Han Xiao felt a bit downcast. Han, just focus on being a ground warrior. Feng Yixio patted Han Xiao's shoulder and continued. Why are you still standing here? If Qingxi finds out, she'll definitely make you pay for the damages. Before Han Xiao could feel too sad, the mention of paying made him dash off like a rabbit, shouting, paying is impossible. I couldn't afford it even if I sold myself. Feng Yixio shook his head with a chuckle and, through the dim light from the guild, noticed the fiery phoenix tail mark on Shinryu's forehead. He gently touched it, and for a moment, the mark glowed with a faint flame before fading as he withdrew his hand. Yuer, you've become even more beautiful. Feng Yixio smiled, ruffling Shinryu's hair gently. Shinryu's face flushed slightly as she softly asked, wasn't I beautiful before? Feng Yixio earnestly replied, in my heart, you've always been the most beautiful. Shinryu let out a gentle hum, turned her head away, and spoke shyly. However, they were unaware that a figure was hidden in a nearby giant tree, glaring at Feng Yixio with hatred. The person gritted their teeth, thinking to themselves, finally, I found my chance. This time, I'll make sure you meet your end. Her fists were clenched tightly, sharp nails piercing her palms, but she didn't care. This person was none other than Hua Fengfei, the former vice president of the old Chamber of Commerce. The place was located behind the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce, a desolate area with dim lighting that made it appear even more eerie and excellent spot for murder and theft. Meanwhile, inside the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce, chaos reigned, and no one noticed the events about to unfold on this barren land. Hua Fengfei sneered, feeling pleased with herself. Ha ha ha, on the brink of death, and you still have the nerve to flirt. A sharp female voice shattered the silence of the wasteland as Hua Fengfei leaped down from the tree. Feng Yixio was startled, immediately shielding Shinryu behind him, and asked in surprise, it's you. Why are you still in Jiangshui City? He was puzzled. The president of the chamber had left Jiangshui City, and Hua Fengfei should have followed. Had she been abandoned? Why shouldn't I be in Jiangshui City? It's you who should disappear. Hua Fengfei responded coldly, her eyes blazing with anger. If I'm not mistaken, you must have helped that wench Shun Qingxi. So what if I did? Feng Yixio replied in a deep voice. Nothing. Hua Fengfei slowly summoned her magic spirit book, opened the first page, and declared loudly, just that you will disappear from Jiangshui City. She immediately summoned a human-sized black bat named the Sonic Demon Bat. She commanded, Afu, use ultrasonic attack. Instantly, a silent sound wave spread rapidly from the Sonic Demon Bat, covering nearly 100 meters in an instant. A strong sense of dizziness hit them, and Feng Yixio and Shinryu felt the world spinning, almost unable to stand. Yuer, cover your ears quickly. Feng Yixio urgently shouted to Shinryu. They both covered their ears tightly, slightly alleviating the dizziness. Feng Yixio immediately summoned his battle spirit, angrily saying, you think killing me is that easy? Titan Devourer Python Titan Armor, he shouted, and the White Knight Griffin also grew larger. Hua Fengfei sneered, pulling out a platinum-level magic spirit card, and quickly threw it, saying lightly, Humph, you're impressive, but you're just a third-year battle spirit master. No match for me. 5 Poison Demon Bat Poison Fong Armor. A platinum light slowly floated towards the Sonic Demon Bat, and instantly its sharp teeth emitted black poison gas, with drops of venom dripping down, sizzling with corrosive sounds. Afu, bite this useless battle spirit to death. Hua Fengfei ordered viciously. Before the Yulin snake could react, the Sonic Demon Bat swiftly flew onto it, its sharp poisonous fangs piercing through its scales. Feng Yixio felt a sense of foreboding and quickly pulled out a bronze-level magic spirit card, summoning the iron hedgehog sword armor. In an instant, sharp sword-like spikes erupted from his body, deflecting the sonic demon bat. Although it only managed to tear one wing of the bat, it provided a brief respite. Meanwhile, venom spread rapidly, causing the Jade Lin snake to wobble, its large head shaking as it struggled to remain upright. It attempted to attack the sonic demon bat with titan meteors, but the poison impaired its aim, making it vulnerable to sonic attacks. Xiaobai Tower. Feng Yixio exclaimed anxiously. Hua Fengfei furrowed her brows, surprised that the Jade Lin snake hadn't succumbed to the poison of the 5-poison demon bat immediately. She marveled at its resilience, as the 5-poison demon bat, despite not being the most potent venomous creature, should have been lethal to a maturing battle spirit. Yet, the Jade Lin snake still had some fight left in it. You should worry about yourself. Hua Fengfei gave Feng Yixio no time to breathe, conjuring a black dagger in her hand, her spirit weapon the night poison blade. The dagger exuded a sinister poison, with black droplets trickling down its edge. Feng Yixio and Shin Ruyu shivered, the thought crossing their minds. This thing must be deadly. You two are merely third-level battle spirit masters. Stop resisting. Let me show you the power of my night poison blade. Hua Fengfei sneered, deftly flipping the dagger in her hand as she charged at Feng Yixio and Shin Ruyu. Feng Yixio, not daring to be careless, slowly summoned a thunder spear and rushed towards Hua Fengfei. Shin Ruyu quickly called upon her battle spirits, pouring all her magic spirit cards into the fight. The Flame Spirit Sparrow and the Poison Jade Lin snake launched a joint attack on the Sonic Demon Bat, struggling to constrain its movements even in a two-known battle. Clang, clang, clang. The Thunder Spear clashed fiercely with the Night Poison Blade, the dark poison rapidly corroding the spear and creeping towards Feng Yixio's wrist. Feng Yixio decisively discarded the Thunder Spear, thinking to himself, my Night Poison Blade can corrode anything. Your elemental Thunder Spear isn't even a spirit weapon. How could it withstand my deadly poison? Damn it. Another second-tier source warrior. Hua Fengfei's face darkened as she continued her assault on Feng Yixio. Just as Feng Yixio prepared his initial move of the Xingyi Bagua Palm, Hua Fengfei leaped over him, heading straight for Shen Ruyu behind him. Kid, that girl must be your little girlfriend. I'm going to make you taste the bitterness of losing a loved one, Hua Fengfei said cruelly. Feng Yixio was shocked and immediately turned, shouting, watch out. Shen Ruyu took a few steps back, the phoenix tail flame flower mark on her forehead suddenly glowing as a surge of fiery power erupted, forming a ring of flames that burst outward. Hua Fengfei's expression darkened, and she quickly shielded herself with her spirit weapon. A mere second-tier source warrior can't stop me. Hua Fengfei frowned, bracing for the impending clash. As the fiery storm subsided, Hua Fengfei charged at Shin Ruyu once more. Shin Ruyu raised her hand slowly. Her left hand ignited with a gentle yellow flame, while her right hand blazed with an intense red flame, the heat astonishing. She assumed a Tai Chi stance, and beneath her feet, a Tai Chi formation of flames gradually appeared. As soon as Hua Fengfei stepped into this formation, she felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from Shen Ruyu. Enough of your tricks. Die. Hua Fengfei shouted furiously, thrusting her night venom blade mercilessly towards Shen Ruyu's heart. Shen Ruyu's movement seemed slow, yet her right hand's gentle flame met the night venom blade. The soft flames flowed like water, enveloping Hua Fengfei's arm. Despite the dark venom attempting to seep into the Yin flames, its progress was remarkably slow. Hua Fengfei was shocked. Was this the Tai Chi technique of redirecting force? What was this flame that flowed like water? It felt as if she were striking a resilient mass of cotton, unable to exert her strength. Entering the Tai Chi realm, her body involuntarily slowed, compelled to follow Shin Ruyu's rhythm. Finally, Shin Ruyu's right hand moved. After dissipating her opponent's force, the fierce yang flame struck Hua Fengfei's shoulder with a powerful blow. No longer gentle, the explosive force sent Hua Fengfei flying over 10 meters before she came to a halt. Astonished, she looked at Shin Ruyu, surrounded by the Tai Chi flame formation, deeply shaken and no longer daring to underestimate the young girl's Tai Chi techniques. Let me guess, you're not a Yuan warrior, are you? Feng Yixio sneered, feeling a sense of relief. So what if I'm not a Yuan warrior? I'm a battle spirit king. Hua Fengfei retorted angrily. It's a pity that such a powerful spiritual weapon in your hands is like scrap metal. Feng Yixio taunted. The corrosive poison of the night venom blade was terrifying. If it pierced someone, they would likely turn into a pool of pus instantly. However, Hua Fengfei was not a Yuan warrior and couldn't unleash the blade's full potential. Hua Fengfei's face darkened as she roared. I'll show you that a battle spirit king is not someone you can insult. She plunged her spiritual weapon into the ground, and instantly, a web-like black poison formation spread rapidly. Wherever the poison formation reached, plants, trees, birds, and beasts began to wither and decay swiftly. In moments, the land within 100 meters was eroded away, falling silent and lifeless. Fortunately, Feng Yixio quickly used Thunderstorm Step to sweep Shinryu into his arms, or else they might have turned into a pool of pus by now. Hua Fengfei let out a slow, cold laugh and said to the battle spirit beside her, "Afu, don't waste time with those two useless battle spirits. Use the ultrasonic wave." The sonic devil bat immediately broke free from its entanglement with the jade lin snake and the flame spirit sparrow and began to emit a piercing ultrasonic wave. Feng Yixio felt his head spinning, and the thunder mark under his feet could no longer hold, causing him to fall from the sky. He used all his strength to turn his body, ensuring his back faced the ground. By then, the ground had turned into a black poisonous field. Contact with it would likely dissolve him into a pool of pus. With his mind blank, Feng Yixio saw Shinryu desperately trying to turn over and said softly, "I'm sorry, I didn't protect you." "No." Shinryu screamed in despair. Boom. Feng Yixio and Shinryu crashed heavily onto the ground, yet he didn't feel the poison's invasion. Huh, what's going on? He slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a protruding stone pillar. Phew, made it just in time. A familiar voice came from afar, and Feng Yixio saw Han Xiao standing on another stone pillar. "Brother Han, you finally came back." Feng Yixio smiled genuinely. "Sorry, I'm late," Han Xiao said apologetically. "No, you arrived just in time." Feng Yixio slowly stood up, glaring angrily at Hua Fengfei. "Damn it, another second-tier source warrior." Hua Fengfei questioned angrily. "All three of you are second-tier source warriors? This is too unbelievable. It's practically defying logic." "Afu, use dark poison arrows," Hua Fengfei immediately ordered. The sonic devil bat quickly flapped its wings in the air, launching bone spikes like raindrops toward the ground. Though not very powerful, each poison arrow was laced with venom. "With me, Han Xiao, here. You won't harm a hair on my brother's head." Han Xiao roared. "Xiaoba, mystic water shield." Feng Yixio was immediately enveloped in a golden mystic water shield. Clang clang clang. The dark poison arrows struck the shield like hitting water, unable to fully penetrate it. However, the poison rapidly corroded the shield, forcing Han Xiao to dispel it. "This woman is vicious. Brother, what should we do now?" Han Xiao frowned, asking Feng Yixio, "Quickly create more stone pillars, or else we won't have anywhere to stand." Feng Yixio urgently commanded. "Got it." Ah, hit hit hit. Han Xiao struck the ground forcefully, causing giant stone pillars to rise one after another. "Great, the three of us will attack this poisonous woman. My jade lin snake is exhausted. Mystic water turtle and flame spirit sparrow, keep the sonic devil bat restrained." Feng Yixio continued to command loudly. "All right, Xiaoba, hit that ugly thing hard with the high-pressure water cannon." Han Xiao pulled out a bronze-level magic spirit card. Aqua, turtle water cannon. Eagle eye lock, sonic bat. 1,000 illusion fire feathers. Shinryu also issued an attack command. Instantly, a barrage of firepower suppressed the sonic devil bat, leaving it struggling to breathe, only able to use poison arrows and ultrasonic waves to counter the attacks from the flame spirit sparrow and mystic water turtle. Damn it, these two battle spirits are merely in their growth phase, so why are they so troublesome? Hua Fengfei frowned, filled with doubt. The attacks of the flame spirit sparrow were like they had eyes, making them impossible to dodge and forcing her to counter with her own attacks. Meanwhile, the high-pressure water bullets from the Xian water turtle, though not very lethal, had a terrifying impact force. If hit, she could be blasted 100 meters away. Especially with the Xian water shield, her poison fang weapon was rendered useless. Her absolute advantage had suddenly turned into a tricky standoff. "Everyone, attack together," Feng Yixio ordered, instantly disappearing from his original spot. Feng Yixio, Shinryu, and Han Xiao quickly surrounded Hua Fengfei, forming a triangular encirclement. "Do you think having more people will help?" Hua Fengfei sneered, her tone full of disdain. "Thunder Spear." Feng Yixio didn't waste any more words, conjuring a thunder spear and charging straight at Hua Fengfei. Shinryu and Han Xiao also moved in, gradually tightening the encirclement. Seeing this, Hua Fengfei broke into a cold sweat. She first glanced at the imposing Feng Yixio, then at the balanced Shinryu, and finally locked her gaze on Han Xiao. He seemed easier to handle compared to the other two. Thus, Hua Fengfei decisively rushed towards Han Xiao, attempting to find a breakthrough and defeat them one by one. "Do I look that easy to bully? Why is she coming at me?" Han Xiao cursed as Hua Fengfei charged towards him. Hua Fengfei swung her spirit weapon from a distance, and the cross-shaped poison blades shot towards Han Xiao. Han Xiao smiled slightly and responded loudly, "Bring it on. Let me show you my newly mastered source martial technique." With that, His right shoulder was enveloped in thick rock, resembling a solid wall. The two cross blades left only shallow marks on it before the terrifying impact force struck. Iron Mountain lean. Han Zhao's shoulder slammed into Hua Fengfei, sending her flying over 10 meters, right in Shanruyu's direction. Seeing Hua Fengfei flying towards her, Shanryu smiled slightly and said calmly, "Watch this." Her right hand's yang flame was aimed at Hua Fengfei, while her left hand's yin flame was directed behind her, with both flames quickly converging. The yin flame in her left hand acted like a flame launcher, maintaining her balance to prevent the explosive force of the yang flame from sending her flying. Yang flame burst. The yang flame in her right hand reached its limit, forming a massive fireball as tall as a person, which exploded violently, blasting the oncoming Hua Fengfei away. Clang. The immense explosive force caused Hua Fengfei to drop her night poison blade, which fell to the ground with a crisp sound. She was sent flying towards Feng Yixio, who was already poised and ready. The thunder spear in his hand was now twice its usual size, resembling a giant siege crossbow, waiting for the perfect moment. The thunder spear struck with a whoosh, its white flash piercing through Hua Fengfei's body like a shooting star. Its immense power didn't stop there, continuing to penetrate through a dozen massive trees before finally embedding itself in a giant ancient tree. Hua Fengfei's face was filled with disbelief, her eyes showing unwillingness as she died with her eyes open. As a formidable battle spirit king, she never imagined she would be defeated by 3 level 3 battle spirit masters. With the disappearance of the supersonic bat and the spirit weapon night poison blade, Hua Fengfei's life came to an end. Feng Yixio coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Shinryu immediately supported him, asking with concern, "Brother Feng, are you okay?" Feng Yixio looked frustrated. "I'm still too weak. I almost died." He had repeatedly vowed to protect Shinryu, yet at the crucial moment, he nearly lost his life. If it hadn't been for Han Zhao's timely return, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Han Zhao also blamed himself, saying, "I'm sorry, I wish I had returned sooner." Feng Yixio frowned and said, "It's not your fault. Luckily, you both broke through to second-level source martial artists and mastered elemental condensation. Otherwise, we would have been finished." It was fortunate that crazy woman wasn't a source martial artist, or she would have been even harder to deal with. Just then, a shadow appeared behind the three of them. Feng Yixio instinctively prepared to strike, but a familiar voice stopped him. "It's me, Nikomata," Nikomata said in a deep voice. Feng Yixio breathed a sigh of relief and asked quietly, "Why are you here?" Nikomata explained, "I've been secretly protecting you, but recently I lost contact with one of our team members, who must have been assassinated." She pointed to a nearby corpse, its body covered in sores, and frowned. "That's when I got suspicious and rushed over." Feng Yixio nodded and asked, "So that's why you got suspicious and came over immediately?" Nikomata replied softly, "I'm sorry, I'll personally ensure your safety next time." Feng Yixio waved his hand dismissively and said, "When I'm away, please protect you." Nikomata hesitated. "But the boss wants me to accompany you to hunt the Thunder Tyrant Dragon." Feng Yixio shot her a cold glance, exuding an air of authority, and sternly said, "I said protect you." Nikomata was startled, unable to meet Feng Yixio's gaze, and replied tremblingly, "Understood, sir." "Brother Feng, don't be so harsh on Sister Nikomata." Shinryu was also frightened by Feng Yixio's gaze, and said softly. Realizing his tone was harsh, Feng Yixio apologized to Nikomata. "I'm sorry, I got too emotional just now. Please don't mind." Nikomata smiled and waved it off. "It's fine. I understand how you feel." The area around them was in ruins. The trees within 100 meters were all dead, evidence of a fierce battle. Hua Fengfei, as a battle spirit king, being defeated by 3 level 3 battle spirit masters was no small feat. However, the ultimate victors were clearly Feng Yixio, Shinryu, and their companions, which was nothing short of a miracle. "Clean up the area so no traces of the battle remain," Feng Yixio instructed. Nikomata nodded and waved her hand, summoning a team of assassins to quickly start clearing the scene. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio, Shinryu, and Han Zhao swiftly vanished from the location. The atmosphere on the way back was particularly heavy for the three of them. The dangers of the recent battle were still vivid in their minds. If it weren't for Han Zhao and Shinryu breaking through to become second-tier source warriors, they might not have made it in time for Maoyo's timely discovery. Shinryu looked up at Feng Yixio, her eyes full of concern. "Brother Feng, maybe it's better if Sister Maoyo accompanies you to hunt the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. I really don't need anyone to protect me." Feng Yixio gently ruffled her hair and said softly, Even if we don't get the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex's magic spirit card, I don't want you to be in danger again." "But..." Shinryu was about to argue but was interrupted by Feng Yixio. "No buts. If I can't beat it, I'll just run." "Don't worry." Shinryu silently clenched her fists, vowing to herself to become stronger. strong enough that Brother Feng wouldn't have to risk himself for her anymore. Brother, just go to the wild isolation zone, Han Xiao assured, patting his chest. As long as I'm alive, our little sister will be safe. Feng Yixio laughed and playfully punched Han Xiao's shoulder. You're the reliable one, brother. Han Xiao changed the subject. Let's not dwell on the unhappy stuff. That sunfire burst move from our little sister was amazing. Is it an advanced technique of Tai Chi? It is, Feng Yixio agreed. Its power was something even I found hard to withstand. Shinryu smiled and explained. It's an advanced technique of Tai Chi that divides flames into yin and yang. That move was something I improvised on the spot, and its power indeed exceeded expectations. So it's a source martial skill you created yourself. You're a genius, little sister, Han Xiao said with admiration. Blushing, Shinryu retorted, Big Brother's Bajiquan is strong too. That Iron Mountain lean combined with Earth element is like a force of nature. Feng Yixio said seriously. That's why you must follow Teacher Jialan and diligently learn ancient martial arts. Aim to reach the perfect unity realm before the Central China League. That will greatly increase our chances of winning. Yes, let's work hard together. Shinryu responded with a smile. Back at the student dormitory, Feng Yixio immediately laid out several spirit stones in front of him. I'm just a step away from becoming a level 3, 90-year battle spirit master. I should be able to break through today, he muttered to himself. He then focused on spiritual meditation for 3 hours straight, expanding his spirit seed to its critical state. To break through this barrier, he needed the spiritual impact of a magic spirit card. Finally reached level 3, 90-year battle spirit master. Feng Yixio exhaled with a smile of relief. Although he could easily break through to a level 4 battle spirit master by using a gold-level magic spirit card, allowing his battle spirit to evolve to maturity, he ultimately let reason prevail over impulse. No, I must resist. Absorbing a magic spirit card is a lifelong matter. I can't act recklessly. Sigh. What is going on here? Others are eager to break through, while I have to endure. It's really frustrating. Feng Yixio shook his head helplessly and put away the spiritual stone that he hadn't finished absorbing. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I hope my journey to the wilderness goes smoothly. He casually turned off the light and lay on the bed, soon falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, the alarm clock went off at 6, waking him up. Feng Yixio quickly freshened up and quietly left the student dormitory without having the chance to say goodbye to Han Xiao. A military helicopter roared as it left Qingyun Academy, swiftly flying out of Jiangshui City's bounds. As the helicopter ascended, Feng Yixio looked down at the shrinking city, marveling at how small it seemed. In his eyes, Jiangshui City, which once felt like a big city, appeared modest compared to the vast central China base. What's that largest city? Feng Yixio suddenly noticed a city in the central area and asked a nearby team member. Reporting to the captain, that's the central city of the central China base, called Hanzhong City. The team member replied with a salute, his voice loud and clear. Hanzhong City? Isn't the Central China League held there? Feng Yixio continued to inquire. Yes. Every Central China League is hosted in Hanzhong City, and Hanzhong City's Central China Academy has always been the champion, the team member confirmed. Feng Yixio frowned, surprised. Always the Central China Academy winning? That's right, the second and third places often change, but the champion has always been Central China Academy. The team member nodded firmly. So strong, Feng Yixio thought, his face heavy as he gazed at the bustling city, feeling immense pressure. It was only after the helicopter flew past Hanzhong City that he snapped back to reality. It seemed winning the Central China League Championship was far more challenging than he had imagined. After half a day's flight, the helicopter landed steadily on an open area not far from the Steel City Wall. Reporting to the captain, we've reached the Steel City Wall. Please give your orders. A team member reported loudly, standing straight. Feng Yixio waved his hand casually and said, Thank you for your hard work. You can return now. Yes. The team member quickly got back into the helicopter, which soon disappeared from Feng Yixio's sight. He skillfully made his way toward the Steel City Wall, his first time coming to this place alone. The area was still bustling with people, not much different from the first time he came. Most young students were accompanied by teachers, and there weren't many young people like Feng Yixio traveling alone. He casually chose a gate with fewer people. When it was his turn, he slowly took out his Qingyun Academy student pass and handed it to the soldier in charge of inspections. The soldier glanced at it briefly and frowned. Qingyun Academy, second-year student? Sorry, high school students must be accompanied by a teacher to enter the wilderness quarantine zone. With that, he returned the pass to Feng Yixio and gestured for him to leave. Feng Yixio furrowed his brow, surprised to find that he wasn't allowed to enter the wilderness quarantine zone alone. He gave an awkward smile and said, Can you make an exception? I'm a member of the Feng department, so we're colleagues, right? A member of the Feng department? Do you have any identification? The soldier guarding the entrance eyed Feng Yixio suspiciously before coldly asking. Feeling a bit tense, Feng Yixio quickly pulled out all his documents: a captain's token from the Feng department, a deputy minister's medal from the Lin department, and his alliance card. The soldier was stunned as he looked at the various credentials in Feng Yixio's hand. Having worked in the Shan department for many years, he had seen many people, but never someone so young holding multiple high-ranking positions. After a long pause, he realized a long line was forming behind Feng Yixio, and people were starting to get impatient. Ha ha ha, you think we're fools? How could a student have so many high-level credentials? A high school student jeered disdainfully. If you don't have a pass, just leave. Stop wasting our time. Feng Yixio's expression changed slightly, thinking to himself, how can a high school student dare to venture into the wilderness quarantine zone alone? Is this kid out of his mind? The soldier in charge of the checkpoint finally reacted, took Feng Yixio's credentials, and saw that they didn't appear fake, but he still hesitated due to Feng Yixio's youthful appearance. Wait a moment, I'll show these to Captain Yu. With that, the soldier closed the checkpoint gate and quickly headed to the captain's office. What's going on? Why did he leave? A teacher wearing glasses shouted in dissatisfaction from behind. These documents can't be real. He must have stolen them from his teacher or parents. Seeing no one paid him any attention, the teacher angrily stomped his foot and jabbed Feng Yixio's shoulder, exclaiming, which academy are you from? Are your parents or teachers fools to let you steal their credentials? Feng Yixio frowned, slowly turning around to face the teacher and several young students nearby. He said calmly, I'm a student at Qingyun Academy. You seem to be a teacher, so why are you speaking so rudely? His keen hearing had picked up that the first person to mock him was likely this teacher. If not for this teacher leading the charge, the others in line wouldn't have been so brazen. Qingyun Academy? Never heard of it. Must be some no-name school. The bespectacled teacher scoffed, then arrogantly added, I'm a teacher at Huazhong Academy. Think my words are harsh? I haven't even begun to be harsh. Huazhong Academy? Feng Yixio murmured, furrowing his brow. Scared now, aren't you? Move aside before you make me late with my students. Can you afford that? The teacher sneered contemptuously. Sigh. I thought Huazhong Academy was impressive. Turns out they have trashy teachers like you. Feng Yixio shook his head coldly, his face full of disdain. At that moment, several students standing beside the teacher angrily rushed towards Feng Yixio. There were 5 of them, all at the level of 3rd Battle Spirit Masters, similar in age to Feng Yixio, clearly also second-year high school students. Feng Yixio stood his ground, casting a cold glance at them, and a chilling aura of killing intent suddenly spread out. The crowd, who had been cursing, immediately fell silent, staring in astonishment at the surge of killing intent, especially the students closest to Feng Yixio, who were instantly petrified, frozen in place with fear in their eyes. Killing intent domain. The bespectacled male teacher quickly reacted, looking at Feng Yixio in surprise. Although he was a battle spirit king and not too affected, he couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest. You brat. You must have a death wish. The bespectacled male teacher, burning with anger, drew his spirit weapon and charged straight at Feng Yixio. However, just as he was about to reach Feng Yixio, a large net made of special metal descended from the sky, instantly trapping him. A stern-looking middle-aged man quickly approached, followed by the checkpoint guards who had just left. You've got the wrong person. Why are you arresting me? The bespectacled male teacher struggled, pointing angrily at Feng Yixio. Dare to disrespect Minister Feng. You must have a death wish. The middle-aged man's voice boomed with authority. This was Yu Yang, the captain responsible for the first Iron Wall. Minister Feng? You must have mistaken him for someone else. That kid is just a student from some no-name academy. How could he be a minister? The bespectacled male teacher roared in disbelief. Captain Yu, furious, kicked the bespectacled male teacher and shouted angrily, You blind fool, do you know who he is? He's the captain of the Feng department and the deputy minister of the Lin department, currently a colonel. Even I have to address him as sir. Who do you think you are? As the captain of the first Iron Wall, Yu Yang's rank was 1 level lower than Feng Yixio's, currently a lieutenant colonel. Therefore, both in rank and position, Feng Yixio was Yu Yang's superior. Yu Yang slowly walked up to Feng Yixio, saluted respectfully, and said loudly, Sir, I'm sorry if my men caused you any trouble. They are not used to dealing with someone of your status. Everyone watching was stunned, all confirming they hadn't misheard. Those who had just been clamoring to teach Feng Yixio a lesson now hung their heads, hiding behind others, fearing Feng Yixio might recognize them. Feng Yixio waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, He was just following protocol, I understand. It's no big deal. The soldier who had been trembling just moments ago was relieved, saying in a shaky voice, Thank you for your forgiveness, sir. May I proceed now? Feng Yixio pointed to the gate of the checkpoint and said casually, Of course, would you like me to assign someone to ensure your safety? Captain Yu made a gesture of invitation, asking kindly. Feng Yixio smiled and waved his hand, politely declining Captain Yu's offer. No need. You all have work to do. Captain Yu nodded and turned to the soldiers beside him, ordering sternly, "What are you standing around for? Open the gate for the officer." The soldiers responded promptly, hurrying to open the checkpoint gate. As the heavy doors slowly swung open, Captain Yu personally escorted Feng Yixio to the entrance before stopping. "Captain Yu, please stop here. You've been very helpful," Feng Yixio said with a smile. "No problem, it's my lack of leadership that wasted your time," Yang replied with a smile, then continued, "I heard you're going to hunt the Thunder Tyrant Dragon alone?" "Oh, you know about my mission?" Feng Yixio asked, a bit surprised. "Minister Yuan personally informed me, and besides, the opening of this dark rift isn't exactly a secret to our headquarters," Yang explained with a smile. Feng Yixio frowned and asked, "Then why doesn't our headquarters send a team to eliminate it?" "Our alliance headquarters has an unwritten rule that resources appearing in the wilderness isolation zone are public resources. We generally don't intervene unless it's beyond control or threatens the base's security," Yang patiently explained. "If all resources were controlled by the alliance headquarters, it might be beneficial in the short term, but in the long run, spirit warriors would lose the motivation to strive, which would negatively impact the development of the entire spirit warrior community." Feng Yixio nodded in agreement. "True, we have enough troubles within the base to deal with, let alone the wilderness isolation zone. This dark rift has only been here for 2 days. It might take more than a week to fully open, but I can't say for certain," Yang said gravely. Feng Yixio chuckled and said loudly, "Then I'll be on my way. You should get back to work." With that, he summoned his Jade Lin snake, tossed out 2 spirit cards, and with a few agile steps, he was atop the Jade Lin snake's head. In an instant, he vanished from Yang's sight. Watching Feng Yixio's disappearing figure, Yang remarked with admiration, "What a young hero. It's truly fortunate for our Huazhong alliance to have such a genius." After entering the first isolation zone, Feng Yixio didn't head straight for the second isolation zone, but instead began to scour the area. It's been a while since I last came to the first isolation zone. These beasts don't seem so frightening now." He scanned the hidden beasts around him, a relaxed smile on his face. Remembering the apprehension he felt during his first visit here with teacher Jialan Ziyu, Feng Yixio couldn't help but reflect on how now the beasts around him could only cower at the sight of his Jade Lin snake. "Heh, since I'm here in the first isolation zone, I might as well scour the place thoroughly," Feng Yixio thought excitedly to himself. He immediately directed the Jade Lin snake to land, then tossed out a spirit card, transforming it into the form of a Titan chariot. Rumbling, the Titan war chariot rampaged through the first quarantine zone like a giant bulldozer racing at full speed. Feng Yixio cheerfully followed behind, tirelessly collecting demon spirit cards. Whether they were gray iron or bronze level, he stored each one in his storage ring. In an instant, the entire first quarantine zone was thrown into chaos, with countless magical beasts fleeing in all directions. Feeling that the process was too slow, Feng Yixio summoned the shadow of the serpent, and the 2 Titan war chariots crushed the beasts on the path side by side. "Wow, this is really something," Feng Yixio exclaimed excitedly. In just one day, he had collected over 100 various demon spirit cards. Not far away, a few figures were hidden in a giant tree. A man in a suit, accompanied by several students, patiently hid among the branches, eyes fixed on the activity below. "Remember, hunting a Lord-level magical beast requires patience, especially the steel-armored giant lizard we're after next. Its defense is extremely strong. As your battle spirits are still in the growth phase, you absolutely cannot break through its defenses," the suited teacher said earnestly. The students clearly trusted their teacher, nodding in agreement, with some even taking notes. The suited man seemed to relish the admiration, continuing, "To hunt such a heavily defended beast, you must work in teams, exhausting its stamina before attacking the abdomen. You're so knowledgeable, sir. Truly worthy of being a teacher in the top class at Kuangyan Academy," one female student said admiringly. Kuangyan Academy ranked 10th among the intermediate academies in central China, known as a prestigious institution. The suited man elegantly adjusted his glasses, saying modestly, "These are just basic facts, nothing to praise." After waiting for more than half an hour, a massive steel-armored giant lizard was finally drawn to the bait below. As it tentatively bit into the meat, a giant trap hidden under the leaves snapped shut. Roar! The lizard's right foot was caught firmly, and as it struggled, electric shocks from the trap caused its body to convulse. "This is our chance. Hurry up and attack," the bespectacled teacher shouted excitedly. Just as the students were about to jump down, the entire tree started shaking violently. Rumbling, the sound of thunder approached, accompanied by the cries and trampling of countless beasts. Large sections of giant trees began to fall as 2 massive iron war chariots slowly appeared before them. Gulp! The students, who were ready to jump, froze, bewildered by the approaching colossal objects. "Teacher, what kind of magical beast is that?" a timid female student asked, trembling. The suited teacher was equally baffled, unable to recall any Lord-level beast that resembled these terrifying iron war chariots. Could it be that some Lord-level beast has evolved into a disaster-level beast? The bespectacled man said nervously. The speed of the Titan chariot was astonishing, crushing everything in its path in an instant, effortlessly reducing the steel-armored giant lizard trapped below to fragments. As the massive Titan chariot thundered past them, the teachers and students hiding in the giant tree breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, there's even a silver-level magic spirit card. My luck is truly incredible. After the chariot passed, Feng Ishio gracefully stepped forward to pick up the card, his mood lifting at the sight of the silver-level magic spirit card. The few shivering individuals atop the tree only noticed Feng Ishio once the Titan chariot had moved far away, exchanging bewildered glances. In their minds, there was only one thought. This guy has nerves of steel, daring to follow such a terrifying beast to pick up a magic spirit card. Is he risking his life for money? One slightly braver student tossed a small stone, hitting Feng Ishio on the back of his head. Ouch! Who's sneaking up on me? Feng Ishio exclaimed, looking around in pain. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Run already, a young girl whispered, her voice barely audible, worried that the terrifying beast might notice them. Feng Ishio slowly raised his head, spotting the people in the tree, and said angrily, Are you guys crazy? Why throw stones at me out of nowhere? You really are ungrateful. I was just trying to warn you, and instead of appreciating it, you insult us. If that beast had noticed you, you'd be in serious trouble. The group in the tree finally jumped down cautiously once the Titan chariot was far enough away. Feng Ishio frowned and said calmly, Beast? Are you referring to the Titan chariot from earlier? Isn't that obvious? We've never seen such a massive creature before. It must be a newly emerged disaster-level beast. I need to report this to the Alliance immediately. The teacher in the suit looked serious. Feng Ishio couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as he laughed heartily. How can you be so rude? We were trying to save your life, and you laugh at us? A stylishly dressed female student said, annoyed. Sorry, I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it, ha ha ha. Feng Ishio continued to laugh heartily. Is this kid scared out of his wits? Where's the teacher who brought you here? Aren't they looking after you? The teacher in the suit asked sternly. Teacher? I came alone, no teacher. Feng Ishio replied, trying to suppress his laughter. No teacher? The teacher in the suit glanced at the battle spirit badge on Feng Ishio's chest, frowning. A level 3 battle spirit master without a teacher? Did you sneak in? I need to notify the Alliance and have you sent out immediately. Feng Ishio quickly grabbed the teacher's wrist, saying urgently, Please, don't trouble yourself. What just passed by wasn't a beast. It's my battle spirit, just armed with 2 magic spirit cards, not some new disaster-level beast. Ha ha ha. This time, it was the teacher and his students who burst into laughter. He said that's his battle spirit? A student asked incredulously, laughing loudly. Which academy are you from? Why are you spouting nonsense here? The teacher in a suit frowned, speaking sternly. Feng Ishio didn't offer much explanation. He simply waved his hand casually. With his gesture, the massive Titan chariot immediately changed direction and rumbled towards the crowd. Teacher, that terrifying beast is coming at us again. A few students cried, hiding behind the teacher, their bodies trembling. Don't be afraid, everyone. I'm here. The suited teacher tried to appear calm, standing in front of the students. However, he felt uncertain inside, as facing an unknown opponent was truly daunting. Just as the teacher was about to summon his battle spirit, Feng Ishio gently waved his hand, and 2 magic spirit cards instantly connected. A jade lin snake elegantly slithered to Feng Ishio's side, affectionately nestling against him. Jade lin snake? The teacher and students were dumbfounded. The astonishing power just now came from what was considered a useless battle spirit, the jade lin snake? Zyabela, you really scared them earlier. Come say hello. Feng Ishio smiled, stroking the jade lin snake's head. Zyabela obligingly flicked its tongue, emitting a gentle hissing sound. The group awkwardly waved at the jade lin snake, saying hello. Is this a battle spirit in its growth stage? A student asked curiously. Of course it is. Is there another jade lin snake? Feng Ishio replied, puzzled. The student turned to the teacher. Mr. Li, didn't you say that a battle spirit in its growth stage couldn't penetrate the defenses of a steel-armored lizard? The teacher in the suit blushed with embarrassment. He thought, this is a monster. A regular level 3 battle spirit master would have to fully exert themselves to handle a lord-level magical beast. Yet this kid does it effortlessly, like squashing an ant. Maybe that steel-armored lizard had an upset stomach, Feng Ishio joked. Suddenly, he noticed a large cloud of dust rising behind him, suggesting a significant commotion. Feng Ishio quickly put away the golden-level magic spirit card and waved goodbye to the group. I must be off. Until we meet again. The suited teacher nodded blankly as shouts grew louder behind them. Stop! Return the magic spirit card. Feng Yixio, don't think we don't know you. You can't escape forever. We know you're from Qingyun Academy. A group of nearly 100 people rushed past the man in the suit, startling him and making him step aside quickly. Mr. Li, did you just see Feng Yixio? A female teacher recognized the man in the suit and greeted him promptly. That was Feng Yixio? Yes, I've seen him. Mr. Li nodded woodenly. Why are you still standing here? Didn't he steal your magic spirit card? The female teacher asked in surprise. Magic spirit card, Mr. Li murmured, his pupils suddenly shrinking as he exclaimed. That's right. He swiped my magic spirit card. Don't run away. Give us back that steel-armored lizard steel armor magic spirit card. Immediately, they joined the crowd pursuing Feng Yixio, frantically following his trail. Ah, another hapless soul who doesn't even realize they've been wronged. The female teacher shook her head helplessly and said softly. These people were all teachers or students whose magical beasts were snatched by Feng Yixio just before they could capture them, and many had seen his face, making it difficult for him to hide his identity. By now, Feng Yixio had become almost the archenemy of all the students at the Intermediate Battle Spirit Academy. Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. Think you can catch me? In your dreams. Feng Yixio, using a top-tier golden-level flying magic spirit card, easily left everyone behind. He had already reached the outskirts of the second steel wall, and those chasing him probably wouldn't expect him to head to the second quarantine area. I just picked up some of your magic spirit cards. Is it really worth chasing me so relentlessly? How petty. Feng Yixio said with a grin. These days, wherever there were people, Feng Yixio would run, expertly taking down magical beasts already caught in traps, picking up the spoils, and leaving without a trace. Initially, those people couldn't react in time, thinking it was some terrifying beast attack, until they realized something was off, which led to more and more people chasing him. Feng Yixio slowly took out his phone to check the satellite positioning, showing that the dark rift was almost fully open. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon his great scavenging enterprise and prepare to enter the second quarantine area. The steel wall of the second quarantine area was even more majestic than the first, towering into the clouds and made entirely of special metal. However, there weren't many people around, just a few scattered individuals coming and going. Young people like Feng Yixio were rare, and if there were any, they were usually accompanied by older teachers or guardians. Feng Yixio calmly walked toward a large gate, and before he got close, a soldier guarding the gate approached him with a cheerful smile. Hello, Officer Feng. We've been expecting you. The soldier saluted first, standing straight and speaking loudly. Hello, hello. Feng Yixio was taken aback, curious as to how the soldier knew him. He hadn't even shown any identification and had been prepared for the same hassle as with the first wall. Surprisingly, it went smoothly. Captain Yu has already informed our captain to keep an eye out for a young man dressed in white, the soldier said loudly. Oh, well, thank you for your hard work. Please open the gate, Feng Yixio replied calmly. Creak. A heavy iron door slowly opened, releasing a wave of dense spiritual energy mixed with the pungent smell of blood, causing Feng Yixio to tense up immediately. He cautiously stepped into the second isolation zone, where he was met with the sight of mountains of white bones. The size of these bones was astonishing. Just a single rib was taller than a person, forming a massive and shocking bone mountain. The cold air made Feng Yixio involuntarily swallow hard. He was well aware that this area was home to 3 levels of magical beasts: Lord level, Catastrophe level, and the rarest, Calamity level. Calamity level beasts were considered rulers and rarely appeared. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the sky. Feng Yixio abruptly realized he was engulfed in a massive shadow. He looked up with effort to see 2 enormous golden eagle talons diving rapidly towards him, each talon as tall as he was. In a split second, Feng Yixio quickly summoned his battle spirit and hurled 2 magic spirit cards. The jade lin snake instantly expanded to a length of 25 meters, yet it was only a few meters larger than the golden giant eagle. Titan hammer, Feng Yixio ordered decisively. The hammer clashed violently with the eagle's talons, producing a deafening metallic crash. Both sides retreated several meters, but the Titan hammer was left with 3 transparent holes. Stunned by the formidable power of the magical beast, Feng Yixio immediately threw out another gold-level magic spirit card. Simultaneously, information about the golden giant eagle flashed in his mind. Golden Feather Eagle King, a gold-element catastrophe-level magical beast, possessing skills like Tear, Golden Flash, and Golden Feather Storm. As one of the sky's rulers, each of its golden feathers was as sharp as a sword, excelling in both offense and defense. Before Feng Yixio could recover from his shock, the jade lin snake had already wrapped its tail around him and lifted him into the air. Just as they left the ground, a golden feather, taller than a person, whistled past and embedded itself half a meter into the ground. Holy crap, that's not a feather, It's a giant sword. Feng Yixio broke into a cold sweat. He finally understood why such a magical beast was classified as catastrophe level. Its terrifying size and impenetrable defense could render conventional weapons ineffective. Feng Yixio made a swift decision, channeling all his power to summon the Thunder Spear. However, the Golden Feather Eagle King merely glanced disdainfully, casually lifting one wing to shield its body. With a clang, the Thunder Spear shattered on impact, only piercing a few of the Eagle King's golden feathers. The golden-feathered Eagle King glanced at its own blood-stained feathers that had fallen, seemingly unable to believe it had been injured by such a thing. As a magical beast with intelligence, it could clearly assess the strength of human battle spirit masters, particularly Feng Yixio's level 3 battle spirit master status, which prompted it to attack without hesitation. Chirp! The golden-feathered Eagle King was truly enraged this time, its entire body emanating a blinding golden light, transforming into a golden flash, almost reaching the speed of sound. Whoosh, 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 golden feathers shot towards Feng Yixio like giant swords, too fast to react. The Jade Lin snake instinctively wrapped itself around Feng Yixio, using its body to shield him from all the attacks. Roar! Despite the Jade Lin snake being equipped with sword armor, it could barely withstand the assault. The sword armor was continuously being sliced apart by the golden feathers, and it seemed like it wouldn't hold out much longer. Feng Yixio sensed the danger and immediately used his ability to create a clone. Another Jade Lin snake transformed into a Titan star, wings flaring as it charged towards the golden-feathered Eagle King. The White Knight Griffin, a gold-level magical spirit card, was not lacking in speed compared to the golden-feathered Eagle King. However, the Eagle King was highly intelligent and, seeing the Jade Lin snake transformed into a Titan star, chose not to engage directly, instead opting to evade. Feng Yixio grew anxious, thinking, damn it, this creature is too fast, and if this drags on, my spirit energy will run out first. He patted the Jade Lin snake decisively, saying, Xiao Bai Lu, let's retreat. The Jade Lin snake immediately tossed Feng Yixio onto its back and fled in the opposite direction. Yet, the golden-feathered Eagle King seemed unwilling to let them go so easily, turning and charging towards Feng Yixio. Infuriated, Feng Yixio shouted, You beast, are you done yet? I'm not giving you any more chances. He stepped into the air, transforming his protective battle spirit into another Titan star, confronting the charging Eagle King. With two Titan stars attacking from front and rear, the golden-feathered Eagle King had no escape and had to charge towards the Titan star in front of it. Its sharp beak emitted a golden light, spinning like an unstoppable drill, crashing fiercely into the Titan star. Crack! The Titan star's sword armor shattered instantly, and the golden flash pierced through the body of the Jade Lin snake. Meanwhile, the Titan star behind it slammed into the golden-feathered Eagle King, and Feng Yixio clearly heard a series of dull bone-cracking sounds. Boom! The massive golden-feathered Eagle King was slammed to the ground by the powerful impact, crushing the giant trees in its path. The Eagle King rolled on the ground, leaving a bare buffer zone of several dozen meters, looking incredibly terrifying. Phew! No wonder it's a disaster-level magical beast, truly terrifying. Feng Yixio wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of lingering fear. The remaining jade-scaled serpent hissed nervously, clearly on edge. Feng Yixio asked in surprise, What? You're saying it's not dead yet? As soon as the words left his mouth, countless golden feathers began to fall from the golden feather Eagle King, transforming into massive golden swords that hovered in the air. A total of 1,008 feathers formed a vast golden net, showcasing its most powerful beast skill golden feather barrage. Although the golden feather Eagle King's feathers could regenerate, it cherished them greatly and would never waste a single one unless absolutely necessary. This indicated that Feng Yixio had pushed it to the brink, forcing it to sacrifice its precious feathers to deal with him. Feng Yixio looked at the dense web of golden swords, feeling a chill in his heart. If they truly came flying at him like raindrops, there would be no way to evade them. Just then, a thunderous tiger roar echoed through the mountains, filling him with an indescribable fear. Both Feng Yixio and the jade-scaled serpent were stunned by the roar, as if it came from the depths of hell, gripping their very souls. Friend or foe? The thought flashed through Feng Yixio's mind, but he knew things couldn't get any worse. If the golden feather barrage was successfully unleashed, he and the jade-scaled serpent would likely be riddled with holes. Nether grasp! An unexpected young female voice rang out, and three massive black skeletal tiger claws emerged from the ground, as if from the netherworld. The ghostly mist-emitting claws clamped onto the golden feather Eagle King's neck and talons, pinning it firmly to the ground, rendering it immobile. Clang, clang, clang. The 1,008 glowing giant golden feathers lost control and slowly descended, emitting a metallic sound. Then, a huge tiger enveloped in black nether aura pounced. pinning the golden feather eagle king beneath its paws, unleashing another roar. With a fierce bite to the neck, the giant tiger subdued the golden feather eagle king until it stopped struggling, then released its grip. Feng Yixio stared at the black giant tiger, recalling data about such a creature. Battle spirit name, evil-eyed nether tiger. Attribute, dark type battle spirit. Grade, level 4, stage 1. Perfect battle spirit skills, soul slash, death stare, fear aura, nether grasp. Requirements for full evolution. As long as it wasn't a beast, Feng Yixio felt relieved. It seemed to be a control type battle spirit, and a mature, perfectly skilled one at that, boasting formidable strength. Collaborating with such a powerful ally would greatly increase the odds of hunting the Thunder Tyrant Dragon. Cautiously, Feng Yixio sat on the jade-scaled serpent's back, attempting to approach the evil-eyed nether tiger. The tiger sensed the stranger approaching, its eyes glowing with a ghostly purple light as it cast a cold, threatening glance at Feng Yixio, accompanied by a low growl. Instantly, a primal fear surged through him, and he instinctively activated his killing intent field. Even so, the mere glance from the evil-eyed nether tiger left him mentally shaken for a few seconds. Such was the power of its control-type battle spirit skill, where a single look could instill fear. This must be one of its skills. Death stare. Feng Yixio shook his head vigorously and frowned. I mean no harm, I just want to thank you for your help. At that moment, a swirl of black mist appeared before him, and a petite girl emerged from it. Dressed in a black Lolita outfit, with short black hair and cute little fangs, her eyes sparkled with intelligence. She stood only up to Feng Yixio's neck, appearing younger than him, but knowing the terrifying evil-eyed nether tiger was her battle spirit, he quickly dismissed any thoughts of underestimating her. Surprisingly, you can withstand my pet Xiao Hei's death stare. It seems your mental strength is quite impressive. The little girl sized up Feng Yixio, then nodded and asked, are you also adventuring alone in the second quarantine zone? Interested in teaming up? Feng Yixio tentatively inquired. The little girl's expression turned haughty as she replied, Humph, I don't team up with people weaker than me. Feng Yixio felt a bit awkward, rubbed his nose, and said calmly, it seemed like I was the one who injured the golden-feathered eagle king just now. You were just ambushing. Humph. What's wrong with an ambush from a control type like me? Are you as bold as a steelhead kid? The girl in black snorted, her voice crisp. Feng Yixio's mouth twitched noticeably, and he thought to himself, how did I become a steelhead kid? It was that golden-feathered eagle king that suddenly attacked. I didn't want to fight that thing at all, I was forced into it. A level 3 battle spirit master running to the second quarantine zone instead of staying in the first calling you a steelhead kid is justified, isn't it? Xiao Hei, get me the magical beast core from that bird. The girl in black instructed her battle spirit. The evil-eyed nether tiger obediently nodded, used its sharp claws to rip open the golden-feathered eagle king's head, and extracted a golden magical beast core. Feng Yixio was left speechless, watching dumbfounded as the little girl took the magical beast core. She disdainfully pulled out a tissue, wiped the blood off the core, and then tossed it into her spatial ring. Are you a germaphobe, or something? Is this really necessary? Feng Yixio frowned. It was his first time seeing a battle spirit master so afraid of blood, and he couldn't help but wonder how she survived in the wilderness quarantine zone. None of your business. The little girl put her hands on her hips, trying to look as fierce as possible, her cheeks puffed out. But to Feng Yixio, she seemed quite cute, especially with those little canine teeth. All right, I won't interfere. Feng Yixio quickly waved his hands, not wanting to anger the girl. Despite her cute appearance, her battle spirit was formidable, and she was a source martial artist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to emerge from the black mist earlier. The girl in black waved to her battle spirit and said flatly, Xiao Hei, let's go. Feng Yixio called out loudly, huh? You're leaving already? No team up? The girl's footsteps stopped abruptly, and she turned halfway, saying softly, not leaving? Are you going to support me? Feng Yixio shouted, I'll support you. Is a golden level magic spirit card enough? Whatever. The girl sneered, then turned around, enveloped in a layer of black mist. Just as she and the evil-eyed nether tiger were about to disappear, a strange sound came from her stomach. The black mist around her vanished suddenly, and she wobbled unsteadily. After regaining her balance, she touched her stomach. After a complex internal struggle, she suddenly turned around and walked toward Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio asked warily, Have you figured it out? The little girl in black hesitated for a moment, then said shyly, Do you have anything to eat? Feng Yixio frowned in surprise. Food? You came back just to ask for food? Surrounded by magical beasts, they could hunt for food even if supplies ran out, so how could anyone go hungry? But looking closely, the girl's face was indeed pale, and she appeared disheveled, as if she hadn't taken care of herself for a long time. Why are you so troublesome? Do you have any food or not? The little girl in black seemed a bit embarrassed, and said with a mix of shame and anger, "Yes, yes I do." Feng Yixio immediately pulled out a pack of compressed biscuits and handed them to her. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the biscuits, and she quickly snatched them, tore open the package, and devoured them ravenously. Huh. Feng Yixio watched her wolf down the food, frowning with curiosity. How long has this girl been hungry? These tasteless biscuits seemed like a feast to her. Suddenly, the girl's face turned red as she pointed to her throat, unable to speak. Feng Yixio quickly handed her a bottle of mineral water and said calmly, "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you." The girl gulped down the entire bottle of water in one go, her complexion finally regaining some color, and she was no longer unsteady. She managed to say, "Thank you." Hearing her say thank you was truly rare. Feng Yixio smiled slightly. "I'm a bit hungry too. This golden feather eagle king looks good. Are you eating?" He gestured towards the eagle and said casually, "No, I won't eat." The girl crossed her arms and turned her head away. Feng Yixio didn't insist and took out a knife to cut 2 juicy pieces of meat. After about 10 minutes, the 2 pieces of roasted meat, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, were ready, exuding an enticing aroma. Feng Yixio waved a piece of roasted meat in front of the girl and smiled. "Are you sure you don't want any? Compressed biscuits aren't very nutritious. Eating them long-term can lead to malnutrition." The girl swallowed hard but stubbornly said, "I said I won't eat, and I mean it." Feng Yixio shook his head helplessly. "Hey, could you wipe your mouth before you talk? You're drooling." Without waiting for her response, he stuffed the roasted meat into her mouth. The girl initially struggled symbolically, but her eyes suddenly lit up, and she exclaimed, "What is this? It's so delicious." She then began to devour it with gusto. Feng Yixio watched her with a furrowed brow and said calmly, "Eat slowly, kid. Is it enough? If not, I'll roast another piece for you." The girl swallowed the meat and retorted, "You're the kid. I'm almost 18 this year." Feng Yixio's eyes widened in surprise, filled with disbelief. The little girl in black was so angry that she stopped eating her meat and muttered, "You're the one who's underdeveloped. Your whole family is underdeveloped." She confidently declared, "I'm just petite and cute. Got it? You typical straight guy. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend." Feng Yixio chuckled softly, touched his nose, and replied calmly, "Sorry, I already have a girlfriend, and she's very beautiful." "Ugh, you've got a girlfriend, and you're still flirting with other girls? Jerk." The little girl in black looked at Feng Yixio with disdain, her face full of scorn. Feng Yixio was taken aback, unable to react for a moment. Wasn't he just called a typical straight guy? How did he suddenly become a jerk? "Who's flirting with you? Don't talk nonsense. I'm just here to hunt a disaster-level magical beast, and was hoping you could help." Feng Yixio quickly distanced himself from the little girl in black. "If I help you, will you make roast meat for me every day?" The little girl in black pondered for a moment before asking. Feng Yixio agreed without hesitation. "Of course, that's no problem." "All right then. I'll reluctantly help you this once. Just this once, okay?" The little girl in black gestured with a single finger, her smile bright and cheerful. Feng Yixio was at a loss for words, thinking to himself how he had offered a golden magic spirit card without success. Yet a simple meal of roast meat did the trick. It seemed too easy to deceive her. He truly admired this girl's unique way of thinking. It was unconventional. "May I ask why you're here all alone?" Feng Yixio asked curiously. The little girl's expression suddenly turned somber, and she said quietly, "I'm looking for someone. I was originally headed to the central China base, but I was ambushed by flying magical beasts halfway and had to make an emergency landing in this awful place. How long have you been wandering around here?" Feng Yixio continued to inquire. The little girl counted on her fingers and replied nonchalantly, "I can't really remember. Maybe over 30 days. My phone's out of battery." 30 days? You can't be that directionally challenged, can you?" Feng Yixio was incredulous, thinking it was a miracle this girl had survived for so long. Roar. The little girl in black bared her teeth and lunged at Feng Yixio, shouting, "Tiger's roar." Feng Yixio held her head with one hand, letting her tiny arms flail. "Don't be mad. I'm from the central China base. I can help you find who you're looking for," Feng Yixio said with a grin. The little girl immediately stopped her flailing and asked excitedly, "Are you serious?" "Of course, I'm serious. Just tell me who you're looking for. There's no one I can't find at the central China base." Feng Yixio crossed his arms confidently. After all, he was the deputy minister of the Lin department and captain of the Feng squad. Investigating someone was no big deal. "Yeah, right? You're just boasting." The little girl in black looked skeptical. "Hey, maybe not elsewhere, but I have some influence here at the central China base," Feng Yixio said, slightly miffed. "Just tell me who you're looking for." "I'm looking for Han Xiao. Can you find him?" The little girl in black said casually. "Oh, it's Han Xiao." Feng Yixio's heart tightened as he quickly responded, his voice filled with urgency. Wait, who is she looking for? Han Xiao? He wondered to himself. Did he hear it wrong? Who did you just say you're looking for? Is it Han Xiao from the Han family, one of the four great families? Feng Yixio asked seriously. You know Han Xiao? The little girl in black was so excited that she stuttered, her words unclear. If it was just a namesake, it would be fine, but she clearly heard Feng Yixio mention the Han family from the four great families, so it must be the Han Xiao she was looking for. Could you be Dongfang Xiama? Feng Yixio carefully examined the little girl in front of him, asking in a deep voice. How do you know my name? Did Han Xiao tell you? Dongfang Xiama asked in disbelief, surprised. Of course. He's my brother and often talks about you, saying he owes you the most. Feng Yixio replied cheerfully. What a coincidence, running into Han Zhao's childhood friend like this, it's quite something. Dongfang Xiama thought to herself. Did he really say that? Dongfang Xiama suddenly became a bit shy, lowering her head. Of course. Feng Yixio said confidently. At least he has a conscience. I didn't escape to find him for nothing. Dongfang Xiama smiled, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. You ran away secretly? Aren't your family worried? Feng Yixio asked with concern. I don't care about them. They were the ones who separated me and Han Xiao. I don't care about the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiama said coldly, her eyes shining with determination. All right then. Once I hunt down that disaster-level beast, we'll head back. Feng Yixio said with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? What beast do you need to kill? Let's do it now. Dongfang Xiama said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. No rush. The Dark Rift hasn't fully opened yet. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus hasn't appeared, Feng Yixio said calmly, with a hint of caution in his tone. Thunder? Tyrannosaurus? Dongfang Xiama looked at Feng Yixio as if he were crazy, then clasped her hands and said, Farewell. She prepared to leave without looking back. Feng Yixio quickly grabbed her, saying seriously, Is it necessary? It's just a disaster-level beast. Dongfang Xiama tiptoed and touched Feng Yixio's forehead with the back of her hand, muttering to herself, No fever. Why is he talking nonsense? Didn't we just kill the Golden Feather Eagle King, which is also a disaster-level beast? Is it that exaggerated? Feng Yixio said with confusion. The beasts in the Dark Rift can't be judged by common sense. The strength of disaster-level beasts in the Dark Rift is comparable to calamity-level beasts, even more so. Dongfang Xiama's expression became tense, her tone serious. To deal with such a beast, you must hunt with a group, preferably with a War Spirit King, to have some assurance. Must hunt with a group? And need a War Spirit King to deal with it? Where am I supposed to find people now? Feng Yixio said, distressed. If you must hunt that Thunder Tyrannosaurus, I suggest you seek help from a hunting group. I happened to come across a large hunting group's base not far from here. I can take you there, Dongfang Xiao said, her eyes shining with hope. But why would they help us? Feng Yixio asked with a frown. That depends on your skills. Anyway, there's no way the two of us can hunt the crazy electric Tyrannosaurus. I've just gotten news about Han Xiao. I don't want to die yet. Dongfang Xiama's fingers twirled nervously, her cheeks slightly flushed. All right then. Feng Yixio suddenly remembered something and asked worriedly, Aren't you bad with directions? Are you sure you remember the way? Dongfang Xiama rolled her eyes at him and pointed to the evil-eyed Ming tiger lying nearby, saying calmly, I might not know the way, but my Xiaohei does. It remembers everywhere it's been. Poor Xiaohei, having to act as your navigator. Feng Yixio muttered, a little exasperated. What did you say? Dongfang Xiama's face darkened as she asked coldly. Nothing at all. I said we should get going. Feng Yixio replied with a cheerful smile. Dongfang Xiama gently moved behind the evil-eyed Ming tiger, patting its head to wake it from its slumber. Roar! The evil-eyed Ming tiger opened its eyes groggily, looking around nervously as if saying, Oh no, I've lost my master again. I was just taking a nap, is that too much to ask? Dongfang Xiama patted its head again, saying sternly, Xiaohei, I'm right behind you. Where are you looking? The evil-eyed Ming tiger finally turned its head, rubbing its massive head against Dongfang Xiama's hair like a well-behaved kitten. Feng Yixio was taken aback. He'd never seen a spirit beast take such good care of its master before. He couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic for the young tiger, burdened with so much at such a young age. The evil-eyed Ming tiger crouched down, allowing Dongfang Xiama to climb onto its broad back. She asked Feng Yixio, Aren't you coming up? Feng Yixio waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need, I'll just run. All right, just keep up with Xiaohei's pace. Dongfang Xiama said, not pressing the issue. With that, the evil-eyed Ming tiger began to sprint through the wild forest, with Feng Yixio closely following behind. Dongfang Xiama glanced back, nodding approvingly. A second-tier source warrior? Huh? Seems like Han brothers' friends are quite strong. 10 minutes later, The evil-eyed Ming tiger suddenly stopped, and Feng Yixio quickly did the same. Roar! The tiger let out a low growl, its voice faint. Dongfang Xiama's expression turned serious as she frowned. You're saying there's a fight ahead? You want us to proceed on foot? The evil-eyed Ming tiger nodded with a human-like gesture, then carefully crept forward. Feng Yixio and Dongfang Xiama followed closely behind, advancing slowly. Sure enough, the sound of battle grew clearer. They hid behind a huge rock and peeked out to observe. That's quite a commotion. Looks like a high-level magical beast is attacking the hunting party. Feng Yixio said seriously after observing for a while. Everything was fine a few days ago. Why are there suddenly so many magical beasts, even disaster level ones? Dongfang Xiama whispered, peeking out halfway. A massive armored wild boar king rampaged through the hunting party's camp, its fearsome tusks deterring anyone from confronting it hidden. This creature was a disaster-class beast, with thick skin and a massive frame, having already overturned countless hunters. At that moment, a man clad in silver armor emerged from a tent in the center of the camp. He swiftly summoned his battle spirit, a lion engulfed in flames. In Feng Yixio's mind, the complete data of this battle spirit flashed. Name Blazing Fury Lion, Element Fire, Rank Battle Spirit, Maturity Level Stage 5, Tier 5, Quality Ultra Perfect, Skills Rage / Roaring Lion Quake, Blazing Self-Immolation, and Fury of the Inferno. Damn it! What's going on? How did these beasts discover our base? Damn it! This must be the Tanling hunting party's scheme. The silver-armored man roared angrily. Just then, a chubby man rushed over, reporting, Leader Zhang. I found high-grade beast lure powder all around. Leader Zhang's face darkened as he pounded a nearby wooden post, exclaiming in anger, this lure powder is specifically designed to attract beasts. It's definitely the Tanling hunting party's doing. They wouldn't spend so much on such precious lure powder without holding a grudge. Boom, boom, boom. The gigantic armored wild boar king became extremely excited upon seeing the blazing fury lion, charging straight at it. Leader Zhang shouted, does this beast really think our hunting party is easy prey? Blazing fury lion, take it down. The blazing fury lion roared and charged at the armored wild boar king. Bang! They collided with a dull thud, clearly showing that the boar's strength was superior, as the blazing fury lion was pushed back several steps before regaining its stance. What incredible power! As expected of a strength-type beast, we can't match it hidden, Leader Zhang thought to himself. He then quickly gathered flames in his hands, forming a large flaming saber called the Blazing Fury Blade. Blazing Fury Lion, use Blazing Self-Immolation. Let's attack together. Leader Zhang advanced with his blade, sparks flying. The Blazing Fury Lion ignited, surrounded by terrifying flames, and charged again at the armored wild boar king. Leader Zhang leaped high into the air, spinning several times before slashing down at the boar. Fury of the blade. A massive flame struck the armored wild boar king, producing a metallic sound. The fire instantly engulfed the boar, causing it to lose its senses in agony, becoming more frenzied as it rampaged through the camp, toppling tents and causing more people to be caught in the spreading flames. Damn it! This creature's endurance is too strong. If only we could control it. Leader Zhang's face was grim, filled with urgency. If the wild boar king continued its destruction, the hunting party would suffer severe casualties. Just then, four skeletal claws shrouded in dark mist appeared beneath the boar's feet, firmly grasping them. Great, it seems like someone is helping us, Commander Zhang said excitedly. The armored boar king roared, struggling desperately to break free from the control of the nether grip. Its immense power even caused cracks in the black skeletal claws. Feng Yixio, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and kill this boar. I can't hold on much longer, Dongfang Xiama urged, glaring at the dazed Feng Yixio. Oh right. Feng Yixio quickly stepped forward, summoning his battle spirit. He then threw 3 magic spirit cards, and the Jade Lin snake soared into the air. Its massive body left the entire hunting group in awe. Commander Zhang saw the 3 beams of light yellow, silver, and gold, and his face was full of confusion. He noticed Feng Yixio's level 3 battle spirit master badge on his chest and thought to himself, how is this young man doing this? Originally intending to intervene, he slowly lowered his spiritual weapon, silently watching the Jade Lin snake in the sky. Titan Quake Star. The Jade Lin snake ascended to 100 meters high, then accelerated in a dive toward the armored boar king. In midair, it transformed into its Titan Quake Star form, with wings beating furiously, gaining speed. The armored boar king let out a cry of terror, struggling fiercely to escape the nether grip. However, as the Titan Quake Star approached, the terrifying wind pressure pinned it to the ground, unable to lift its feet. With a thunderous crash, it was smashed into a meat paste without a single grunt. The powerful shockwave turned into a storm, instantly blowing away the magical beasts attacking the hunting group. Seeing this, The beasts whimpered in surrender, retreating disheartened back to the hunting camp. The entire hunting group gasped, shielding their faces from the wind and sand. Is this really the Jade Lin snake? It's way too violent. Commander Zhang stared at the massive Titan Quake star, utterly shocked. As a seasoned hunting commander, he immediately recognized Feng Yixuo's extraordinary nature. Both the 3 magic spirit cards and the perfectly evolved Jade Lin snake showcased the young man's exceptional talent. And the little girl beside him was not to be underestimated either. To restrain a disaster-level beast like the Armored Boar King at only level 4 indicated she was probably of super-perfect battle spirit caliber. After some analysis, Commander Zhang laughed heartily as he approached Feng Yixuo, saying, "Ha ha, thank you for your assistance. I am Zhang Heng. May I know your name?" Feng Yixuo replied calmly, "Feng Yixuo. This is my friend, Dongfang Xiama." "Dongfang family," Commander Zhang murmured, then spoke aloud. "You two are young geniuses. Are you interested in joining the Iron Fury hunting group?" Feng Yixuo waved his hand and said lightly, "We're still students and have no plans to join a hunting group for now. However, I have started a trading company. If you're interested, we can collaborate." "Oh, you've started a trading company?" Commander Zhang looked at Feng Yixuo in disbelief, examining him closely. How could this young man, who seemed only 17 or 18, possibly have a trading company? With a smile, Feng Yixuo softly asked, "Why? You don't believe me?" Commander Zhang Heng hesitated slightly and asked, "May I ask, what's the name of your trading company?" "Qingfeng Trading Company. It's a new business. Are you interested?" Feng Yixuo replied casually. "Qingfeng Trading Company. Is it the new company started by Shen Qingxi?" Zhang Heng's surprise was evident. "Oh, even Commander Zhang knows about my little trading company?" Feng Yixuo asked curiously. "The scale of this hunting group seems quite large, so I wouldn't expect you to notice a new trading company like this," Zhang Heng analyzed. "Even though your company hasn't been open long, it has quite the momentum. I've heard there's a big boss behind it. Is that you?" He scrutinized Feng Yixuo's expression with a serious tone. Feng Yixuo's heart tightened, wondering what Shen Qingxi was up to. It had only been a week, and when did he become the big boss behind the scenes? "I just want to be a hands-off manager," he thought helplessly but still nodded to acknowledge. "I wouldn't dare call myself a big boss. I'm just an ordinary vice president." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Heng laughed heartily, patting Feng Yixuo on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "There aren't many young and capable people like you who remain humble. I admire you." "Thank you. I also enjoy making friends with straightforward people like you." Feng Yixuo responded with a smile. "Great. Let's head inside. It's windy out here," Zhang Heng said, throwing his arm around Feng Yixuo's shoulders as they headed toward the center of the camp. "Make sure to clean up the camp properly, especially the beast-attracting powder on the ground. Assign people to keep watch in turns. If something like this happens again, don't blame me for enforcing the group's rules," Zhang Heng said sternly before entering the tent. "Yes." The members of the Quang Tai hunting group responded in unison. Led by Zhang Heng, Feng Yixuo entered the central tent. As soon as they stepped inside, they were greeted by a primitive atmosphere, with the walls adorned with various beast furs and specimens. Especially notable was the large tiger skin draped over Commander Zhang's seat, which made Dongfang Shima frown. "Ha ha ha, the conditions in this wilderness are what they are, so please don't mind. Have a seat." Zhang Heng gestured invitingly. Feng Yixuo and Dongfang Shima sat down one after the other. Despite the rough environment, they didn't feel too uncomfortable. "My young friend, we're all straightforward people here, so I believe your visit to our hunting group isn't just a coincidence, right?" Zhang Heng said directly. "I do like dealing with straightforward people. Yes, I'm indeed seeking the help of your hunting group," Feng Yixuo said with a smile. "Oh, feel free to tell me more. If it's within our capabilities, I won't refuse." Zhang Heng sincerely wanted to make friends with Feng Yixuo and readily agreed. "Humph. Commander Zhang, don't make any promises too quickly." Dongfang Shima laughed, revealing a small tiger tooth, and said playfully, "Ha ha ha, I may not be the most talented, but we are one of the largest hunting groups in the second quarantine zone. Speak freely," Zhang Heng said, waving his hand and picking up a cup of previously brewed tea. Feng Yixuo thought to himself, even though he was a rare talent and could use a third magic card at the gold level, he still needed to be cautious when facing a disaster-level beast. "I knew Commander Zhang was straightforward, so I'll get straight to the point. The beast we want to hunt is called the Thunderous Tyrannosaurus." Feng Yixuo expressed his gratitude with a fist salute, and then spoke directly. Zhang Heng suddenly spat out his tea, almost dropping the cup. "Commander Zhang, are you scared?" Dongfang Shama laughed mockingly. "Damn it, who made this tea? Are you trying to scald me?" Zhang Heng angrily handed the cup to a chubby fellow nearby. The pudgy guy took the cup, scratched his head, and said puzzledly, "Commander, the tea is cold." Feng Yixuo and Dongfang Shama couldn't help but burst into laughter. "UNG, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Zhang Heng glared at the chubby guy and whispered through gritted teeth. Oh. Yuanji nodded obediently and stood aside with the cup without saying another word. Ha ha ha. Of course, the thunderous Tyrannosaurus is no problem, but our hunting tasks have been quite heavy lately, and we really can't spare the time, Commander Zhang Heng said, looking troubled. Feng Yixio sneered inwardly, knowing that in the adult world, not agreeing is a form of refusal. He held up 3 fingers and said coldly, 3 limited edition, golden magic spirit cards. This made Commander Zhang Heng, who had been so resolute, show a conflicted expression. Although the Dark Rift magic spirit cards were incredibly valuable, with 1 card equating to the value of 2 limited edition cards, 3 limited edition golden magic spirit cards would surpass even the value of a dark magic spirit card. However, the thunderous Tyrannosaurus was ferocious and difficult to deal with, not to mention the greedy wolf hunting group. 5 limited edition magic spirit cards. Seeing Zhang Heng still hesitating, Feng Yixio released 2 more fingers, opening his whole hand. 5 limited edition magic spirit cards. Commander Zhang Heng couldn't stay seated, leaping to his feet in shock. This was true wealth. Not satisfied yet? Our Qingfeng Trading Association can buy back all your magic spirit cards at 60 of the market price. Feng Yixio stood up and declared loudly. 60% buyback price? Are you serious? Zhang Heng was overwhelmed by the sudden offer, asking in a broken voice. Generally, the cooperation between trading associations and hunting groups involved buying back magic spirit cards at 50% of the market price, with a maximum of 55%. Magic spirit cards were crucial resources, heavily taxed by all trading nations. Hunting groups needed approval from the Spirit Alliance to legally hunt and trade magic spirit cards in the wild isolation zones. Otherwise, scattered card hunters could only hunt solitary beasts. A 60% buyback was unprecedented, promising long-term profits. What? Still not satisfied with these terms? Then, I'll just have to partner with another hunting group. With that, Feng Yixio slowly headed towards the tent's exit. Seeing the situation, Dongfang Xiamei followed Feng Yixio with a sense of confusion. Feng Yixio clearly had no knowledge of the other hunting team's locations and was engaging in a psychological battle with them. His steps were steady, but his heart was uneasy, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Just as he was about to step out of the tent, the voice of Captain Zhang Heng called out anxiously from behind. Young man, hold on. I agree to your terms. Zhang Heng was sweating profusely, having evidently gone through intense inner conflict. Feng Yixio's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he slowly halted. He recalled Zhong Li Mei's words. There is no such thing as absolute willpower. It's about whether you can offer enough leverage to change someone's mind. Feng Yixio turned around and said calmly, it seems, Captain Zhang, you can still distinguish between gain and loss. I've really fallen into your hands today. Zhang Heng frowned and continued, to hell with it. As they say, fortune favors the bold, let's just do it. As a seasoned leader of a hunting team, he had negotiated countless deals, but being in such a passive situation was rare. The key was the other party's overwhelming confidence, leaving him no room to refuse. Feng Yixio approached Zhang Heng, extended his right hand, and smiled. Here's to a successful partnership. Zhang Heng forced a smile and shook his hand, responding solemnly, to a successful partnership. Why do you seem less than pleased? Or is it that you find my offer insufficient? Feng Yixio asked with a smile. Zhang Heng sighed, President Feng, you might not know, but the greedy wolf hunting team also has their eyes on the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. If I help you seize it, we will inevitably clash with them. Zhang Heng's expression was peculiar as he spoke. Oh, the greedy wolf hunting team. Are they formidable? Feng Yixio asked curiously. Zhang Heng explained, their strength is comparable to ours, but they have no moral boundaries. A direct confrontation would result in mutual destruction. I prefer to avoid provoking them unless absolutely necessary. He finally revealed the truth, speaking earnestly. Are they also going to compete for the Thunder Tyrannosaurus this time? Feng Yixio asked with a frown. Our team has received information about the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, so there's likely has as well. However, we don't know what their plans are, Zhang Heng said worriedly. Feng Yixio clenched his fist and said coldly, no matter what, I am determined to get that Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Zhang Heng nodded. In that case, with the Dark Rift opening fully tomorrow, we should quickly plan out the specifics. With that, Zhang Heng took out a map and gathered all the level 4 battle spirit masters in the hunting team to discuss their strategy. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Ji, who seemed honest and simple, wore a sinister smile. Taking advantage of the team's focus on strategizing, he quietly slipped out of the tent. He silently made his way to a deserted spot, where a burly man with a greedy wolf tattoo jumped down from a tree. Yuan Ji, do you have any big intel this time? The tattooed man asked quietly. Yuan Ji's demeanor was no longer simple, but rather cunning. Heh. This is big news, a chance to wipe out the Iron Fury hunting team in one go. Then you've truly earned your keep. If this succeeds, the deputy leader position could be yours, the tattooed man said, raising an eyebrow. The next morning, under a bright, cloudless sky, the Quang Tai hunting group dispatched their elite team towards the dark rift as planned. As they drew closer, the surrounding environment grew eerily silent, as if all the magical beasts had vanished. Violent spiritual energy filled the air within a mile radius, occasionally crackling with static electricity. A few card hunters who attempted to capitalize on the situation retreated wisely upon seeing the Quang Tai banner, avoiding the dark rift. This strange atmosphere made the entire Quang Tai hunting group tense. Zhang Heng surveyed the area and noticed the absence of the greedy wolf hunting group's flag, causing him to frown. The calmer it was, the more uneasy he felt. Given the greedy wolf hunting group's nature, they would never pass up such an opportunity. Everyone, stay vigilant and proceed with caution, Zhang Heng commanded sternly. Yes, Captain. The entire team responded in unison, their voices booming. Feng Yixio and others led the way at the front of the group. The closer they got to the dark rift, the more they could sense its terrifying aura. The rift resembled a menacing wound in space, continuously emitting dense lightning-attributed spiritual energy. A low growl, like a murmur from the depths of hell, invoked fear. Many summoned battle spirits let out frightened whimpers, seemingly intimidated by the ominous sound. It truly is the king among dragon-type magical beasts, exerting such a terrifying presence even before birth. Feng Yixio thought, frowning in astonishment. Everyone, get into position and follow the hunting plan, Captain Zhang Heng decisively ordered. The team members swiftly moved into action. The plan was divided into 3 teams: the control group, the assault group, and the defense group. Given the power of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon, no support group members were included to prevent unnecessary casualties. Each team consisted of 10 members, totaling 30, all of whom were level 3 or higher battle spirit masters, with a few level 4 masters as team leaders. The control group members laid out a large metal net, made of special metal with barbs, directly in front of the dark rift, cleverly camouflaged with leaves and dust. If the Thunder Tyrant Dragon stepped forward, it would inevitably fall into the trap. While it wouldn't completely restrain the dragon, it would provide more opportunities for attack. At that moment, everyone positioned themselves behind the dark rift, ready to deliver a fatal strike the moment the Thunder Tyrant Dragon appeared. The best strategy against the powerful beasts within the dark rift was to eliminate them as they awakened. Waiting until they were fully awake would lead to a difficult battle. Seeing Feng Yixia's puzzlement, Zhang Heng patiently explained. Just then, a sudden, sharp sound like space fracturing filled the air. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the rift, the powerful sound waves forcing everyone to cover their ears. A massive dragon claw emerged from the dark rift, its sharp talons radiating violent thunder energy, as thick as a barrel. Suddenly, another massive dragon claw emerged from the dark fissure, tearing it open with thunderous power, creating a huge gap. A sturdy leg stepped out from the darkness, causing the entire ground to shake, making even man-sized stones tremble. Then, a gigantic dragon head appeared, its crimson eyes flickering with violent lightning. The Thunder Tyrant Dragon finally emerged from the fissure, exuding the aura of a king among draconic creatures, its body over 20 meters long, wrapped in thunder on its dark red scales, appearing incredibly majestic. Roar! The Thunder Tyrant Dragon let out a deafening roar, as if announcing its triumphant return. With its thunderous roar, the dark fissure behind it slowly closed, and the entire space began to heal, eventually returning to its original state, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the members of the Quang Tai hunting group quietly hid in the bushes, holding their breath, terrified of making any sound. Facing such a terrifying beast, the instinctive fear for their lives left them nowhere to hide. Shh! Stay quiet. The moment the Thunder Tyrant Dragon steps into the trap, everyone launch a full-scale attack. Don't give it a chance to react, Zhang Heng whispered, and the group nodded in unison, tensely watching the dragon's movements. Boom! The Thunder Tyrant Dragon took 2 steps forward and was about to fall into the trap when suddenly, a loud noise shattered the silence. All eyes instantly turned to the chubby Yuan Ji beside Zhang Heng, who quickly pinched their noses. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Yuan Ji feigned panic, his voice high-pitched. The dragon, attracted by the sound, swiftly turned around, roaring in fury, clearly having spotted Feng Yixio and the others. Roar! The Thunder Tyrant Dragon charged towards them, the ground trembling with its approach, the immense pressure suffocating, causing the more timid members to abandon the plan and scatter in fear. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Zhang Heng shouted in fury, grabbing Yuan Ji by the collar and lifting him up. I didn't mean to, believe me. Yuan Ji struggled in the air, his face turning beet red. Screw you. Get lost. Zhang Heng angrily tossed Yuan Ji several meters away, crashing him into a giant tree, knocking him unconscious. Feng Yixio's mind quickly recalled all the data on the Thunder Tyrant Dragon. Beast named Thunder Tyrant Dragon. Attribute Thunder Beast. Rank Calamity level. Skills Thunder Dragon Claw, Furious Thunder Roar, Tyrant's Breath. Traits born from a Dark Fisher, capable of leading draconic beasts, able to command Dragonkind with Tyrant's Breath to initiate a Dragon Tide. As the Thunder Tyrant Dragon charged, its mouth gathered a furious thunder roar, finally unleashing a cataclysmic thunderbolt, the crimson lightning striking towards the Quang Tai hunting group. The ground in front of Feng Yixio instantly turned to scorched earth, rapidly spreading towards them. Scatter! Quickly scatter! Zhang Heng shouted, disregarding anything else. In an instant, all members of the Quangtia hunting group abandoned their plans and leapt to the sides. The assault and defense teams followed closely, while the control team focused on remotely managing the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. As expected, Captain Zhang Heng, with his wealth of experience, quickly adjusted tactics and issued new orders. The assault and defense teams charged towards the Thunder Tyrannosaurus under Zhang Heng's lead. Feng Yixio followed closely behind, summoning his Jade Lin Snake without immediately using his Steel Hedgehog and Titan Devouring Python spirit cards, instead equipping a White Knight Griffin White Wing. Under Feng Yixio's command, the two Jade Lin Snakes flew higher until they disappeared into the clouds. Leading the charge were the defense-type spirit warriors, each covered in vibrant shields, fearlessly advancing towards the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. The beast let out a deafening roar, its electric power intensifying. Its thick tail, entwined with lightning, swept lightly yet with immense force. Several leading defense-type spirit warriors were knocked away like leaves in the wind, their shields shattering instantly as they flew dozens of meters, crashing painfully to the ground with multiple fractures. The assault group's spirit warriors halted immediately, exchanging uncertain glances, none daring to advance first. If the defense team couldn't withstand a light hit, recklessly charging in would likely mean certain death. Get the hell out of here. Why do I even bother with you useless lot? Zhang Heng cursed, unwilling to sacrifice his members. Against typical disaster-level beasts, sheer numbers might work, but against this caliber of beast, low-quality numbers were futile. Fortunately, the control team played a crucial role, with countless vine-like plants wrapping around the Thunder Tyrannosaurus from all directions. Feng Yixio quickly conjured a Thunder Spear, hurling it fiercely. The lightning-like spear struck the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, but it shattered as if hitting a steel wall. The beast felt a twinge of pain, growing more violent, tearing at the vines and webs with its powerful claws, pulling several control-type spirit warriors into the air. In an instant, the spirit warriors on both sides collided, half of the control-type spirits turning into light and returning to the spirit compendium. The distant control-type spirit warriors turned pale, spitting blood. The uncontrolled Thunder Tyrannosaurus grew even more ferocious, charging towards Zhang Heng. Its high intelligence quickly identified Zhang Heng's Fire Lion as the strongest spirit among them. You beast have some smarts, let me show you my power. Zhang Heng shouted, swiftly drawing a platinum-level spirit card, the Skyfire Griffin, ready to engage. Suddenly, the flames on the Fire Lion became incredibly fierce, creating a fiery domain with a diameter of about 10 meters. Everything within this domain was reduced to nothingness, and the Thunder Tyrannosaurus let out a painful roar under the intense heat. You beast, now you see how powerful I am. It's not over yet. Zhang Heng roared fiercely. The fiery domain rose instantly, slowly forming into a gigantic fire lion over 10 meters tall, roaring furiously at the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus refused to back down, summoning a powerful thunder roar, charging straight at the fire lion. Boom! The scorching flames collided violently with the raging thunder, causing a wave of heat to surge within a mile radius. The flames around the fire lion were suddenly blown away, revealing its true form, over 5 meters tall. Seeing this, Zhang Heng felt a pang of concern, and was about to gather the flames again when the Thunder Tyrannosaurus moved faster. Its enormous dragon claw reached out towards the fire lion. Just as the fire lion was preparing to escape, a crimson thunderbolt shot down along the dragon claw of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, forming a terrifying claw shaped like a dragon's head. This was the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's beast skill Thunder Dragon Claw. The fire lion was tightly grasped, and with a slight squeeze, it could be crushed to pieces. Zhang Heng, feeling the immense pressure on his battle spirit, spat out a mouthful of blood and turned his gaze towards Feng Yixio and Dongfang Xiama. Dongfang Xiama understood immediately, summoning his own battle spirit, the evil-eyed Nether Tiger. Death Stare. The evil-eyed Nether Tiger let out a deep howl, drawing the attention of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. As a king, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus could not tolerate any challenge to its authority, and its fierce eyes locked onto the eerie green glow of the evil-eyed Nether Tiger's evil eye. A Nether Tiger mark appeared in the vertical pupil of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, inducing fear for just 3 seconds. These 3 seconds were enough for Zhang Hong, who quickly summoned his spiritual weapon. The heavy blade scraped the ground, sparking intensely. Zhang Hong, engulfed in flames, veins bulging, lifted the blade off the ground. Flame slash. A wall of fire over 10 meters high rose from the ground, deeply embedding itself into the earth. Where the blade struck, nothing remained. Boom. The arm of the thunder tyrannosaurus holding the fire lion was severed at the root, revealing a charred, gruesome wound. Roar. A miserable dragon's cry suddenly erupted as the thunder tyrannosaurus snapped out of its fear. It was dismayed to find its right arm had been severed at the root, looking at the right dragon claw on the ground with disbelief. Enraged, it raised its feet high, intending to stomp the injured fire lion to death. Dongfang Xiaoma threw out 2 bronze-level magic spirit cards, shouting, Death Wolf King Death Enchantment. The effects of these 2 identical bronze-level enchantment cards stacked, their power rivaling that of a silver-level magic spirit card. The Nether Grip, 2 massive ghostly bone claws, like the talons of a giant beast, fiercely clutched the thick leg of the thunder tyrannosaurus, each over 5 meters long. Under the control of the Nether Grip, the thunder tyrannosaurus struggled desperately, but the binding was too powerful to escape from in a short time. Enraged, it let out a deafening roar, with thunderous blasts striking aimlessly, reducing nearby trees and boulders to fragments under the force of the lightning. The battle spirit masters of the Iron Hunt group were stunned and hid trembling behind a giant boulder. Suddenly, a crimson beam of rage swept across, shattering the boulder into pieces, nearly causing them to lose control of their bladders. Zhang Hong attempted to strike again but found his right hand weak, the injuries to his battle spirit and the depletion of his energy leaving him momentarily fatigued. Crack! The first fissure appeared on the ghostly bone claw, on the verge of breaking. Dongfang Xiaoma's forehead was beaded with cold sweat as he glanced resentfully at the calm Feng Yixio beside him and asked, Feng Yixio, are you ready? Feng Yixio nodded slowly, looking up at the sky, murmuring to himself, 1,000 meters. That should be enough. Thunder Tyrannosaurus, prepare to experience my ultimate Titan starburst. A faint smile played on his lips. In the sky, from a white cloud, 2 massive black shadows shot out like meteors, blocking the midday sun and casting a huge shadow over the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Feeling the immense pressure, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus instinctively looked up, terrified. Roar! It completely broke down, frantically struggling to escape the Nether Grip's hold. All Control-type Battle Spirit Masters, hear my command. Keep the Thunder Tyrannosaurus firmly restrained, or be expelled from the Iron Hunt group. Zhang Hong commanded loudly, propping himself up with his spiritual weapon. At that crucial moment, all Control-type Battle Spirit Masters stepped forward, understanding that there was no room for retreat in this life-and-death situation. Various vines and webs surged towards the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, instantly wrapping it tightly like a cocoon. Titan Starburst. A violent wind swept through with typhoon intensity, bending flowers, grasses, and trees within miles, some even snapping under the force. As a massive, glowing Titan Starburst hurtled towards the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, a desperate dragon roar suddenly erupted. No, it's preparing to use the Overlord's breath. Captain Zhang Heng's face turned pale with fear, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus had gone berserk. Golden lightning exploded from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, its terrifying dragon aura sweeping outward. Its body swelled, breaking all the vines and webs binding it, including the ghostly bone claws underfoot. Golden lightning surged outward like a tide, with the remaining dragon claw enveloped in lightning, morphing into a giant dragon head charging towards the Titan Starburst. Boom! The fiercely spinning Titan Starburst collided with the golden dragon head, creating a shower of sparks. The forces of lightning merged and spread, as the terrifying aura of the Dragon King permeated the surroundings. Roars echoed from all directions, as hundreds of draconic beasts crazily rushed towards the scene. Damn it! How could there be so many draconic beasts around here? Zhang Hong exclaimed through gritted teeth, his face pale with exhaustion. Just a moment ago, he had carefully surveyed the area and hadn't noticed any draconic beasts. Yet now, hundreds of them had suddenly appeared, clearly driven here by someone. At this moment, he had no time to be distracted and could only focus on dealing with the immediate crisis. Feng Yixio heard the roars of the hundreds of draconic beasts and couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhang Hong shouted to Feng Yixio, President Feng, don't get distracted. Leave these draconic beasts to me and go deal with the Thunder Tyrant Dragon. With that, he forced himself to stand, and his battle spirit, the blazing lion, staggered to his side, roaring defiantly at the advancing tide of beasts. Fortunately, these beasts were of the Lord level. Yet Lord-level draconic beasts were much stronger than ordinary beasts, especially with the Thunder Tyrant Dragon's intimidating aura empowering them. They charged fearlessly toward Feng Yixio, eyes bloodshot with frenzy. "Old buddy, let's go." Lion's ground shake. Zhang Heng shouted, patting his battle spirit. The blazing lion let out a long howl, sending shockwaves in all directions, battering the draconic beasts. A gigantic flaming lion then began stomping the ground, each tremor emitting a terrifying sonic wave. The draconic beasts were pushed back like floating leaves on water, preventing them from getting closer. Dongfang Xiaoma was sweating nervously as she watched the battle between Xiaobai Tower and the Thunder Tyrant Dragon. At this moment, the Thunder Tyrant Dragon's arm muscles bulged like steel, surrounded by golden lightning. It withstood the massive Titan quaking star with sheer strength, its feet sinking half a meter into the ground. What incredible strength, but let's see if you can withstand my Titan consecutive quakes. Feng Yixio leapt into the air, positioning himself behind the descending second Titan quaking star, his body enveloped in terrifying lightning. Thunder 8 trigrams palm. 64 strikes. A series of powerful palm strikes pounded the Titan quaking star, breaking the sound barrier with their speed. Clang! The massive force, like a meteor crashing down, passed through the first Titan quaking star and slammed into the Thunder Tyrant Dragon. Its arm visibly deformed and began to shatter. The enormous Titan quaking star struck its face, driving its head forcefully into the ground. Boom! The terrifying impact caused the ground to collapse, creating a massive crater 100 meters in diameter. The Thunder Tyrant Dragon's bones were shattered to dust, and half of its head was unrecognizable, a mess of red and white. The disaster-level Draconic King, the Thunder Tyrant Dragon, was dead. The members of the Iron Hunt Guild who were hiding nearby were all stunned. The Thunder Tyrant Dragon was defeated just like that? And it was killed by a maturing battle spirit. Even the bravest spirits might be mocked by their peers for this. Zhang Heng smiled slightly and murmured to himself, "You really did it. I didn't misjudge you after all." Feng Yixio, also exhausted, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. As he descended from a height of thousands of meters, the terrifying impact forced him to expend a large amount of spiritual power to prevent disintegration midair. Subsequently, a golden light rose from the body of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, slowly condensing into a golden magic spirit card, floating in the air and emitting a dazzling golden glow. With a few steps in midair, Feng Yixio retrieved the golden magic spirit card. The card was made entirely of gold, incredibly heavy, with a dynamic image of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus on the front, titled Thunder Tyrannosaurus Overlord. The back, however, was drastically different from regular golden magic spirit cards, which usually featured conventional patterns. Instead, this card had an eerie pattern of an abyssal eye. Seeing this, Dongfang Xiaoma quickly approached, exclaiming, "Congratulations, you finally obtained the magic spirit card you desired." Feng Yixio smiled slightly and gratefully said, "Thanks to your help, otherwise, I might have ended up as its meal." However, Zhang Heng looked tense as the dragon roars around them continued to intensify. This isn't good. The death of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus has left a lingering resentment, driving these sub-dragon beasts even crazier, Zhang Heng said, frowning with a tense expression. Feng Yixio also surveyed the surroundings. The beasts, driven away earlier, were now relentlessly attacking. The fiery aura of the blazing lion was gradually weakening, unable to restrain the hundreds of sub-dragon beasts. Zhang Heng said seriously, "President Feng, there's only one way to solve this." "What is it?" Feng Yixio and Dongfang Xiaoma asked simultaneously. "Quickly absorb the magic spirit card now, and the resentment of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus will dissipate, resolving the crisis naturally," Zhang Heng, nearly exhausted of spiritual power, said while struggling to stand. Dongfang Xiaoma expressed concern, "But the Thunder Tyrannosaurus is so powerful. How can he absorb it alone?" "Don't worry about that. Any Dark Rift beast that is killed will have its magic spirit enter a 1-hour recovery period, which is the best time to absorb the magic spirit card. As long as you can break through the defense, you can absorb the card," Zhang Heng patiently explained. The immense spiritual power consumption left him unsteady, forcing him to half-kneel on the ground, barely supporting himself with a spiritual weapon. Then, Zhang Heng took out 3 bottles of blue potion, tossing the other 2 to Feng Yixio and Dongfang Xiaoma. "This is a spiritual recovery potion. It won't restore all your spiritual power immediately, but it will recover about a third. Drink it and start absorbing the magic spirit card right away," Zhang Heng urged anxiously. Feng Yixio grabbed the potion and drank it all at once without hesitation. Instantly, a cooling sensation surged through him, and his spiritual sea began to slowly regain its power. Feng Yixio sat cross-legged, summoned his magic spirit book, flipped to the 4th page, and placed the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Overlord card in the slot. A crimson gold light shot into Feng Yixio's forehead, creating a terrifying spiritual upheaval. If not for Feng Yixio's extraordinary mental strength, he might not have been able to withstand such a formidable spiritual shock. Feng Yixio found himself in a space of complete darkness, suffocatingly oppressive with not a single glimmer of light. Is this the consciousness space of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus? Could this be the inside of the Dark Rift? His heart was filled with curiosity. Crackling, as a sliver of white lightning flickered at Feng Yixio's fingertips, the surrounding environment gradually came into view. It was terrifying, like a purgatory, with trees as black as ink encircling the area, the entire world shrouded in gloom. At this moment, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, as Zhang Hong had said, was indeed unconscious. Clang! Feng Yixio quickly conjured a thunder spear and unhesitatingly thrust it toward the heart of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. However, the thunder spear shattered instantly, unable to penetrate the skin as hard as steel. No way. It seems I'll have to rely on you, Xiao Bailu. Feng Yixio didn't dare to be careless and immediately summoned Xiao Bailu, swiftly throwing out 3 magic spirit cards. 2 jade-scaled snakes flew into the sky, but just then, a strange laugh suddenly echoed in Feng Yixio's ears, making his hair stand on end. Nervously, he looked around but found no creatures nearby. He quickly realized it might be a sound from the outside world. Immediately after, a sharp voice pierced through, cackling. Today marks the end for your Quang Tai hunting group. From now on, my Tan Lang hunting group will become the strongest secondary hunting group, dominating the second isolation zone. Feng Yixio frowned and murmured to himself, damn it, those Tan Lang guys are so despicable, launching a sneak attack at this time. Xiao Bailu, faster, faster. His face was full of urgency. Outside, the scene had drastically changed. The banners of the Tan Lang hunting group surrounded the Quang Tai hunting group, with a dragon tide rampaging wildly, holding all the Quang Tai members at bay. A thin man in a red robe stood at the front of the group, staring coldly at Zhang Hong and the others with a sinister smile. Beside him stood a pot-bellied man, whom Feng Yixio would immediately recognize as the guild leader if he were present. The entire Quang Tai hunting group struggled to survive under the onslaught of the dragon tide, while leader Zhang Hong and Dongfang Sheme stood tensely in front of Feng Yixio. Shualong, you're despicable. Zhang Heng's face was pale as he said with anger. Cackling, as they say, nothing is too deceitful for a man, but I must thank your little follower for this. Shualong smirked, glancing at the chubby man beside him. Yuan Ji stood by with a fawning expression, asking obsequiously, Leader, when will you fulfill your promise of the deputy leader position and the 500,000 alliance coins? Shualong smiled slightly, extending his slender hand with blood-red nails. Oh, I don't remember agreeing to that. You must be mistaken, he said with a wicked grin, casting a cold glance at Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji immediately became displeased, pointing at Shualong's nose and cursing, how can you do this? We had an agreement, and now you're going back on your word. Swish. A pair of crimson hands suddenly pierced through Yuan Ji's heart, blood splattering everywhere, as the still-beating heart was clutched in his hand. For someone who would betray their master for money, your heart is indeed black. Shualong tossed Yuan Ji aside, examining the bloody heart in his hand as if it were a piece of art. Smack! Shualong's hand clenched suddenly, and a heart was crushed instantly, spraying blood everywhere. Dongfang Xiaoma quietly hid her hand behind her back, summoning 2 bronze-level magic spirit cards, the Undead Wolf King and the Nether Grasp. Instantly, a massive skeletal claw emerged from the ground, gripping Shualong's slender waist tightly. Little girl, you have some nerve to sneak attack me. Shualong raised an eyebrow, looking at her nonchalantly, as if it was nothing worth mentioning. Not only do I dare to sneak attack you, I dare to kill you too. Dongfang Xiaoma responded loudly, then shouted, Spectral Slash. The sharp claws of the evil-eyed nether tiger slashed 2 black cross attacks straight at Shualong. Shualong smiled slightly and said calmly, Come out and hunt, bloodthirsty greed wolf. A blood-red giant wolf appeared in front of him, its size imposing, standing over 4 meters high and 6 meters long, covered in blood-red fur like sharp spikes, emitting a crimson glow. Its scarlet vertical pupils were incredibly sharp, glaring fiercely ahead. The 2 spectral slashes hit the greed wolf, leaving only faint scars, barely causing any harm. Greed wolf, break these damn bones for me. Shualong ordered quietly. The bloodthirsty greed wolf approached Shualong, easily biting through the skeletal claw that bound him. Shualong shook his neck with a smile, and said coldly, It seems you don't understand the situation. Do you still think there's hope for survival? Still stubbornly resisting. Zhang Hong remained silent, trying to recover his spiritual power and strength. He glanced back at Feng Yixio, who was drenched in sweat, then resolutely looked forward. President Ma, patting his belly, stepped forward and whispered, Captain Shualong, that kid meditating is Feng Yixio, the mastermind behind the Qingfeng Trading Guild. Now is the best time to eliminate him. Oh, so young? Shualong looked through the gap between Zhang Hong and Dongfang Xiama, puzzled. He had heard of the rising power of the Qingfeng Trading Guild, but didn't expect the mastermind to be such a young lad. The battle spirit badge on his chest seemed to indicate a level 3 battle spirit master, which Shualong dismissed. What's so special about this kid? He's just someone I can deal with easily. He's young, but his skills are impressive. He's the one who ruined my painstakingly built Jiangshui City Guild, cutting off our income. President Ma said coldly. Just a young brat. No need to worry, President Ma. None of them will escape today. They all have to die. Shualong sneered with disdain. Seeing Shualong so confident, President Ma said no more, watching coldly. Shualong's gaze lingered on Zhang Hong and Dongfang Xiama for a moment, finally settling on Zhang Hong, and said calmly, "Let's start with you, Captain Zhang." Do you really think I'm an easy target? Zhang Hong propped himself up with his spiritual weapon, speaking in a deep voice. The intense battles had drained his energy and spiritual power greatly, and standing up was purely a matter of willpower. Shualong sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Do you think I can't see that you're at the end of your strength? Even at your peak, you could only manage a draw with me. Do you really think you stand a chance today? Try me if you dare. Let's see if you have what it takes. Zhang Hong retorted defiantly. You're asking for it. Shualong shouted angrily, throwing out a platinum-level spirit card. Blood Wolf of the Tsongshan Mountains Bloodfang Armament. In a flash of golden light, the snow-white fangs of the bloodthirsty wolf turned crimson, emitting a blood-red glow. The fangs, enveloped in this glow, formed a pair of razor-sharp blood swords, charging directly at Zhang Hong like two deadly blades. The fiery lion staggered but fought back, lunging to tackle the bloodthirsty wolf. The two super-perfect-level spirits wrestled in midair, with the fiery lion clearly at a disadvantage. The sharp blood fangs pierced the fiery lion's back, greedily draining its blood like straws. As the blood drained, the bloodthirsty wolf's size rapidly increased, and the blood-red glow in its eyes intensified. Quick, Xiaohei, go help that big lion. Dongfang Xiama commanded, seeing the fiery lion struggling. She patted the dark-eyed nether tiger beside her and discreetly tossed out a gold-level spirit card. Shadow Assault Leopard King Shadow Assault Armament. A black vortex appeared at the dark-eyed nether tiger's feet, and its entire form slowly sank into it. In the bright sunlight, another black vortex appeared in the shadows behind the tiger. A cross-shaped ghostly slash struck the bloodthirsty wolf's back, followed by a massive ghostly claw that gripped its waist tightly. What kind of spirit card is that, able to launch an attack from the shadows? How bizarre! Shualong exclaimed, "Greedy wolf, watch your back!" But it was too late. The sudden attack from behind left the bloodthirsty wolf unable to react. The ghostly slash, enhanced by 2 bronze-level enchantment cards, had enough power to wound the wolf's abdomen, leaving 2 deep cross-shaped cuts that exposed the bone. Howl! The bloodthirsty wolf howled in pain, immediately releasing the fiery lion. "Damn it! I'll make you pay!" Shualong roared, quickly throwing 2 bronze-level wind enchantment cards. A crimson storm erupted around the bloodthirsty wolf, sweeping up both the fiery lion and the dark-eyed nether tiger hiding in the shadows. As the dark-eyed nether tiger was lifted into the sky, the ghostly claw restraining the bloodthirsty wolf vanished. The wolf's sharp claws launched a rapid attack, with countless blood-colored wind blades slicing through the air, cutting into the dark-eyed nether tiger and the fiery lion. Blood mixed into the crimson storm, and the bloodthirsty wolf's size continued to swell, seemingly about to double. "Heh. Commander Zhang, stop resisting. You can't defeat me." Shualong sneered. "Damn it, this is too much. If worst comes to worst, we'll go down together." Flames of fury. Zhang Hong roared, his voice thunderous and shaking the air. Instantly, the flames of the fiery lion began to rapidly coalesce, as if responding to his anger. Its body gradually became ethereal, breaking apart and transforming into golden flames. These golden flames slowly gathered into a small fireball, like a burning mini-sun, radiating intense heat. "Zhang Hong, are you crazy? Have you lost your mind?" Shualong exclaimed, quickly retreating several steps, unease in his heart. Zhang Hong, however, sneered. "Ha! Even if I die, I'll take you with me." His eyes were filled with ferocity. Boom! The mini-sun exploded, instantly forming a dazzling fireball with a diameter of several dozen meters, consuming everything around it, including the greedy flame wolf and the evil-eye nether tiger. The ground was scorched smooth like a mirror, leaving a semicircular crater 50 meters wide, with surrounding objects reduced to ashes and vanished without a trace. Ugh! The 3 of them simultaneously spat out blood. Shualong glaring at Zhang Hong with hatred, gritting his teeth. "Crazy Zhang. So what if you lost your war spirit? How can you fight me in this state?" With that, a crimson storm gathered in his hand, forming a blood-red slender saber, the crimson wind blade. Let's see how you'll stop me without your war spirits. Xiaolong roared, charging straight at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng shakily stood up, barely able to hold the heavy saber in his trembling hand. He tried to summon all his strength to use his spirit weapon technique, but was ruthlessly interrupted. A crimson storm sword energy struck, knocking the fiery saber from Zhang Heng's hand, dispersing it into spiritual light. Zhang Heng's spiritual and physical energy was depleted, and his spirit weapon vanished. Yet he refused to beg for mercy, swinging his fist at Xiaolong. Courting death, Xiaolong struck him hard on the face with the back of his blade, mercilessly knocking him to the ground, his foot pressing on Zhang Heng's face. Just then, a black mist appeared behind him, a sharp blade aimed at his back. Xiaolong glanced sideways, sneering, "Little girl, don't waste your effort. I'm a third-tier source warrior. You can't hurt me." In the black mist, Dongfang Xiama revealed a sly smile, softly saying, "Not necessarily." The dagger in her hand was an ancient silver, with intricate patterns glinting in the sunlight, dazzling Xiaolong, who instinctively shielded his eyes. He thought to himself, "This seems like a mithril dagger. This extremely rare ancient material, sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, is difficult for even a third-tier source warrior to resist." Swish! The mithril dagger pierced Xiaolong's tough skin, embedding itself several inches deep. Xiaolong was filled with a mix of shock and anger, gritting his teeth. "Damn it! I really underestimated you." He grabbed Dongfang Xiama by the neck, lifting her up, yet dared not pull out the dagger from his waist, fearing excessive blood loss. Dongfang Xiama struggled desperately in the air, but as a second-tier source warrior, she couldn't shake Xiaolong's arm. Xiaolong, already enraged, tightened his grip, causing Dongfang Xiama's face to flush even more. At that moment, Ma Huichong, who had been watching from the side, approached with a heated gaze and a strange smile. "Hold on, let me handle this little girl," he said excitedly. "Ma Huichong, you have such unique tastes. Even a young girl catches your eye?" Xiaolong chuckled, loosening his grip slightly. "Heh, this is just my preference, so be gentle with her." Ma Huichong replied, grinning smugly. "All right then, I'll give you this favor, but can we talk about increasing the cooperation price?" Xiaolong's smile carried a hint of cunning. "No problem, how about raising it to 55? Ma Huichong responded without hesitation. Xiaolong immediately released his hold, and Dongfang Xiame fell to the ground with a thud. She coughed, her complexion finally improving, and glared angrily at Ma Huichong as he approached, retreating backward. "Don't be afraid, little beauty. If you come with me, I'll make you the vice president of my new business association," Ma Huichong said, rubbing his hands together and grinning lewdly. "Get lost." Dongfang Xiame retorted without hesitation. "You better watch your mouth. If you anger me, you'll regret it." Ma Huichong's expression darkened, and he angrily reached out to touch Dongfang Xiame's face, only for her to bite him hard. "Ah!" Ma Huichong screamed in pain, then tossed Dongfang Xiame aside, and she landed right next to Feng Yixio. "Leave her alone. If you have a problem, come at me. Bullying a young girl is no skill." Zhang Heng struggled desperately, but his body was at its limit, unable to muster any strength. Xiaolong's foot pressed harder, shoving Zhang Heng's face into the dirt as he coldly said, "Stay put. Don't you get it? You're in no position to help anyone else." "Damn it!" Zhang Heng angrily pounded the ground, his rage extinguished. He looked helplessly at the meditating Feng Yixio, urgently shouting, "President Feng, wake up!" Dongfang Xiame also crawled to Feng Yixio's side. Almost in tears, "Feng Yixio, if you don't wake up, I'll bite you." Hearing this, Xiaolong and Ma Huichong exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! You really think a third-level war spirit master can save you? Are you out of your minds?" Xiaolong clutched his stomach, laughing uproariously. This kid has some business talent, but he's just a third-level war spirit master. Even if he wakes up, what can he do? Turn the world upside down? Ma Huichong scoffed, then swaggered over to Feng Yixio and sneered, "Is this kid healing? I'll send him straight to the king of hell." With that, he drew a sharp dagger, aiming it at Feng Yixio's throat. Crackle! Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt flashed across Feng Yixio's forehead, bringing with it an inexplicable pressure that swept over the area. Xiaolong felt a surge of fear, his pupils contracting sharply. Could it be that this kid wasn't healing but absorbing a magic spirit card? That pressure was clearly the dragon's might of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Was he absorbing the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's magic spirit card? But isn't that a gold-level magic spirit card? How on earth is he doing it? "President Ma, be careful. There's something strange about this kid," Xiaolong urgently warned. However, it was too late. Feng Yixio raised his hand and grasped President Ma's wrist, which held the knife. Golden lightning erupted, enveloping President Ma, causing the dagger to drop from his hand. Feng Yixio swiftly caught the falling dagger with his other hand, and held it to President Ma's throat at lightning speed. The intense killing intent intertwined with the lingering domineering dragon's might of the thunder Tyrannosaurus, causing President Ma to collapse to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Leader Shualong, save me. President Ma pleaded desperately. Seeing this, Shualong was panicked, glaring fiercely at Feng Yixio and shouting, "You brat, you're courting death. Let President Ma go, or I'll make sure you all die without a trace." Feng Yixio slowly turned his gaze to Shualong, his eyes sparking with golden lightning mixed with fierce killing intent. A golden thunderstorm erupted, and Shualong seemed to see a massive thunder Tyrannosaurus roaring behind Feng Yixio, paralyzing him with fear. The invisible aura spread, and even the out-of-control dragon beasts seemed to feel this domineering dragon's might, cowering and trembling on the ground. "President Feng, don't kill me. I'll give you all my money. Please don't kill me." President Ma begged, his voice trembling with fear. Feng Yixio coldly replied, "Today you must die." Unmoved, he swiftly slashed the dagger across President Ma's throat. President Ma clutched his neck as blood gushed out, collapsing into a pool of blood, his eyes full of unwillingness. He looked at Feng Yixio, then toward Shualong, as if silently pleading for vengeance. Shualong stared in shock at President Ma lying in the blood, then turned his furious gaze to Feng Yixio, roaring, "Damn it! You killed President Ma. I'll make you pay." President Ma and his greedy wolf hunting group had always been partners, akin to their financial lifeblood. Cutting off their source of wealth was like killing one's parents. No wonder Shualong was so enraged. He raised his red wind blade high, aiming it at Zhang Heng below, ready to strike. Seeing this, Feng Yixio panicked, gathering all the golden lightning in his right hand and throwing it with all his might. The blinding golden light flashed, accompanied by a deep dragon roar, shooting straight at Shualong's heart. Shualong's pupils contracted sharply. In a panic, he abandoned Zhang Heng underfoot and hurriedly used his spirit weapon to block the incredible lightning strike. Clang! The spiritual weapon, the red wind blade, collided fiercely with the wrath thunder spear, producing a crisp metallic sound. Cracks began to form on both the red wind blade and the wrath thunder spear, but the cracks on the spear spread more quickly. After all, it was merely a spear formed by elemental condensation, fundamentally different from a true spiritual weapon. Boom! The wrath thunder spear suddenly exploded, creating a powerful thunderous blast that forced Shualong to lose grip of his weapon. The red wind blade was flung into the air, tumbling before embedding itself into the ground over 100 meters away. Shualong was pushed back several steps by the shockwave before he could regain his balance. Thunderstorm step? Feng Yixio accelerated, instantly appearing beside Zhang Heng. "Captain Zhang, are you all right?" He quickly helped Zhang Heng to his feet. Several battle spirit masters who had just been fighting Long Chao gathered around, concerned, to assist Zhang Heng. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Heng smiled wryly. "I'm fine. Take care of Captain Zhang for me." Feng Yixio handed Zhang Heng over to the approaching members of the Quangtai hunting group and then headed straight toward Shualong. "Ha ha ha. You've got some skills, kid, but unfortunately, you'll still die here today." Shualong steadied himself, shaking off the greedy wolf hunting group members beside him, and pointed angrily at Feng Yixio. Feng Yixio snorted coldly, "Let's see who can lay a finger on me today." With that, he summoned his battle spirit, and after successfully breaking through, the Jade Lin snake grew slightly larger, exuding an inexplicable pressure. Feng Yixio had now advanced to a level 4 battle spirit master, with a level 4 tier 2 battle spirit. The Tyrant Thunder Dragon, a gold level magic spirit card, provided a spiritual power impact far exceeding that of a silver level magic spirit card, not only breaking through the bottleneck of a level 3 battle spirit master but also directly advancing to a level 4 tier 2 battle spirit master. "Ha ha ha. Jade Lin snake? Just a useless battle spirit, and you dare to boast here." Shualong laughed unrestrainedly at the sight of Feng Yixio's battle spirit. The greedy wolf hunting group behind him laughed along. "A Jade Lin snake? I thought it was some formidable battle spirit. I'm so scared. I'm afraid your little snake isn't even enough for a snack." "Ha ha ha. Those old and weak folks behind you seem dissatisfied. If you're not happy, come and fight us." To capture the Quang Tai hunters completely, Shualong had brought a team of 50 elite members, all of whom were level 3 battle spirit masters and above, with quite a few level 4 battle spirit masters among them. "Don't be so arrogant." Zhang Heng shouted angrily, wanting to charge forward. The Quang Tai mercenary group behind him was also filled with rage, ready to fight despite their injuries. Feng Yixio raised a hand to stop them, saying calmly, "These small fries don't need you to intervene. I can handle them myself, but there are so many of them. I'm worried." Zhang Heng expressed concern. Feng Yixio shook his head. "There's nothing to worry about. It's just a brawl, and I'm good at that." With that, he tossed out 3 magic spirit cards and 2 massive Jade Lin snakes, each nearly 30 meters long, loomed over the enemies before them. The terrifying size of the Jade Lin snake made the arrogant members of the greedy wolf hunting group step back in fear, silencing their mockery of Feng Yixio. For a moment, they were as quiet as cicadas in winter, none daring to be the first to confront the imposing creature. Seeing this, Shualong shouted angrily, "What are you afraid of? It's just a useless battle spirit in its growth stage. Attack." The group exchanged glances, and then someone shouted, "The captain's right, let's go. There's so many of us, what are we afraid of?" Feng Yixio shook his head with a smile as one of the Jade Lin snakes flapped its wings, seemingly about to take to the sky. "No, don't let it fly," Shualong immediately commanded. The control-type battle spirit masters quickly summoned their spirits, and vines and spider silk swiftly entangled the Jade Lin snake, forcibly pulling it back to the ground with a heavy thud. The vines and webs wrapped around both snakes tightly. "You thought you were so capable, but is this all you can do?" Shualong sneered. Feng Yixio's lips curved upwards as he pulled out a brand new, golden magic spirit card. The mysterious abyssal eye on the back of the card left everyone in shock. "Oh no, it might be the rampaging Thunder Tyrannosaurus magic spirit card. Spread out quickly," Shualong exclaimed in alarm. "Oomph." Quick to react, but too late, Feng Yixio shouted, throwing the golden magic spirit card. The golden spiritual light instantly merged into the Jade Lin snake, and golden thunder exploded like a dragon's roar. The Jade Lin snake was enveloped in golden lightning, breaking free from all the vines and webs. The violent golden thunder spread swiftly along the vines, instantly defeating dozens of control-type battle spirits. All the control-type battle spirit masters vomited blood and turned pale. It truly was the tyrant. Armament. Shualong stepped back in fear, his face serious. This kid had indeed absorbed the rampaging Thunder Tyrannosaurus magic spirit card, one of the most powerful golden magic spirit cards, with a 100 increase in all attributes and immunity to all control of the same level, entering a dominion state. Both Jade Lin snakes, glowing with golden light, broke free from all constraints, with one flying into the sky and the other charging directly at Captain Shualong. "Titan meteor shower," Feng Yixio said coldly. The Jade Lin snake in the air continuously swung its powerful tail, hurling golden titan meteors at the gathered greedy wolf hunting group. The speed increased, resembling a shower of golden meteors covering the entire group. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sounds echoed as the defensive battle spirit master's shields shattered one after another, and screams erupted from the group, who, unable to resist, began to flee in all directions. Damn it! Damn it! Shualong's eyes were bloodshot, desperate to save his team members. However, the area under attack by the terrifying Titan meteor shower was shrouded in dust, with golden lightning flashing within, leaving him with no way to intervene. Feng Yixio let out a cold laugh and commanded another Jade Lin snake to transform into a Titan chariot. The massive golden chariot roared with a thunderous sound as it charged straight at Shualong, the Blood Wave leader. Shualong's heart sank, and he quickly raised his hands to fend off the overwhelming force. The speeding Titan chariot pushed him back over 10 meters before coming to a halt, leaving both parties in a stalemate. Feng Yixio frowned slightly, inwardly acknowledging that as a level 3 source warrior, Shualong's strength and defense were indeed formidable, managing to withstand the Titan chariot's assault with his bare hands. "Oomph. I'm a level 3 source warrior. Killing me won't be that easy," Shualong boasted confidently. Feng Yixio smirked and suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Shualong almost instantaneously. He withdrew the mithril dagger embedded in Shualong's back. Blood gushed from the wound, and the intense pain weakened Shualong's grip, sending him flying from the impact of the Titan chariot. Feng Yixio toyed with the dagger, which emitted an eerie silver glow, as he slowly approached Shualong. At this moment, Shualong appeared utterly defeated, blood pouring from the wound on his back as he desperately crawled towards his spiritual weapon. Whoosh! Feng Yixio flicked the dagger, embedding it into Shualong's hand. The searing pain caused beads of sweat to form on Shualong's forehead. Oomph! A level 3 source warrior, supposedly impervious to blades and bullets? Let's see if your skull is tougher than my Titan Overlord hammer. Feng Yixio sneered, ordering the Jade Lin snake to revert from its Titan chariot form. The snake's tail transformed into a sword-like armor, glowing with a golden light, resembling a massive golden hammer that appeared even more indestructible. "Didn't you enjoy stepping on others' faces? Let me give you a taste of that feeling," Feng Yixio remarked, turning away as he walked towards Zhang Hong and Dongfang Xiama. Clang, clang, clang. The Golden Titan Overlord hammer relentlessly struck Shualong's head, producing the sound of metal clashing against stone. Shualong's head was battered into a bloody mess, deeply embedded into the ground, as his struggling body grew rigid. The spiritual weapon, the Scarlet Wind Blade, gradually dissipated into spiritual light, and the floating demon spirit codex shattered, disappearing completely. One of the overlords of the second isolation zone, Blood Wave leader, met his demise. A gentle breeze swept through, slowly dispersing the thick smoke. In the area ravaged by the Titan meteor shower, mangled corpses lay scattered. All the elite members of the greedy wolf hunting group had perished. Zhang Heng, Dongfang Xiama, and the others stood in shock, watching Feng Yixio approach with a cold smile on his face, involuntarily shivering. This was not a battle. It was a massacre, a merciless annihilation. Feng Yixio had single-handedly wiped out the entire greedy wolf hunting group, leaving no survivors. At this moment, they were grateful that Feng Yixio was a friend, not a foe, for otherwise, they would have been the ones annihilated. Feng Yixio noticed that both Captain Zhang Heng and Dongfang Xiama had blank expressions on their faces. He waved his hand in front of them, but received no response. "What's wrong with you two? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Feng Yixio asked, puzzled. "Nothing, nothing, just feeling a bit relieved." Zhang Heng finally snapped out of it, showing a wry smile. "Relieved? Relieved about what?" "Relieved that you're not my enemy," Zhang Heng said softly. "Captain Zhang, what are you talking about? We're bound by life and death friendship. How could we be enemies?" Feng Yixio said with a smile. Although he was deeply engaged in the inner world of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus consciousness, he was fully aware of everything happening outside. In that critical moment, Zhang Heng never gave up on him and Dongfang Xiama, and this camaraderie deeply moved him. Zhang Heng attempted to stand up, but his injuries were too severe, and he nearly fell. Feng Yixio quickly stepped forward to support him. "Captain Zhang, you're badly hurt. Let me help heal you." As he spoke, he gently placed his palm on Zhang Heng's back, and a gentle current slowly seeped in. Zhang Heng's wounds began to emit a faint electric glow, healing at a visible pace. Within just a few minutes, Zhang Heng's wounds were healed, and his complexion regained its color. "Thank you, President Feng. I never thought lightning could have such miraculous effects," Zhang Heng said gratefully, now able to stand on his own. "It was a lucky discovery. No need to be so formal between us," Feng Yixio replied cheerfully. "What was that golden lightning on you just now? It even gave the blood wolf a hard time," Zhang Heng asked curiously. Feng Yixio's fingertips sparked with golden lightning, distinctly different from his usual white lightning, as if it contained explosive power. "This lightning feels very much like the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, incredibly powerful," Dongfang Xiama exclaimed in surprise. "It is indeed the Thunder Tyrannosaurus golden lightning. But why is it appearing on you?" Zhang Heng pondered. "I'm not entirely sure myself. After absorbing the Thunder Tyrannosaurus spirit, this golden lightning inexplicably remained in my spiritual sea," Feng Yixio said, scratching his nose. "Could it be spirit resonance?" Dongfang Xiama speculated. "Spirit resonance? What's that?" Feng Yixio inquired. Zhang Heng patiently explained. "Spirit resonance is a rare phenomenon that can occur when a battle spirit absorbs a spirit card with a 100% compatibility. The spirit master gains a chance to acquire some of the spirit's abilities or elements. Clearly, you've obtained the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Golden Lightning. I inherited the golden thunder of the rampaging electric Tyrannosaurus?" Feng Yixio's face was filled with disbelief. "That's right," Zhang Heng nodded seriously. "From what we can see, you have indeed inherited the golden thunder of the rampaging electric Tyrannosaurus, but we're not quite sure what its specific effects are yet. Isn't it simple? Just test it out," Dongfang Xiama said nonchalantly, pointing to two towering ancient trees in the distance. "You can try it with your regular thunder, and then with the golden thunder." Feng Yixio nodded in agreement and immediately began experimenting. He first conjured a white thunder spear and hurled it with force. The white lightning cut through the air, easily piercing the first massive tree, and continued unabated, deeply embedding into the trunk of the second tree, with almost half of the spear buried. Zhang Heng and Dongfang Xiama watched intently, holding their breath in anticipation of what would happen next. Then, Feng Yixio summoned the golden thunder, forming a wild thunder gold spear. Unlike before, a deep dragon's roar echoed in the air this time. The gold spear, too, penetrated the first tree and lodged into the second. On the surface, the result appeared similar. "It doesn't seem particularly special," Feng Yixio began to say, but was suddenly interrupted by a loud boom that shattered his doubts. The wild thunder gold spear embedded in the trunk exploded, blasting the sturdy ancient tree to pieces. Golden thunder crackled in the air, creating a stunning spectacle. Zhang Heng and Dongfang Xiama stared, wide-eyed and speechless, involuntarily swallowing hard. No wonder Xuelong was blown away by this strike. "The explosive power is indeed formidable," Zhang Heng analyzed seriously. "It seems the main feature of this golden thunder is its explosive effect. Such a domineering golden thunder deserves a name like Domineering Golden Thunder," Dongfang Xiama suggested. "Domineering Golden Thunder. Great name," Feng Yixio accepted with delight, then eagerly added, "I wonder what it would be like to activate the storm mode with the Domineering Golden Thunder." Without hesitation, he enveloped himself in the golden thunder. Instantly, a torrent of power surged forth like a flood, and he felt his spiritual energy burning at an astonishing rate, bringing an all-encompassing boost not only in strength but also in speed and mental acuity. Dongfang Xiama observed Feng Yixio, who was radiating a golden glow, and thoughtfully said, "This state resembles when you use the battle spirit tyrant armor. It might have a similar body-enhancing effect." Upon hearing this, a gleam flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. He quickly said to the nearby control-type battle spirit masters, "Try to control President Feng and see if you can subdue him." The control-type battle spirit masters shook their heads vigorously, looking hesitant. This isn't a good idea. Feng Yixio is terrifying. We don't dare provoke him. If he gets upset, he could beat us up in no time. The recent tragedy of the greedy wolf hunting group was still fresh in their minds, haunting them like a nightmare. Feng Yixio glanced at the control-type battle spirit masters and said loudly, "What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you." Instantly, the group of spirit masters shivered and summoned their control-type battle spirits. Countless vines and webs surged towards Feng Yixio, but to everyone's surprise, they were repelled by the domineering golden thunder before they could even get close. Indeed, it has a dominant effect. The domineering golden thunder you gained from the demon spirit resonance is really powerful, Dongfang Xiama said enviously. Feng Yixio smiled slightly, intending to retract the golden thunder, but found he couldn't. His spiritual power was draining rapidly, and he couldn't control it. "What's happening? I can't seem to retract this golden thunder," Feng Yixio exclaimed. "Don't panic, President Feng. It's normal for such domineering golden thunder to have side effects. I suspect it will automatically dissipate once your spiritual power is exhausted," Zhang Hong quickly assessed. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the golden thunder around Feng Yixio disappeared, leaving him weak and drained. Dongfang Xiama and Zhang Hong hurriedly supported him. It seems that while the domineering golden thunder is powerful, it shouldn't be used recklessly. It should only be a last resort, Zhang Hong remarked with some regret. At this moment, Feng Yixio, pale and devoid of spiritual power, smiled wryly. "This domineering golden thunder is indeed difficult to tame. I'll call this state the frenzied thunder mode. Although it provides explosive power in a short time, the drawbacks are obvious. This thunder is too wild. If the battle isn't concluded within those 5 minutes, it could mean death. It's baffling how your Jade Lin snake resonated with the frenzied electric Tyrannosaurus, a king among subdragon species," Dongfang Xiama said seriously. Zhang Heng agreed. "I find it incredible too. Logically, the Jade Lin snake, being a snake species, should resonate with a thunder-type snake. This is the first time I've seen such a phenomenon. It's nothing short of a miracle. Let's head back. I'm out of spiritual power, and I'm not sure if those subdragon species beasts will suddenly attack us. We should hurry back," Feng Yixio suggested with a wry smile. The surrounding subdragon species beasts were intimidated by the dragon's might emitted by the Jade Lin snake and dared not advance. However, with the Jade Lin snake back in the Demon Spirit Codex and Feng Yixio's spiritual power depleted, these beasts might launch a counterattack. Zhang Hong and Dongfang Xiama both nodded firmly. However, Dongfang Xiama didn't hesitate and walked alone towards the camp of the Quang Tai hunting group. "Dongfang Xiama," Feng Yixio called out as he watched her retreating figure, "can't you see we're all exhausted? Can't you lend a hand? I'm tired too. You guys can help each other back?" Dongfang Xiama continued on her way without turning back, bouncing along with no intention of helping. Feng Yixio and Zhang Hong exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile wryly. "No wonder she's the eldest daughter of the Dongfang family. Her temper is definitely unique," Feng Yixio remarked. "Let's just support each other back." Before heading back, Feng Yixio didn't forget to retrieve the magical beast core from the Quangdian Tyrannosaurus. This top-grade core was a captivating golden color, occasionally flashing with golden lightning. His hunt for the Quangdian Tyrannosaurus was not just for the magic spirit card, but also for this precious core. Having reached the level of a level 4 battle spirit master, he could finally evolve the Yulin snake into a mature battle spirit. With this disaster-level thunder-type subdragon beast core, the remaining materials could be prepared by Shan Qingzi. Due to the injuries sustained by nearly everyone in the group, the return journey took several hours. However, upon reaching the camp, they were all shocked by the scene before them. The entire camp was in chaos, with the remaining members sprawled across the ground, groaning in pain. Zhang Hong immediately rushed to an injured guard and helped him up. "Brother, what happened?" "Leader," the guard said, his face filled with grief. "Shortly after you left, the evil spirit hunting group launched a surprise attack. They looted the entire camp. Even the vault where the magic spirit cards were stored was ransacked." "Damn it!" Zhang Heng's eyes burned with anger as he roared. "They attacked while our best were away. I will definitely avenge this." "I'm sorry, leader," the guard said in a low voice, filled with guilt. "We couldn't defend the vault." Zhang Heng gently helped the injured guard up and said softly, "It's not your fault. You all did well. We can get more magic spirit cards, but your safety is what matters most." Leader. The surrounding members, their eyes brimming with tears, silently vowed at that moment. They would follow this righteous leader to the end. Brothers, this time we've been ambushed by the evil spirit hunting group, and we cannot let this go. Once we've recovered, let's show them the strength of the Quang Tai hunting group. Zhang Hong stood up, his gaze sweeping resolutely over all the members, and declared loudly, "Yes, let's show them our might." In an instant, the members of the Quang Tai hunting group responded enthusiastically, vowing revenge. "Captain Zhang, is it always this cutthroat between hunting groups?" Feng Yixio asked curiously. He noticed that the competition between hunting groups seemed more daunting than the threat posed by the magical beasts. The beasts had limited intelligence and rarely fought in groups, but the scheming among humans was much more complex. "Ah, you wouldn't know, brother. The Wildlands isolation zone is nothing like civilized cities. Here, it's survival of the fittest." Zhang Heng sighed deeply, his tone tinged with helplessness. "This isn't the first time we've been ambushed. I suspect the greedy wolf hunting group deliberately leaked information, giving them an opportunity." Feng Yixio fell into contemplation and asked lightly, "Doesn't the Alliance intervene in these matters?" The Alliance doesn't get involved. In the Wildlands isolation zone, there are no legal constraints. It's all about primal plunder and slaughter. As long as you have the strength, you can do as you please, and the Alliance tacitly approves of it, Zhang Heng explained earnestly. "Oh, the Alliance actually condones such things?" Feng Yixio asked, somewhat surprised and puzzled. "You see, with magical beasts rampant here, it's tough to survive without some fierceness. The rules of the civilized world don't apply here. To awaken as a source warrior, one must endure life and death trials. It's understandable that the Alliance doesn't interfere with the Wildlands isolation zone, as the goal is to let the strongest emerge," Zhang Heng said patiently. Feng Yixio nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination, and said loudly, "I have a bold idea." "Oh, what's this bold idea?" Zhang Heng asked curiously. "We could annex all the hunting groups in the second isolation zone and become the sole ruler." Feng Yixio's eyes glinted with excitement as he spoke loudly. "Is that even possible?" Zhang Heng asked gravely, feeling a bit uncertain. "Why wouldn't it be? Hunting groups are formed for alliance currency. As long as we offer attractive purchase policies, I can't believe they won't be tempted," Feng Yixio said with a smile. "What if someone is stubborn and refuses?" Zhang Heng asked. "Then we fight. Fight until they submit," Feng Yixio said confidently, smiling resolutely. "All right, let's do something big, just the two of us." Zhang Heng's eyes showed a fiery passion as he spoke excitedly. Feng Yixio glanced at Dongfang Xiaomei, who looked bewildered, and said lightly, "Join us? If you do, what's in it for me, the young lady?" Dongfang Xiaomei looked at them with stars in her eyes, full of anticipation. "Is a platinum-level magic spirit card enough?" Feng Yixio asked with a slight smile. "Deal. Shall we set off now?" Dongfang Xiama asked excitedly, almost jumping with anticipation. "Don't rush. Can't you see that almost everyone in our hunting group is injured? We should at least wait until everyone recovers before we go," Feng Yixio replied calmly. "All right then," Dongfang Xiama murmured, then continued, "But Feng Yixio, you're just a level 4 first-rank battle spirit master. Where did you get a platinum-level magic spirit card? You're not teasing me, are you?" Captain Zhang Hong was also skeptical. "Yeah, a platinum-level magic spirit card is no joke. You didn't go to challenge a calamity-level monster, did you? If that's the case, don't do anything reckless. I don't need the magic spirit card that badly. I still need you to help me find Brother Han Xiao." Dongfang Xiama quickly waved her hand, speaking in a clear voice. "You're overthinking it. The 5 gold-level magic spirit cards I promised Captain Zhang, and your platinum-level card, Dongfang Xiama, I'll give them to you tomorrow. Just wait," Feng Yixio assured confidently. "All right, as long as you don't do anything reckless like challenging a calamity-level monster, I don't mind not getting those 5 gold-level magic spirit cards," Zhang Heng said with a light smile. Seeing their disbelief, Feng Yixio shook his head and asked, "Do you have any spare tents in the camp? It's getting late. We should rest." "Yes, we do." Zhang Heng nodded and personally escorted Feng Yixio to an undamaged tent, saying, "These 2 tents are for VIP guests. You can each have one." Feng Yixio expressed his gratitude with a salute, and Dongfang Xiama also thanked him before heading to her tent. "The hunting group is in chaos right now. There are some things I need to handle. You two should rest," Captain Zhang Heng said before quickly leaving to attend to numerous matters. Back in his tent, Feng Yixio suddenly remembered he hadn't asked Dongfang Xiama what kind of magic spirit card she needed. He shouted, "Dongfang Xiama, what kind of magic spirit card do you want?" Their tents were close, so Feng Yixio didn't bother going out to ask. "A flying type, preferably dark element." Dongfang Xiama's voice came through. "A flying dark element magic spirit card? This one should do." Feng Yixio immediately selected a bronze-level magic spirit card. He opened the card fusion interface, placing this card in the main slot and another irrelevant card in the secondary slot. This was Feng Yixio's first time upgrading a platinum-level magic spirit card since becoming a level 4 battle spirit master, and it was quite challenging. After more than 2 hours of effort, Feng Yixio finally upgraded the card to a platinum-level magic spirit card. Phew, finally done. The Nether Griffin King Darkwing, Feng Yixio said excitedly, wiping the sweat from his face. The Darkwing was entirely black, without a physical form, but it had a pair of massive black wings formed from nether energy. Overall, it paired well with his evil eye Nether Tiger, so Feng Yixio put it away. I should evolve my White Knight Griffin Whitewing too. I can use platinum-level magic spirit cards now, Feng Yixio muttered to himself. With that, he took out his gold-level magic spirit card, White Knight Griffin Whitewing. After 2 hours of hard work, the White Knight Griffin successfully evolved into the White Knight Griffin King Whitewing. Feng Yixio carefully placed the platinum-grade magic spirit card into the magic spirit compendium for safekeeping. This was his first platinum-grade magic spirit card, and although he couldn't absorb it, he needed it for aerial combat capabilities in the short term. As he relaxed and lay down, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. By the next day at dusk, most members of the Wild Iron Hunting Group had recovered from their injuries. Inside the central tent, Zhang Hong and others gathered around a large map for a strategy meeting. The map marked the base of the Evil Spirit Hunting Group, which was situated in a rugged terrain, easy to defend and hard to attack. Having had several conflicts, both groups were familiar with each other's bases. Zhang Hong pointed to a red-marked spot on the map and said seriously, "The terrain here is indeed treacherous. It's best not to send a large force. A small elite team would be less likely to be detected." Feng Yixio nodded in agreement, saying, "Captain Zhang is right. In fact, the Evil Spirit Hunting Group is somewhat inferior to us in strength, but their base's geographical advantage and tight defenses have been a challenge for us." He continued, "According to the information you provided, their main reliance is on the omnipresent traps and the fortress gate that's hard to breach. The rest is not too difficult." Zhang Heng frowned and said, "Traps and a fortress? That's not a problem. I can handle the traps, and Xiaomo can break through the gate, right?" Feng Yixio pondered for a moment, and then responded with a smile. Zhang Heng suddenly realized, "Oh right, your Overlord armament is the bane of traps, and the Shadow Assault armament can launch a surprise attack to open the gate. It will be like catching fish in a barrel." Dongfang Xiaomo smiled and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's head out." Feng Yixio, smiling, took out a platinum-grade magic spirit card and handed it to Dongfang Xiaomo, saying softly, "This is the platinum-grade flying magic spirit card I promised you. The Netherwing Griffin King Ming-Yi. It should suit you well. You really have a platinum-grade magic spirit card. I was just joking before." Dongfang Xiaomo said, surprised. "Oh, if you don't want it, I'll just keep it," Feng Yixio replied, pretending to take the card back, only for Dongfang Xiaomo to snatch it quickly. "Hee, it's your kind gesture, and it would be rude not to accept it," Dongfang Xiaomo said cheerfully, admiring the card. "You've been with us all this time, and I haven't seen you hunting any magical beasts. Where did you get this card? That's not for you to worry about. After all, I am the behind-the-scenes owner of the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce. I have my ways," Feng Yixio replied with a mysterious smile, not giving a direct answer. Dongfang Xiaomo sensibly dropped the subject, knowing everyone has their secrets. "Captain Zhang, I felt bad last time when we almost got wiped out while taking down the Thunder Tyrant Dragon. Forget about 5 gold-grade magic spirit cards. Just take 1 platinum-grade card," Feng Yixio said seriously, pulling out another platinum-grade magic spirit card. "The Flame Lord Flame? This is a rare platinum-grade magic spirit card. Are you really giving it to me?" Zhang Heng asked, astonished, as he looked at the card. Feng Yixio was well aware of the value of this rare platinum-level magic spirit card. It was even more precious than 5 rare gold-level ones. Without hesitation, he handed the card over and said with a smile, "Of course it's for you. We're brothers now, no need to be formal with me." Seeing Feng Yixio's sincere attitude, Zhang Heng accepted the rare platinum-level magic spirit card. This Flame Lord card not only had a rare platinum-level enchantment, but its range and elemental bonuses far exceeded those of his current platinum-level cards. "It's late, we can move now," Captain Zhang Heng said in a deep voice as he rolled up the large map on the table. The night was indeed more suitable for concealing their movements, making it easier to launch a surprise attack on the Evil Spirit Hunting Group than during the day. "This time, we'll employ an elite strategy. Only a few chosen captains will accompany me, while everyone else remains at the base camp." Captain Zhang Heng raised his voice. "I don't want to see the previous tragedy happen again. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir." The assembled team members responded in unison. "Let's go." Zhang Heng led the charge out of the tent, immediately summoning a fiery lion and throwing out a gold-level magic spirit card. Intense flames formed wings on either side of the lion, radiating waves of heat. He leaped onto the lion's back, followed closely by team members without flying magic spirit cards. Feng Yixio quickly summoned 2 magic spirit cards, calling forth a massive 30-meter-long jade-scaled serpent. The platinum-level wings on its back were far more impressive than the gold-level ones, with each feather resembling white jade and gleaming with a sharp, cold light. The serpent's commanding presence caused the surrounding mature battle spirits to instinctively back away, giving it space. Just as Feng Yixio was about to take off, he noticed Dongfang Xiama still standing there. Xiama, why aren't you summoning your battle spirit? I don't have a flying magic spirit card. Dongfang Xiama replied softly. Feng Yixio looked puzzled. Didn't I just give you a platinum-level flying magic spirit card? Dongfang Xiama rolled her eyes and replied, do you think everyone is like you, able to use a platinum-level card as a level 4 battle spirit master? Oh right. Feng Yixio suddenly realized and couldn't help but tease. You wanted a platinum-level card so badly, and now you can't use it. Serves you right. Mind your own business. Dongfang Xiama huffed, crossing her arms and stomping her foot. Fine, I'm leaving then. Feng Yixio pretended to fly off. You're really going to leave? Take me with you. Dongfang Xiama quickly called after him. Feng Yixio shook his head with a sigh and pulled Dongfang Xiama onto the jade-scaled serpent, saying lightly, in some ways, you and Han Xiao really do make a good pair. Dongfang Xiame sat cross-legged, a look of confusion on her face and asked, Han Zhao's battle spirit can't fly. How can you two be a good match? Feng Yixio chuckled and replied, oh, what's his battle spirit? It can't fly? When Dongfang Xiame mentioned Han Xiao, her eyes sparkled. His battle spirit is a heavy Xian Shui turtle, Feng Yixio explained. Xian Shui turtle? I've never heard of such a battle spirit. Is it a water type? Dongfang Xiame was even more puzzled. Feng Yixio continued, generally speaking, it's a water type, a perfect grade battle spirit with dual attributes of water and earth, and it has incredibly strong defense. A perfect grade battle spirit with dual attributes of water and earth? Really? Is Han Gige's battle spirit that powerful? Dongfang Xiame exclaimed in disbelief. She knew Han Zhao's talent well. If not for his lack of talent, his family wouldn't have turned their backs on him. Now, hearing that Han Xiao possessed such a rare dual attribute perfect grade battle spirit, she was shocked, as if a friend she thought was academically challenged had suddenly gotten into a prestigious university. Of course, it's true. I even wrote his battle spirit's evolution plan myself. I told you, we're very close brothers, Feng Yixio said casually. You're boasting. You're so young, and you wrote an evolution plan yourself? Why don't you just say you're a spirit researcher? Dongfang Xiame scoffed, thinking Feng Yixio was exaggerating. Feng Yixio didn't argue. Instead, he pulled a badge from his pocket and tossed it to Dongfang Xiame. Her impression of a spirit researcher from the Lin department was that of an old scholar, and the young and carefree Feng Yixio didn't fit that image at all. In terms of spirit research, there's no one I fear. Not to mention, your Xia Mao Ming who also has the potential to become a supreme spirit. Feng Yixio said nonchalantly. Oh, you seem to know what you're talking about. So tell me, what is the name of my supreme spirit? Dongfang Xiame decided to test him. Feng Yixio smiled slightly and whispered softly in her ear, causing Dongfang Xiame's eyes to light up. The resources available to the 4 great families were unimaginable to ordinary people, including the evolution paths of supreme spirits. These evolution routes were top secret, and even the Lin department of the Battle Spirit Alliance wouldn't disclose them to anyone. However, Feng Yixio accurately stated the final evolution path of her battle spirit to a supreme spirit, which couldn't be dismissed as mere luck. Wow, you really guessed it right? Dongfang Xiame exclaimed in surprise. Guess? I have an eye for these things. If you need an evolution plan in the future, you can come to me. I'll provide a full service package that will leave you satisfied, Feng Yixio assured her confidently, patting his chest. All right then, I'll leave my Xiao He in your hands in the future, Dongfang Xiame said with a beaming smile. Sure, keep quiet. We're about to enter the territory of the evil spirit hunting group. Everyone, get down and walk. Commander Zhang Hong suddenly ordered, diving towards the ground. Seeing the situation, Feng Yixio immediately descended to the ground, and the group landed steadily amidst the forest. The atmosphere around them was eerily strange, with the occasional wailing of magical beasts trapped in various snares. Zhang Hong, the group leader, noticed the lookout tower of the evil spirit hunting group in the distance and quietly said, let's not alert them. Since they were planning a surprise attack, it was crucial not to be detected, or their assault would become increasingly difficult. It seems there are traps everywhere here. Captain Zhang, what should we do next? Asked Dongfang Xiama. Zhang Hong glanced at Feng Yixio and smiled. It's time for President Feng to show his skills. Feng Yixio quickly caught on and boldly declared, these are just some lousy traps. Watch me roll right over them. With that, he flung out 3 magic spirit cards, and in an instant, The Jade Lin snake transformed into a Titan war chariot in its overlord form, swiftly moving through the forest. Traps like beast snares, electric nets, giant clamps, and pitfalls were everywhere, but none could stop the Titan war chariot in its overlord form. All the traps were flung aside by the impact of golden thunder, and even when caught in a pitfall, the Titan war chariot easily rolled out, unstoppable. Feng Yixio and the others followed closely, passing through the traps without a care. This overlord armor is really useful, Dongfang Xiama said enviously. Feng Yixio touched his nose and replied with a cheeky grin. Of course, if the magic spirit cards we worked so hard to get weren't useful, I'd have to find a tofu block to bash my head against. 10 minutes later, the group finally emerged from the dense forest, free of traps, and Feng Yixio immediately retracted the Titan war chariot. At this point, the gate of the evil spirit hunting group was tightly shut, but there were faint sounds of revelry inside, as if they were celebrating with drinks. Although the lookout tower was still patrolling, and the fortress gate was equipped with various advanced weapons, constantly on alert. With all that noise, are they having a party? Feng Yixio's expression was somewhat peculiar. Damn it, they stole hundreds of our magic spirit cards. Of course they're happy, Zhang Heng said through gritted teeth. Why don't we wait until they're almost drunk before we strike? There's no rush, Dongfang Xiama suggested. The group nodded in agreement and quietly hid in the cover of night. Indeed, the evil spirit hunting group was having a wild party. Ha ha ha, we looted the Quang Tai hunting group this time. What a great haul. Brothers, eat and drink well. A burly man, clearly inebriated, raised a bowl of white wine and said heartily, Thank you, Captain. Let's all toast to the captain. A person who looked like a team leader respectfully raised a full bowl of white wine, saluting the burly man. Come on, brothers, drink. The burly captain downed the entire bowl in one gulp, and then had a servant fill another large bowl, raising it once more. A man in a black robe, wearing glasses, approached the leader, Lin Yi, with a sullen expression and said coldly, Captain Lin, have you heard that not only did the Quang Tai hunting group survive the attack by the Tan Lang hunting group, but they also wiped them out? Aren't you afraid they'll come for us next? Afraid? Lin Yi shook his head, a smirk of disdain on his lips. I don't know the meaning of fear. He hiccuped, then continued, besides, our evil spirit hunting group is known for being an impregnable fortress. The area is full of traps, and the stronghold is hard to breach. You're worrying too much, strategist. However, the man referred to as the strategist was relentless. Captain Lin pressed him down and, in a drunken slur, addressed everyone. Isn't the strategist just worrying for nothing? Our evil spirit hunting group is as solid as a rock. Even if I gave the Quang Tai hunting group 100 guts, they wouldn't dare attack us. Am I right, brothers? Immediately, many of the captains stood up and echoed, Yeah, strategist, you're definitely overthinking this. Our evil spirit hunting group is famous for being easy to defend and hard to attack. There's nothing to worry about. Besides, we've added so many traps this time. If they come, they're just walking into a trap. Exactly. I'm just afraid they won't dare come. If they do, we'll catch them all. At this, all the members of the evil spirit hunting group laughed, not taking the Quang Tai hunting group seriously at all. You see, it's not just me who thinks this way. All our brothers think the same. So don't spoil the fun, strategist. Captain Lin shot a glance at the strategist, speaking coldly. Fine, do as you wish. Just don't blame me if something goes wrong later. The strategist huffed and returned to his tent. Ugh, what a killjoy. Brothers, come on, let's drink until we drop tonight. Captain Lin raised his glass again, and everyone cheered in unison. All right, let's drink until we drop tonight. Nearly all the captains raised their glasses, toasting Captain Lin. Half an hour later, the noise within the evil spirit hunting group grew faint as they all got drunk. They should all be drunk by now. We can make our move. Zhang Heng listened carefully for a moment and said seriously. Feng Yixio nodded and turned to Dongfang Xiama, smiling. Xiama, it's your time to shine. All right, watch me perform. Dongfang Xiama immediately summoned his battle spirit and threw out 2 bronze-level magic spirit cards, the Death Wolf King Death Spirit. This enchanted card can enhance the battle spirit's elemental power, thereby increasing the power of its skills. He then tossed out a gold-level magic spirit card, Shadow Assault Leopard King Shadow Assault. It was already deep into the night, with silence enveloping everything. This meant the Shadow Assault state of the evil-eyed Nether Tiger could infiltrate anywhere within the magic spirit card's range. The maximum range of Shadow Assault is any shadow within 100 meters, perfect for sneaking into the evil spirit hunting group's stronghold. A dark vortex slowly appeared beneath the evil-eyed Nether Tiger, and quietly, this vortex appeared inside the gate of the evil spirit hunting group's fortress. Who's there? The 2 guards at the gate seemed to hear a beast's growl and instinctively cried out in alarm. Shadow Strike. Dongfang Xiama swiftly gave the command. and two ghostly slashes filled with deathly energy sliced through the throats of two people like lightning, leaving them no time to even utter a sound before they fell. The evil-eyed nether tiger silently moved to the switch controlling the fortress guards, forcefully flipping it to the other side. Boom. A heavy rumbling echoed as the massive gate of the fortress slowly opened. The energy shield covering the entire hunting group began to dissipate, and all automated weapons lowered, losing their aggression. We did it. Fantastic. Feng Yixio exclaimed excitedly upon seeing this. Now it's our turn to take action. Remember, capture the leader first. Once we take down their captain, the rest of the members won't be a problem. Zhang Heng instructed, then summoned his own battle spirit. No problem, that captain named Linny is mine. Feng Yixio replied confidently. They had come well prepared, including knowing the appearances of the main members of the evil spirit hunting group. Immediately, Feng Yixio summoned his battle spirit, mounted the Jade Lin snake, and flew straight to the center of the evil spirit hunting group. Zhang Heng watched Feng Yixio's back and sighed helplessly. Young people these days are really fearless. He summoned his own spirit weapon and pointed it toward the entrance of the evil spirit hunting group. Charge! Make them pay in blood. All members of the Iron Fury hunting group, energized as if on a high, rushed toward the evil spirit hunting group with all their might. However, just before they charged in, a series of explosive booms erupted from the entire evil spirit hunting group camp. Overlord Meteor Shower. In the pitch-black night, the Jade Lin snake glowed with golden light, surrounded by a halo of 7 colors. The golden Overlord Meteor Shower descended like falling stars from the sky, exceptionally magnificent. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another, and many lost their lives before they even sobered up from their drinking. Inside the central tent, Captain Lin was awakened by the loud noise and opened his eyes in confusion. At that moment, a member tumbled in, panicking. This is bad. Captain, someone has broken in. Who broke in? How many are there? Captain Lin asked, bewildered. So far, just a white snake and a black tiger, the member replied frantically. Captain Lin's face darkened, and he kicked the person away in anger. Do you take me for a fool? It feels like an earthquake outside, and you tell me it's just 2 battle spirits? Do you want me to smack you? I'm innocent. It really is a white snake and a black tiger. The white snake is the Jade Lin snake. I don't recognize the black tiger, the member hurriedly explained. The more you talk, the more ridiculous it sounds. You dare mention the Jade Lin snake? Do you think I'm so drunk that I'd believe anything? Captain Lin grew increasingly furious. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden titan overlord hammer crashed into the central tent, creating a massive hole. Captain Lin looked at the several meter-tall golden meteor-like object, then glanced up through the hole to see the enormous Jade Lin snake glowing in the sky, leaving him utterly stunned. Oh my goodness. It really is the Jade Lin snake? Captain Lin sat down on the ground, his sobriety returning rapidly. I warned you long ago that the Iron Fury hunting group might seek revenge. Now do you see? A cold voice came from outside the tent, and the strategist with a frosty expression walked right in. The Iron Fury hunting group? Since when did they become so formidable? You must be mistaken. Captain Lin slowly got up from the ground, his face still showing signs of shock. Mistaken? Zhang Heng, the leader of the Iron Fury hunting group, has already broken in. The strategist snorted, anger boiling over. What? Zhang Heng is here too? What should we do? Captain Lin's face turned tense. There's only one option. Hand over all the magic spirit cards and materials from the treasury to them, and hope they spare us, the strategist said, frowning, his tone calm. No way. Why should I give them the magic spirit cards I worked so hard to acquire? I'd rather fight to the death. Captain Lin replied without hesitation. Fine, do as you please. Just don't blame me if it costs you your life. The strategist flicked his sleeve and stood coldly aside. Ha ha ha. Captain Lin, long time no see. Suddenly, a hearty laugh broke the tense atmosphere as Zhang Heng entered, carrying a flaming greatsword. Behind him followed Feng Yixio, Dongfang Xiaomao, and others, exuding an imposing presence. At that moment, battle spirits like the Fiery Lion and Jade Lin Snake were outside fending off the entire evil spirit hunting group. They decided to take out the captain first, knowing well that capturing the leader would ensure victory. Once Lin Yi is gone, the group would lose their will to fight. Zhang Heng, how did you manage to get in here? Captain Lin glared, his voice filled with anger. Did you really think your evil spirit hunting group was impregnable? Prepare to die. Zhang Heng shouted, pointing his greatsword at him. You think I'm easy to bully? Don't assume bringing in a couple of rookies will do you any good. Let me show you my strength. Lin Yi roared, summoning a massive black warhorse over 2 meters tall. In Feng Yixio's mind, the attributes of this battle spirit quickly surfaced. Evil Spirit Warhorse, Dark-type Battle Spirit, Level 5 Stage 4, with perfect skills like Night Assault, Undead Impact, Shadow of the Undead, and war stomp. Lin Yi conjured his spirit weapon, a tunter-long black greatsword named Soul Bone Blade. He mounted the evil spirit warhorse, exuding an impressive and formidable aura. Take this. Lin Yi charged at Zhang Heng, dragging the Soul Bone Blade along the ground, sparks flying as he aimed to strike. So fast. Zhang Heng was shocked, quickly summoning his spirit weapon, the fiery blade. Wrapped in blazing flames, it clashed with the Soul Bone Blade. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was deafening, as thick black smoke and searing flames intertwined, trying to consume each other. Zhang Heng was sent flying by the blow, and Feng Yixio hurriedly caught him, noticing Zhang Heng's hands trembling slightly, clearly struggling. Ha ha ha, Captain Zhang, it's been a while, and it seems you haven't improved much. Lin Yi laughed triumphantly. Humph, you're just a cornered beast. Today, you will die. Zhang Heng declared, steadying his greatsword before him. I'll take you all down with me if I must. Lin Yi roared, charging at Zhang Heng again, his form suddenly becoming elusive. In just a few breaths, a whole line of evil spirit warhorses surged forward like a tidal wave, a magnificent display of force. Watch out, that's the war spirit skill of the evil spirit warhorse, Shadow of the Undead. Feng Yixio urgently warned. The group quickly huddled together as the heavy sound of hooves echoed around them, sending chills down their spines. A circle of warhorses exuding a deathly aura slowly surrounded them, continuously circling. Although everyone knew only one of these apparitions was the real one, they couldn't discern which was the true target. Take this. Thousand Phantom Evil Slash. With a layered voice, dark slashes attacked from all directions. The group swung their weapons to defend, most strikes hitting empty air. Only Feng Yixio's thunder spear shattered, a black blade grazing his cheek. Despite the danger, Feng Yixio swiftly reacted, summoning back the two Jade Lin snakes from the sky. Dongfang Xiaoma wasn't to be outdone, calling back the evil-eyed nether tiger to the battlefield, which immediately put immense pressure on Lin Yi. Feng Yixio's lips curled into a smile. Xiabela. Used Titan Meteor Shower. Xiabela's tail formed a Titan hammer, initiating the Overlord armament. Lin Yi instinctively looked up, recalling previous events, breaking into a cold sweat as his movements slowed. It seems you're afraid of death after all. Come down. Furious Thunder Golden Spear. Feng Yixio seized the fleeting moment of vulnerability, launching the golden spear that became a streak of light. With a sharp clang followed by a massive explosion, Commander Lin was blasted off his horse, crashing heavily to the ground. He quickly got up, attempting to flee to his war spirit, but Dongfang Xiaoma was ready. Nether grasp. From the ground emerged enormous spectral bone claws, gripping Lin Yi's waist tightly. He struggled to cut the claws with his soul bone blade, but met the death stare of the evil-eyed nether tiger, instantly overwhelmed by fear. In just 3 seconds, as Lin Yi snapped out of terror, Zhang Heng's flowing fire slash was upon him. The scorching flame blade cut through him, consuming his body in flames. In a mix of regret and unwillingness, Lin Yi turned to ash, his spirit weapon crumbling into dust. The towering evil spirit warhorse and the demon spirit codex vanished into the air. Zhang Heng turned to the black-robed man who had been watching silently, and calmly said, Advisor Sifan, I trust you're a smart man. Sifan helplessly adjusted his glasses and slowly raised his hands, a relaxed expression on his face. Ah, I knew this would be the outcome. I just didn't expect you to win so easily. His gaze lingered on Feng Yixio and Dongfang Xiaoma for a while, as if contemplating something. Oh, did you know we were coming? Then why didn't you prepare in advance? Feng Yixio asked with a frown. I warned that fool long ago, but he was too arrogant, so he got what he deserved. Sifan said with a slight smile, speaking nonchalantly. Since you're the strategist of the evil spirit hunting group, why can't I sense any spiritual power from you? Feng Yixio asked curiously. Zhang Heng explained with a smile. Sifan, the strategist of the evil spirit hunting group, is a renowned strategic and mechanical genius. But he lacks the bloodline of a battle spirit and cannot practice cultivation. No battle spirit bloodline? That's interesting. Feng Yixio found himself admiring the man. A regular person thriving in such a brutal place as the wild isolation zone was truly impressive. But you're our enemy. Aren't you afraid we'll kill you? Zhang Heng threatened, pressing a large blade against Sifan's neck. Sifan chuckled softly, adjusted his glasses, and confidently replied, You're all smart people. You won't do that. I can be of great help to you. Like what? Feng Yixio asked with a smile. For instance, creating trap defense zones, building protection systems, devising strategic plans, or even unifying the second isolation zone. Sifan's eyes shone with calm confidence and a hint of cunning. This was indeed tempting, but Feng Yixio remained cautious. How do I know you won't betray us? Feng Yixio slowly released his killing intent, locking eyes with Sifan. He saw incredible ambition and extraordinary intelligence in Sifan's gaze. Despite the cold sweat on Sifan's forehead, he remained calm, saying coldly, "Only the weak fear betrayal, and I don't think you are one." "What makes you say that?" Feng Yishio asked again. "Your eyes," Sifan replied plainly. Feng Yishio smiled slightly, patting Zhang Heng's arm. "Captain Zhang, let's not kill this guy. Let him be your strategist." Zhang Heng immediately withdrew the weapon from Sifan's neck and said indifferently, "Since President Feng has spoken, I'll let you be the strategist for the Wild Iron Hunting Group. Will you join us?" "Why not?" Sifan shrugged and replied coldly. Feng Yishio followed Zhang Heng out of the central tent. Outside, the fiery lion was still fiercely fighting, and the other elite members were struggling to hold back the evil spirit hunting group. "The leader of the evil spirit hunting group is dead. Surrender, and you will not be harmed." Zhang Heng's voice boomed like a war drum. At once, all the struggling members of the evil spirit hunting group looked confusedly at Sifan, the strategist, standing beside Feng Yishio. Sifan immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Linny is dead. Surrender and join the Wild Iron Hunting Group or die." Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, all the members of the evil spirit hunting group dropped their weapons, creating a crisp sound. The skull banner of the evil spirit hunting group was swiftly replaced by the banner of the Iron Fury hunting group, flying high above the camp. This moment marked the complete submission of the evil spirit hunting group to the rule of the Iron Fury hunting group. Zhang Heng spent an entire week transforming the chaotic evil spirit hunting group into a well-organized new camp. The location's natural defensive advantage convinced him to establish it as the main base of the Iron Fury hunting group, and he summoned all elite members to station there. Standing atop the watchtower, Zhang Heng lit a cigarette and surveyed the area with satisfaction. The steep terrain provided the fortress with a natural defensive edge, forcing attackers to breach through the central gate. The array of defensive weapons surrounding the fortress made it nearly impregnable. "This is my meticulously designed defense system. If it weren't for that young girl disabling the defenses, you wouldn't have breached it so easily," Sifan said with a hint of pride as he approached. "Aren't you supposed to be in a strategy meeting? What brings you here?" Zhang Heng asked with a smile. Over time, Zhang Heng had grown to admire Sifan for his strategic brilliance, despite his lack of combat ability. "President Feng sent me to call you back for the meeting," Sifan replied with a smirk. "You guys handle those complex strategy meetings. They make my head spin." Zhang Heng waved off the suggestion. Sifan shrugged, openly mocking. "I already told President Feng that you wouldn't understand, but he insisted I fetch you. What a waste of time." With that, he turned and headed towards the main base. "Who's the brute here? I just choose not to listen," Zhang Heng called after him, quickly following. Sifan, seeing Zhang Heng's reaction, grinned triumphantly and quickened his pace. When the two arrived at the central tent, Feng Yishio, Dongfang Xiama, and several key members of the Iron Fury hunting group were already waiting. Feng Yishio greeted them with a smile. "Captain Zhang, strategist Sifan, we've been waiting for you. I just stepped out for a smoke break. With President Feng here, what do I have to worry about?" Zhang Heng laughed as he explained. Feng Yishio guided Zhang Heng to the main seat and took a seat next to him. Sifan moved to the center, picked up a strategic pointer, and indicated a marked spot on the map. "This wild hunting group is the closest force to us. They have a reputation for preying on isolated card hunters. They are our next target." "The wild hunt? This hunting group is quite a formidable opponent." Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, filled with concern. "We can't attack Eden. Instead, we should use a surprise attack strategy. After conducting precise battle simulations, I've concluded that if we give it our all, our chances of victory are as high as 89, and the casualty rate can be kept around 3. It's worth a try." Sifan adjusted his glasses and distributed the strategic analysis to everyone present. Feng Yishio took the strategic analysis, and a thought flashed through his mind. "What on earth is this?" The paper was filled with dense mathematical symbols that made his head spin. Various attack methods and their probabilities of success were listed with precision. Even natural factors like the weather were considered, making it foolproof. Fortunately, Feng Yishio understood the final conclusion and said calmly, "Not bad. Let's go with the best plan 3 and set out today." However, Zhang Heng was utterly confused and slapped the table, saying, "Is this meant for people to understand? I suspect you're just trying to confuse us." Sifan smiled slightly, adjusted his glasses, and said coolly, "Please don't use your ordinary wisdom to question me. It's just a battle, isn't it? I've been on the battlefield for over a decade, and it wasn't through calculations." Zhang Heng responded arrogantly, "I don't deny that you can win this war, but if we can win with minimal cost, why spend more? Isn't that foolish?" Sifan sneered and said coldly, I don't believe you. Prove that you're right if you can." "Oh, and how do you plan to prove it?" Sifan asked with interest. Zhang Heng suggested, "I'll fight a battle my way and see if you can predict the final outcome." Sifan confidently agreed. "All right, go ahead and fight your way. I'll deduce the outcome based on all the information you provide." All right, it's a deal. Zhang Heng slapped the table firmly and then waved his hand, leading all the key captains away. After a while, Zhang Heng led the team to attack the wild hunt, while Sifan simply inquired about the personnel Zhang Heng took and the route they were taking, then began his calculations on the computer. A series of characters flashed rapidly across his glasses, and in just 5 minutes, he stopped. Feng Yishuo asked, Sifan? Finished? Sifan nodded and wrote down a series of data on a piece of white paper. Feng Yishuo picked up the paper, which read, Result, conquest successful, deaths, 2, injuries, 7, return time, 2:08 p.m. Dongfang Xiaoma and Feng Yishuo exchanged looks, thinking to themselves, this is incredibly precise. As time ticked by, Feng Yishuo grew anxious, frequently checking his watch. Just as the time was about to reach 2:08 p.m., he instinctively looked towards the door. The hands of the clock reached the center, and a hearty laugh echoed in. Ha ha ha. Today's battle was truly exhilarating. Zhang Heng strutted in, beaming with delight, clearly having just experienced a victory. Feng Yishuo glanced at his watch, paused for a moment, then smiled and asked, Captain Zhang, you seem very pleased. Was it a smooth operation? Of course. We gave the Wild Hunt group a solid thrashing, completely taking over their hunting team. Their flag now flies under ours, Zhang Heng said, patting his chest with excitement. Indeed, a victory. Feng Yishuo looked at the results on the paper and continued to ask, how did our hunting team fare in terms of casualties? 7 injured, no fatalities, Zhang Heng replied. 7 injured? No fatalities. Feng Yishuo muttered to himself, contemplating. The paper predicted 3 pieces of information, 2 of which have already been fulfilled. Impressive indeed. Zhang Heng, noticing the information on the paper, couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Strategist Sifan, see? You were wrong this time. Sifan smiled slightly, without refuting. Just then, a team member burst in, loudly reporting, Captain, we've just discovered 2 team leaders were poisoned by the wild toxin, but fortunately, they were sent to the medical room in time and their lives were saved. What? Wild toxin? Zhang Heng was stunned, a look of horror on his face. This toxin is insidious, showing no initial symptoms, but once it takes effect, it acts quickly, claiming lives in an instant. Yes, luckily, someone insisted on sending them to the medical room. They said it was under strategist Sifan's orders. The team member glanced at strategist Sifan and said solemnly. Zhang Heng, as if struck by lightning, sat down and after a long moment, bowed to Sifan in apology. Strategist Sifan, I was wrong. If not for your foresight in sending them for treatment in advance, my 2 key officers might have perished. At this moment, Zhang Heng's admiration for strategist Sifan was boundless. Sifan waved his hand, saying calmly, Captain Zhang, there's no need for formalities. Since I've joined the Quang Tai hunting group, I'm a part of it. Let's not dwell on right or wrong. Feng Yishuo watched strategist Sifan for a long time, marveling at his near-mystical wisdom. To deduce so much from so little information with such accuracy was truly astonishing. Strategist Sifan's wisdom is truly eye-opening. With you and Captain Zhang, the unification of the second isolation zone seems inevitable. Feng Yishuo stood up, speaking loudly with a smile. Indeed, my previous attitude wasn't great. I hope you can forgive me, strategist. From now on, I'll strictly adhere to your plans. Zhang Heng, being a straightforward person, understood the advantages and pledged earnestly. After all, everyone desires such a teammate, bringing a sense of security to those in the perilous wilderness. Strategist Sifan adjusted his glasses and smiled. Since you agree to follow my plan, take this strategic plan back, study it, and tomorrow we'll begin the comprehensive conquest plan. He felt truly gratified to have found such a trusting group of friends. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Wherever he went before, he received some respect, but no one truly heeded the advice of an ordinary person. At most, they treated him as a tool for building defense systems. Now, he had genuinely become a part of the Quang Tai hunting group, feeling like he truly belonged. Feng Yishuo and the others took the thick stack of plans, seeing the papers densely covered with data analysis, information, and combat strategies, each aspect detailed to a frightening degree. The strategist suggested, there's really no need to conquer by force. After all, our ultimate goal is cooperation, to bring them under the Quang Tai hunting group. Feng Yishuo proposed thoughtfully. Sifan pondered for a moment and replied calmly, if we can avoid using force, it's certainly better. Conquering by force is always a last resort, but we must fight a few tough battles to set an example. So, based on your advice, which hunting groups should we target next? Feng Yishuo asked. Sifan pointed to the large map of the second isolation zone, marking several powerful and intimidating hunting groups with flags. All right, tomorrow we'll start with the nearest, the Hanyi hunting group. Zhang Heng said excitedly. By the way, President Feng, if we're talking about cooperation, What price can we offer to acquire magic spirit cards? Fan asked with a smile. My cooperation price with the Quang Tai hunting group is 60%. What do you think would be appropriate for other hunting groups? Feng Yixio responded seriously. It doesn't need to be much higher, just a bit above the market's 50%, 52% at most. Any higher and it would seem cheap. Fan considered for a moment and replied earnestly. All right, we'll go with the strategist's advice. For anyone who joins our hunting group, we can offer a purchasing price of 52%, which is already much higher than the market rate. Feng Yixio concluded. Let's rest well today. Tomorrow, we launch a blitz against the Hanyi hunting group. Fan adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with remarkable confidence. 2 months later, at the main base of the Quang Tai hunting group. Report to Captain Zhang. These are letters of surrender from the Lingfeng and Langba hunting groups, accepting our terms and becoming subgroups under Quang Tai. A person looking like a team leader rushed into the strategy tent, holding 2 sealed letters stamped with the hunting group's emblems. Zhang Heng took the letters, opened them, and immediately beamed with joy. Ha ha ha. The last 2 hunting groups have also sent their letters of surrender. I didn't expect us to unify the second isolation zone so quickly. It's a miracle. Zhang Heng laughed heartily, in high spirits. Fan remained expressionless, coolly stating, not bad. It's 2 days later than I expected. Feng Yixio contentedly placed the last 2 flags on the map. Looking at the map covered with Quang Tai flags, he felt a surge of pride. The conquest of the entire second isolation zone was an unprecedented achievement. Thanks to the efforts of the strategist and Captain Zhang, we couldn't have accomplished our goals so swiftly without them. Feng Yixio smiled and patted both on the shoulder, praising them. Zhang Heng, still smiling, took out a badge and handed it to Feng Yixio, saying loudly, surely you won't refuse the deputy captain's badge this time? Feng Yixio chuckled, but didn't immediately accept it. Instead, he asked, I've said I'm a student and can't stay here permanently. Do you still want to give me the deputy captain's position? Hey, brother, go wherever you want. This deputy captain's position is yours alone. If you want my captain's position, I could even give that to you. Zhang Heng laughed, pretending to take off his captain's badge from his chest. Feng Yixio stopped him and said with a smile, Captain Zhang, don't joke with me. I don't have time to be a captain. I need to hurry back to participate in the Central China League competition. Despite saying this, he accepted the deputy captain badge of the Quang Tai hunting group and gently placed it into his storage ring. All right then, brother, I won't force you. Just remember, whenever you want to come back, the Quang Tai hunting group will always be your second home. Zhang Heng patted Feng Yixio's shoulder earnestly. Hey Feng Yixio, we've been here for 2 months. When are you going to take me to see Brother Han Xiao? I'm getting really bored here. Dongfang Xiama grumbled, looking a bit dissatisfied. Soon. We're going to see Brother Han today. Feng Yixio replied with a smile. You always brush me off like this, Dongfang Xiama said, frustrated. This time it's for real. But I need to stop by the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce first, Feng Yixio said, glancing at Fan. Fan immediately understood Feng Yixio's intention and softly said, all right, I'll go with you to the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce to handle the cooperation agreements. This handover involved hundreds of hunting group cooperation agreements, which Feng Yixio didn't have the time or energy to manage. As the captain of the Quang Tai hunting group, Zhang Heng couldn't easily leave, and his careless nature made him unwilling to take on this responsibility. Therefore, this task naturally fell to the relatively free Fan. With a wave of his hand, Feng Yixio stored hundreds of cooperation agreements into an empty storage ring and handed it to Fan for safekeeping. It's better to start sooner rather than later. Let's set off today, Feng Yixio said solemnly. Do you need me to send someone to escort you out? Zhang Heng asked with some concern. No need, I'll just have Xiao Bai Lu take me out, Feng Yixio replied, waving his hand with a smile. Oh, by the way, I prepared the evolution materials you requested. There are 3 sets, and they're all the best quality, Zhang Heng suddenly remembered, instructing someone to bring the materials over. Thank you, Captain Zhang, Feng Yixio said as he stored the 3 sets of materials into his storage ring. These materials were top-tier magic beast cores and various elixirs that Feng Yixio specifically asked Zhang Heng to collect. One set was for himself, though he didn't ask Zhang Heng to gather magic beast cores since he already possessed the top-tier magic beast core of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon, which couldn't be surpassed. As for the other materials, they were configured according to the system's best evolution material setup, all top-notch. The other 2 sets of materials were prepared for Shinryu and Han Xiao. Shinryu would use the core of the top-tier fire-type magic beast, the Celestial Fire Griffin, with similarly top-tier materials. However, Han Xiao's evolution materials were the most troubling for Feng Yixio. His Xian Shui turtle required 2 magic beast cores, one from a top-tier earth-type turtle species and another from a top-tier water-type subdragon species. There's no need for thanks between us. Let me walk you out. With that, Zhang Heng accompanied Feng Yixio and the others to the hunting group's entrance. This is far enough, Captain Zhang. You all can head back now. Feng Yixio said with a smile. Zhang Heng showed a reluctant expression and said softly, if you ever encounter any trouble, remember to tell me. I'll be there whenever you need me. Feng Yixio was deeply touched as well. To avoid becoming too sentimental, he turned around and summoned his battle spirit. He tossed out 2 magic spirit cards, and then leaped onto his spirit. Dongfang Xiama and Sifan also took their places behind him. Commander Zhang, until we meet again, I hope by our next meeting, you'll have reached the 3rd quarantine zone. The great wings of the little white building flapped slowly as Feng Yixio and the others waved farewell to Commander Zhang on the ground. Over the past 3 months, they had been through so much, and their bonds had only grown stronger through each heart-stopping battle. Don't worry, brother. Next time, I'll definitely be in the 3rd quarantine zone. Commander Zhang waved back energetically, calling out in response. The speed of the Yulin snake increased, and Feng Yixio and the others soon vanished over the horizon. Feng Yixio successfully exited the wild isolation zone. To avoid drawing too much attention, he chose to travel by military helicopter. Dongfang Xiama and Sifan watched Feng Yixio with curiosity, deep in thought. Along the way, Feng Yixio faced almost no obstacles, not even needing to show a pass to move freely. When Captain Yang of the First Iron Wall saw Feng Yixio, he surprisingly addressed him as Sir, leaving the two puzzled. So, tell us, why do they all call you Sir? Dongfang Xiama asked seriously. Aren't you aware that I'm the Deputy Minister of the Lin Department? Plus, I'm also the captain of the first team of the Feng Department, with the rank of Colonel. Is it wrong for them to call me Sir? Feng Yixio casually replied, rubbing his nose. What? You're the captain of the Feng Department too? And a colonel? I wouldn't even dare to brag like that. Dongfang Xiama expressed, feeling a bit skeptical. Feng Yixio didn't bother to argue, responding calmly, believe it or not, there's no benefit for me in deceiving you. Sifan suddenly spoke coldly. Nothing surprises me about President Feng anymore. He must be telling the truth. After 2 months of being together, Sifan found it increasingly difficult to understand Feng Yixio. In every battle Feng Yixio participated in, Sifan's calculations were always off, unable to predict Feng Yixio's combat power or next move. Feng Yixio was like a big question mark, full of intrigue, and over time, Sifan had grown accustomed to it. Hee. Looks like the strategist has good judgment. Xiama, you should learn a thing or two. Feng Yixio glanced at Dongfang Xiama, speaking nonchalantly. I didn't expect you to learn how to flatter, Sifan. Truly, one becomes like those they associate with. Dongfang Xiama pouted, expressing her annoyance. The helicopter dropped Feng Yixio and his companions at the Qingfeng Commerce Guild before flying off. The guild had more than doubled in size compared to 2 months ago, with an increasing number of customers. As soon as they saw Feng Yixio return, many enthusiastically gathered around him. Oh wow, it's President Feng. Where have you been all these days? We've been waiting for you to customize those limited edition gold cards. Finally, you're back. Don't run away, President Feng. The customers of Qingfeng Commerce Guild recognized Feng Yixio immediately and surrounded him. Make way, make way. I'm just looking for the president. Don't worry, the magic spirit cards will be available. Feng Yixio squeezed a path through the crowd with his companions, rushing towards the staircase. He swiftly made his way to the president's office on the 3rd floor. Bang! Feng Yixio shut the door behind him, letting out a sigh of relief. Shin Qingzi, who was overwhelmed with work, paused for a moment upon seeing Feng Yixio enter, then approached him angrily. Shin Qingzi unceremoniously pinched Feng Yixio's ear, angrily exclaiming, "You finally decided to come back, huh? You've been enjoying your time as a hands-off manager, haven't you? Do you have any idea what I've been going through these past few days?" Feng Yixio yelped in pain. Sister Qingzi, let go, it hurts. I was out doing important things. Important things? Go on, tell me what important things you've done. If you can't, I'll have Yuer teach you a lesson later. Shin Qingzi finally released him, crossing her arms and speaking angrily. Dongfang Xiama couldn't help but laugh. I never thought I'd see the day when Feng Yixio gets scolded like this. At that moment, Shin Qingzi noticed the man and woman following Feng Yixio. She stared at Dongfang Xiama for a while, not recognizing her. Sister Qingzi, don't you remember me? I'm Xiama. You used to play with me when I was little. Dongfang Xiama said softly. Oh, Dongfang Xiama, it really is you. You've grown up so much, let me have a good look at you. Shin Qingzi's eyes lit up, and she walked over to Dongfang Xiama with a smile, pinching her soft cheeks. Sister Qingzi, you haven't changed a bit. Still as beautiful as ever. Dongfang Xiama let Shin Qingzi pinch her face, smiling brightly. And you're still as adorable as ever, like a porcelain doll, especially with those cute little fangs. Shin Qingzi gently ruffled Dongfang Xiama's hair. Feng Yixio, puzzled, asked, you two know each other? Of course, the Shin family and the Dongfang family have always been close, frequently visiting each other. Dongfang Xiama is the most cherished young lady of the Dongfang family. Shin Qingzi responded instinctively. Sister Qingxi, please don't mention the four great families. I snuck out. I'm here to find Brother Han Xiao. Dongfang Xiama murmured, looking down. Right. Why am I even bringing them up? I'm not part of the Shin family anymore. That's my fault for speaking out of turn. Shin Qingxi comforted Dongfang Xiama with a gentle hug. The group chatted for a while before moving on to discuss more serious matters. Shin Qingxi had some fine tea brought in, and they all gathered around a desk. You mentioned earlier you did something important? What was it? Shin Qingxi asked seriously. When I came in, you seemed pretty stressed. Is something troubling you? Feng Yixio asked with a smile. Ugh, don't get me started. I'm trying to upgrade our Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce to an intermediate level, but the main chamber seems to be giving me a hard time. They claim our chamber doesn't have a stable supply from a secondary hunting group, so we don't meet the requirements. It's infuriating, Shin Qingxi said with a somber expression. Intermediate chamber? Why the upgrade? Is there something special about it? Feng Yixio asked curiously. Sifan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. An intermediate chamber indicates a highly developed commerce group, with its primary trade in magic spirit cards upgraded from bronze and silver to gold and platinum. It also grants the privilege of opening a branch in the central city of Hanzhong. Shin Qingxi finally noticed the person beside Feng Yixio who had no trace of spiritual energy, and asked in confusion, and who might this gentleman be? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my strategist, Feng Yixio said with a smile. Strategist? Is that a nickname? Shin Qingxi was puzzled by Feng Yixio's words. Nickname? He's a real strategist. Don't underestimate him, or you'll regret it, Feng Yixio warned with a smile. What on earth is going on with you? Haven't seen you in 2 months, and now you're talking nonsense? A strategist? Have you been off fighting in a war? Shin Qingxi scoffed, not taking Feng Yixio's words seriously, and was about to pinch his ear. Miss Shin Qingxi, please don't be disrespectful to our Captain Feng. We're here to discuss a collaboration. Sifan interjected coldly, blocking Shan Qingxi. You think you, an ordinary person, can stop me? That's laughable. Shin Qingxi sneered. I'm here representing 123 hunting groups for a collaboration, so stop joking around. Sifan remained stern and replied coldly. Hey, are you getting cocky? Shin Qingxi said, rolling up her sleeves to teach Sifan a lesson. Sifan chuckled, then threw out all the letters of intent from his storage ring and said calmly, if you resort to violence, negotiating the terms with these 123 hunting groups might become difficult. He then made a move to leave. Gulp. The once overconfident Shin Qingxi was stunned, involuntarily swallowing as her eyes widened with realization. Sir, let's talk this over. Please sit down. Shin Qingxi quickly pulled Sifan back, her tone softening immediately. These were the letters of intent from over 120 hunting groups. She understood the implications. This was a move to monopolize the market. If this deal went through, the main trade association would be the one coming to them, begging for cooperation. Sifan glanced at Feng Yixio, and seeing him nod, he slowly sat down, adjusting his sleeves. Shin Qingxi shot Feng Yixio a fierce look, muttering under her breath, You're something else. Feng Yixio, having heard her, coughed lightly. Show some respect to our Captain Feng. He's the vice-captain of all 123 hunting groups, Sifan said seriously, understanding Feng Yixio's cue. Though Shin Qingxi was furious, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and say, Greetings, Captain Feng. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I did warn you not to underestimate him. Didn't expect this, did you? Feng Yixio said with a cheerful grin, watching the exchange with interest. Thanks for the heads up. What exactly have you been up to these past 2 months? Shin Qingxi asked with a wry smile. Oh, not much. Just helped the Quang Tai hunting group unite all the hunting groups in the second quarantine zone. Now I'm just a humble vice-captain. Nothing much to mention, Feng Yixio replied nonchalantly. Shin Qingxi almost staggered in shock. This guy always managed to surprise her. Last time, he returned as the deputy minister of the Lin department and captain of the Feng unit. This time, he had outdone himself by uniting all the hunting groups in the second quarantine zone and becoming a vice-captain. Dongfang Xiama supported Shin Qingxi with concern, asking, Sister Qingxi, are you alright? I'm fine. Shin Qingxi replied, swaying slightly. Representing 123 hunting groups, I'm here to discuss a collaboration with you, Ms. Shin Qingxi. Please have a seat. Sifan remained calm and politely gestured for Shin Qingxi to sit down. Shin Qingxi, after calming herself a bit, slowly sat down and asked in a deep voice, What's your offer? Sifan replied coldly, 60%. Feng Yixio was about to drink his tea but choked, thinking to himself, Sifan is really asking for a lot, much higher than what was previously discussed. The Quang Tai hunting group and other conquered groups usually purchase magic spirit cards at 52%, and also have to submit fixed resources monthly. If the cooperation with the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce is at 60%, the profit is obvious. Shin Qingxi was clearly facing a tough opponent. She stood up excitedly, firmly stating, even your leader can't agree to this. I can't accept this price. Sifan's attitude was equally strong, coldly responding, then I'll have to find another chamber for collaboration. Don't regret it later. Seeing this, Feng Yixio was troubled and conflicted. He was both the vice president of the Qingfeng Chamber and the vice leader of the newly formed Quang Tai hunting group, and leaning towards either side made him uneasy. President Feng, what should we do? Leader Feng, you decide. Sifan and Shen Qingzi almost simultaneously asked Feng Yixio. He was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to respond, thinking to himself, this is a no-win situation. These are 60 limited edition magic spirit cards accumulated over 2 months. I'll leave them here. You handle the cooperation yourselves. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving. Feng Yixio left the cards and, as if escaping, pulled Dongfang Xiame and jumped out of the window. Phew. If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. It scared me to death. Feng Yixio took a deep breath after landing, still shaken. Let's let them handle it themselves. I think they're quite amusing together. Maybe something will happen, Dongfang Xiame said with a smile. Feng Yixio frowned. Something will happen? You're overthinking it. They almost started fighting. Dongfang Xiame scoffed. What do you know about a woman's intuition? Hurry and take me to find my brother Han Xiao. She kicked Feng Yixio, pouting. All right. No need to be so fierce. Feng Yixio scratched his head and quickly headed towards Qingyun Academy. By now, the sky was nearing dusk. On the second floor of the Qingyun Training Hall, in Training Room 1, Shenruyu and Han Xiao were patiently waiting for teacher Jialan Ziyu as usual. They came for special training every evening, and despite being so tired they couldn't lift their arms, they never missed a session. Today, they arrived half an hour early as usual to start warming up. However, 3 uninvited guests were approaching the senior students they had previously defeated. Shenruyu frowned slightly and said coldly, what are you doing here? You're not welcome. Han Xiao echoed her displeasure. Don't misunderstand us. We went to see Principal Wang earlier. Aren't there supposed to be 4 main team members for the competition? You only have 3 now. My brother is a top-tier battle spirit, so it's not unreasonable for him to be the 4th main member, right? Bai Li Mei declared loudly. That's right, not just my brother, but Meyer and I as well. Principal Wang agreed to let us be substitutes and train with you. Yin Haonan said excitedly, patting his chest. In reality, Principal Wang hadn't explicitly agreed to let them join Feng Yixio's team. He merely said they could join if Shenruyu and her team agreed. Clearly, Bai Li Hui and the others had twisted Principal Wang's words to force their way into the competition. You're lying. I don't believe Principal Wang would make such a decision, Han Xiao said, preparing to confront Principal Wang, but Yin Haonan stopped him. What do you mean by this? Are you feeling guilty? Han Xiao frowned, asking in a deep voice. Don't be so ungrateful. Do you think my brother isn't qualified to be the 4th main member? Yin Haonan glared at Han Xiao angrily. So what if I do? Let go of me. Han Xiao retorted, glaring back defiantly. If it weren't for the 3 of you teaming up that day, you wouldn't have been a match for my brother. What a joke. Yin Haonan responded with a cold laugh. A loss is a loss. What else is there to say for the defeated? Shenruyu said icily. Bai Li Hui's mouth twitched, and a vein bulged on his forehead. His pride was wounded again by their words. Even if Feng Yixio were here, he wouldn't be my match in an unknown fight. What right do you have to negotiate with me? His tone was domineering, and a star-chasing battle tiger radiating holy light appeared beside him, letting out an intimidating roar. Shenruyu and Han Xiao frowned, wanting to argue back but unable to find the words. Say that again if you dare. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out as Feng Yixio walked in, face dark with anger. Behind him, a massive jade-scaled serpent emitted a dazzling golden light, its powerful presence striking fear into everyone present. The star-chasing battle tiger whimpered, as if pleading for mercy upon seeing the jade-scaled serpent. Feng Yixio. A chorus of gasps erupted from everyone in Training Hall Number 1. As Feng Yixio approached Bai Li Hui and his group, he chuckled softly while cleaning his ears, as if mocking his own hearing. Dongfang Xiama quietly hid behind Feng Yixio, with a hint of nervousness in her expression, perhaps planning to surprise Han Xiao and not yet revealing herself. Bai Li Hui, Yin Haonan, and the others wore grim expressions upon Feng Yixio's arrival, especially because of the dazzling golden jade Lin snake behind him, which exuded an inexplicable pressure on everyone. Bai Li Hui had scrutinized Feng Yixio for a long time, noticing that he appeared even more dangerous than 2 months ago, emanating an aura of bloodthirsty ferocity. The changes in the jade Lin snake further obscured Feng Yixio's true strength, causing Bai Li Hui's previously arrogant demeanor to immediately soften. Feng Yixio, don't get the wrong idea. I'm here to discuss a collaboration with you, Bai Li Hui said with a smile. I never negotiate with losers, Feng Yixio retorted, full of disdain. Feng Yixio, Who do you think you are? My brother is offering to collaborate with you out of respect. If it weren't for your dirty tricks in the last competition, ganging up on my brother 3 against 1, you wouldn't even have a chance in the Huazhong League. In Haonan shouted angrily, pointing at Feng Yixio. Oh, so you're saying you're not convinced? Feng Yixio replied with a light laugh. Of course. If you have the guts, face my brother on Yanon. If you lose, you don't deserve to negotiate with us. In Haonan said sternly. Feng Yixio shook his head and casually replied, you might as well all come at once. Don't waste my time. You arrogant brat. Show him what you've got, mighty Vajra. In Haonan roared, unleashing all his magic spirit cards. The mighty Vajra leaped several meters high, its fists forming a massive steel hammer, producing a deafening sonic boom. 3 Linglong halos instantly enveloped the mighty Vajra, assisted by Bailey May's Linglong rabbit's support halos. The mighty Vajra's aura rose dramatically, rivaling the star tiger at its peak. Feng Yixio smiled slightly, a devilish curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, as he casually tossed out a bronze magic spirit card. Titan Overlord Hammer. The Jade Lin snake's tail instantly became armored, concentrating all its power into the tail, and a blinding golden Titan Overlord Hammer charged towards the mighty Vajra. The hammer's sheer size nearly matched that of the mighty Vajra, causing it to lose all resolve in midair. Clang! A dull metallic clash resounded, with shockwaves spreading like a tidal wave. The metallic coating on the mighty Vajra shattered into powder, instantly returning to In Haonan's magic spirit compendium. Ugh! In Haonan spat out blood, looking at Feng Yixio in disbelief, utterly shocked. Feng Yixio's strength was overwhelming, leaving him without the courage to resist. Though he couldn't defeat Feng Yixio 2 months ago, it was never this extreme, being defeated in a single blow. Bailey Hui was completely thrown off by Feng Yixio's actions. He thought to himself, if that hammer hit the Star Gallop Battle Tiger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Over the past 2 months, Feng Yixio had clearly advanced to the 4th level Battle Spirit Master and absorbed a gold level magic spirit card. However, Bailey Hui couldn't comprehend what kind of gold magic spirit card could cause such a significant leap in the Jade Lin snake's power. Just as he was about to command the Star Gallop Battle Tiger to charge forward, Bailey Hui grabbed its tail and whispered, "Come back, don't think about getting yourself killed." The Star Gallop Battle Tiger looked confused and whimpered as if to say, "Didn't you just tell me to charge?" Bailey Hui coughed twice, trying to appear calm. "It's not that I'm afraid of you. You already fought my brother. If I fight you now, it would seem unfair. I'm here to discuss cooperation today, but you probably don't know there are 4 starting players in the Central China League, do you?" 4. Feng Yixio dismissed the notion with a wave, saying nonchalantly, "Sorry, we already have 4 people, so you can leave." "You already have a 4th starting player? Are they stronger than me?" Bailey Hui looked incredulous. "That's right. I can barely hold my own against her, let alone you guys, so you better give it a rest." Feng Yixio replied coldly. Feng Yixio often sparred with Dongfang Xiama, with both winning at different times. Typically, Feng Yixio won during the day, while Dongfang Xiama had the upper hand at night. However, Feng Yixio's battle spirit was still in its growth phase, and once it matured, the situation could change dramatically. "What? Someone who can match you? Impossible. If you're trying to brush me off, at least make it believable. Where is this person? I won't leave until I see her today," Bailey Hui said angrily, convinced that Feng Yixio was deceiving him to discourage their participation in the Central China League. Feng Yixio smiled slightly and said calmly, "She's been here all along. Right behind me." Bailey Hui burst into laughter upon hearing this, looking at the little girl in a black Lolita dress behind Feng Yixio and thinking, how could someone like that be a formidable opponent? If she has the guts to come out and challenge me, I won't hold back. Bailey Hui arrogantly pointed at the figure behind Feng Yixio and shouted, "Are you talking to me?" Dongfang Xiama asked softly from behind Feng Yixio. "Yes, you. Come on, let's see what you've got." Bailey Hui beckoned confidently. "But I'm a bit shy." Dongfang Xiama's voice was as gentle as a flowing stream. Feng Yixio couldn't help but shiver, wondering if the girl was feeling unwell today. She wasn't usually like this. Perhaps she was nervous about meeting Han Xiao? He chuckled mischievously and leaped aside, exclaiming, "Dongfang Xiama, surprise, surprise." Han Xiao was stunned, as if struck by a heavy blow, leaving his mind blank. "Han Xiao, I finally found you." Dongfang Xiama's eyes curved like crescent moons as she smiled adorably, waving at Han Xiao. Han Xiao rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. This scene had appeared in his dreams countless times, and now it was real. Overcome with excitement, he rushed towards Dongfang Xiama, lifted her up, and spun her around. "Han Xiao, stop fooling around and put me down," Dongfang Xiama giggled. "Xiama, is it really you?" Han Xiao gently set her down, his face full of excitement. "Silly brother, I'm right in front of you. How could you be dreaming?" Dongfang Xiama pouted. Han Xiao turned to Feng Yixio, who was standing nearby, and exclaimed, "Brother, pinch me." Feng Yixio laughed and shook his head, then pinched Han Xiao's belly hard, leaving a bruise. "Ouch, that hurts." Han Xiao yelped, complaining, "Are you trying to kill me? Let go and be careful or I might bite you." Dongfang Xiama grimaced playfully, scolding, "Weren't you the one who asked me to pinch you? But not so hard," they both said in unison. "Wow, you two are already so in sync. I better stay out of this." Feng Yixio chuckled as he walked over to Shen Ruyu. "Feng, you really did it. You brought back the big sister-in-law," Shen Ruyu said with a soft laugh. "My trip to the second quarantine zone nearly cost me my life. If it weren't for Dongfang Xiama, you wouldn't be seeing me now." Feng Yixio replied with a hearty laugh. "Then I'll have to thank her properly later," Shen Ruyu responded with a cheerful smile. Bailey Hui and the others watched Han Xiao and Dongfang Xiama, feeling a bit exasperated by their public display of affection. "Hey, are you two done yet? Little girl, are you going to fight or not?" Bailey Hui shouted angrily. At that moment, Dongfang Xiama snapped out of her reverie, looked at Bailey Hui with annoyance, and then walked over with a scowl, saying, "Can't you see what's going on? You're really asking for it. Oh, don't think I won't fight you just because you're short. Star-chasing battle tiger, teach her a lesson." Bailey Hui pointed at Dongfang Xiama, fuming. He threw all his magic spirit cards, showing that despite his words, he wasn't underestimating Dongfang Xiama and was using all his trump cards. The star-chasing battle tiger was enveloped in holy light, transforming into a gigantic light tiger. With its celestial armor, the star-chasing battle tiger's body became transparent, revealing the power of the stars within, like a nebula, brimming with explosive energy. Roar! The star-chasing battle tiger in its full glory let out a deafening roar, its sound incredibly penetrating. Dongfang Xiama squinted at the dazzling star-chasing battle tiger, shielding her eyes in disdain. "How about it? Little girl, are you scared? You can still surrender," Bailey Hui boasted arrogantly. At the end of the summer, Dongfang Xia looked coldly at the glaring light bulb with displeasure and said softly, "I absolutely despise anything that sparkles. Xiamao Minghu, take care of this light bulb for me." With those words, she summoned her battle spirit, swiftly throwing out 2 bronze-level magic spirit cards. As the black summoning array flickered, a massive Xiamao Minghu slowly emerged, immediately letting out a deafening roar towards Xingqi Zhantu. Though both tigers were similar in size, they were entirely different beings. The black and white elements clashed fiercely in the air, clearly showing that the ghostly aura of Xiamao Minghu was more powerful. Bailey Hui was intimidated by this aura and quickly commanded, "Stellar Howl Break." Instantly, a dazzling energy cannon gathered in the mouth of Xingqi Zhantu, emitting a piercing whistle. Seeing this, Feng Yixio hurriedly reminded, "Xia, don't let him complete the charge." The Yulin snake quickly chased after the Linglong rabbit, trying to prevent Xingqi Zhantu from obtaining the Linglong halo. Dongfang Xia smiled slightly and responded, "Don't use such flawed attacks in front of me." With a wave of her hand, a massive ghostly bone claw instantly appeared on either side of Xingqi Zhantu. 2 giant claws suddenly emerged from the black ghostly holes, grabbing Xingqi Zhantu by the neck before it could react, rendering it immobile. The charge for Stellar Howl Break was forcibly interrupted, and Xingqi Zhantu struggled on the ground as its glow gradually dimmed. Dongfang Xia lowered her hand with satisfaction, seeing the state of Xingqi Zhantu greatly improved. Bailey Hui and the others beside her were dumbfounded, not expecting that just one move could subdue Xingqi Zhantu. While Bailey Hui's underestimation was a factor, being able to easily restrain Xingqi Zhantu was not something an ordinary control-type battle spirit could achieve. "Finish it off, Xiaohe," Dongfang Xia said with a cruel smile. Xiamao Minghu slowly walked toward the restrained Xingqi Zhantu, baring its teeth menacingly. Seeing this, Bailey Hui was frantic, rushing to the battle spirit with a sharp dagger aimed directly at Xiamao Minghu. As a light element source warrior, he was incredibly fast. However, Xiamao Minghu cast a cold glance, its purple pupils flashing with a deadly light, instantly activating a death stare. A purple Minghu mark appeared in Bailey Hui's eyes, and intense fear made him drop the dagger from his hand. Xiamao Minghu swatted him away like a chick, sending him flying over 10 meters before he crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood before passing out. The training hall fell into an eerie silence as everyone stared in shock at the purple-black Xiamao Minghu. It still appeared lazy, as if it hadn't taken the situation seriously, yet it had easily dealt with Bailey Hui and his battle spirit. Han Xiao shivered as he looked at the formidable Xiamao Minghu. Indeed, Dongfang Xia was still formidable. Despite his significant progress over the years, he realized there was still a considerable gap compared to her. Bailey Hui and Yin Haonan stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the fallen Bailey Hui. Their big brother had been taken down by a seemingly harmless little girl? It was beyond their comprehension. "Aren't you leaving?" Or do you want me to call an ambulance to take you all away? Feng Yixio teased with a playful smile. No. No need. We're leaving right now. In Haonan and Bailey Mei shook their heads repeatedly, awkwardly lifting Bailey Hui as they made their way out. At the doorway, they bumped into Jialan Ziyu, quickly lowered their heads even further, and hurried their pace. Jialan Ziyu glanced at Bailey Hui's pale face and immediately understood what had transpired. She smiled slightly, surveyed the training hall to ensure no students were injured, and finally fixed her gaze on the ominous-eyed nether tiger. Is that the ominous-eyed nether tiger? Jialan Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. Teacher Jialan, do you recognize this battle spirit? Feng Yixio asked with a smile. Jialan Ziyu turned her attention to Dongfang Xiama. If I'm not mistaken, this young lady is from the Dongfang family, right? Hello, Teacher Jialan. I'm Dongfang Xiama, and I'll be your student from now on, Dongfang Xiama said politely, bowing. Jialan Ziyu raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised that the candidate for her long-sought fourth main team member had appeared so suddenly. Are you sure you want to join Qingyan Academy? Yes, yes, wherever Brother Han Xiao goes, I go. Dongfang Xiama replied firmly. All right then, come with me to complete the enrollment procedures. As Jialan Ziyu led Dongfang Xiama away, she suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, Shinryu and Han Xiao have both become level 4 battle spirit masters. We're just waiting on your evolution plan. Are you ready? Feng Yixio patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, Teacher Jialan. We've got the top-tier beast crystal cores and evolution materials all set. No problem at all. Jialan Ziyu nodded with satisfaction. Good, get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll head to the evolution building for the battle spirit evolution. Once Jialan Ziyu and Dongfang Xiama had left, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. A night off in the midst of intense training was a precious gift. Bro, I brought your future sister-in-law back. How are you going to thank me? Feng Yixio joked, nudging Han Xiao with his shoulder. My life is yours. Han Xiao replied, giving Feng Yixio a hearty pat on the back. Cough, cough. Feng Yixio coughed from the force of the pat. What do I need your life for? Just treat me to a few good meals sometime. Deal, deal. But how did you come across Xiama? Han Xiao asked curiously. Sigh. Dongfang Xiama left home on her own to find Brother Han, crossing mountains and wilderness. She has a terrible sense of direction and a cleanliness obsession, almost starving along the way. It's truly a miracle she made it here. Feng Yixio said seriously. Han Zhao's expression turned somber. Compared to Dongfang Xiama, he felt like a coward. He always ran from problems, while she gave up the comforts of the Dongfang family to find him through great hardship. This friendship is something he may never be able to repay in his lifetime. I, Han Xiao, swear to the heavens that I will never leave Xiama again unless I die. Han Xiao vowed, raising 3 fingers to the sky. All right, I understand how you feel. I believe you can do it. Feng Yixio comforted him with a smile. Brother Feng, you mentioned you prepared an evolution plan for us? Are the materials ready? Is it true? Shinryu asked with a smile. When have I ever lied to you? Of course it's true. Feng Yixio said, handing them each an evolution plan. Han Xiao and Shinryu took their respective plans and began to study them carefully. Yan, Huangke, is that the name of my battle spirit after evolution? Shinryu asked, beaming with delight. That's right. It's the name your Yanlink will have after evolving to its mature form, following the path of extreme fire-type offense. Feng Yixio explained with a smile. What will the battle spirit skills be after evolution? Shinryu asked curiously. Well, I can't guarantee it, as every battle spirit is unique, Feng Yixio said, scratching his head, looking a bit troubled. He then handed Shinryu the materials needed for her evolution and gave her a few reminders. Han Xiao looked at his evolution plan, puzzled to find he had 2 options. Hey buddy, what's up with these 2 evolution paths? Han Xiao asked with a wry smile. For your battle spirit's mature stage, you have 2 choices, the earth-aligned Tiangang giant turtle or the water-aligned Xinshui giant turtle. Both evolve into the same complete form, ultimately leading to the same end. But I can't make this choice for you, Feng Yixio explained truthfully. Tiangang giant turtle and Xinshui giant turtle? What's the major difference between them? Han Xiao asked patiently. The Tiangang giant turtle is massive, following a pure defense route like an immovable mountain, while the Xinshui giant turtle is more compact, possibly having water-type slowing skills like the Xinshui domain. Their battle spirit skills differ significantly, Feng Yixio explained seriously. Han Xiao was at a loss, unsure which mature form to choose for his battle spirit. Both seemed highly beneficial, and he needed to consider team compatibility. After some contemplation, he hesitated. Let me think it over tonight. I plan to discuss it with Xiama, and I'll make a decision by tomorrow. All right, think it over tonight. The difference in evolution materials is minor. Only 2 are different, so just pay attention during evolution, Feng Yixio said, patting Han Zhao's shoulder gently. Evolution isn't a trivial matter, as it may accompany him for years, so it can't be taken lightly. Consequently, neither he nor Shanryu imposed their own opinions on Han Zhao's decision. The next morning, Feng Yixio and Han Xiao arrived at the girls' dormitory to pick up Shinryu and Dongfang Xiamo before heading together to the evolution building. Along the way, Shinryu glanced at Han Xiao and asked, "Brother Han, have you decided which mature phase battle spirit you want to evolve into?" Han Xiao turned his gaze to Dongfang Xiamo, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "I discussed it with Xiamo yesterday, and we've decided on evolving into the purely defensive sky turtle. I'll leave the control aspect to Xiamo, so I don't need to worry about that." Feng Yixio nodded in agreement. "Exactly, that's what I think too. Our team currently needs a defense-type battle spirit the most." Watching the three of them chatting so casually, Dongfang Xiamo couldn't help but ask, "Why do you all seem so relaxed? Isn't evolving a battle spirit supposed to be nerve-wracking?" She recalled how Han Xiao, when seeking her opinion last night, didn't even mention the success rate and only focused on the evolution path. Shinryu and Han Xiao exchanged a smile, both looking at Feng Yixio. "His evolution plans have never failed. You can be completely at ease," they said. "Never failed? How is that possible?" Dongfang Xiamo frowned in disbelief. Even though Feng Yixio was the deputy head of the Lin department, such a claim seemed too exaggerated. Han Xiao patted Feng Yixio on the shoulder. "Xiamo, even if you don't trust others, you should believe in my extraordinary brother here. Brother Feng not only helped Brother Han and me complete our mature phase evolutions, but he also succeeded with the source martial artist evolution," Shinryu added, gently ruffling Dongfang Xiamo's hair. "What? Even the source martial artist? Is that true?" Dongfang Xiamo was utterly astonished. Feng Yixio simply smiled silently, not saying much. When the four of them reached the entrance of the evolution building, they were surprised to see Principal Wang, Principal Zhou, and others already waiting there, with Teacher Jialan Ziyu standing sternly beside them. What caught their attention even more was Principal Wang talking to a man in a white coat, whose face clearly showed impatience. "Master Lu, this is about the future of Qingyun Academy. Please, you must ensure everything goes smoothly." Principal Wang clasped the man's hand tightly, looking anxious. This Master Lu was a renowned spirit researcher from one of the top 10 battle spirit academies, hired at a high cost, reportedly charging by the minute. Master Lu displayed a yellow-toothed grin and said dismissively, "Don't worry, Principal Wang. It's just a mature phase. It's a piece of cake." "Principal Wang, I've already said there's no need to hire Master Lu. The kids can handle it themselves." Teacher Jialan Ziyu interjected urgently. Master Lu glanced coldly at Jialan Ziyu, a sneer of disdain curling at his lips. What a joke. It's one thing for these students to be so ignorant, but as their head teacher, you're also involved in this nonsense. Can you bear the responsibility if this evolution fails? Principal Wang immediately agreed. Master Lu is right. Whether we become a top-tier academy depends on these kids, and we can't afford any mistakes. As the argument continued, Principal Zhou noticed Feng Yixio and the others approaching. "Kids, come over here," he called, waving them over. Feng Yixio stepped forward first, politely greeting everyone. Principal Wang quickly introduced, "This is Master Lu, whom I specially invited. He's a renowned spirit researcher, ensuring your success in this evolution." Master Lu arrogantly lifted his chin and said impatiently, "Let me see your evolution plans. My time is valuable." Feng Yixio looked puzzled. "Principal Wang, we're confident about this evolution. Perhaps we shouldn't trouble Master Lu?" "How dare you?" Master Lu shouted angrily, swinging his sleeve. "It's your good fortune that I'm here to oversee this. If it weren't for Principal Wang, I wouldn't come even if you begged me." Under Principal Wang's insistence, Feng Yixio reluctantly handed over the 3 evolution plans. As Master Lu reviewed them, his expression darkened, and he eventually threw the documents to the ground. "What kind of garbage is this? If such plans succeed, I'll write my name backward." Feng Yixio frowned, bent down to pick up the plans, and said heavily, "Mr. Lu, please show some respect." Pointing at Feng Yixio, Master Lu yelled at Principal Wang, "Is this the quality of students at Qingyun Academy? Had I known it involved useless battle spirits like the Yulin snake or unheard-of trash like the Yinling sparrow, I wouldn't have come for any amount of money." "Humph, and you call yourself a spirit researcher? I wouldn't hire you even if you paid me." Feng Yixio retorted coldly, then turned to Shinryu. "Where, let's go." These words thoroughly infuriated Master Lu, his face turning red as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "How dare you insult me? I've never been treated like this before. Today, I'll watch you fail your evolution and beg for mercy." To him, a student daring to trample on his dignity like this was an unprecedented provocation. Feng Yixio suddenly turned his head and said softly, "Oh, what if I succeed?" Master Lu responded with disdain. "This worthless thing could succeed? Are you joking with me? I mean if I succeed, what then?" Feng Yixio smirked with a sinister curve to his lips. Master Lu gritted his teeth and countered, "And what if you lose?" If I fail, I'll kneel and beg for forgiveness, then leave the battle spirit realm. Is that satisfactory? Feng Yixio replied nonchalantly. Master Lu's eyes shifted, and he added, fine, but what do you define as success? It should at least be a perfect evolution. Perfect evolution? Feng Yixio shook his head, showing disdain. What? Are you scared now? Weren't you just being so arrogant? Master Lu taunted. You misunderstand. Forget perfect evolution. We're talking about super perfect evolution. If even one of us fails, I'll consider it my loss. Feng Yixio stated with unwavering determination. Ha ha ha. You are the most arrogant student I've ever met. Fine. Let's see how you achieve this super perfect evolution for all of you. Master Lu sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Principal Wang stood by, stunned, and quickly pulled Feng Yixio aside, nervously asking, Feng, are you out of your mind? Bidding so recklessly? Feng Yixio smiled reassuringly. Principal Wang, don't worry. Have you ever seen me take on something I wasn't confident about? Well, no, I haven't. Principal Wang pondered for a moment before replying slowly. Then there you have it. Rest assured and wait for my good news. Feng Yixio said, leading Shinryu and the others into the evolution building, with Jialan Ziyu and Principal Zhou following closely behind. Principal Wang remained beside Master Lu, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry, Master Lu. I didn't expect things to escalate like this today. Principal Wang, are these the students you boast about every day? And you expect them to make it to the top 10 in the Central China League? You must be getting senile. I bet they won't even pass the preliminary rounds. Master Lu criticized harshly. However, Master Lu was in no mood to accept any apologies and turned ahead into the evolution building. Even a clay figure has some temper, and although Master Lu was invited by Principal Wang, this constant disrespect had tried his patience. With a dark expression, he entered the evolution building and joined Jialan Ziyu and Principal Zhou. Feng Yixio handed the evolution plans to the two, advising, take your time, and don't mess up the sequence. Shinryu and Han Xiao each took their respective evolution plans and headed to their evolution pods. Feng Yixio also made his way to his pod, and the doors of all three pods closed simultaneously. This time, they entered the second-floor evolution pods, which were much larger and equipped with more advanced technology than those on the first floor. Feng Yixio carefully took out all the evolution materials and followed the evolution plan step by step. First, he placed the magic beast crystal core into the number 5 refining box, then put the thunder jade marrow into the number 23 tempering box. 52 minutes later, he continued to methodically place each evolution material into the refining boxes, executing the process smoothly and efficiently. After spending 6 months in the Lin department, Feng Yixio had mastered the art of refining evolutionary potions under the guidance of Old Chu, ensuring there would be no mistakes. 2 hours later, with a beep from the refining chamber, a bottle of evolution elixir, glowing with a golden hue, was finally completed. Feng Yixio carefully removed the elixir and examined the pale golden liquid, which contained a fierce, thunderous power. Even with the stopper tightly sealed, an unusual fragrance could still be detected. He quickly summoned his battle spirit. As soon as the Jade Lin snake appeared, it excitedly circled around Feng Yixio, flicking its tongue. Zayabela, after drinking this, you'll soon evolve into a mature battle spirit. Feng Yixio said as he opened the elixir bottle and poured it into Zayabela's mouth, not willing to waste a single drop. The moment Zayabela swallowed the evolution elixir, a tremendous change occurred. Its scales gradually shed, and its body started to grow visibly larger. The Jade Lin snake, once nearly 10 meters long, was now approaching 15 meters and still expanding. New, tougher scales quickly grew in, still as white as jade but sharper, emitting a faint cold light. Aside from the size change, 2 imposing snake crests appeared on either side of its head, resembling small horns. With a roar, Zayabela seemed to be in intense pain as half of its body stood upright, and the part below its head flattened, forming a hood adorned with intricate golden patterns. These patterns, densely packed and exquisite, resembled lightning in the sky, radiating a brilliant glow. Its entire body was enveloped in violent lightning, with power twice that of the smaller lightning from its growth phase. Zayabela, how did you get so big? Feng Yixio exclaimed in surprise, looking up at his newly evolved battle spirit. The rainbow Jade Lin snake had fully evolved into a rainbow Jade Lin python, appearing far more powerful than any mature battle spirit Feng Yixio had ever seen. He quickly checked its attribute data. Battle spirit name, Rainbow Jade Lin Python. Attribute, Thunder. Rank, Mature. Level, 4th level, 3rd tier. Quality, Ultra Perfect. Skills, Death Coil, Thunderous Roar, King Cobra's Shadow, Thunderous Might. Staring at the quality section, Feng Yixio said in amazement, Ultra Perfect. Could it be that I've directly achieved a 5S level ultimate evolution? Ding. Host has completed an ultimate evolution for the first time and is rewarded with a magic spirit codex. Please choose one in the spirit consciousness space. As Feng Yixio stood there in a daze, the long-lost system prompt echoed in his mind. His spirits lifted, filled with confusion. What exactly was happening? Faced with the system options before him, his mind was in turmoil. Was this a gift of a second battle spirit? But what kind of battle spirit should he choose? Feng Yixio hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to make a video call to Elder Chu to seek his advice. The call connected almost instantly, and Elder Chu's voice came through the screen. Hey, what brings you to contact this old man? Feng Yixio had been in the Wildlands quarantine zone for the past few months, where his phone was unusable, making it impossible to reach Elder Chu. I just missed you. How have you been lately? Feng Yixio smiled, teasingly. Cut the nonsense. I heard you've successfully tamed the tyrant lightning dragon? Congratulations. Elder Chu said with a smile, squinting slightly as he seemed to catch a glimpse of the rainbow jade lin python behind Feng Yixio. Due to his presbyopia, he couldn't see the details clearly. Once he put on his reading glasses and saw the creature's form, he was taken aback. Elder Chu, this is Zyabela. It just evolved into a rainbow jade lin python, so it looks a bit larger. You weren't scared, were you? Feng Yixio teased. You're joking. How could I be scared? Elder Chu coughed awkwardly and then examined it closely, saying, your rainbow jade lin python looks different from the usual ones. Normally, they don't have a crown on their head. And what are those golden patterns on its hood? Seeing that Elder Chu was captivated by the python, Feng Yixio quickly retracted Zyabela and said seriously, Elder Chu, I have something important to discuss with you. So let's put Zyabela aside for now. I knew you wouldn't contact me without a reason. Go ahead. What's the matter? Elder Chu asked with a smile. Elder Chu, I have something to tell you. But don't get too excited. Feng Yixio prefaced with a smile. You underestimate me. I've lived for so long and seen everything. You won't scare me. Elder Chu waved dismissively, seemingly unconcerned by Feng Yixio's words. Then I'll get straight to the point. If I now have the chance to acquire a second battle spirit, which one do you think would be best? Feng Yixio tentatively asked. Are you daydreaming again in broad daylight? I've never heard of someone awakening a second battle spirit halfway through. Elder Chu frowned. So, you're saying some people are born with dual battle spirits? Feng Yixio picked up on the implication and asked curiously. Of course. But such geniuses are rare, and I haven't seen one in a long time, Elder Chu replied. Feng Yixio pondered for a moment before continuing. Let's not worry about that for now. I just want to know, if I could have a second battle spirit, what type should I choose? Seeing Feng Yixio's serious expression, Elder Chu thought carefully before responding. Since your first battle spirit is an offensive type, I wouldn't recommend another offensive one. You could consider a support, control, or defense type. I'm not considering support types for now, and defense doesn't really suit my style. Maybe I'll go with a control type. Feng Yixio thought for a while and made his decision. He considered that his battle spirit's offensive capabilities were already very strong, but without the aid of a control type, it was difficult to hit fast-moving targets. A control-type battle spirit would allow him to maximize the rainbow jade lin python's formidable attack power. When it comes to control types, Feng Yixio had a bold thought flash through his mind, and he couldn't help but think of the Thorn Queen. It seemed that Old Chu noticed his confusion and chuckled. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. The Thorn Queen is not your average plant-type battle spirit. Feng Yixio was intrigued and asked, Old Chu, what's so special about the Thorn Queen? Aren't plant-type battle spirits generally considered weak? He pondered, knowing that the strength of animal-type battle spirits was well known. So why was Old Chu recommending a plant-type battle spirit? Old Chu smiled slightly, speaking seriously. Plant-type battle spirits may appear weak on the surface, but they have limitless potential. Few can truly harness the power of plant-type battle spirits. Have you heard of the Thorn Queen? She evolved from the weakest flower spirit. Yet among all plant-type battle spirits, her potential is unparalleled. If there were to be an emperor among plant types, it would undoubtedly be the Thorn Queen. Feng Yixio was taken aback, still somewhat skeptical. Is the Thorn Queen truly that powerful? Old Chu rolled his eyes impatiently and said, Do you have the Holy Spirit Compendium with you? It contains information on the Thorn Queen. Feng Yixio immediately retrieved the Holy Spirit Compendium from his storage ring, leafing through the directory until he found the entry on the Thorn Queen. Legend has it that over 300 years ago, a peerless powerhouse known as the Flower Fairy evolved the weakest flower spirit into the Thorn Queen. She participated in that earth-shattering war, wreaking havoc with the Thorn Queen, striking fear into the entire beast army. The endless sea of thorny flowers created by the Thorn Queen became a nightmare for all beasts. Even those at the Dominion level had to steer clear of her path. Feng Yixio slowly closed the book, still doubtful. Old Chu, although it sounds impressive, there are other battle spirits with even better records. Why do you particularly favor the Thorn Queen? Old Chu smiled slightly, pointing to the information in the book. Take a good look at the Thorn Queen's rank. Young man. Feng Yixio was shocked, flipping the book open again, his eyes widening in surprise. Ultimate beast form? He couldn't help but exclaim, thinking that if the Thorn Queen had strength comparable to the Holy Spirit form in her ultimate form, her potential was truly astounding. Old Shu smiled smugly and said softly, the Thorn Queen is the only ultimate form battle spirit that participated in the Great War 300 years ago, with such outstanding achievements. Do you still think plant-type battle spirits are weak? Feng Yixio nodded blankly, his mind made up, and he said excitedly, thank you, Old Shu, for your guidance. I've made up my mind. Although the Thorn Queen's strength is formidable later on, she is indeed quite. Old Shu paused before continuing, well, you know what I mean. Feng Yixio frowned and asked, so when does her strong phase occur? Old Shu replied, at least during the mature phase. Feng Yixio's eyes lit up, thinking to himself that as a level 4 battle spirit master, he could perfectly get through the weak phase. Old Shu, I won't disturb you any longer. You go ahead with what you're doing. Feng Yixio eagerly ended the call, filled with anticipation. Without hesitation, he opened the system selection interface in front of him, feeling as if struck by a heavy blow, instantly entering his spiritual consciousness world. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the sound of various battle spirits quarreling. The sky was filled with an array of magical spirit tomes, colorful and radiant, revolving around Feng Yixio like a galaxy of stars. Meanwhile, a few eager battle spirits leaped out of the tomes, transforming into spiritual forms, chattering incessantly in Feng Yixio's ears. Master, I am the six-tailed fire fox, powerful and mighty, one battle spirit boasted confidently. Hey, step aside. I am the queen of the sea, commanding countless marine creatures. You should choose me. Another spirit retorted defiantly. Fools, all of you be quiet. I am the Phoenix Saintess. In a duel, who can defeat me? The battle spirits argued endlessly, the atmosphere tense. Were they not in spiritual form, a fight would have surely broken out. Feng Yixio looked at the noisy magical spirit tomes around him, feeling a pang of sympathy. How wonderful it would be if all these powerful battle spirits could belong to him. He whispered, System, can't I have them all? However, the system's cold voice replied, no, you can only choose one magical spirit tome. Choose quickly. All right, no need to be so harsh, you stingy system. Feng Yixio muttered under his breath. He then surveyed his surroundings again, noticing that many battle spirits were humanoid, clearly not low-level beings. These spirits appeared to be in their ultimate forms, yet he was still puzzled about which grade the initial battle spirit would be upon choosing a tome. System, I want to ask, after choosing a magical spirit tome, what grade will the battle spirit be? Will it be in a juvenile state? Feng Yixio asked with some unease. The system paused briefly before responding. It will be on par with your first battle spirit. So, that means it's in the mature stage, which is great. Feng Yixio murmured to himself, feeling somewhat reassured. However, he was still concerned. If he couldn't gather materials for evolution, what would be the quality of the second battle spirit? He asked again, System, if it's in the mature stage, what about the quality of the battle spirit? Surely it won't be less than super perfect, right? The quality of the second battle spirit will be consistent with that of the host's first battle spirit, the system replied mechanically. Consistent with my first battle spirit's quality. So it's also a 5S level super perfect evolution. This is fantastic. Feng Yixio thought excitedly. His doubts had dissipated, and he focused on finding the Thorn Queen among the floating magical spirit tomes. However, after searching around, he couldn't find the Thorn Queen. Worry crept in. Could it be that none of these tomes contain the Thorn Queen? Embarrassed, he asked, Ladies, does anyone know where the Thorn Queen is? Immediately, all the arguing spirit projections fell silent, casting disappointed glances at Feng Yixio before collectively stepping aside to clear a path. At that moment, a wooden magical spirit tome floated quietly in the air, with no one near it and no spirits projecting to catch Feng Yixio's attention. This tome was deep red, its surface intricately patterned, with a few scarlet thorns entwined around it, appearing exceptionally exquisite. Feng Yixio slowly walked towards the location of the Thorn Queen, surrounded by the silent phantoms of battle spirits, who seemed to be in awe of this queen. Standing before the demonic spirit codex, he asked in a deep voice, Are you the Thorn Queen? However, the codex continued to float quietly in the air, unresponsive. With a slight frown, Feng Yixio reached out to touch the codex. Just as he was about to make contact, several crimson thorny vines lashed at his arm, forcing him to withdraw in pain, red welts appearing instantly. Foolish human, do not touch this queen. A cold and commanding female voice resonated through the air, sending Feng Yixio stumbling back several steps. He thought to himself that the Thorn Queen indeed possessed a formidable presence, and seemed to have quite a temper. Despite the other battle spirits vying to become his, the Thorn Queen appeared indifferent to him. Yet, this minor setback only strengthened Feng Yixio's resolve. System, I choose the Thorn Queen. He quickly communicated with the system. As he made his choice, the demonic spirit codex in the spiritual world began to fade away, leaving only the Thorn Queen's codex behind. Upon awakening from his slumber, Feng Yixio's first action was to check his success. Demonic spirit codex appear. He focused his mind and summoned his codex. Instantly, the first codex appeared to his right, the White Jade Codex. Then, a mass of crimson wood elements slowly coalesced into a red wooden codex on his left. I did it. Feng Yixio eagerly grasped the wooden codex, and this time there was no awkward encounter in the spiritual world. The thorny vines gently shifted, showing no resistance to him. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yixio solemnly opened the first page of the codex. Before him stood a humanoid battle spirit with fiery red hair cascading down her back, entwined with crimson thorns forming a suit of spiked armor. She stood cold and composed among the thorns, the vines moving as if alive, like tendrils from the underworld. Her noble and enigmatic face inspired awe. Feng Yixio glanced at the battle spirit's name, Thorn Enchantress, the mature form of the Thorn Queen, both alluring and haunting. As he prepared to turn to the second page, a critical thought struck him. If the Thorn Queen hadn't absorbed any magic spirit cards, could he directly absorb a golden level card? Holding his breath, he turned to the second page with trembling hands, revealing an empty card slot, indicating no cards had been absorbed. Feng Yixio continued flipping through the pages, finding all slots blank, meaning he could freely absorb any magic spirit cards. Feng Yixio stood in the laboratory, unable to hide the joy on his face. I can actually absorb 3 gold-level magic spirit cards at once. If Old Chu knew, he'd be shocked. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Unlike other battle spirits in their mature stage, which are limited to using 2 bronze-level, 1 gold-level, and 1 platinum-level magic spirit card, his Thorny Enchantress could equip 3 gold-level and 1 platinum-level cards simultaneously. More importantly, both the Thorny Enchantress and his Rainbow Jade Python were 5S level, ultra-perfect battle spirits, with extraordinary strength. Focusing his mind, Feng Yixio began to summon the Thorny Enchantress. A crimson summoning array appeared on the ground, with countless thorny vines spreading out. Soon after, a humanoid battle spirit, similar in height to Feng Yixio, appeared before him, exactly as depicted in the Magic Spirit Compendium. Out of caution, Feng Yixio hid behind the lab equipment, carefully poking his head out. Thorny Enchantress, can you speak? The Thorny Enchantress gazed at him with a puzzled expression and slowly shook her head. Oh, so you're mute, huh? Feng Yixio blurted out. Snap. A vine whipped towards Feng Yixio's arm. My foolish master. Though I cannot speak, I can understand every word you say. A familiar voice echoed directly in his mind, sounding like a younger version of the Thorn Queen from the spiritual world. Hee hee. I was just joking. Feng Yixio chuckled awkwardly. What should I call you then? How about little demon? The Thorny Enchantress stood proudly, indifferent to his suggestion. Just as Feng Yixio was about to return her to the Magic Spirit Compendium, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. If possible, I'd like you to call me Queen. Back you go. Feng Yixio immediately retracted the Thorny Enchantress. Phew, what have I summoned? She's way too wild. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly summoned the Jade Python. Looking at the obedient little Bailu, he couldn't help but reflect. There's a real difference between a battle spirit raised from childhood and one adopted along the way. The Thorny Demoness, compared to the little white tower he had raised from a young age, appeared particularly unruly and proud in nature. Feng Yixio decided to keep the Thorny Demoness magic spirit book to himself, contemplating that he would not reveal his second battle spirit for now. After all, evolving one battle spirit and then producing a second one might frighten Principal Wong and the others. He couldn't easily explain it though. Could he say he evolved one spirit and got another as a gift? It would seem too fantastical, so he decided to keep it hidden, saving it as a potential trump card for a crucial moment. Feng Yixio glanced at his watch on his left wrist and muttered to himself, unknowingly, it's been over 3 hours. I bet Teacher Jialan and the principals are getting impatient. With that, he stood up and placed the Rainbow Jade Serpent into the professional evaluation equipment. Even though he already knew his combat power data, he couldn't bypass the Academy's rules. Meanwhile, the people waiting outside were tense, pacing back and forth in the corridor outside the evolution chamber. Among them, only Master Lu seemed to be enjoying himself, growing more excited the longer the wait. Principal Wong, it's been over 3 hours. I think your students have all failed and are too ashamed to face me, Master Lu sneered. Teacher Jialan shot him a cold glance and retorted, Master Lu, don't you know that the higher the level of evolution, the longer it takes? Master Lu scoffed and replied, other battle spirits might be convincing, But with trash spirits like the Jade Serpent and Flame Spirit Sparrow, hoping for perfect evolution? You call yourself a teacher, yet you lack basic knowledge. Principal Zhou couldn't hold back any longer and angrily said, Master Lu, we've respected you as a spirit research master and tolerated your behavior, but how can you repeatedly insult our students? Master Lu snorted dismissively. Your academy is just a third-rate institution. So what if I insult it? What can you do about it? Teacher Jialan shot another cold look at Master Lu and added, Oh, I forgot to remind you. All three of my students have achieved perfect evolution in their mature stages. At first, Master Lu thought Jialan was boasting. But when he looked at Principal Wang and saw no sign of contradiction, it seemed Jialan's words were true, causing Master Lu to feel uneasy. Principal Zhou, seeing Master Lu's face turn ashen, continued to provoke him. I also forgot to mention, the student who just bet with you has a 5S perfect level battle spirit after gene repair. Master Lu was shocked. What? Extreme. Extreme perfect evolution. He began to panic, muttering, You can't scare me off with these tricks. I'm determined to see you lose today. After calming down a bit, Master Lu analyzed the situation and felt their claims were absurd, increasingly exaggerated, clearly meant to intimidate him into backing down and to cover for their students. Clank, clank, clank. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed through the room, capturing everyone's attention. The evolution chamber door of Han Shao slowly opened, and the entire second floor began to tremble. What was happening? Was it an earthquake? Master Lu quickly found a stable spot to stand, and then witnessed an unbelievable sight. Boom, boom, boom. A massive Tiangang giant turtle followed Han Zhao's footsteps out of the chamber. With every step the turtle took, the entire evolution building shook. The door to the evolution chamber was made of extremely sturdy alloy, normally impervious to weight, indicating that Han Zhao's battle spirit was incredibly heavy. What kind of battle spirit was this? Master Lu stared at the battle spirit before him, eyes wide with disbelief. Before them stood an extraordinarily large turtle, towering over Han Shao and stretching nearly 6 meters in length. Its appearance was a deep, profound black, with a shell as solid as granite, adorned with sharp spikes that gleamed coldly. Its limbs were more robust and elongated than in its mature stage, leaving deep claw marks on the ground. Most striking was its head, now more majestic, and if not for the shell behind it, one might mistake it for the head of a dragon. Surrounding its black shell was a flow of water, giving it a fluid and mysterious aura. Principal Wang hurriedly shouted, Han, have your battle spirit stay put. If it moves again, the whole building might collapse. Han Shao quickly patted his battle spirit and commanded, Xiaoba, do you still think you're just a Xian Shui turtle? Stay still. The Tiangang giant turtle seemed quite aggrieved, gently nuzzling Han Zhao's head and letting out a low sound. At last, the building stabilized, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, gathering around to examine Han Zhao's newly evolved battle spirit. Han, what's the name of your battle spirit? Principal Zhou asked, looking around. Tiangang giant turtle. Han Shao replied with a smile. Principal Zhou marveled. Giant turtle. It's the first time I've seen such a massive turtle-type battle spirit at maturity. I doubt many battle spirits can rival it. Truly worthy of the name Tiangang. Principal Wang glanced at the astonished Master Lu and said with a faint smile, Master Lu, what do you think of my student's evolved battle spirit? Remarkable. Remarkable. Master Lu responded instinctively, gently caressing the turtle's shell as if it were a piece of art, before awkwardly coughing, Ahem. It's just average. At this moment, Han Zhao's battle spirit evaluation was complete, drawing everyone's attention. Attributes: Earth, Water-type physical attack SS, Defense SS, Stamina SS, Agility S, Magic attack S, a triple SS level perfect evolution, and a dual attribute battle spirit. Master Lu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lu Chen never expected that the Xian Shui turtle would undergo a super perfect evolution. Not only that, it reached an unprecedented 3S level super perfect evolution and became a dual attribute battle spirit. Jialan Ziyu didn't show much surprise, just nodded with satisfaction and smiled at Han Shao, saying, You did well this time. Han Shao shyly scratched his head and excitedly replied, It's all thanks to Brother Feng. I just got lucky. Principal Wang finally felt relieved and looked smugly at Master Lu, taunting, Master Lu, sorry to disappoint you. It was just luck. You won't be so lucky with the next one. Master Lu's face turned dark as he angrily flicked his sleeve and replied coldly. With the sound of kakaka, the door of the evolution chamber where Shan Ruyu was located slowly opened. However, everyone felt the entire corridor become stiflingly hot. Suddenly, a high-pitched eagle cry echoed through the sky, and the Yen Huang sparrow, engulfed in flames, flew out from the chamber. At this moment, the Yen Huang sparrow had grown significantly, with a wingspan of 7 meters and a height of over 3 meters, its body wrapped in blazing red flames, making it hard to look at directly. Its tail feathers were elegant, leaving behind dazzling fiery trails as it flew, extraordinarily beautiful. As soon as the Yin Huang sparrow appeared, it excitedly darted around the evolution hall. Fortunately, the building was made of fireproof materials, or it would have caused a massive fire. Just then, a drop of melted metal dripped from the ceiling, landing right on Master Lu's clothes. What the heck is that? It's so hot, so hot. Master Lu cried out in pain, causing Principal Wang and others to chuckle. Soon, molten iron began to drip like rain. Fire, stop messing around. Tone down your flames a bit. Shinryu quickly called the Yin Huang sparrow back. Master Lu looked at the battle spirit beside Shinryu with a grim expression. Based on his years of experience, this Yin Huang sparrow was definitely a super perfect level battle spirit. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly have flames hot enough to melt steel. Shortly after, the data for the Yin Huang sparrow was revealed. Fire attribute physical attack, defense SS, stamina SS, agility SS, magic attack SS. Master Lu began to question his life, covering his eyes in despair, unable to face the reality before him. A 4S level battle spirit, that's amazing. Principal Wang exclaimed excitedly. Master Lu, are you still going to say my student just got lucky this time? Teacher Jialan Ziyu said with a chuckle. Master Lu stubbornly replied, there's still the Yulin snake, that useless battle spirit. I refuse to believe that trash can undergo a super perfect evolution. With that, he pinned all his hopes on Feng Yixio, staring intently at the evolution chamber door where Feng Yixio was.
Kakaka.
The door of Feng Yixio's evolution chamber finally opened, and a massive Yulin snake was the first to poke its head out, quickly slithering out. Its enormous size and impressive appearance made Master Lu's heart skip a beat.
Crack.
It was as if Master Lu heard the sound of hope shattering, and his heart broke along with it. Again, another super perfect level. Master Lu collapsed onto the floor, his face full of despair. As soon as the seven-colored Jade Lin Python emerged from the evolution chamber, it swiftly slithered towards Master Lu Chun, baring its teeth and letting out an angry roar. Its enormous body and overwhelming presence almost made Master Lu lose control, leaving him trembling all over. He swore he had never seen such a gigantic Jade Lin Python, exuding an aura of terror. Zyabela, stop causing trouble and come back. Feng Yixio leisurely walked out of the evolution chamber, beckoning Zyabela. The python immediately swam over to Feng Yixio's side, affectionately rubbing its head against his shoulder. Seeing this, Jialan Ziyu and the others quickly gathered around. Their eyes filled with wonder as they gazed at the dramatically transformed Jade Lin Python, filled with awe. Student Feng, is this still a Jade Lin Python? Principal Wang pointed incredulously at Feng Yixio's battle spirit, expressing his amazement. He had seen other Jade Lin Pythons, but none compared to Feng Yixio's in quality. It was a world of difference. Feng Yixio nodded, stroking Zyabela, and replied, Principal Wang, this is indeed a Jade Lin Python. However, their evolution quality is generally too low to unleash the true potential of a Jade Lin Python. Jialan Ziyu looked at the Jade Lin Python with delight, genuinely happy for Feng Yixio. Yuer, did your evolution go smoothly? Feng Yixio softly asked Shinryu. Shinryu replied with a cheerful smile. It went very well. My Huahua successfully evolved into a Yin Huang K, achieving a 4SS level perfect evolution. I didn't do too badly either. Although not as impressive as you guys, I still achieved a 3SS level perfect evolution. Han Xiao chimed in with a grin. Feng Yixio nodded. That's a relief. We should have more confidence in the upcoming Central China League. I'm just curious if your Jade Lin Python can break through to an ultimate evolution this time, Jialan Ziyu said, directing her gaze towards the display screen outside the evolution chamber. Soon, the data for the Jade Lin Python appeared before everyone. Attributes: Thunder-type physical attack, SS defense, SS vitality, SS agility, SS magic attack, SS. As expected, it was indeed a 5SS level ultimate perfect evolution. For a moment, everyone stared at the display screen, speechless. This was an unprecedented situation where ultimate perfect evolution was achieved without genetic repair. Feng Yixio accidentally broke a record, becoming the first to achieve ultimate evolution without relying on genetic repair. A true genius. Am I seeing things? Principal Wang felt dizzy, his whole body swaying. Jialan Ziyu and Principal Zhou exchanged glances, looking at Feng Yixio as if he were a marvel, wondering how this young man accomplished such a feat, enabling the Jade Lin Python to achieve an ultimate perfect evolution. Roar! Just as everyone was gathered around the display screen, a roar from the Jade Lin Python came from behind. Feng Yixio quickly turned around and saw Master Lu trying to sneak out of the evolution hall, only to be blocked by Zyabela at the door. With a chuckle, everyone exchanged smiles and eagerly approached the trembling Master Lu. Master Lu, Are you trying to run away? Feng Yishio asked with a faint smile. Who? Who said I want to run away? It's too stuffy inside. Can I go out for some fresh air? Master Lu replied, trembling. Oh, is that so? I thought you were trying to escape. Feng Yishio continued with a slight smile. If you want to get some fresh air, there's no rush. Just fulfill your end of the bet first. Bet? What bet? I don't know what you're talking about. Master Lu's face turned pale as he stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. Don't know? Let me help you remember. If the three of us achieve perfect evolution, you have to bow your head in apology and leave the spirit research community. Feng Yishio said with a meaningful smile, his voice cold. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I'm a renowned spirit research master. Even if I lose, what can you do to me? You think you can make me kneel and beg for forgiveness and leave the spirit research community? Who do you think you are, the minister of the department? Master Lu, realizing that playing dumb wouldn't work, regained his defiant stance. Oh, so you're planning to renege on your promise? Feng Yishio frowned. Yes, I'm reneging today. So what? You want me to leave the spirit research community and bow to a kid like you? You don't have the authority. Master Lu said arrogantly, pointing at Feng Yishio's nose without any courtesy. Feng Yishio didn't say much more. He calmly took out his phone, dialed a familiar number, and walked over to the window. Hello, Mr. Chu. Is there a registered spirit researcher named Lu Chen? Don't ask why. This old fool lacks even the basic qualities of a spirit researcher. I think it's better to revoke his registration. All right, I'll discuss something else with you another day. After hanging up, Feng Yishio put his phone away and leisurely walked back to Master Lu. Don't think you can scare me just because you know Mr. Chu from the department. Master Lu dismissed Feng Yishio's actions as mere intimidation. Dongfang Xiama and Han Xiao exchanged knowing glances, their sympathetic smiles becoming more pronounced. What are you looking at me like that for? I'm warning you. Cross me and you'll regret it, Master Lu shouted, pointing at everyone. Suddenly, Master Lu's phone rang. He picked it up eagerly, but as he listened, his expression grew darker until he seemed utterly deflated, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Clang! The phone slipped from his fingers, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. He collapsed to his knees like a defeated dog, looking at Feng Yishio with fear. You're the deputy minister of the department. Master Lu raised a trembling hand, his face drained of all color. The call had just expelled him from the spirit research community, meaning he was no longer a spirit researcher. Who I am is not important. What's important is that as a spirit researcher, I despise hearing the term useless spirit from your mouths. Failing to discover a spirit's potential is your incompetence. Why blame the spirit? Feng Yishio looked down at the kneeling Master Lu, his presence overwhelmingly intimidating. Minister Feng, I was wrong. Master Lu knelt on the ground, slapping his own face frantically and crying as if he had lost his soul. I shouldn't have called your battle spirit trash. Please, give me another chance. Feng Yishio looked coldly at the disheveled figure on the ground, a mocking smile playing on his lips. If I had lost, would you have given me another chance? With that, he turned and walked out of the evolution building, followed closely by Han Xiao, Shinryu, and the others. Principal Wang and Principal Zhou watched Master Lu kneeling there inside, shaking their heads. You reap what you sow, they lamented. None of them had expected that a high school sophomore would already be an officer at the Alliance headquarters, a position that even principals had to respect and address as Sir. Student Feng. Principal Wang hurried to catch up, his face filled with guilt. It was my oversight to invite this spirit researcher, causing you trouble instead. Feng Yishio turned to look at the elderly man with graying temples, feeling a soft spot in his heart. Principal Wang, please don't say that. I know you have our best interests at heart. He attempted to bow, but Principal Wang quickly stopped him. It seems I've really gotten old, only causing you trouble. Principal Wang's voice trembled slightly. If it weren't for your guidance, we wouldn't be where we are today. Feng Yishio comforted him. Principal Zhou chimed in to ease the situation. Since when do principals apologize to students? Be careful, you might spoil this kid. Exactly. His ego might swell to the skies. Jialan Ziyu laughed in agreement. Shinryu patted Feng Yishio's shoulder. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, Brother Feng won't get too full of himself. Feng Yishio smiled helplessly. You're right. I'm just a student. Don't spoil me. All right then, Jialan Ziyu said seriously. No break tonight. Meet at the training hall for a special training session. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They had hoped for a day off, only to find they couldn't escape their teacher's clutches. What's with the Jialan Ziyu's face turned stern. The Central China League is about to start. Don't you want to win the championship? Can't you endure a little hardship? Don't worry, Teacher Jialan. Feng Yishio stood at attention and saluted, smiling as he promised. We'll be there early tonight. All right, you all go have lunch first. You must be tired. Take a little break this afternoon, and come back for special training tonight. I want to see how much you've improved, said Jialanziyu with a nod. As their teacher, she felt the pressure on her shoulders growing heavier. After witnessing their ultra-perfect battle spirits, she realized just how rapidly they were progressing. A question surfaced in her mind. Could she withstand the combined assault of these four now? Currently, she was a level 5, stage 7 battle spirit king, and while she devoted herself wholeheartedly to teaching, her own training had somewhat fallen by the wayside. Feng Yixio and the others exchanged a quick greeting and headed off towards the Qingyun cafeteria with smiles on their faces. Watching their departing figures, Jialanziyu reflected, "Why do I feel so much pressure now?" Principal Wang chuckled and said, "It's not just you. Even as the principal, I'm feeling immense pressure. How are we even capable of nurturing such outstanding students? Luckily, I'm just the vice principal, so there's not much pressure on me." Principal Zhou laughed lightly and shrugged. "Don't be so smug. After I retire, it's your turn," Principal Wang retorted with a glare. Feng Yixio and his friends made their way straight to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. He hadn't eaten there in a while and was feeling nostalgic for the food. "Brother Han, you know the drill," Feng Yixio remarked meaningfully as he stood at the selection counter, glancing at Han Xiao. Han Xiao gave an okay sign, skillfully pulling out his wallet to cover the bill for everyone. Why do you always bully my brother Han Xiao?" Dongfang Shimei pouted, glaring at Feng Yixio. "Did you hear that? Even my Shimei can't stand it anymore. You always make me pay." Although Han Xiao complained, he deftly took out his wallet and quickly paid. "Your Shimei, you two are so mushy," Feng Yixio and Shen Ruyu remarked in mock disgust. "You're just jealous." Dongfang Shimei replied with a cheerful smile, clinging to Han Xiao's arm happily. With their trays in hand, they found a relatively free table and sat down. "Do you all know your battle spirit's new skills?" Dongfang Shimei asked curiously. "My Jade Lin Python's battle spirit skill has increased in power significantly. The main change is that the Snake Spirit Shadow has upgraded to the Snake King Shadow, from 1 entity split to 3, Feng Yixio mumbled as he stuffed food into his mouth. Cough, cough. Dongfang Shimei was about to eat, but was startled by Feng Yixio's words, causing her to choke. "Brother, look what you did to my Shimei. Can you not scare the kids?" Han Xiao quickly patted Dongfang Shimei's back, helping her catch her breath, and complained. Three entity splits, are you serious?" Dongfang Shimei finally caught her breath and asked eagerly. 3 entity splits meant a direct threefold increase in combat strength, especially for an ultra-perfect battle spirit like Xiao Bailu. The combat power would likely be off the charts. Feng Yixio said seriously, "It's manageable. The more clones I have, the faster my spiritual power gets depleted. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't dare to use so many clones. However, this time I have an additional explosive technique. Thunder's Wrath has upgraded to Thunderous Might, achieving a qualitative leap in both power and range." Shin Ruyu, very concerned about this, asked, "A qualitative leap? How much exactly?" Feng Yixio replied nonchalantly, "The range is about 10 meters. It's much more effective compared to the previous close-range release." Han Xiao pondered for a moment and exclaimed excitedly, "This Jade Lin Python has a range of 10 meters, but you have 4 of them. If they form a matrix, the range is likely to be much more than just 10 meters." Feng Yixio shrugged and said calmly, "Who knows? Only actual combat will tell." Dongfang Xiama asked curiously, "What about your other 2 battle spirit skills?" Feng Yixio smiled and explained, "One is still Death Coil, unchanged, but the strangling force has increased significantly. I believe Titan Starquake will be more robust. The other is called Furious Thunder Roar, a linear explosive battle spirit skill that can concentrate and compress thunder power, similar to the Star Tiger's Stellar Howlbreak." He added, "Actually, the Furious Thunder Roar of the Jade Lin Python and the Stellar Howlbreak of the Star Tiger have differences, mainly in the speed of condensation. The Stellar Howlbreak condenses very slowly, while the Furious Thunder Roar inherits the violent nature of the Thunder attribute, condensing quickly without losing much power. However, the only downside is that I don't have an enchantment card for the Thunder element to fully unleash its power." Everyone was stunned, looking at Feng Yixio as if he were a monster. Han Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my! Your Jade Lin Python truly deserves to be a super-perfect extreme battle spirit. I thought my battle spirit skills were powerful, but compared to yours, they are nothing." Feng Yixio laughed and responded, "Don't just ask about me. Brother Han, what about your battle spirit skills? They shouldn't be inferior to mine, right?" Han Xiao slowly replied, "My Xiaoba has evolved into a Tiangang giant turtle, and I'm quite satisfied. The Xian water shield has transformed into a stronger Tiangang shield, and the range of War Roar has extended to 100 meters, with greater gravitational pull the closer you are. However, the Xian water domain, which is more control-oriented, has disappeared." Shinryu asked quietly, "So does your Xiaoba have any active attack skills now?" Han Xiao answered, It has gained an attack skill called War Charge, which temporarily increases Xiao Ba's movement speed. But what pleases me the most is the final battle spirit skill, called War Stomp, which can unleash a powerful seismic wave with a vast range, quickly altering the terrain, he said excitedly. Now, Hanzhao Xiaoba has become a heavyweight defensive battle spirit. As long as it's on the field, it will undoubtedly exert immense pressure on everyone. It's safe to say that on land, few battle spirits can withstand a full-force attack from Xiaoba. After Feng Yixio and Han Xiao introduced their battle spirits, their eyes naturally turned to Shun Ruoyu. Noticing the expectant gazes of her companions, Shun Ruoyu put down her food, clapped her hands, and prepared to introduce her battle spirit's new skills in detail. My Huahua's evolved battle spirit skills are quite similar to what Brother Feng described, both focusing on extreme fire attacks. Shin Ruoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. First, there's Fire Phoenix Blaze, which is an upgraded version of Fire Phoenix Forest. It's no longer a single target attack, but can unleash multiple Fire Phoenixes for group attacks, each one more powerful than before. Then there's Fire Leap Eightfold Strike, rapid, continuous thrust attack that can strike enemies multiple times. Also, there's Fiery Cataclysm, which condenses all the body's flame power into a massive fireball for detonation, with an attack range of nearly 100 meters. Lastly, there's Unyielding Blaze, where entering this state causes the spirit energy to continuously burn, and the fire attribute attack power gradually increases over time. After hearing the introduction, Han Zhao's eyes lit up. I must say, third sister, your Fiery Phoenix's attack power is terrifying. It was already an S-level magical and physical attack, and now with the addition of the Unyielding Blaze skill that enhances explosive power, it's absolutely astounding. Dongfang Xiama listened to everyone introduce their battle spirit skills and showed a look of envy. She secretly regretted completing her evolution to maturity too early and couldn't help but wonder if her evil-eyed dark tiger would have been stronger if Feng Yixio had designed the evolution plan. However, on second thought, she couldn't bear to part with her beloved Xiao He. By the way, Xiama, your evil-eyed dark tiger is at the super perfect level, right? To what extent? Feng Yixio asked curiously. My evil-eyed dark tiger, like your sister's Fiery Phoenix, is a 4S level super perfect battle spirit, Dongfang Xiama replied. Her battle spirit had evolved with the help of her family, reaching a high super perfect level. Shinruoyu chuckled. You'd better not call me sister anymore. I always feel like I'm older than you. Then I'll call you second sister from now on. Dongfang Xiama scratched her head and laughed. I am indeed a bit older than you and Feng Yixio, so calling me sister is fine. Feng Yixio rubbed his nose and teased. I'll stick with calling you Xiama. I just can't bring myself to call a little one like you sister. Dongfang Xiama glared fiercely at Feng Yixio. Whatever. You're my third brother anyway. Does this mean I can't call you third sister anymore? I have to switch to fourth sister now, Han Xiao said with a cheerful smile. Shinryu looked puzzled, wanting to say something, but she had to accept the fact that she was indeed the youngest. By the way, Xiamo, are you sharing a dorm with your? Feng Yixio suddenly asked. Dongfang Xiamo shook her head and replied, I don't share a dorm with fourth sister. Her dorm is already full. Feng Yixio thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Why don't you all move to the girls' dormitory? It's right next to ours, which would be more convenient. Yes. I'd love to live with fourth sister. Dongfang Xiamo exclaimed excitedly, linking arms with Shunryu. Feng Yixio patted Han Xiao on the shoulder. It's settled then. I'll help you move later, and Han Xiao will cover the cost. What? Why is it on me? Han Xiao was a bit taken aback. Shinryu and Dongfang Xiamo both glanced at him, which startled him into silence. Fine. I'll cover it. I'll help you move later. Han Xiao quickly conceded. After they had their fill, they helped Shinryu and Dongfang Xiamo move out of the student dormitory and into the nicer girls' dormitory as planned. By the time they finished moving all the luggage, it was nearly evening. After dinner, they headed to the training ground for a special session with teacher Jialan, as agreed. At the Qingyan training grounds, inside Hall 1, Jialan Ziyu had already arrived, accompanied by Principal Zhou. Both of them looked very serious, and the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Principal Zhou, I may not be able to lead Feng Yixio and the others in training anymore, Jialan Ziyu said with a frown. Teacher Jialan, are you sure about this? Principal Zhou asked hesitantly. I'm not sure what to do right now. Jialan Ziyu replied, deeply conflicted. If I may ask, is it because of him? Principal Zhou hesitated before asking. The him he referred to was Jialan Ziyu's beloved, Xuanji, the former captain of the Feng department's first team. Xuanji was critically injured while protecting Jialan Ziyu during a mission and is now in a coma in the hospital's intensive care unit. Recently, Xuanji's condition has worsened, and his vital signs are weakening, leading the hospital to issue a critical notice to Jialan Ziyu. Apart from visiting Xuanji during holidays, Jialan Ziyu has devoted herself entirely to teaching. But today, she received a call from the attending physician, learning that Xuanji might only have a few months left. She yearns to spend his final days with him, even if it means just silently being there for a few months. However, the Huazhong League is also starting in a few months, forcing her to choose between her beloved students and her loved one. That's part of it. But I've also realized the students have progressed beyond my expectations. I suspect that now, perhaps, Jialan Ziyu began to say. You suspect that you might not have the ability to lead them anymore? Principal Zhou continued her thought. Jialan Ziyu nodded and continued, yes, I do have such concerns. Later, I'll give it my all against the students. If they can defeat me, it shows I'm no longer qualified to be their teacher. But if I win, I'll continue to be their teacher. Principal Zhou fell silent, conflicted in his heart. On one hand, there was his beloved partner, and on the other, the students he had nurtured. If forced to choose, he would find it difficult to decide. All right, I respect your decision. Principal Zhou finally nodded. Feng Yixio and his friends arrived at the training hall 15 minutes early, surprised to see teacher Jialan Ziyu already there. Typically, she was punctual, but today she was early, and Principal Zhou was present as well. Without overthinking it, they cheerfully approached teacher Jialan. Teacher Jialan, why are you here so early today? Feng Yixio asked curiously. Teacher Jialan slowly turned around, her gaze serious as she looked at them. Feeling the weight of her stare, the four of them quickly straightened up. Jialan Ziyu's voice was as cold as the wind. Principal Zhou is here to inspect my teaching results. You will engage in a live combat exercise with me. Only if you win can you prove my teaching is effective. Otherwise, I'll be replaced by a better teacher. Do you understand? Yes. The four of them instantly adopted a serious demeanor. This battle was crucial for teacher Jialan's future, and they knew they had to give it their all. Despite their doubts, they dared not think too much under Jialan Ziyu's stern gaze. Principal Zhou, hearing this, furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, this is quite the strategy. If I can't decide, I'll let the kids determine her fate. Poor kids, they're still in the dark. He couldn't help but laugh wryly. You don't have to take it too seriously, just do your best. Ahem. Jialan Ziyu coughed lightly, and Principal Zhou immediately stopped talking, wiping away cold sweat in embarrassment. Deep down, Principal Zhou didn't want teacher Jialan Ziyu to leave, as dedicated and excellent teachers like her were rare. He knew the students were also fond of her, but in this situation, he couldn't selfishly keep her and could only leave it to fate. This training ground isn't suitable for combat. Follow me, said teacher Jialan, leading the way outside. Feng Yixio and the others quickly followed. Soon, they arrived at the deserted Qingyun martial arts arena. The arena was empty, with only a few bright lights illuminating the field. Principal Zhou stood on the platform, watching the group in the arena with a complex expression. This exercise would determine whether she could continue as their teacher, and he hoped the students would give it their all. Don't worry, teacher. You'll definitely continue to be our teacher, Han Xiao said firmly. That's right. Teacher Jialan, you must always be our teacher. Xin Ruyu responded loudly. Jialan Laosher said earnestly, I won't go easy on you. Don't disappoint your teachers. As soon as she finished speaking, Jialan Ziyu summoned her battle spirit, a maturistage spirit engulfed in purple flames, the purple flame king snake. Although smaller than Feng Yixio's seven-colored jade lin python, it was more agile, wrapped in fierce purple flames. Upon appearing, it let out a low hiss at Feng Yixio and the others, its purple scales bristling menacingly. Feng Yixio and the others quickly summoned their own battle spirits, making the Qingyun martial arena lively. With Dongfang Xiama joining, their positions shifted slightly. Han Xiao and his heavenly gang giant turtle remained at the front. Feng Yixio's seven-colored jade lin python took the left, and Dongfang Xiama's evil-eyed nether tiger stood on the right. Xin Ruyu's flame phoenix hovered above the three spirits, forming a tight defensive formation. Despite this, they felt a sense of pressure, knowing they were up against Jialan Laosher, whom they had watched grow in strength, making them nervous and breaking out in cold sweat. At that moment, Jialan Ziyu moved, her speed like lightning. They all saw multiple afterimages rushing towards them, prompting them to instinctively stand back-to-back under the intense pressure. Their focus had been entirely on the purple flame king snake, forgetting that Jialan Ziyu was a third-tier source warrior, a master of various ancient martial arts. Xiama, the teacher is too fast. We have to control her first. Han Xiao whispered to Dongfang Xiama. Dongfang Xiama wiped the sweat from his brow, responding helplessly, too fast. I can't tell which is the real one to lock onto. Hiding in the shadows, Jialan Ziyu flashed a ghostly smile, setting her sights on her first target, Dongfang Xiama. Since there was no support-type spirit master on the opposing side, she had to eliminate the control-type spirit master first according to the principle. Purple flame 8 trigrams, 108 palms. A flurry of purple flame palm prints surrounded everyone, creating an inescapable world of fire. Heavenly Gang Shield. Han Xiao reacted immediately, deploying a dark shield in front of everyone. The dull sound of impact rang out as the palm prints struck the shield, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear. Startled, Han Shao quickly used a bronze-level magic spirit card, the Sacred Beetle Saint Armor. The dark, heavenly gang shield was coated with a thin layer of golden light, barely withstanding the overwhelming assault. Relieved, the group marveled at Jialan Ziyu's fierce attack power, which was truly terrifying. Phew, we managed to block it, Han Shao said, wiping the sweat from his face with relief. Feng Yixio noticed the purple flame still eroding the shield and realized something was amiss. No, don't let your guard down. These purple flames are rapidly corroding the shield, Feng Yixio urgently warned. Crackle, crackle. The purple flames wildly burned on the surface of the Tiangang shield, showing no sign of extinguishing. The heavy shield was devoured in moments by the terrifying purple fire, with threads of it seeping through the cracks. Feng Yixio urgently warned, Brother Han, quickly disable the shield. Teacher Jialan's purple fire is poisonous. Everyone scatter. Han Shao, frightened, immediately deactivated the Tiangang shield, and the four of them swiftly dispersed in all directions. Jialan Ziyu's lips curled into an eerie smile, and her figure vanished instantly, transforming into countless illusions. Feng Yixio's face darkened as he said tensely, Not good, Teacher Jialan has disappeared again. Meanwhile, the purple flame king snake began to move, the purple fire on its body growing more intense, igniting purple flames wherever it slithered. This was one of the purple flame king snake's battle spirit techniques, purple flame stream. It could condense the flames on its body into a liquid stream, not only extremely hot, but also carrying a potent fire poison, able to divide the battlefield and conceal its form. The purple flame king snake darted chaotically across the training ground, raising erratic 8-meter-high walls of purple fire. Jialan Ziyu and the purple flame king snake weaved through the firewalls, leaving everyone unable to determine their true locations. This won't do. We're too passive like this. We have no advantage on the ground. We need to get airborne. Feng Yixio quickly pulled out a platinum spirit card, summoning the White Knight Griffin King White Wing, and soared into the sky with the Rainbow Jade Luminous Python, escaping the range of the purple flame stream's attack. Shinryu also stood on the back of the Flame Phoenix, leaving the ground, but the evil-eyed Nether Tiger and Tiangang Giant Turtle weren't as fortunate. After dividing the battlefield, the purple Flame King Snake's first target was Dongfang Xiaomo, as it was least familiar with him, making him the biggest variable. The purple Flame King Snake moved swiftly through the purple fire, closing in on the evil-eyed Nether Tiger with a threatening growl. The evil-eyed Nether Tiger, unwilling to be outdone, responded with a roar but was wary of the purple fire, not daring to act rashly. Dongfang Xiaomo immediately threw 2 bronze spirit cards, Undead Wolf King Undead. Nether Grasp. 2 massive ghostly bone claws emerged from the ground, lunging swiftly at the purple Flame King Snake. Seizing this excellent opportunity, Feng Yixio and Shinryu, observing from the air, unleashed all their spirit cards without reservation. They were well aware of Teacher Jialan's strength and couldn't afford to be complacent. Titan Meteor Hammer. Eagle Eye Lock, Phoenix Blaze. A gigantic golden Titan Meteor Hammer descended like a meteor, unstoppable. 33 enormous fire phoenixes also flew towards the purple Flame King Snake, emitting piercing cries. Hidden within the purple fire, Jialan Ziyu chuckled to herself, I know you all too well. The purple Flame King Snake's body moved with the agility of an eel, as if it possessed the ability to shrink its bones, effortlessly freeing itself from the grasp of the 2 massive ghostly bone claws. Freed from its shackles, the purple Flame King Snake charged at the evil-eyed Nether Tiger with lightning speed. A circle of purple flames surrounded the tiger, leaving it with no escape. In desperation, Dongfang Shima shouted, Xiao He, use Death Stare. As commanded, a Nether Tiger mark appeared in the eyes of the purple Flame King Snake. To everyone's surprise, the snake completely ignored the lethal skill's effect and continued its frenzied assault. This unexpected turn of events caused gasps of disbelief even with Teacher Jialan's formidable mental power. There should have been at least a momentary pause. Meanwhile, the Titan Meteor Hammer and the gigantic Fire Phoenix in the sky were on the verge of unleashing their might. In this scenario, the purple Flame King Snake seemed destined to perish alongside the evil-eyed Nether Tiger. This should have been advantageous for Feng Yixio and his team, as they still had 3 other battle spirits. However, Feng Yixio sensed something amiss. With Teacher Jialan Ziyu's strategic mind, such reckless actions were uncharacteristic. He quickly pieced the puzzle together and realized the purple Flame King Snake was likely not its true form but an insensible clone, immune to fear. It was a trap meticulously set by Teacher Jialan. Wait, this purple Flame King Snake isn't the real one. It's a trap. Feng Yixio shouted a warning. He knew the snake had the ability to transform into a liquid fire clone, but when exactly did Teacher Jialan execute this move? Had the setup begun right from the start of the battle? Dongfang Xiama, alerted by Feng Yixuo's warning, urgently called out, "Xiao He, run!" But it was too late. In the confined space, the evil-eyed nether tiger couldn't evade, and the clone, like a persistent shadow, enveloped it. Though a clone, the intense purple flames were real, severely scorching the nether tiger. Boom! The attacks from above descended as expected. First, the Titan meteor hammer crashed down heavily, followed by 33 fire phoenixes launching successive strikes, triggering a chain of explosions where the nether tiger was trapped. Teacher Jialan Ziyu understood Feng Yixuo and Shenruyu's combat style thoroughly. Their attacks were powerful but irreversible once launched, especially Shenruyu's eagle-eye lock-on, which guaranteed a hit. By exploiting this, she successfully annihilated the evil-eyed nether tiger. After the explosions subsided, specks of black spiritual light returned to Dongfang Xiaoma's magic spirit tome. Blood trickled from her lips, and her face turned deathly pale. But before she could recover, a ghostly figure emerged from behind the wall of fire, appearing suddenly at her back, with a sharp blade that sent chills down her spine. "You're out," Jialan Ziyu's icy voice echoed, as if freezing the air of the entire martial arts arena. Dongfang Xiaoma shuddered, quickly raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Principal Zhou immediately rushed over to support her pale figure to the podium for healing. The atmosphere on the field turned extremely tense. Jialan Ziyu had defeated the crucial control-type Spirit Master with seemingly little effort, casting a heavy psychological shadow over all the participants. Han Xiao watched this unfold, seething with anger. His hands crackled like firecrackers from his fury. He had promised to protect Dongfang Xiaoma, yet he could only watch as she was injured, even if the opponent was Teacher Jialan. This sense of failure was hard for him to swallow. "Xiaoba, we must not let Xiaoma and Xiaohe down," Han Xiao said with a determined look, patting the shell of the Tiangang giant turtle. The turtle let out a thunderous roar, its gaze fixed on Teacher Jialan's position. However, Teacher Jialan simply smiled lightly and vanished into the wall of fire before Shenruyu's eagle eyes could lock onto her. "Damn it, disappeared again." Han Xiao was almost beside himself with rage. Feng Yixuo and Shenruyu watched from above, equally at a loss. After their previous experience, they dared not act rashly, fearing they might accidentally harm Han Xiao and Xiaoba again. Suddenly, Feng Yixuo had a flash of inspiration. Han Xiao, use Xiaoba's terrain destruction ability to force her into the sky. Han Xiao immediately understood, swiftly deploying 2 magic spirit carts, a silver-grade mountain crab and a bronze-grade green water turtle. The Tiangang giant turtle, reinforced with mountain armor, was incredibly heavy, causing cracks to form on the ground just by standing. With the release of the war stomp skill, the entire Qingyun martial arts arena was turned upside down, the ground shattering into countless pieces. The wall of fire was destroyed, forcing Jialan Ziyu and the purple flame king snake to reveal themselves, ascending into the air. The water cannon-armed Tiangang giant turtle began extinguishing the flames, using continuous high-pressure water jets to force the purple flame king snake higher, until it had to face Feng Yixuo and Shenruyu's combined assault. "I'll give you the Tiangang shield, the rest is up to you," Han Xiao shouted, quickly casting protection on the two in the air and their spirit partners. "Great job, Han. Leave the rest to me and Yuer." Feng Yixuo gave a thumbs up, smiling in response. Yet Jialan Ziyu merely smirked. "You think you can defeat me in the sky? Naive." Spirit weapon activate, serpent stomach sword, purple enchantress. A mysterious purple-flamed serpent sword appeared in Jialan Ziyu's hand, instantly elevating her aura to a new level. Understanding that Feng Yixuo was a formidable opponent, Jialan Ziyu opted for a tactical strike, targeting the relatively weaker Shenruyu. Serpent sword, pursue. The serpent sword, originally only 2 meters long, suddenly extended, resembling a venomous purple-flamed snake. The blade swiftly cut through the air, tracing a dazzling purple flame path directly toward Shenryu. Faced with Jialan's spiritual weapon, Shenryu dared not confront it head-on and chose to evade instead. Initially, she thought the serpent sword, despite its ability to extend, must have a limit, but she greatly underestimated its capabilities. Even after circling Jialan Ziyu 5 or 6 times, the serpent sword not only continued its relentless pursuit, but also seemed to gain speed. The blade extended over 100 meters without showing any sign of slowing down. "So fast, I can't keep up." Shenruyu's pupils contracted as the serpent sword was about to catch up, when a blinding white lightning bolt suddenly struck the sword's tip from the side. Thunder spear. In the split second the sword's trajectory was diverted. Shenryu quickly maneuvered her flaming phoenix to Feng Yixuo's side, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. During that chase, it felt as if she was truly being hunted by a venomous serpent king, and despite her self-reassurances, she was still shaken. "Yuer, come to me." Feng Yixuo reached out invitingly. Shenryu leveraged his hand to flip and land steadily on the back of the rainbow jade python. The two quickly distanced themselves, warily observing Jialan Ziyu, who was encircled by the serpent's sword. At this moment, she was perfectly guarded by the sword, its sharp blade slicing through the air with a chilling hiss. "Yuer, I'll take the main attack. You assist from a distance and keep yourself safe," Feng Yixio instructed seriously, then urged the rainbow jade python to conjure 3 clones. Facing Jialan Ziyu's full force, he decided to give it his all. Titan Starquake. The 3 clones instantly transformed into Titan Starquake forms, advancing toward the sky from different directions. However, before they could launch their assault, a serpent sword, fast as a shadow, had already entangled the nearest one. In Jialan's hands, the serpent sword was as agile as if it were an extension of her own arm, quickly binding one of the Titan Starquakes tightly. Even as the Titan Starquake struggled fiercely, the clash of wings and sword sparked, straightening the serpent's sword. Yet, Jialan remained calmly poised atop the purple-flamed Serpent King. "Your Titan Starquake is indeed formidable once it gets going, but unfortunately, it starts up too slowly," Jialan remarked with a light laugh. With a determined grip on the hilt of her sword, Jialan swung the colossal Titan Star with one hand. The massive weapon, with a diameter of over 10 meters, whistled through the air, leaving behind only afterimages as its speed increased. Feng Yixio and Shen Ruyu watched in stunned silence, unprepared for such a spectacle. The area within a 100-meter radius became Jialan Ziyu's domain of attack, where terrifying lightning and purple flames intertwined, making it impossible to approach. "Get down here," Jialan commanded coldly, casting a fierce glance at another Titan star nearby. Her words barely left her lips before the Titan star, like a meteor hammer, hurtled toward the other one that hadn't traveled far. With a deafening clang, the Titan star was smashed away, leaving a huge crater on the ground. Jialan then turned her attention to the fleeing Titan star, frowning slightly. "You won't be flying away either." As soon as she spoke, the serpent sword released the Titan star, hurling it toward the one soaring in the sky. Boom! With a violent collision, both Titan stars shattered, and the tough armor crumbled. The 2 rainbow jade serpent dragons fell heavily, unable to rise. Seizing the moment when Jialan relaxed, Shenryu quietly drew 2 magic spirit cards from behind, silently chanting, "Eagle Eye Lock, Jialan Ziyu." Fire Phoenix Blaze. The flaming sparrow, which had been observing, spread its wings, sending dozens of massive fire phoenixes towards Jialan Ziyu. The intense flames illuminated the dim martial arena, creating a magnificent scene. Jialan Ziyu smiled coldly, sheathing her serpent's sword at her waist and crouching slightly. A giant shadow of a Taiji symbol appeared beneath her feet. Flames of contrasting natures ignited in her hands. The purple fire in her left hand flowed like water, while the flame in her right was fiercely intense, distorting the air with its formidable heat. In purple flame absorb, slowly raising her left hand. The purple flame transformed into a large purple fish, spiraling around her arm. As the fiery phoenixes charged in, a wondrous scene unfolded. A purple Taiji millstone appeared out of nowhere, and upon contact, the phoenixes silently vanished. Meanwhile, the young purple flame in Jialan's right hand grew increasingly fierce, its flames leaping over 10 meters high. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her skin flushed red, evidence of reaching her limit. "Young purple flame, unleash." She aimed her right hand at the unconscious rainbow jade serpent dragons, and the violent flames surged forth like a dam bursting, engulfing a large portion of the Qingyun martial arena. Han Xiao and Xiaoba quickly leaped off the arena in fear. Shen Ruyu was completely stunned, her heart filled with shock. She never imagined that Taiji could be used in such a way, where the Yin flame could not only be absorbed but also transformed into a powerful young flame through the Taiji millstone. Such advanced techniques were beyond anything she had dared to imagine before. Principal Zhou, witnessing this scene from the side, was equally astounded. With a resigned sigh, he had initially thought that teacher Jialan might go easy on Xuanji, but now it was clear that there was no sign of that. In his mind, he realized that to her, her partner, and her students held equal importance, which made him admire teacher Jialan even more. Feng Yixio and Shen Ruyu exchanged a glance, both involuntarily shivering. Until today, they only knew that teacher Jialan was powerful, but now they truly understood the extent of her strength. Her prowess was truly terrifying, which explained why all the teachers at the school were in awe of her. Feng Yixio's usually unstoppable Titan Starquake was effortlessly countered by teacher Jialan Ziyu. Although this was partly due to her understanding of Feng Yixio, it also required immense strength. He was well aware of the weight of the Titan Starquake, yet teacher Jialan could wield it effortlessly, indicating she was among the top tier of third-level source martial artists. "Is this all the strength you have?" Jialan Ziyu slowly retracted her hands, coldly staring at Feng Yixio. At this moment, Feng Yixio could no longer sense the 3 colorful jade-scaled pythons, as they had evidently been defeated. The situation was dire. Only one remaining jade-scaled python was left. He understood that he could not act recklessly anymore. He had to take down either Jialan Ziyu or the purple flame king snake to avoid a crushing defeat. He thought to himself that he must hold off teacher Jialan while prioritizing the elimination of the purple flame king snake to have a fighting chance. I'll hold off teacher Jialan. You and Xiao Bailu take down the purple flame king snake, Feng Yixio said as he snapped back to reality. Shin Ruyu was worried. You alone hold off teacher Jialan? She's a battle spirit king. To her, teacher Jialan posed a far greater threat than the purple flame king snake, especially with her mysterious and unpredictable serpent blade, Ziyao. Feng Yixio was unarmed, and she couldn't imagine how he could last more than a few rounds against her. Don't worry, trust me, Feng Yixio said with a determined expression. Seeing his serious and resolute eyes, Shinryu slowly nodded. Xiao Bailu also nodded obediently, and together they focused their attention on the purple flame king snake. Raging Thunder Tyrannosaurus Tyrant Armament. Feng Yixio unhesitatingly threw out a golden-level magic spirit card. Instantly, the colorful jade-scaled python was enveloped in golden lightning, its aura and power sharply increasing. Feng Yixio then leaped off Xiao Bailu's back, taking several airborne steps towards Jialan Ziyu. He knew he needed to keep moving to maintain balance in the air. Crackling. The piercing sound of thunder gathered in Feng Yixio's palm. Faced with his solitary challenge, Jialan Ziyu frowned slightly, clearly taken aback by this unexpected move. She swiftly leaped off the back of the violet flame king snake to confront the charging Feng Yixio. The serpent belly sword, as agile as a spirit snake, encircled teacher Jialan, its sharp tip aimed directly at Feng Yixio. In response, Feng Yixio summoned a silver-white thunder spear to counter, but the move nearly backfired. Instead of being repelled, the serpent belly sword deftly wound around the spear's shaft and quickly coiled around his arm. Just as Feng Yixio considered letting go, the violet demon fire had already spread to his arm. A severe numbness swept through his arm instantly, rendering his hand completely numb. Realizing the dire situation, Feng Yixio found it too late to escape. The serpent belly sword held him tightly, its sharp blade pressed against his neck, making even swallowing impossible. Meanwhile, Shinryu was fiercely confronting the violet flame king snake. Although the snake's frontal combat strength was no match for the flaming phoenix, its war spirit technique, Violet Flame Inferno, was exceptionally troublesome. It conjured massive violet fireballs in midair, releasing countless flame serpents made of violet fire. These serpents exploded upon contact, forcing Shinryu to have the flaming phoenix continuously use flame bursts to fend them off. The rainbow jade python attempted to suppress the violet flame king snake, but the latter persistently employed guerrilla tactics, using the violet mist for cover to evade direct confrontation. Xiao Bailu could only launch Titan Overlord hammer strikes into the mist, struggling to lock onto a target. Even with the combined efforts of the flaming phoenix and the rainbow jade python, they hesitated to delve into the mist due to the deadly violet fire, resulting in a stalemate. Back to Feng Yixio, he was completely at a disadvantage. Trapped by the serpent belly sword, he was immobile as Jialan Ziyu approached with a serious expression, her displeasure evident. Is this your full potential? Have I placed too much trust in you? Teacher Jialan looked at Feng Yixio with disappointment and said in a deep voice. Teacher, Feng Yixio responded softly, looking a bit embarrassed. Jialan Ziyu deliberately took 2 steps forward, staring at Feng Yixio seriously, and asked, You've been away for over 2 months, haven't you made any progress? Teacher Jialan, you are the Battle Spirit King. Feng Yixio muttered under his breath. Battle Spirit King? Teacher Jialan's voice grew more intense. In the entire Central China base's Battle Spirit Academy, many of the top 10 players in the Central China Intermediate League are Battle Spirit Kings. Do you just give up when you meet them? Feng Yixio felt unable to lift his head. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, filled with helplessness. If this is your level, it's still not too late to tell Principal Wang that you're dropping out of this year's Central China League. Jialan Ziyu snorted coldly, her expression stern. She intentionally said such harsh words to motivate Feng Yixio to get serious. She knew Feng Yixio was loyal and emotional, unable to show his full strength in front of her, but she wanted to see his true potential in anger, so she had to take this approach. No, I must participate in this year's Central China League and win the championship. Feng Yixio glanced at Shan Ruoyu, who was still fighting hard, his eyes filled with determination, becoming incredibly serious. You 4 can't even defeat me alone. How can you expect me to believe you can lead them to victory? Jialan Ziyu's expression hardened, her voice cold. After speaking, she turned her back, saying coldly, Sigh, you've let me down. You've already lost. Wait, Teacher Jialan, we haven't lost yet. Feng Yixio's voice was icy, suddenly bursting out, Thunder Fury mode. With his voice, a thunderous roar erupted like a storm, causing Jialan Ziyu to reflexively turn her head. She was stunned by what she saw. Feng Yixio was enveloped in a raging golden lightning storm. The serpent's sword that had bound him tightly was completely repelled. Jialan Ziyu's sword-wielding arm went numb from the force of the rebound, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, Jialan Ziyu clearly felt that Feng Yixio's aura had doubled. What is happening? Her mind went blank. Feng Yixio's aura surged, as if he had become a different person, and even the serpent's sword could no longer restrain him. Moments later, Jialan Ziyu calmed down, her serpent sword extending once more, striking at Feng Yixio from a tricky angle. Boom! However, before the serpent's sword could approach, the raging golden lightning on Feng Yixio transformed into a golden dragon head, lunging at the serpent's sword. The moment they met, the explosive force sent the serpent's sword flying once again. The golden thunder traveled along the blade to Jialan Ziyu's hand, nearly causing her to drop it, demonstrating its overwhelming power. Could this be the dominant body state? Jialan Ziyu wondered, feeling a tinge of unease. She knew that Feng Yixio's third magic spirit card absorbed was the Thunder Tyrant Dragon Ba Wang. Watching Feng Yixio display his dominant form, Jialan Ziyu frowned, thinking to herself, could this be magic spirit resonance? This kid actually achieved a 100% magic spirit compatibility, gaining the domineering golden thunder of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon. What enviable luck! Realizing that maintaining control was meaningless, Jialan Ziyu decisively switched her snake belly sword from chain blade to long sword form, holding it defensively in front of her. Feng Yixio cracked his neck, the joints making a crisp sound. Without hesitation, he charged at his opponent with a punch, while Jialan Ziyu countered with a side slash. At the moment the fist met the sword, the domineering golden thunder erupted, repeatedly deflecting the snake belly sword like a string of firecrackers. Jialan Ziyu was forced to retreat over a dozen steps to regain her balance. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yixio immediately conjured a wild thunder golden spear and threw it. The golden lightning shot through the air, and Jialan Ziyu hastily raised her sword to block. As the spear collided with the sword, a loud explosion accompanied by a stronger shockwave sent her snake belly sword flying. The weapon spun and embedded itself into the ground, and as she moved to retrieve it, Feng Yixio had already closed in, cutting off her escape. You brat, are you trying to compete with me in ancient martial arts? Don't forget, I am a third-rank source warrior. Jialan Ziyu shouted, then unleashed the purple flame bagua. 108 palms. A barrage of fiery palm prints rushed toward Feng Yixio, but he swiftly spun, executing the wild thunder bagua. Peerless, the golden lightning formed a perfect defensive barrier, reflecting all the palm prints back. Caught off guard, Jialan Ziyu hurriedly blocked, but several strikes landed on her chest and abdomen, leaving charred flame marks. She looked at Feng Yixio in disbelief. Your Thunder Bagua palm has reached a masterful level? Before she could recover from her shock, a red figure appeared, followed by crimson thorny vines binding her tightly. Feng Yixio, wielding the wild thunder battle spear, approached like lightning, the sharp spearhead resting against her neck. The entire sequence was smooth and seamless, as if rehearsed countless times. By the time Jialan Ziyu realized what had happened, the situation had completely reversed, mirroring the moment she had used the snake belly sword to pin down Feng Yixio earlier. Feng Yixio smiled faintly and said calmly, Teacher Jialan, you lost. Jialan Ziyu seemed not to hear Feng Yixio's words, but her gaze was firmly fixed on the thorn enchantress behind him. The enchantress looked confused, glancing around but noticing no one else assisting Feng Yixio. This meant that the thorn enchantress belonged to Feng Yixio. He actually had a second battle spirit. Had he been hiding this all along? Teacher Jialan sighed softly and said with a resigned smile, You have indeed grown up. I admit my defeat. At this moment, Jialan Ziyu's expression was complex, her eyes showing a motherly concern as she looked first at Feng Yixio and then at Shen Ruyu, who was fiercely battling her own spirit. Her eyes were even moist. She had truly lost, which meant she might no longer be qualified to continue as their teacher. Jialan gently waved her hand, summoning the purple flame king snake back to the magic spirit codex, and the Qingyun martial arena suddenly became exceptionally quiet. Hearing Jialan admit defeat, Feng Yixio immediately commanded, Little demon, release teacher Jialan. The thorny vines slowly loosened, and Jialan Ziyu stood up weakly. Though she appeared relaxed on the surface, it was actually with great effort. The recent battle had exhausted her. She had used her familiarity with the students, employing a divide-and-conquer strategy, meticulously planning every step, yet ultimately losing to Feng Yixio. This kid always managed to surprise her at unexpected moments. Seeing her unsteady, Feng Yixio hurried forward to support her. At this point, the injuries on Jialan's body became apparent, with slight burns on her arms, clearly from absorbing the flames of the flaming sparrow, and palm prints on her abdomen from the 8 trigrams palm, indicating significant injuries. Teacher Jialan, are you all right? Feng Yixio asked with some guilt. Jialan shook her head with a bitter smile, softly saying, "You clever boy. You kept this hidden for so long." Teacher Jialan, I. Feng Yixio knew she was referring to his second battle spirit, scratching his head awkwardly, unsure how to explain. He couldn't very well say his second battle spirit was a gift from a system. He could only offer a few awkward laughs, like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing that he seemed to have something he couldn't say, Jialan Ziyu gently said, "All right, I'm not blaming you. It's wise not to reveal the second battle spirit lightly to avoid trouble. You've done well. Teacher Jialan, let me help you down to heal your wounds." Feng Yixio immediately assisted Jialan down to the ground. After a few steps in midair, he brought Jialan Ziyu to the ground and began using electrotherapy to help her heal. Shin Ruyu and the others noticed and gathered around, curiously observing the thorn enchantress standing beside Feng Yixio. "Is this a person or a battle spirit?" Han Xiao asked, full of confusion as he looked at the thorn enchantress, who bore a striking resemblance to a human. Shin Ruyu and Dongfang Xiaomo were also puzzled, beginning to examine the thorn enchantress closely. This is a rare humanoid battle spirit, the thorn enchantress, known as the strongest wood-type battle spirit. Principal Zhou walked over with a grave expression, his voice tinged with unmistakable astonishment. "Thorn enchantress? The strongest wood-type battle spirit?" Shin Ruyu and Dongfang Xiaoma exclaimed in unison. "That's right." Jialan Ziyu, who was receiving treatment, slowly opened her eyes and spoke calmly. "The ultimate form of the Thorn Enchantress rivals the Holy Spirit form and is the only ultimate battle spirit recorded in the Holy Spirit Codex." Amazing! Han Xiao was visibly shaken. Even though he only half understood, he was still captivated by the grandeur. Shin Ryu couldn't help but tease, "Brother Han, I've told you to read more, haven't I? You probably don't even know what the Holy Spirit Codex is, right?" Dongfang Xiaoma laughed along. Han Xiao awkwardly scratched his nose and whispered to Shin Ryu, "Sister, don't tease me in front of Xiaoma. I'll definitely read more in the future." Everyone's eyes then turned to Feng Yixio, as if scrutinizing a suspicious character. "If I said I woke up and she was just there, would you believe me?" Feng Yixio said with a helpless smile. Clearly, no one believed that explanation, and their gazes became even more skeptical. This situation is possible, Principal Zhou analyzed seriously. If someone is born with dual battle spirits, and one is significantly stronger than the other, such a scenario could occur. Exactly. Principal Zhou is right. Feng Yixio quickly agreed, though he secretly marveled at their incredible imagination. Teacher Jialan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, a flower spirit, being one of the weakest juvenile spirits, could easily be suppressed by a dominant battle spirit. So envious. Han Xiao sighed. If only I could have a second battle spirit. Just as he finished speaking, Xiaoban nudged him disapprovingly, eyes full of reproach. Han Xiao hurried to console it. "Look at Xiabela. It's having so much fun with the Thorn Enchantress." At this moment, Xiabela was affectionately nuzzling the Thorn Enchantress, who, despite maintaining a cold demeanor, allowed the closeness. Then, Jialan Ziyu stood up and turned to Principal Zhou. "Principal Zhou, as you can see, the children's growth has surpassed my expectations. It seems I am indeed not qualified to continue being their teacher." "All right," Principal Zhou said after a moment of silence, his voice grave. Feng Yixio listened to their conversation, filled with confusion. What was going on? Wasn't winning supposed to prove the success of their teaching and allow them to continue? How did it turn into Jialan losing the right to teach them? Had all their hard work been just to drive her away? Feng Yixio felt like slapping himself for not thinking it through. Jialan took a deep breath, trying to control her emotions as she looked peacefully at her students. Memories of their time together replayed in her mind, and the thought of not being able to teach them anymore pierced her heart with pain. Despite her efforts, she couldn't defeat the combined strength of the four, and the balance between her love and her students finally tipped. She was no longer qualified to be their teacher. "Children, don't be sad. You've all done well. You'll have even better teachers in the future." After saying this, Jialan slowly turned around, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Shinryu immediately stepped forward and held her back, speaking softly, "Jialan, please don't go. We only want you." By now, Shunryu was in tears, her feelings for Jialan the deepest. Having been away from home for over 3 years, Jialan was like a second mother to her, strict but genuinely caring. Han Xiao and Shin Ruyu hung their heads in silence, looking at Principal Zhou with puzzled expressions. Principal Zhou shook his head helplessly and explained, "Your teacher's partner is critically ill, with only a few months left. She didn't resign immediately, but chose to let a battle decide her fate. And you know the result." Jialan's partner? Critically ill? Shin Ruyu loosened her grip upon hearing this. Although she was reluctant to part with Jialan, she understood the gravity of the situation. Feng Yixio and Han Xiao remained silent, watching Jialan walk away until she disappeared at the edge of the training ground. "Children, I know it's hard to accept, But the Central China competition is just months away. You need to focus on your training, and I'll find the best teacher for you as soon as possible, Principal Zhou said, trying to comfort Feng Yixio, who seemed downcast. Feng Yixio and the others nodded silently, refraining from saying anything rash like, we don't want another teacher. It's good you understand. If you win the championship, Jialan will be happy for you, Principal Zhou said firmly. Principal Zhou, is Jialan's partner Xianji, the former captain of the Wind Division's first team? Feng Yixio suddenly remembered something Zhong Li Mei had mentioned and asked, aren't you the current captain of the first squad of the Wind Division? How could you not know about this? Principal Zhou asked with a hint of surprise. Feng Yixio lowered his head, his voice slightly somber. I know a bit, but everyone knows I'm teacher Jialan's student, so they probably didn't want to upset me by discussing it in detail. During his tenure as the captain of the first squad, Feng Yixio had indeed heard about the story of Jialan Ziyu and Xuanji. Back then, one was the captain and the other the vice captain, and they were known as the Divine Eagle couple. Their bond was strong, but they encountered a mishap during a mission. Principal Zhou sighed as he recounted. Xuanji nearly died on the spot at the hands of a blood spirit master while trying to protect Jialan Ziyu. Fortunately, Zhongli Mei arrived just in time to save his life. However, he ended up in a vegetative state, sustained only by nutrient solutions. It's a pity, really. Xuanji was indeed exceptional as a captain of the first squad, becoming a battle spirit sovereign in his 20s. If he had unlocked the fourth genetic lock, maybe this wouldn't have been his fate. Principal Zhou shook his head. At that time, he worked in the fire division and had heard much about the wind division, especially admiring the talented captain, Xuanji. A battle spirit sovereign in his 20s? Han Xiao was so surprised he could barely speak. He understood that a battle spirit king required the power of a level 5 battle spirit master, while a battle spirit sovereign required level 7. A battle spirit king could already stand alone, but a battle spirit sovereign was at an entirely new level of power, able to use a fully formed battle spirit and exhibit unique abilities like battle spirit embodiment, significantly enhancing combat and survival capabilities. Principal Zhou chuckled and explained, that's to be expected. The captain of the first squad is no ordinary role. The strength of the 5 squads in the Wind Division decreases progressively, with the first squad being the strongest. Then he remembered Feng Yixio's position and quickly joked, haha, I almost forgot you're the captain now. You're the exception. Feng Yixio felt a bit exasperated, thinking that the explanation only made things more complicated. He then asked, what did you mean when you said Xuanji didn't unlock the 4th genetic lock? You might not know about this, Principal Zhou explained. The 3rd genetic lock mainly enhances strength and defense, but the 4th genetic lock is even more impressive, granting the ability of life revival. Life revival? What kind of ability is that? Shinryu asked with a frown. The so-called life revival is an extraordinary regenerative ability. As long as the body doesn't suffer a fatal injury, it can rapidly heal itself, even regrowing a severed arm quickly. Principal Zhou said solemnly. The severed hand can heal itself? That's terrifying. Han Xiao shuddered involuntarily and remarked in surprise. This ability is indeed formidable. That's why I said it would be great if Xuanji could unlock the 4th level gene lock. Unfortunately, it's just a hypothetical situation. Principal Zhou shook his head, full of regret. Where in the world do you find so many what-ifs? The gene locks get harder to break as you go further, and even a prodigy like Xuanji didn't succeed. Now he has become a vegetative state. His vital signs nearly extinguished, and any words are too late. Principal Zhou's voice was low, and the surrounding people were silent, feeling helpless and saddened. Feng Yixio lowered his head, filled with grief. Is there really no way? Can I only watch as teacher Jialan's beloved dies? Unlock the 4th level gene lock. Suddenly, Feng Yixio seemed to recall something and exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. What are you on about, brother? Unlocking the 4th level gene lock? Captain Xuanji has become a vegetable. Are you suggesting he can still unlock the gene lock? Han Xiao muttered to himself, then suddenly stopped. He remembered that when he took the 2nd level origin potion Feng Yixio had prepared, it wasn't all that difficult. Perhaps Feng Yixio really had a way to bring teacher Jialan's beloved back to life. I've thought of a way to save Captain Xuanji. Feng Yixio shook Principal Zhou's shoulder excitedly. Principal Zhou, bewildered by Feng Yixio's behavior, said in a trembling voice, stop shaking me, boy. You're going to rattle my bones apart. What did you just say? You can save Captain Xuanji? That's right. As long as Xuanji unlocks the 4th level gene lock, he can heal himself, and then he'll naturally wake up. Feng Yixio said excitedly. Principal Zhou looked skeptical, touched Feng Yixio's forehead, and muttered, strange, no fever, yet he's talking nonsense? Principal Zhou, which hospital is Xuanji in? I'll go find him right now. Feng Yixio frowned and removed Principal Zhou's hand directly. Xuanji has been at the Central China Headquarters General Hospital. You can ask your colleagues for specifics. They should know. Principal Zhou, seeing that Feng Yixio seemed serious, responded earnestly. Central China headquarters? I'm heading there now. Feng Yixio muttered to himself, filled with determination. Suddenly, a military helicopter flew over Qingyun Academy, disappearing in an instant. This was clearly the helicopter teacher Jialan had taken, heading towards the Central China headquarters. It's a pity teacher Jialan has already left. Otherwise, I could have gone with her. Feng Yixio watched the helicopter fly away, feeling a bit regretful. Brother Feng, you must save Captain Xuanji and bring teacher Jialan back safely, okay? Shinryu looked at Feng Yixio with hopeful eyes and spoke softly. Feng Yixio placed a serious hand on Shinryu's shoulder and softly said, Yuer, don't worry. I promise you, I will bring teacher Jialan back. With that, he quickly pulled out his phone and urgently contacted Maoyu, urging her to send a helicopter. Before long, a helicopter landed in the center of the training field, and Feng Yixio boarded without hesitation. Rest assured, everyone, I will bring teacher Jialan back, he shouted to the crowd, waving as the helicopter swiftly ascended. In the early hours, at the Central Hospital's main branch, on the highest floor in the intensive care unit, there was only one bed surrounded by various large medical devices. Jialan Ziyu held a frail, skeletal hand tightly, the arm withered and covered in wrinkles, with tiny veins visibly clear. She looked at Xuanji, who appeared like a skeleton, his body covered in tubes, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Each visit left her in tears, as he seemed frilier and his vital signs weaker than the last time. Dr. Liu, is there really nothing that can be done? Jialan Ziyu suddenly turned to the middle-aged doctor beside her, whose thick glasses reflected a look of helplessness. Sigh. In this condition, he might only have a few months left, Dr. Liu sighed, shaking his head. He was Xuanji's attending physician, responsible for his treatment since Xuanji was brought in with severe injuries years ago. Xuanji's injuries were grave, with almost all bones shattered, a severe head injury, and a significant loss of blood. Despite advanced medical technology, Dr. Liu was powerless, barely maintaining Xuanji's life with nutritional fluids for years. Over time, Xuanji's condition worsened, leaving him skeletal and unable to sustain his vital signs. Xuanji, if you leave, what meaning does my life have without you? I might as well follow you. Jialan Ziyu gazed affectionately at Xuanji's gaunt face, whispering softly. Her heart was desolate, her eyes devoid of their usual vitality, now lifeless. Teacher Jialan, I have a way to save Captain Xuanji. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out as Feng Yixio, drenched in sweat, rushed in, followed by Maoyu. Feng Yixio? What are you doing here? Jialan Ziyu turned around, frowning slightly. Feng Yixio quickly approached Xuanji, seeing his skeletal frame covered in tubes, and his brow furrowed. Teacher Jialan, I said I can save Captain Xuanji, he stated firmly. Jialan Ziyu was stunned, seemingly unable to process it, then asked, Did you just say you can save Captain Xuanji? Are you serious? If anyone else claimed Xuanji could be saved, she might not care, but Feng Yixio was different. He was renowned for creating miracles, often called the child of miracles. Of course it's true. I've heard that a 4th-level source martial artist has the power of life restoration. Once we reach that level, Xuanji can be saved. Feng Yixio exclaimed excitedly. Is that even possible? Jialan Ziyu looked bewildered. Teacher Jialan, I'm going to prepare a 4th-level origin potion for Captain Xuanji right now. Once he drinks it, he'll surely recover. Feng Yixio said, scanning Xuanji's data before pulling out paper and pen to write the potion's formula. Nonsense. Do you think this is a playground? How dare you, a mere child, boast about saving someone? Do you know how dire Xuanji's condition is? Are you a doctor? Dr. Liu abruptly grabbed the pen from Feng Yixio's hand, speaking angrily. Feng Yixio remained exceptionally calm and said softly, I'm not a doctor, but I can indeed save Captain Xuanji. His words exuded confidence, as if declaring an undeniable truth. Dr. Liu frowned, full of disdain. I know you're a skilled doctor, but didn't you say you were powerless? Let me try then. Feng Yixio took back his pen with determination and began writing down the formula for Captain Xuanji's origin potion, handing it to the cat-eared woman behind him. Sister Cat, please gather these materials as quickly as possible and make the origin potion directly. Here's my trade guild card. The alliance coin should be sufficient, Feng Yixio instructed seriously, hope gleaming in his eyes. The materials required for the 4th-level origin potion were all high-grade evolutionary materials, and to ensure effectiveness, he naturally chose the best. The cat-eared woman glanced at the list of materials Feng Yixio had written, her pupils contracting sharply. She realized these were top-quality materials, and just the magic beast crystal core required a calamity-level beast, which was incredibly expensive. After taking the trade guild card and the list of materials, she swiftly left the ward to gather these rare items. Originally, Xuanji could have lived for a few more months, but with your meddling, he might not survive the night. Dr. Liu said angrily, his brows tightly knit. Jialan Ziyu held Xuanji's hand tightly, anxiety filling her heart. Sensing her tension, Dr. Lu sneered, Jialan Ziyu, are you just going to let this kid mess around? Hearing this, Jialan Ziyu turned to Feng Yixio and said slowly, I trust him. Dr. Lu, furious, shook his sleeve and said coldly, then don't blame me if anything happens. Here's a waiver form. Sign it now. As the attending physician, Dr. Lu was responsible for Xuanji, the esteemed captain of the Vanguard team, and his reputation could be at risk. By signing this waiver, any issues would no longer be his responsibility. With trembling hands, Jialan Ziyu paused at the signature line before finally gritting her teeth and signing her name. Dr. Lu snatched the waiver with a smug look and called in the deputy director of the military hospital and some expert doctors as witnesses. You all are experts here. It's this kid and this foolish woman who want to treat Captain Xuanji recklessly. If anything goes wrong, you must testify for me, so I won't be implicated. Inside the ward, many doctors were gathered, discussing among themselves. Some questioned, isn't Xuanji beyond saving? Is there really any way? Even Director Lu, an expert in this field, said there was no hope. Can that young man really treat him? Sigh. Wouldn't it be better for Jialan Ziyu to accompany Xuanji in his last moments? I'm afraid Xuanji might not make it through the night. Almost all the doctors doubted Feng Yixio's ability to save Xuanji, as it defied the natural laws of life. At this moment, Xuanji seemed like a dying flame, and even if Hua Tuo were alive, he might not be able to save him. Feng Yixio stood silently beside teacher Jialan, his expression grave. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd, and they saw Mao Yu anxiously pushing through, carefully holding something in his hands. Mao Yu, is the fourth-tier origin elixir ready? Feng Yixio immediately approached. Mao Yu handed over a golden elixir, its weight surprising Feng Yixio slightly. But remembering it was a metal-based origin elixir, he quickly understood. Teacher Jialan, Feng Yixio said in a low voice, I'll give Xuanji the fourth-tier origin elixir now. But his condition isn't good, so we need to channel spiritual energy into him together. Jialan Ziyu gently nodded and replied softly, I understand. Even if it fails, don't blame yourself. It's my choice. She was prepared for the worst, fully aware of how precious this specially crafted fourth-tier origin elixir was, something even someone like Feng Yixio could barely afford. Let me administer it. Teacher Jialan volunteered, taking the elixir. As the stopper was removed, a strange fragrance filled the room. The doctors held their breath, except for Dr. Lu, who snorted, Humph, what a show. Jialan Ziyu carefully pried open Xuanji's mouth and poured the elixir in without spilling a drop, continuously channeling spiritual energy. Suddenly, the monitoring equipment emitted a piercing alarm, and the heart monitor flatlined. I told you this kid was unreliable. Dr. Lu sneered, now he's killed him. Good thing I made you sign that waiver. Cold sweat formed on Jialan Ziyu's forehead, yet she continued to channel spiritual energy. At that moment, an idea struck Feng Yixio, and he suddenly unleashed a powerful electric current into Xuanji's chest. The heart monitor immediately showed faint activity. It can work like that? Dr. Lu exclaimed in surprise. Feng Yixio increased the electric current, and blinding electric light enveloped the entire ward. Suddenly, a faint cough broke the tense atmosphere, and Xuanji's fingers twitched slightly. Miraculously, Xuanji's emaciated body began to fill out, his withered skin turned smooth and supple, and his pale face regained color. It really worked. Jialan Ziyu exclaimed excitedly. As if hearing Jialan Ziyu's voice, Xuanji's long eyelashes fluttered gently before he slowly opened his eyes. Ziyu, is that you? He struggled to lift his arm, wanting to touch Jialan Ziyu's face. Jialan Ziyu hurriedly grabbed his hand, gently placing it on her cheek, tears brimming in her eyes. Xuanji, it's me, she said. Xuanji wiped away her tears with his hand and smiled. Silly girl, don't cry. I'm still alive, aren't I? Jialan Ziyu quickly wiped her tears away, beaming with joy. 3 years. It's been 3 whole years, and you've finally woken up. Xuanji paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. 3 years. It felt like just a nap. He turned his head to look at the nearby Dr. Lu, asking, is he the one who saved me? Dr. Lu, wearing a white coat and closest to him, was assumed by Xuanji to be his attending physician. Captain Xuanji, hello? I am your attending physician. My name is Lu Bai, Dr. Lu said with a sycophantic smile. His expression shifted from shock when Xuanji awoke, as if he had seen a ghost, to contemplating his own future. If he could cure Xuanji's incurable condition, it would be a great achievement, possibly even earning him the position of deputy director at the main hospital of the military district. However, while he was in a daze, Feng Yixio swiftly snatched the disclaimer form from his hands and sneered. Sorry, you've already signed the disclaimer. This has nothing to do with you. Dr. Lu was stunned, wanting to retrieve the form, thinking that if he could destroy it, the credit would be his. Feng Yixio mercilessly kicked the form away, his voice cold, unwilling to take responsibility, yet eager to claim credit. I never thought the main military hospital would have someone like you. He then handed the disclaimer to Mao Yu, saying calmly, give this to the current director of the military hospital. I want to see how they handle a doctor with no ethics. Mao Yu nodded and took the disclaimer, heading straight for the door. Dr. Liu hopelessly got up from the floor and knelt at Jialan Ziyu's feet, pleading, please help me. The director will definitely fire me. Jialan Ziyu shot him a fierce look and coldly uttered, get out. Then she smiled and introduced Feng Yixio to Xuanji. Xuanji, this is my student. His name is Feng Yixio, and he's the one who saved you. The other doctors shook their heads with a smile and forcibly dragged Dr. Liu out of the ward. Dr. Liu's fate was clear. He would face the hospital's harshest punishment and might even lose his medical license. Now, only Feng Yixio, Xuanji, and Jialan Ziyu remained in the room. This young man saved me? Xuanji found it hard to comprehend, as Feng Yixio still looked somewhat youthful and not like a renowned doctor. Jialan Ziyu explained truthfully, that's right, he formulated a 4th-tier origin serum for you, which allowed you to unlock the 4th-tier gene lock and gain the ability to revive. That's how you woke up. I unlocked the 4th-tier gene lock? Xuanji was stunned, and then felt the strength within his body. Indeed, a powerful life force was coursing through him, rapidly healing every injury. He couldn't understand how he managed to unlock the 4th-tier gene lock while in a state of unconsciousness. Since when did breaking through the gene lock become so easy? Nevertheless, Feng Yixio had indeed saved his life and was truly his savior. Xuanji struggled to bow in gratitude to Feng Yixio but was quickly stopped by him. Captain Xuanji, Teacher Jialan is my most respected mentor. There's no need to be formal with me. We're all family. Feng Yixio said with a cheerful smile. Although he was young, he was already the captain of the 1st squad in the Wind Division. What? So young and already the captain of the 1st squad? Xuanji responded in surprise, exclaiming, truly, the younger generation surpasses the old. Feng Yixio scratched his head awkwardly and said in a low voice, now that you're awake, Captain Xuanji, this captain position is rightfully yours. I feel a bit out of place in this role. Since learning that Xuanji was at the level of a battle spirit sovereign, Feng Yixio realized it was a miracle he had held the position of 1st squad captain for so long. Now, he wasn't even at the level of a battle spirit king and might not even qualify as a 5th squad captain. Jialan Ziyu, seeing Xuanji's confusion, briefly explained the major events of the past 3 years, including her decision to give up the deputy captain position in the Wind Division to become a teacher at a mid-level academy and lead the current batch of students, including Feng Yixio. The most important part was introducing Feng Yixio's personal achievements. Even Xuanji, who had seen much in his time, was left speechless by Feng Yixio's accomplishments, his expression a mix of shock and admiration. Young man, don't say that. I didn't have your abilities when I was your age. It seems that Zhong's judgment was spot on. Xuanji said earnestly to Feng Yixio. Captain Xuanji, are you trying to comfort me? Feng Yixio asked quietly. Hey, don't belittle yourself. If a prodigy like you lacks confidence, what hope is there for ordinary folks like us? When I was 17, I was still chasing after your teacher Jialan. You've become the Wind Division captain, and that's something I couldn't have imagined. Xuanji said with a laugh. Jialan Ziyu's face flushed with embarrassment, and she scolded. Stop it. Can you not say such things in front of my student? Ha ha ha. Look, your teacher Jialan is getting shy. Xuanji laughed heartily. Feng Yixio watched the interaction between the two, feeling deeply gratified that his efforts had not been in vain. Xuanji was undeniably handsome, with a face as striking as jade, exuding a charming and carefree aura. Meanwhile, teacher Jialan Ziyu no longer seemed as cold and melancholic as before. It seemed Xuanji's awakening had thawed her frozen heart, revealing a gentle warmth. Teacher Jialan, you two haven't seen each other in a long time. I'm sure you have a lot to catch up on, so I won't disturb you. Feng Yixio said with a smile. All right then. It's getting late, young man. You should get some rest, Xuanji said, waving goodbye to Feng Yixio. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.